Konoha Village. Ninja School. In one of the classrooms, Teacher Chinen was standing by with a form. Next, Heitake Kaed. Accompanied by Teacher Chinen's voice, I saw a young boy with short silver hair walking to the podium very calmly, waving his fingers and hands, and making a simple nod in front of him. Boom! As the white smoke exploded with a bang, a clone appeared on the left side of Fengya that was almost exactly the same as his movements. This scene caused many girls in the classroom to exclaim. It was not only the reason that clone technique was successfully released once, but also that Fengya's appearance was one of the best in the class. 95 points, not bad. Teacher Chinen nodded slightly at Fengya and recorded the results with a pen. It was a one-time success and there were few flaws. This result could be ranked in the top 10 in the class, but Teacher Chinen's eyes did not show much approval. The reason is simple. Fengya has a younger brother named Heitake Kakashi. He applied for early graduation and passed at the age of 5. He was promoted to Chinen at the age of 6. His amazing talent is known as Konoha, which is inherited by many people. Konoha's White Fang, a genius of will. In comparison, Heitake Maple Knight is very ordinary. Although Fenjai is also among the best in the class, everything is very good, but there is no harm if there is no comparison. Now at the age of 8, he is still learning step by step in the ninja school, and has never shown such amazing talent as Kakashi. But Teacher Chinen was non-committal, but some Yingyi and Jienyan's voices still rang. Fenjai, that's amazing. 95 points, it's already the first place, right? Many girls stared at the stage with twinkling eyes. Traveling into this world, inheriting the lineage of Konoha's White Fang, Kaed's appearance is basically the same as Kakashi, but he doesn't like wearing a mask, and he is not too cold like Kakashi, so he is almost a girl in the class. Focus. Fengya walked back to his seat, smiled at Shirihong, who was watching from the side, and said, "Nothing, clone technique is not difficult, you can do it with a little concentration." He came to this world 2 years ago and unexpectedly got the status of Kakashi's brother, but the time he came was a little bit late, and he failed to prevent the death of Kakashi's father, Sakamo Heitake, Konoha's White Fang. This incident greatly affected Kakashi and applied for early graduation within a month. As a dignified traveler and inherited the lineage of Konoha's White Fang, Fenjai is naturally no worse than Kakashi, but he thinks that graduating early is a stupid behavior, and he sneers at this behavior. What are you doing? Isn't it good to practice slowly in a ninja school and improve steadily? Why do you need to graduate early? What's more, it's Konoha's 42 years. If I remember correctly, next year will be the time for the Third Ninja World War to really start. Recently, it can be said that the ninja world is in turmoil everywhere. If it's a peaceful period, it's okay to graduate early and become genin. It's usually to perform some very ordinary tasks, but in this turbulent period before the war, even genin will often perform some dangerous combat tasks. Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chinin at the age of 6. It seems amazing, but from Fenjai's point of view, it is purely reckless, not to mention how dangerous the missions that he participated in after being promoted to Chinin are just showing such a high level of talent. It will definitely arouse the attention of hostile villages. This is a turbulent time. Cloud Shinobi Village, Kirigakur, Tsunagakur, and Iwagakur almost all acted on Konoha. A genius like Kakashi must be paid attention to by the other party, which is not a good thing. If you can have the strength of Jonin level, it would be okay to graduate early. Feng Ye muttered in his heart. It is a pity that he does not have the strength of the Jonin level. Although he asks himself to be able to slap Kakashi, he is now at the level of the elite Chunin at best. This is still in the case of a special ability he possesses. After all, at the age of 8, the body is still in the developmental stage. For the ninja, it will not be considered to have truly passed the developmental stage and reach a stable stage until after the age of 16. Correct. It is worth mentioning that he possesses special abilities. It was discovered by accident after he had traveled into this world, and it was a huge illusory clock pattern that existed in his mind as long as he closed his eyes. This illusory clock is a bit like the Kik Emperor of Tokisaki Kakuzo, but the ability is very different. There is no ability to reverse time or stop time. So far, there is only one ability that he has researched. It is time accelerating. It is similar to the inherent time control of the Fate world. It is the acceleration of time for itself. In the state of accelerating time, all his movements will become faster, including physique, not printing, etc., which is one of the reasons why he can hang Kakashi. Now he can use up to twice the time to accelerate, which means that he will be twice as fast as the normal state when the time is accelerating. Fenjai, I brought 2 lunchboxes today, do you want to eat together later? Just as Feng Ye was thinking about it, a girl sitting in the front row turned her head, her cheeks flushed slightly to Feng Ye. This sentence immediately aroused the anger of other girls who watched nearby. Even Shirihong, who was sitting next to Feng Ye, looked at each other, and the smell of gunpowder instantly permeated. Upon seeing this, Feng Ye pouted helplessly. He probably understands why Kakashi wears a face mask. Maybe it's because of such a situation, but this is also related to the fact that the other boys in the class are not hitting. Although the lineup of this class is quite luxurious and futuristic, the behind-the-scenes boss Uchiha Obito of Ninja, and there are characters with names and surnames in the original novel such as Nohara Lin, Yuataka, Sarutobi Asuma, but Obito is now a crane tail, and others such as Sarutobi Asuma, the appearance and performance are also average. Uchiha Itaki will not go to school until a few years later. Uchiha Shisui did go to school, but he was 2 years lower than him. He is not in the same class, and he is basically not able to play. If Kakashi doesn't graduate early, he might be able to share some popularity. Ugh, being too popular is also a kind of distress. Fang Ye sighed in his heart. He used to be very envious of such a scene, but after he really experienced it, he could only sigh silently. But having said that, the precocity of the girls in the Hokage world was even more outrageous than he thought. Looking at these young girls who have been jealous since they were 8 or 9 years old, you can probably understand. Compared to girls, boys are just as precocious. The scene near Fang Ye has already made many people in the class cast jealous eyes, vaguely burning anger, and some people have even clenched their fists. That be ********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** but you can't beat him. You shut up. Among the teenagers who gritted their teeth and squeezed their fists, Yu Chiba and Obito were among them, because Nohara Lin was also one of the girls who clustered around Maple Knight. Fenjai doesn't care much about the others in the class. The only ones who care about are Guy and Uchiha Obito, but what he cares about is the Obito after Blacken. The Obito before Blacken is basically not dangerous. Pieces. Seeing that the order in the class became more and more chaotic, the girls began to rub gunpowder, and the boys also vaguely began to fight. Teacher Chinin finally couldn't bear it, and she shouted, "Quiet!" Next, Uchiha Obito. Teacher Chinin's majesty still existed. After a shout, the class quickly calmed down. Uchiha Obito looked at Kaed Yoryuki angrily and walked up to the podium. After taking a look at Ye Yuenlin, he took a deep breath, squeezed his fist, and sulked in his heart. This test must surpass Feng Ye. Boom! After the hands were sealed, white smoke flashed. The clone that appeared next to Uchiha Obito looked a little slanted. Although it was considered a clone, it was a fake that could be seen through at a glance. 50 points. Teacher Chinin glanced at Uchiha Obito. Almost all members of the Uchiha family, known as the concentration camp of geniuses, are among the best in the school, but Uchiha Obito is an exception. I'll come again. Naturally, Uchiha Obito was not reconciled to the score of 50 points, and immediately sealed again, but due to the collapse of his mentality, the second release of clone technique directly failed. The final third release was not much better than the first one. The final score only reached 55 points and did not pass the passing line. Feng Ye was also watching this scene. Only one thought flashed in his mind. Blacken is really G outrageous. Just because he witnessed the death of Rin Nohara, Uchiha Obito, the crane at the back of Blacken not only drove Mangekyo Sharin on, but also awakened one of the strongest abilities of Kamui. Even the combat experience and character will have come 180-degree reversal. It didn't take long to kill Konoha and release Nine Tails, which indirectly killed 4th Hokage Namikaze Minato, one of the bug characters. Simply outrageous. If he didn't know the plot of the original novel, he really couldn't imagine releasing Obito, whose clone technique was so bad that he could become one of the big bosses in the ninja world in the future. After shaking his head, Feng Ye retracted his gaze. He doesn't have any thoughts about Obito. After all, Uchiha Madara is the key to hiding in the dark. Even without Uchiha Obito, Uchiha Madara will make another Uchiha with fire, Uchiha with water or something. The most important thing is to have enough strength. After all, 1 year later is the beginning of the 3 world wars. During the war, there was no such thing as a graduation assessment. He graduated compulsorily when he was 9 years old, which meant he wanted to stay in school and could only stay for another year. I don't know if I can have the strength of Jonin in 1 year. Feng Ye groaned in her heart. In the Third Ninja World War, Genin and Chinin were almost cannon fodder. Fortunately, he was in Konoha. If in other villages, even Jonin would be cannon fodder, because there is a bug like Namikaze Minato that can kill 50 Jonin in seconds. And just as Feng Ye was thinking about it, a crisp ding-dong suddenly sounded in his mind, like the sound of a clock passing a certain point. What? Feng Ye gave a sigh, a hint of joy flashed in his eyes, and immediately closed his eyes. After he closed his eyes, a huge, silver-white, illusory clock appeared in the dark world before him, and he could clearly see the golden hour in minute hands. At the center of the dial of the unreal clock, there are mechanical texts that seem to record the date, but it is not the date that it records, but the speed of time acceleration. Click! Feng Ye's thoughts moved, and the mechanical text made a clicking sound, turned it, and jumped from the number 0 to the number 1, then it jumped to the number 2, and finally stopped at the number 3. Sure enough, you can enter the triple speed state. Seeing the numbers on the dial, Feng Ye's expression became a little excited. When he first crossed into this world, the time he could manipulate was accelerated, and the fastest he could control was only 1.5 times faster. About a year later, he heard the same ding-dong sound in his ears, and the upper limit of the time acceleration rate has also become 2 times the speed. Now the upper limit has become 3 times the speed. It seems that it was also the upper limit of the rate that was raised this time last year. Maybe every year, the upper limit of the time rate I can accelerate will increase once? Such a thought flashed through Feng Ye's mind. Although it cannot be confirmed, it seems that there is such a rule. It will be clear by this time next year. If this is the case, then there is probably no ninjutsu in the Hokage world that can match its abilities. What you can feel when time is accelerating is that the world in front of you has become slower several times. Whether it is its own speed or reaction speed, it is a conflict-free improvement. If an ordinary Chunin can increase the flow rate of time by 5 times, it is not a problem even against a Jonin, and if a Jonin can increase the flow rate of time by 5 times, even the shadow of the 5 great ninja villages may not win. This is the same for Feng Ye. As long as he has Chunin level strength under normal conditions, he can fight against Jonin, and having Jonin level strength is enough to cross the ninja world. This premise is only 5 times the speed. If the unreal clock can be increased to 10 times the speed or even higher, then the speed alone is already an extremely terrifying ability. How strong will 8 inner gates under 10 times the speed state? Feng Yaneo made up a picture. It was a huge air cannon 10 times more than Zixiang. One shot penetrated the clouds and exploded the moon made by Sage of 6 paths in space, exploding into countless fragments. Thinking of this, Feng Ye couldn't help taking a breath, and it took a few seconds before she recovered. 10 times the speed increase 8 inner gates is still a bit far away, but 8 inner gates can indeed be considered. This should be one of the most time-accelerated abilities. As for the others, the release ninjutsu will not be affected by the acceleration of time and accelerate the flight trajectory. The scope of the acceleration of time is limited to your body, but the speed of the seal and the release speed are also double speed, and they also have no small effect. Knowing the speed of the release of a ninjutsu is very important. Just like the flying thunder god technique that makes the world of ninjutsu tremble, its power lies in the absence of seals and release delay. Speaking of, now he can achieve triple speed. He can easily beat Kakashi, who is already Chunin, at double speed. Now at triple speed, the average elite Chunin should be easily defeated. Jonin's words should still have some gaps. Close to the special Jonin? Maple Knight judged her current strength and felt that she should be a little closer to the special Jonin, but at this time next year, it should not be a problem to reach the special Jonin level. In the ninja world, you can barely be considered a strong one by reaching the special Jonin. Chunin and Genin are basically cannon fodder in the war. Especially Jonin goes up, there are Jonin and Elite Jonin, and then up is Shadow, but this world does not have the name Cage level, so in terms of ninja level, Elite Jonin is the apex, but from Kaed's point of view, it looks like Konoha's White Fanja and Danzo are ninjas whose strength is far better than the average Elite Jonin. They can be called Cage level to facilitate the distinction. Maple Knight's movements have been under Obito's observation. When he saw Feng Ye closing his eyes, not looking at him, and shaking his eyelids a few times, as if he was deliberately provoking, he couldn't help holding his fist. Damn it. What's so arrogant? The guy who was left behind by his brother. Obito gritted his teeth. However, Kakashi is also an arrogant B******************. Although he graduated early in less than half a year, in short, the two brothers are more uncomfortable than the other. I heard that Kakashi completed an A-level mission with Jonin not long ago. Although he's a bit unwilling, but that guy is indeed a bit powerful. He was promoted to Chunin last year. Maybe it won't take long to become Jonin. When someone heard Uchiha Obito's words, they followed Obito's words and spoke intentionally. Feng Ye's performance in the class is usually within the top 10, and occasionally he will get the first place. She has to use grades and performance to mock Feng Ye, but there is no suitable reason, but if you compare it with Kakashi, it is. Can suppress Feng Ye. After all, to compare with Kakashi, who graduated at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, Kaed's light was immediately covered up, and it was even somewhat difficult to compare with Kakashi. The person next to him also immediately understood his intentions, glanced at Kaed Yoriyuki, and said casually, although I don't want to admit it, that guy is indeed a genius. Compared with him, some people seem to be less qualified to be brothers. Woolen cloth. This sentence can be regarded as almost named surname. Before Feng Ye had any reaction, Yamanaka aka, a girl sitting in front of Feng Ye, stood up, looked at the talking Inyazuka-chi angrily, and said, "Hey, what are you talking about?" Inyazuka-chi was glared at by the girl, and naturally it was impossible to shrink back. He stalked his neck and said, "What's wrong? Did I say something wrong?" Yamanaka was very annoyed, but she couldn't find the words to refute. Kaedia opened his eyes, looked at Yamanaka ika, and smiled indifferently. That guy Kakashi is indeed a genius. It's very difficult for ordinary people to compare with him. Yamanaka nodded, and said, Kaedia, you don't care about him. A ninja like your brother is difficult to appear for many years. You don't need to compare with Kakashi. Shirihong nodded in agreement. As long as it is not compared with Kakashi's monster, Kaedia is already an outstanding genius in this class, and there are no black spots at all. Fengya was interrupted before she finished speaking, shrugged innocently, and didn't make much excuses. She just looked at Shirihong and smiled. Seeing that Fenjai didn't want to argue with him, Inyazuka-chi saw that the girls reached an agreement. Although they were a little unwilling, they could only grumble a few words and retract their gazes. Shirihong looked at Fengya, her big beautiful eyes flickered slightly, and she whispered, with a brother like Kakashi, it should be quite stressful. Do not. Fengya looked at Shirihong and said with a smile, why is there pressure? The stronger my brother is, the better? It's not the Hyaga clan. Shirihong blinked and said, what happened to the Hyaga clan? Oh, you don't know. Fengya briefly talked about the Hyaga clan's clan and branch house, which surprised Shirihong. Yurihong looked at someone in the corner of the class and whispered in her heart, I didn't expect the famous Hyaga to be like this. The person sitting in the corner is called Hyaga Fire Gate, the nephew of the patriarch Hyaga Hayashi, and one of the members of the branch house. As a clan of the famous Hyaga, he has the pride of belonging to the famous family. He is very disdainful of Fenjai, who is often surrounded by girls. His grades have always been first and second in the class. He is the only target of Kakashi. In fact, he can do it if he wants to graduate early, but the elders in the family warned him not to graduate early, just follow the step-by-step practice, so he just did the same. I vaguely heard Fengya mentioning the Hyaga clan, and Hyaga women turned to look at Fengya's side, frowning slightly, but didn't understand what Fengya was talking about. Although I can't hear clearly, I can guess that Fenjai mentioned something about the Hyaga clan, and Hyaga women's eyes flickered. It's a little too arrogant. Although he is a bit uncomfortable with things like being surrounded by girls and being popular, he doesn't care very much. It is another matter to mention the Hyaga clan. Do you want to warn after class? Hyaga Fire Gate's eyes flickered. Kaedia is not Kakashi after all, and in his opinion, only Kakashi can outperform him among people of similar age. Just as Hyaga was thinking about it, the last student also completed the practice test of clone technique. Teacher Chinen recorded the final scores. After taking a look at the transcript, he said, today's test is over. Yuyu Tomomi, Obito, Abarame, who failed, you will step up the practice after a few lessons. Tomorrow there will be a simulation test, and all are ready. For days are the formal entrance examination. Those who fail to pass will stay in school during the winter vacation until they can pass the examination. As Teacher Chinen's voice fell, many students in the class took a long breath. Uchiha Obito and others who failed the test had a dark face. Of course, no one wanted to do tuition during the winter vacation. It would be shameful not to mention it without the holidays. Then be here today, you can go home early. Teacher Chinen put the transcript in the folder, and after sorting it out, he spoke to the students in the class. Hearing what Mr. Chinen said, many students stood up and bowed to Mr. Chinen. After the teacher nodded and left the classroom, they disappeared. With the excuse of I have something else, I will go back first. After getting rid of the girls like Yurihong and Yamanaka aka, Fenjai quickly returned home. It would be interesting to see these precocious 8-year-old and 9-year-old girls jealous there, but Fengya has more important things to do, and that is to adapt to the state of triple speed as soon as possible. The triple speed corresponds to the double speed, and the speed has been improved a bit. After a simple dinner, Fengya came to the backyard, entered a state of triple speed, and began to shake his fist against the pegs placed in the backyard to exercise. In order to make the body grow faster, in addition to turning on the double speed state during exercise, Fenjai will also turn on the double speed during normal sleep. The cell division and metabolism of the body have also become faster. Others' day is almost equivalent to his 2 days, so although his age is 8 years old, his actual physical age is already 9 years old due to the double speed in his dreams in the past 2 years. If the double speed state is always turned on, the body can grow faster, but it is really boring to turn on the double speed state at ordinary times. Listening to a class is like playing at a rate of 0.5 times. Every tone of the teacher will be elongated, which is compelling. Symptoms. Moreover, if you keep double speed on, in order to make yourself appear normal, you have to slow down your speaking speed and movements, which is very troublesome, so Fenjai still uses the normal state in school. Boom, boom, boom. Fengya's fists kept falling on the wooden stakes, making a dull sound, and the tough special wooden stakes had very obvious depression marks from the fists. He is still very hard on physical exercises. The acceleration of time seems to only increase speed, but in fact power is also included, because according to Newton's second law, force equals mass multiplied by acceleration, and this law applies even in the Hokage world. In the state of double speed, throw a punch, and the burst of power after the hit is almost equivalent to twice the normal state. Speaking of, there is also a law that the effect of force is mutual. If twice the force is exploded, it will withstand twice the shock. In theory, he should not be able to withstand twice the shock of his full blow. because of this injury, but the actual situation is not the case. At twice the speed, he made a full punch and hit the wooden post, and it gave Feng Ye the same feeling as if he hit the wooden post with all his strength under normal conditions. There is no problem that the anti-shock cannot withstand. After thinking about this point, Feng Ye came to the conclusion that the singular state of time acceleration also changed the reaction force. After all, the ability of time acceleration is not within the scope of the normal laws of physics, not to mention that it is Hokage. The world of ninjas. Shadow clone technique. After adapting to the triple speed state for a while, Feng Ye stopped her movements, her hands were instantly sealed, and she used the shadow clone technique. Boom! Boom! Along with the smog, two exactly the same Fen Jai appeared on the left and the right. The shadow clone technique, which can be called the most powerful training aid, is naturally impossible for Kaed to ignore. He had obtained the shadow clone technique training method from Kakashi a long time ago. If you use this technique in the school, you will undoubtedly be shocked, because shadow clone technique is a B-level ninjutsu, which is 3 levels behind the E-level ordinary clone technique. Even some Chunin may not be able to use shadow clone skillfully. This skillful shadow clone technique alone was enough to crush most of the students and graduated from the ninja school ahead of schedule. Whoosh! Whoosh! After the two shadow clone appeared, they ran to the sides of the yard one by one. One of the shadow clones picked up a short sword placed on the left side of the courtyard. It was the ninja sword White Fang left by Heitake Sakumo and was inherited by his eldest son. Fenjai has also been practicing the Heitake sword technique of the famous ninja world, because it is a combination of chakra's physical technique, and it is also very compatible with the state of time double speed. It can be said, if he can practice the Heitake sword technique to the level of Konoha's White Fang, the vertical and horizontal ninja world is absolutely nothing to say. In the state of double speed, he can even fight against those who surpass cage level. The other shadow clone is in another corner of the yard, restraining chakra in the palm, letting chakra condense into a spherical shape. Yes, it is Reiznan. The core of Reiznan is chakra's shape change, and because it is a close-type ninjutsu, it also has the ability to double the speed of time. The most important thing is that the cultivation of Reiznan helps to improve chakra's control. Today's Fenjai has already passed the practice of climbing trees, treading water, and so on. To further improve the control of chakra, practicing Reiznan is undoubtedly a very good method. Just because his chakra volume is far less pervert than Naruto, the progress of practicing Reiznan is not very fast, and only half of it has been completed in a few months. With a triple speed state, my body will grow to about 10 years old in about a month. It should be barely up to the standard for practicing 8 inner gates. Maple Yoryuki's spiritual side, while thinking about the future direction. 8 inner gates is very important to him, because a lot of side effects, too young for practice, so he did not go there to try to steal might wear. But no matter how kind, 8 inner gates cultivation methods still have to get, despite the huge side effects, but the effect is beyond doubt. Fang Knight was aware of their spiritual core. It is possible to enhance their all-round strength, so at times accelerated state, he can play a powerful triple, 5 times. After all, for him, almost unreal like a clock brings no side effects, can normally enable the imperial proper time. This ability is a more advanced version of the holy grail of the world. Laugh. 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 White Fang avatar holding a knife forbearance, continue on the eastern side of the small courtyard waving chakra short sword. Shadow clone is not the time to enjoy accelerated state, but this does not prevent Fang Knight with a shadow clone to practice, but he needs to practice Heitake broadsword experience and proficiency. The other side of the shadow clone is embodied in the palm of a plume of chakra, so that these chakra constantly spinning, spherical form a hazy glow. Puchi. Puchi. About practicing for a while, 2 shadow clone run out of chakra, into white smoke dissipated. Fang Knight stops, feel the experience and memories from the incoming shadow clone mind. He quickly absorbed integration. Take a deep breath. Maple Knight again mudra. Boom. Boom. And 2 shadow clone appears. The second release of shadow clone technique, Maple Knight's forehead appeared a glimmer of perspiration, can clearly feel the body some weak follow chakra. Chakra amount is always a problem. Part Maple Knight side. Naruto that can be several hundred shadow clone to practice, indeed pervert the pervert, is simply outrageous. But then I thought, Maple Knight and shook his head laughing. Have unreal clock time acceleration, inherited from Konoha's White Fang teeth genius descent, but also want Naruto and Nine Tails Jinchuriki physical identity that Uzumaki family a bit greedy. And practice for a moment. 2 shadow clone again turned into white smoke disappears. Fang Knight no longer continue to separate the shadow clone, because the body has been exercising body surgery. Chakra also loss, now twice shadow clone, each separate the 2, it is almost the limit. 1377, 1378. Continue to use a side kick this posture, kicking the side of the stakes that qualities of mind Maple Knight talking about the count, until you feel some body cannot insist that this be stopped. No closing time to accelerate the state. Maple Knight time kept accelerating, went to the side of a small hospital, and slowly pick up the cup, a sip of water, and eat 2 biscuits. Next time accelerated state, the recovery will be faster. If the acceleration has been open 3 times longer, so in terms of Fang Night, every day is the equivalent of 72 hours, the process he eat 9 meals, sleep 3 times. Body fractures, fever 49 degree cannot practice I do not know, but the exercise is over 25 hours a day can really do. Heart Maple Knight silently Tuko sentence. Just as Feng Ya was about to continue his practice, he suddenly noticed something and looked up at the outer wall on the side of the small courtyard, saying, "It seems that you have developed the habit of not going to the front door." What appeared on the outer wall was a familiar figure with the same silver-white hair and a mask. It was Heitake Kakashi. "No, I just happened to be back from that direction." Kakashi jumped off the outer wall and fell into the courtyard. Standing close together, the difference between Kakashi and Fenjai is still not small. One is that the hair is a little longer, the other is wearing a mask, and the third is that the height and body shape are obviously smaller than that of Fenjai. Kakashi pointed at Kaedia and said, "As you judged by my brother, the friction between the villages has become more intense. The most recent tasks have been to block and investigate each other. That's it. Fang Ya didn't have any accidents. After all, he traveled through this world, except for a few things in the ninja school, it had no impact on the direction of the world. Under the general trend, next year must be the year when the third ninja war broke out. Aren't you planning to graduate? There is nothing you can learn by staying in school." Kakashi looked at Kaedia. Others may not know, but he knows how strong Feng Ya is. At least so far, he has never won a duel with Feng Ya. You must know that he was promoted to Chunin last year. After the promotion, he came to Feng Ya to challenge him, but he still couldn't beat Feng Ya. Feng Ya's speed was almost abnormal. And Feng Ya is not only powerful, but also powerful in his heart. Although he is only 1 year older than him, he can almost make many judgments about the situation as adults. Feng Ya looked at Kakashi and smiled, and said, "It is true that I can't learn anything from the teacher, but I have more time to practice my own practice when I stay in school." Said you have come into contact with the ones I said recently surgery? Because Kakashi is already Chunin, Kakashi can get in touch with more ninjutsu than he can touch. Kaed learns many ninjutsu from Kakashi. In addition, Kakashi focuses on 2 techniques, one its Flying Thunder God, and the other is 8 Inner Gates. Needless to say, 8 Inner Gates is a technique that must be obtained anyway. If you are Flying Thunder God, you can try to practice it. It is natural to have a life-saving magical skill to be able to cultivate. In other words, the importance of space ninjutsu is not huge. Those techniques are all in the Book of Seals, how can they be so easily accessible? Kakashi flipped over Byakugan. Although he is already Chunin, he can also come into contact with many ninjutsu such as Shadow Clone, but it is not that easy to come into contact with techniques that belong to the forbidden technique category such as Flying Thunder God and 8 Inner Gates. There will always be a chance. Kaedia didn't care. When Kakashi became Jonin, it would be easy to get in touch. But then again, Kakashi became Jonin at the age of 12, so maybe he will be faster than Kakashi. After all, you will be forced to graduate next year anyway, and then there will be the Ninja World War. In the war, there is no possibility of hiding your clumsiness. In the face of countless dangers, you must go all out. Kakashi shook his head. It's a shame that you can bear it. After his father could not bear the villagers' criticism and committed suicide, he was greatly affected. He did not want to be watched by that strange eye, so he showed his extraordinary talents. He graduated at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6. Look at him with strange eyes. But Fenjai studied step by step in the ninja school, which was in stark contrast to the 6-year-old who was promoted to Chunin. During that time, discussions were heard almost everywhere in the village. Kakashi knows that Fenjai's strength is above him. However, Feng Ya was unmoved at all, ignoring all those criticisms, and still calmly going to school normally, and never mentioned things like graduating early. Feng Ya sighed and said, "You still don't understand. Renowned in the ninja world, Konoha's white Fanja Heitake, who made great achievements in World War II, really was forced to commit suicide by the villagers just because of one mission? Nonsense. Feng Ya in the previous life may not be sure, but Feng Ya, who came to this world and experienced this incident, knew very well that the development of this incident must have been caused by high-level Konoha. At least Sarutobi Hiruzen, the third Hokage, has never come forward for this from beginning to end, otherwise, it will suppress a mission failure event, which is just a few words, not to mention the mission failure in order to save the companion. Although Kaedia could not determine the specific situation, it can be roughly inferred that Danzo must be involved, because Heitake Sakumo has threatened Danzo's status. With strong strength and combat exploits, without any accidents, Heitake Shumo can succeed 4th Hokage. This may be the reason why Danzo started. Since Heitake Sakumo's death is inseparable from Danzo, he and Kakashi are also in the high-level gaze. It is okay for Kakashi to show extraordinary talents alone. Even if Danzo wants to absorb Kakashi into root cultivation, Sarutobi Hiruzen will not. Promise. But if he also showed amazing talent, it would be different. Based on his understanding of Danzo's character, this guy must be able to come up with 10,000 reasons to persuade Sarutobi Hiruzen to let him and one of Kakashi join the roots. It is naturally impossible for Kaedia to join the roots. Kakashi is also his younger brother anyway, and it is impossible for Kakashi to enter the roots to accept Danzo's brainwashing. No what? Kakashi looked at Kaedia in confusion. Kaedia shook his head and didn't intend to explain these things to Kakashi. Kakashi is too young now and has a radical personality. It is better not to let him understand Konoha's darkness. But it's almost. Fang Ye showed a thoughtful look. Now he has entered the tense situation before the Third Ninja World War broke out. In this situation, even if he reveals his strength, it does not matter. Danzo has not yet rested at this time and still has the intention to expand his roots. He must pay attention to it. Put it on other villages. The Third Ninja War is a crisis and an opportunity. Kakashi will be promoted to Jonin in the war, and he is the same. Once both of them are promoted to Jonin, they will be able to get rid of Danzo's shadow. Even if the war is over, Danzo has no reason to move the village's official Jonin at will. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not tolerate it. As for thinking more about it, it's not impossible to improve your practice during the Third Ninja Wars, surpass Jonin, and have the strength comparable to Cage level. After all, he has an illusory clock and has the power to manipulate time. By the way, I don't know how your recent practice, brother. Kakashi looked at the wooden stakes placed in the courtyard, then suddenly turned his head to look at Kaedia, a faint gleam of light in his eyes. Although he has never beaten Fang Ye so far, he has never given up the idea of defeating Fang Ye, especially in the recent period. After experiencing continuous battles, he feels that his strength has improved a lot. If Fang Ye neglects his practice, if you do, you might not be able to beat him this time. After all, he has never been lazy since he became a ninja. He has been working hard to practice, and he has also experienced countless actual and bloody battles, and his strength has been improving all the time. Fang Ye raised his eyebrows. He knew Kakashi's meaning in the middle of saying this. Well, I also want to see how much you have improved recently. Konoha Village. Back Mountain. Kakashi is already Chunin, and Fenjai's strength is also above Chunin. It is naturally impossible for the two to compete in the small courtyard, and that is definitely impossible. Are you ready? Standing in the open space, Kakashi, holding a kunao in each hand, looked at Maple Ye from a distance, leaning forward slightly, and entered into a fighting state. Fenjai stood in place, holding Chakra's short sword White Fang in his hand, looking at Kakashi calmly, and said, "Come on." Whoosh! As soon as Kaedia's voice fell, Kakashi's figure rushed over. The two Kyowa turned into afterimages and flew from side to side to invade. Kaeda hurriedly waved the Chakra knife in his hand and fought up and down to block Kakashi's offensive. Kang! After resisting a few moves, Fang Ye's eyes flashed, and the Chakra knife in his hand suddenly smashed, breaking Kakashi's two kunao defenses abruptly, and slashing Kakashi's chest with a knife. Kakashi's figure turned into smoke in an instant. Shadow Clone. Fire Style. Great Fireball Technique. In the next moment, a voice came from behind Fang Ye, and with the heat swaying away, a huge fireball was seen attacking Fang Ye's back. Fang Ye's complexion remained unchanged, and as soon as he stepped on the ground, he flew a certain distance, avoiding the frontal attack of Great Fireball. Whoosh! 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 In the next instant, 7 or 8 shurikens spun out of the Great Fireball, wrapped in flames, completely blocking Fang Ye's retreat. The combination of ninjutsu and shuriken is already very skilled. Fang Ye smiled, and the short sword White Fang in his hand suddenly turned into an afterimage, showing a strange speed, drawing silk threads in the air. 7 or 8 shurikens wrapped in flames were instantly resisted by Kaed Yoryuaki. Laugh! Almost at the same time that Fenjai blocked the shuriken, Kakashi's figure emerged from the ground less than 1 meter behind Fenjai, and the kunao thorn in his hand pressed into Fenjai's vest and stood still. I won! A trace of sweat overflowed from Kakashi's forehead, and a ray of light flashed in his eyes. This was the first time he had beaten Fenjai since he and Fenjai played against each other. However, at this moment, Fang Ye, who was standing in front of him, turned his head, smiled faintly at him, and said, "Do you really think so?" Boom! As the voice fell, Fang Ye's body moved backward and deliberately ran into Kakashi's kunao, and the whole person instantly turned into smoke and disappeared. This scene made Kakashi stand in astonishment, revealing a hint of disbelief. Clone! How can it be? Before Kakashi could react, there was a sound of wind behind him. Kakashi turned around and waved his arm to resist, but he was still kicked in the arm. A heavy force used to fall, making Kakashi unable to resist, and the whole person staggered back 5 or 6 steps, and then it was difficult to stabilize his figure. That was Shadow Clone just now. Kakashi looked at Kaed in disbelief. During the whole process, he obviously didn't see Fang Ye using the Shadow Clone technique, and how could this technique be used silently without noticing it at all? Do not! Feng Ye shook his head and said, "That's just an ordinary clone." Kakashi was stunned for a moment, and said incomprehensibly, "Impossible. The clone is not capable of attacking, how can it block my Yan Shuriken? When the Yan Shuriken is blocked, it is still the main body." Feng Ye smiled faintly, and said, "Just say you may not understand, see for yourself." With the voice falling, Kaed Yoryuaki was holding the handle of White Fang in one hand, and in the other hand, at an incredible speed, he completed the seal of the two techniques almost in an instant. Clone technique. Body replacement technique, this. Kakashi was dumbfounded for a moment. He can also clone technique and body replacement technique. This is the most basic ninjutsu in the ninja school. It is not worth surprises. What really makes him unbelievable is the speed of Fenjai's seal. One-handed not printing, and the speed of Jian is faster than that of two-handed Jian. Although he knew that Feng Ye's speed was very fast and much faster than him a long time ago, the speed at which Feng Ye's fingerprints were imprinted this time was a bit ridiculously fast. It didn't seem like a normal human being can complete the action, almost all. Unclear. What's the matter with your fingers? That speed, isn't it something normal people can do? Kakashi opened his eyes wide. Kaedia was not surprised by Kakashi's reaction. After all, he used triple speed this time. The double speed Jian may be normal, but the triple speed Jian is completely abnormal from the perspective of a normal person, and there are even some ghosts. Who knows? Feng Ye shrugged and said, "Maybe my motor nerves are different from ordinary people." Kakashi looked at Maple with a dead fish eye of, "You are teasing me, no matter how different the motor nerves are from ordinary people, it can't be as exaggerated as just now. I remember you were not so fast a long time ago. It seems that since 2 years ago, it has been getting faster and faster." Kakashi recalled the weird scenes that he had seen occasionally before, and he couldn't help but frown and muttered, "This situation is obviously abnormal. It's almost reaching the limit of blood inheritance. If you can still do it. If it's faster. Blood following the limit. This is a word that ninjas are familiar with. There are many blood inheritance boundaries in the world. The most common is the fusion of chakra nature transformation, which forms the blood inheritance boundaries such as lava style and scorch style. In addition, it also includes Sheri-nan, Byakugan, dead bone pulse, etc. The speed that Feng Ye showed was actually nothing in front of Jonin, but the problem was that the speed seemed very abnormal, as if the whole person was in a certain acceleration state, showing a state of disconnection from the world. The only explanation that can be thought of is blood succession boundary. The Heitake family has inherited only the Heitake sword art from ancient times to the present, and there has not been a blood succession limit, but there are also examples of ordinary ninjas awakening blood succession limits in the ninja, and there are many. Feng Ye's special state may not be considered as the limit of blood succession now, but if it can be faster, then it must be a special kind of limit of blood succession. Well, it seems to be the case. Feng Ye said thoughtfully. For the unreal clock, the blood succession boundary was indeed a suitable explanation. The various abilities in the Hokage world are strange and weird, even the bug-like forbidden technique of Izanage has it, and it is not surprising that the bloodline that increases the speed can be put in. Kakashi looked at Feng Ye and thought, "If you think so, it should be correct, but I have never seen this kind of blood inheritance limit in my memory, and there is no similar impression." Feng Ye touched his chin and said, "If there is no record, then I will be the first to awaken. In this case, just call it the blood of ghosts." Ghost escape. Kakashi said, "That kind of non-human movement speed is indeed like a ghost, but it fits the image. In fact, I think of ghost animals." Feng Ye murmured silently in her heart, "But whether it is a ghost or a ghost, it is only a surface cover. If you really regard this ability as the limit of blood succession, then it should be called time blood continues, but it's very unfair." Kakashi looked at Feng Ye with a fish-eyed gaze, and said, "It's no wonder that you have not been able to beat you. Using blood to limit the boundaries is already considered cheating." Feng Ye smiled, and said, "When is a ninja cheating with the blood heir to the limit? But since you say that, then I don't need this ability to have another fight with you." Kakashi is indeed a genius. Although he also inherited the lineage of Konoha's White Fang, Kaed's talent in ninjutsu is indeed not as good as Kakashi, but this does not prevent him from being stronger than Kakashi, because he has more time to practice than Kakashi. The effect of time acceleration is not only reflected in combat, but also in cultivation. From crossing over, Kaed's cultivation time so far is at least twice that of Kakashi. No, forget it. Kakashi thought for a while, but shook his head. Blood succession boundary is indeed a ninja's own ability, not a cheating. Even if he wins Fenjai who does not use blood succession boundary, it is nothing. Ninja world has never heard of the saying that others are not allowed to use blood to continue the boundary. However, even if there is blood inheritance limit, it may not always be stronger than me. If you are not careful, I will overtake me. Kakashi looked at Feng Ye without showing any frustrated expression. After all, in the world of ninjas, the limit of blood is not invincible. Third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen does not have any blood limit, but the name is powerful enough to shock the entire ninja world, and is even regarded as the strongest among the 5 shadows by the ninjas of Konoha. Then I will wait for you to surpass me. Kaedia smiled and reached out to touch Kakashi's head, but Kakashi frowned and jumped away. And just when Kakashi was about to spit Kaedia not to use this kind of action to children, a voice that seemed to be full of vitality suddenly sounded from not far away. Ah, Kakashi, you are here. I have been looking for you for a long time. Fengya turned his head to look, and saw a young man in a green tights rushing over from the bushes. His styling could almost recognize his identity at a glance. Might Guy, who rushed out, left Fenjai directly and jumped over to Kakashi, kicked it with a stamina whip. Let's fight it out. Kakashi, look, Leaf Hurricane. Kakashi glanced at Might Guy with dreamless eyes, waved his arms silently to resist, and countered with a cross kick. Might Guy took over Kakashi's counterattack, as if endless vitality surged in his body, and said, "This time I must win, Kakashi. Take it." Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Might Guy and Kakashi fought together. As in the original book, Might Guy regarded Kakashi as his opponent during the enrollment period, and has been working hard to challenge Kakashi. Fengya looked at the fighting Might Guy and Kakashi, shrugged, jumped to a tree, and looked at it without regard to himself. Guy, who can train the 8 inner gates to the 8th gate, has a talent in physical skills, but now Guy has not learned the 8 inner gates, although he can suppress Kakashi in pure physical skills. But once Kakashi used ninjutsu and other tactics, and the superior was immediately divided. Crackling. Since Kakashi was defeated by Kaedia, the mood at this time was not very good, so after playing against Guy for a few rounds, he directly used lightning-style ninjutsu, and a lightning style called the Stranger that Guy beat. Flying backwards, all the hair was erected by electricity, giving off a burnt smell. But, damn it! Guy fell not far away, knowing that he had been defeated again, but he did not admit defeat, but made a smoke from his mouth. Next time, I will win. Kakashi folded his arms on his chest, watching Guy shook his head and said, "You'd better give up early. You want to win against me, it's less reliable than I win against Fenjai. Thank you for your support." Guy got up from the ground and gave Kakashi a thumbs up, but then he was taken aback for a while, thinking of Kakashi's words just now, blinked, and said, "Kakashi, what did you just say?" "No, it's nothing." Kakashi shook his head. Guy frowned and couldn't help looking at Fengya, who was sitting on the treetop not far away, revealing a skeptical look. What Kakashi said just now seemed to say, he can't beat Kaedia. Although Kaed is Kakashi's elder brother, he never thought about the question of which Kakashi and Kaed are stronger, because there is no comparability. After all, Kakashi graduated at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, while Kaed was just ranked high in the class. I heard it wrong. Kakashi should mean that he wants to beat Kakashi, which is less reliable than Kaedia's win. Guy's eyebrows stretched out again after thinking about it carefully. Whoosh! Fenjai jumped from the tree, fell down, looked at Kakashi and Guy, and said, "Are you going to continue practicing, or go eat something first?" Since Guy often challenges Kakashi and often practice together, Fenjai and Guy are also acquaintances. Although Guy and Might Day, the strange pair of father and son, can draw a strange look wherever they go, but for these two people Fengya didn't have the slightest thought of ridicule. An outburst of 8 inner gates, the Mist Shinobi 7 people were beaten up and down, and the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish and others who survived by chance cast a psychological shadow. Not to mention, a man whose 8 inner gates formation beat 6 paths Madara so hard that Kagaya-ji couldn't lift the coffin board. The most ashamed of all is that he has been playing the 8 inner gates idea. But having said that, the technique of 8 inner gates is difficult and difficult to say, neither difficult nor difficult. Almost any ninja can do it. It is one of the simple and rude typical physical skills, but it is only necessary to cultivate to ultimate. It's too difficult, and it takes years and months of almost hell-style exercise. It is precisely because of this that only people like Might Guy and Might Work can stand up to their temper and practice this extremely boring trick to ultimate. I just lost to Kakashi, so I will do 3,000 squats before I eat. After hearing Fengya's words, Guy responded to Fengya and immediately began to sit and squat in the court, ignoring the gaze of Kakashi next to him who wanted to complain. But seeing Guy immediately put into practice, Kakashi also shook his head, and said to Fenjai, "I'm not hungry yet, I want to continue practicing." He was not influenced by Guy, but stimulated by Fengya. Because Kaed Yoryuaki, who has the blood succession boundary, opened a long distance from him, if he didn't practice hard, he would probably be drawn further and further, which he absolutely couldn't accept. "Okay, then I will go to eat first, you practice." Fengya didn't care either. A normal person's work and rest time is completely out of sync with him, because he has the ability to accelerate time. He has to eat at least 5 meals a day, and the actual practice time is estimated to be more than the sum of Guy and Kakashi. Hokage office. On Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, there is a document about Kakashi's recent missions and actions. It is the 3rd time that Kakashi has clashed with the new team and is at odds with each other, making it difficult to carry out the mission normally. Kaitsuke Danzo is leaning on crutches, standing at Sarutobi Hiruzen's desk, and said solemnly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, It seems that you can't find a suitable place for the child, Sarutobi. In that case, it is better to hand him over. Give me. Sarutobi Hiruzen held his pipe in his mouth, glanced at Danzo, and said, "Are you going to train Shimo's child into a tool that has no emotions?" Danzo said blankly, "Leave it to me to train. He will not make the same mistakes as Shimao, and will become an excellent ninja beyond Shimao." Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted, stood up, and said, "Don't tell me that you came to me specially for this, Danzo." Danzo took a deep look at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, "No, I just happened to hear about Kakashi. This time I am here to ask you about your next attitude towards Kirigakure. Sarutobi, are you going to go to war, or?" Sarutobi Hiruzen took a cigarette, spit out a ring of smoke. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the sky far away. After a few seconds of pause, he said in a deep voice, "Take some shock. Their recent temptation is a bit too much. I will leave it to you. N.S. Good." Danzo nodded and walked out of the office, while saying, "Sarutobi, don't you waste that kid's talent. Hey, take Sakumo's two sons, Kaedia, forget it." Kakashi's talent revealed he does care a little, otherwise he won't mention it, but if Sarutobi Hiruzen disagrees, now he doesn't have so much time to deal with this thing. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't respond, until after Danzo left. He turned his head and glanced in the direction where Danzo had disappeared. He shook his head. Heitake Sakumo emerged in his mind and sighed. Shumo's death had a big impact on Konoha. The major ninja villages are now frequently testing Konoha, and there is also the reason why Konoha has lost the powerful combat power of White Fang. Kakashi was also affected by the death of Sakumo. No matter which team he was assigned to, he would conflict with his predecessors. It has been more than 2 years since graduation, and he has never been able to be placed in a suitable team. Danzo's proposal is also there is a reason. Your child is an excellent ninja, Shimao, but he is a little too immature in dealing with people. Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned. Heitake Sakumo's two children, Kaed and Kakashi. If Kaed can be called excellent, then Kakashi is undoubtedly a genius, as if he inherited Sakumo's talent, and may become the second Konoha's White in the future. Fang teeth. How to arrange Kakashi is a problem now. He has arranged a team for Kakashi several times so far, but every time he doesn't stay long, he will come to him. It is impossible to give Kakashi to Danzo. Although the roots are indeed suitable for Kakashi, if you do that, I am too sorry for the dead Sakumo. Before his death, Sakumo was very at odds with Danzo and would never want to see his son being cultivated by the roots as a tool. How about this? After many thoughts flashed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind, he finally made a decision and whispered to the empty roof, "Go and call Minato over." It is difficult for an ordinary jonin to hold Kakashi down, and the few jonin he thought of before that may be suitable are not compatible with Kakashi, so that only Namikaze Minato is left. After the death of Heitake Sakumo, Namikaze Minato was the only person in the village to succeed 4th Hokage. Namikaze Minato really needed to train some of his direct descendants, and it would be appropriate to give Kakashi this genius to Namikaze Minato. Yes. Umbu on the roof responded and disappeared quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen returned to the seat and sat down, took another cigarette, shook his head and said, unexpectedly, "I still have to trouble Minato in the end." Because of the tense situation in Ninja World, Namikaze Minato is needed in many places, so he thought of Minato early on, but he never made a decision. Now he went around and came back. He naturally didn't worry about giving it to Minato. After all, Minato was his favorite candidate to succeed the 4th Hokage, and teaching a genius boy was nothing more than pediatrics. While thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out a document. The file contains specific information about the students of some ninja schools in this year, listed in order of their relationship with Kakashi. The top one is Kaed's personal information, but Sarutobi Hiruzen just looked at it and put it aside. It's not appropriate for your brothers to be in the same team. What's more, Minato is still 4th Hokage's successor. If Maple has the same talent as Kakashi, you can ignore these in order to cultivate the younger generation of leaders, but now you need to consider the village's sound. Might Guy, Uchiha Obito, Nohara Linear. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment and made a choice. The first is Uchiha Obito, who handed this Uchiha clan's child to Minato, then the Uchiha clan would not have much objection to Minato's succession to Hokage. Finally, I will choose a child of the civilian class. Might Guy is a boy, so we ruled it out. Rin Nohara is the right choice, and a balance can be achieved from all aspects. Patter. After making a choice, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a cigarette and burst into laughter. Tang Tang Hokage, even thinking about the placement of a ninja, also deliberately intervened in the placement of students at the ninja school next year after graduation. However, Kakashi's talent is indeed worthy of attention, not to mention Namikaze Minato. It is more assured that he will decide the candidates himself. Basically, there will be no problems. After deciding on Kakashi's placement problem, Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't show much interest in other students. He put back the information file about Fenjai and others, and threw it aside. I hope Danzo's actions can stabilize Miss Shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked up to the ceiling and exhaled a puff of smoke. The real headache for him now is the situation in the ninja world. The friction between the big ninja villages is constant, and it is almost a situation centered on Konoha. There is no other reason. The country of fire is the country with the richest resources, and Konoha won in the Second Ninja World War and shared a great deal of interest. This is the reason why all the villages turned their attention to Konoha, but he can't make concessions in terms of interests. In the ninja world, if you give in once, there will be a second time. You must use strong means to fight against outside coveting in order to maintain peace. Sarutobi Hiruzen knows this too well. So if the situation really cannot return to stability, and the third ninja war must break out, then Konoha can only fight with all his strength and speak with war. Thought of this. There was a hint of coldness in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. Konoha, who had obtained abundant resources in World War II, has a solid and huge backbone. Although his top combat power has lost to Konoha's White Fang, his disciples Orochimaru and Jiraiya have grown into ninjas on their own, and there are also rising stars like Namikaze Minato, the leader. If there is a real war, Konoha will not be afraid of other villages. Ninja school. It was not time for morning class. At this time, the playground was full of hustle and bustle. Many tall and short teenagers could be seen gathering there, and the center surrounded by the crowd was scrambling. Fire style. Phoenix fire technique. A young man made a seal with his hands, opened his mouth to the people in front of him, and frightened a few people, but only a little flame came out. After a short pause, the teenagers opposite him suddenly laughed. Is this also called ninjutsu? Come on, beat him. Hole, show me the trick. There were about 7 or 8 teenagers fighting together. They all seemed to be students in the lower grades. They didn't know much about ninjutsu. They were just pure fights. 2 of them were a little older, and they fought in a decent way, even can see the release of clone technique and some other ninjutsu. Some of the crowd onlookers chanted cheers, and some were afraid that the world would not be chaotic. The scene seemed chaotic, because it was too early and no teacher Chunin came to take care of it. What are you looking at? Feng Ye appeared not far from the playground, glanced at the field, walked a few steps here, and stretched out his hand to pat on the shoulder of a figure outside the crowd. Shiri Hong was startled, turned her head to see Feng Ye, and immediately heaved a sigh of relief, and said, "Morning, Feng Ye." "Morning." Feng Yexi smiled and said, "Let's go to the classroom." He has no interest in watching children fighting. Shiri Hong glanced at the center of the melee, hesitated for a moment, and said, "That." Feng Ye looked at her. Shiri Hong said helplessly, "The sun is over there, it seems to have been beaten." Feng Ye said strangely, "Yang." Shiri Hong pointed to one of the few teenagers who were fighting in the field, and said, "Hey, it's him, his name is Shiri Yang, he is my uncle's cousin." Never heard of that. Feng Ye shrugged and was really not interested in characters who had no impression that they could not even count as a dragon, and said, "Boys fighting is too normal, you girls should not interfere. Anyway, teacher Chunin must be looking at this side, don't worry." "What? But..." Shiri Hong was a little helpless, and she was also a little tangled. No matter, it seemed a little unreasonable, but she didn't seem to have any reason to control it. Seeing that Shiri Hong was so entangled, Feng Ye curled his lips and took a step forward. With a simple knot in his hands, he pressed gently on the ground. Earth style. Earth movement technique. Oh, huh. Seeing Feng Jai's movements, Shiri Hong was surprised at first, and immediately felt the ground under her feet shake, because she had been prepared for a long time and didn't fall. However, the crowd gathered on the playground was suddenly swayed, and the few teenagers in the melee were also separated because of the sudden movement. "Feng Jai, you." Shiri Hong stabilized her figure. Before she finished speaking, she saw that Feng Ye had put her finger in front of her lips, made a silent gesture, and said with a small smile, "Okay, it shouldn't be possible to fight. Let's go." The many students who were stumbling around did not know what was happening for a while, thinking that there was an earthquake, which seemed a bit chaotic, and the previous melee was completely interrupted. But not all students are in chaos. A student in the crowd frowned and looked in Feng Ye's direction, apparently aware that the ground movement just now was Feng Ye's ninjutsu. What a mess. The boy shook his head. He looks a little younger than Kakashi, and wears clothes with the logo of the Yu Chiba clan. Although he is inconspicuous among the crowd, his name is still very loud. Uchiha Shisui. Unlike Uchiha Obito, Shisui is a genius who is hardly inferior to Uchiha Itachi. Before Mangekyo was turned on, he was able to make a name for himself in the Mist Shinobi battlefield. After opening his eyes, he received Mangekyo Sharinan, known as the strongest illusion, distinguished heavenly gods. It was not only Shisui and Shiri Hong who discovered that Feng Ye used the earth movement technique, but also Ye Yuenlin, who was also on the playground and looked at Feng Ye early in the morning. "Feng Jai, you are too messy." Lin never walked over and murmured at Feng Ye, and said, "But Feng Ye, you are so amazing. The earth movement technique seems to be a sea-level earth-style ninjutsu." "I didn't notice that Lin was here," Fenjai made a low-pitched gesture at her, smiled and said, I stole it from Kakashi, a trick. Uchiha Shisui looked at the scene here, curled his lips, and didn't intend to come over to say anything, so he turned and left, but before he could take a few steps, he stopped again. Not far away, a teenager who was wearing Uchiha clan costumes and goggles just like him was standing in front of Feng Ye, making a fist at Feng Ye, and said, Hey, Fenjai, let's have a showdown. It was Uchiha Obito who challenged the Maple Knight. Today, he rarely encountered any accidents on the road. He arrived at school early and was not late. As a result, he walked to the playground. At first glance, he saw Feng Ye and Lin talking and laughing there, and his mentality exploded on the spot. It just so happened that there seemed to be a fighting atmosphere on the playground, so Uchiha Obito angrily clenched his fists and looked for it. Boring. Fenjai glanced at Obito. He is really not interested in Obito before Blacken, and Obito before Blacken can be regarded as a kind and sunny boy, and Fenjai has no idea of bullying children. Damn it, stop me. However, seeing that Fenjai should not fight, Obito couldn't hold back anymore, and suddenly jumped to the front of Fenjai. Whoosh! Obito attacked in a rough motion. Feng Ye sighed and avoided Obito's attack sideways. He reached out and put his hand on Obito's shoulder. With a slight stroke, Obito lost his balance. He turned around in the air and fell awkwardly to the back. Seeing this scene, Lin covered her forehead. Shirihong was also speechless for a while. Does Obito really belong to the Uchiha clan? Uchiha's name is a little bit inconsistent. When adults mention the Uchiha clan, they are all in awe of the famous family, and almost all of the Uchiha clan members are geniuses, and they are among the best in each class, but the gap here in Obito is a bit big. However, as Yurihong's voice fell, a voice came from one side. I can't pretend that I didn't hear those words. Uchiha Shisui walked closer at some point and watched Yurihong speak calmly. Obito and him belong to the Uchiha clan, but the relationship is too far, he doesn't care much about it, but when it comes to the Uchiha clan, he can't ignore it. You are. Yurihong looked at Shisui for a moment, and said Uchiha Shisui. The name Uchiha Shisui is very resounding in the ninja school. All grades are first in the same level, and he even defeated a genin not long ago. This level is undoubtedly able to graduate early. In the eyes of many people, Shisui is the only genius of this generation who is close to Kakashi in talent. Noting the movement on the side of Shirihong, Feng Ye turned her head, and the first moment she looked at Shisui, she recognized the identity of the other party and tilted her head. Red shouldn't have the meaning of questioning the reputation of the Uchiha clan, and it is not too one-sided to question the famous clan alone. The Uchiha clan still has many geniuses. Shisui's expression slowed down when she heard Fenjai's words. Originally, he didn't intend to take care of Fenjai's affairs. There was no need for unnecessary conflicts. He just heard the words of Yurihong crossing the line slightly, and he spoke to alert the other party. However, in the next moment, Shisui's pupils suddenly shrank. Because a hand quietly rested on his shoulder, this made his body stiff in an instant. The owner of that hand was Feng Ye. How come? Shisui's pupils shrank violently, and there was an incredible flash of light. Feng Ye showed a harmless smile at Shisui, and took his hand back without saying a word, and walked towards the classroom. Not far behind him, the Maple Ye who stood in place and talked to Shisui for a moment dissipated as white smoke. Doppelganger. It is the clone that stays in place. In the previous moment, Feng Ye left a clone in the same place, and the main body was close to him in an instant. As a genius, Shisui naturally understood what was going on in an instant, but even if he did, he still couldn't help taking a breath. Clone technique and body flicker technique. How could it be so fast? Feng Ye's body turned into a clone, and appeared next to him. It was incredible fast. In other words, if he was in battle just now, he had been killed by Feng Ye in an instant, and he was killed if he still didn't understand the situation at all. This. Yurihong and Nohara Lin also froze for a while. They couldn't react for a while, or they didn't see clearly how Fenjai left a clone in place, and the main body came to Uchiha Shisui in an instant. The two women glanced at each other, and both saw a hint of shock in each other's eyes. After reacting, the two women glanced at Shisui, who was still staying in place, and then immediately chased him in the direction where Feng Ye had left. Shisui took a breath, forcibly calmed the waves in his heart, turned his head to look in the direction where Feng Ye had left. A little vibration still remained in his eyes. Everyone knows the name of Kakashi's genius, and Kaedia, who is used as a comparison, has always been labeled with evaluations such as general talent, ordinary, and no talent. At this moment, Shisui only wants to respond to these evaluations. Word. Blindly. Although he did not know Kakashi's strength, Shisui dared to conclude that Kaedia would never be much worse than Kakashi, or even stronger, based on Kaedia's means at that moment. Call. This kind of strength can't be obtained suddenly. That guy has been hiding himself and never deliberately revealed his talents. Even if he is criticized, he has not shaken. Shisui murmured in his heart. At this moment, his judgment on Feng Ye was terrible. Compared with the young and energetic Kakashi, the elder Heite Kadaya not only possesses terrible strength, but also has a calm, restrained and mature personality. Such a person is undoubtedly stronger than Kakashi. If I didn't want to test my strength as a genius, I'm afraid he wouldn't reveal anything. Shisui took a deep breath and felt that the name of genius he carried on his back had become a lot heavier for a while. I didn't hold it back for a while. Feng Ye, who returned to the classroom, shook his head and laughed. Because he was one of the geniuses in the original Uchiha Shisui, and his attitude towards Yurihong was a bit arrogant, so he couldn't hold it back for a while, and used a little trick to see if the future shimmering Shisui can react. But there is nothing to reveal. After all, it was already the tense situation on the eve of the Third Ninja World War, and sooner or later he would join the war. Fen Jai, you just after Feng Ye entered the classroom, Shirihong and others also chased in. As soon as they sat down beside Feng Ye, they couldn't help but speak to Feng Ye. Although I don't know what happened, Kaedia seemed to scare Uchiha Shisui just now. At that time, it was obvious that Uchiha Shisui's expression and eyes were stiff. Just now, I just said hello to Uchiha Shisui, don't worry. Feng Ye smiled. Shirihong looked at Feng Ye with her eyes open and said, but he was obviously scared by you. Feng Ye took out the textbook and put it on the table, thinking, well, it should be, after all, I have more than 2 years of experience in ninjutsu. Despite what Feng Ye said is simple, Shirihong knows that what happened before is definitely not that simple. Uchiha Shisui is a genius who is famous throughout the school. Being able to scare Uchiha Shisui is definitely something to show off. However, Fenjai didn't seem to have such a thing happening here, and Zai was still talking and laughing as usual, which made Shirihong admire Feng Ye more and more. Compared with the boys who show off with a little honor, Feng Ye's personal charm is undoubtedly almost at the top. Noting Shirihong's gaze, Feng Ye sighed softly in his heart. This look seemed to have planned to give him a baby. Shouldn't he be a little restrained? But he didn't seem to be doing too much. Ugh, it's nice to be young. Feng Ye would also like to join the life of Hokage World Ninja School with a rare chance, and enjoy the stress-free and sunny teenage time. He planned this from the beginning, but unfortunately he couldn't do it. No matter how you deliberately forget it, you will always think of the Third Ninja War, the invasion of Nine Tails, the destruction of Konoha by Pen. This is a dangerous world, a world that requires sufficient strength to enjoy peace. Feng Ye stretched out while leaning on the chair, and muttered as she looked out the window, if it's a daily world, it would be great. Shirihong tilted her head and looked over and said, Fenjai, did you say anything? No, something happened. Feng Ye shook his head, and immediately burst into laughter. Even if you really travel to the world like Yuen Mukong and Miss Kagaya, there will be various pressures to push forward, unless you stand at the top from birth. Being able to come to this world with the ability to manipulate time, and the start was before the Third Ninja World War, it was relatively peaceful Konoha, it was already a normal difficult start. If it was bloody and were in village, when they were in school, they had to fight each other, or even kill their companions, and then delete the ability to manipulate time. That was undoubtedly hell difficulty. Thinking of this in her mind, Kaed Yoryueki was waiting for today's test while refining chakra flowing in her body. Speaking of which, the cultivation method of 8 inner gates shouldn't be difficult. Feng Ye pondered, manipulating chakra in his body, trying to find out the exact location of the 8 inner gates in his body one by one according to the position of the 8 inner gates in his memory. He wanted to try if he could figure out the cultivation method of 8 inner gates by himself. The real difficulty of this forbidden technique lies in the diligence of each discipline, the accumulation over the years, not the initial development, otherwise Might Dai would not be able to find it out. To put it simply, 8 inner gates should be like writing a word repeatedly. It only takes perseverance to write it countless times to be a master, while the ninjutsu such as the Ghoul Seal and Flying Thunder God is like the world. Grade-level mathematical conjectures can't be done without talent. Although 8 inner gates is simple to get started, Genin can also develop physical skills, but it is not completely inferred by Fen Jai in a short moment. He found the 8 corresponding positions of the 8 inner gates in his body, but how to exercise to make it loose and how to control its free opening and closing is the real key of 8 inner gates. Still need to practice and try. Feng Ye pondered. He is considering whether to take a shortcut from Might Dai. If he is more stable, it is best to ask Might Dai for advice. After all, no matter how simple and rude, it is also a forbidden technique, and some risks may be encountered during the development process. The morning test is an integrated test of physical skills, including tree climbing, load-bearing running, and other combination items, but this is not difficult for the students of the ninja school. Even Obito passed the test relatively easily. Feng Ye returned home after the test. After finishing the meal, Feng Ye left the house again and looked for Might Dai and Might Guy in Konoha. Unfortunately, Might Dai seemed to be on the mission, and Might Guy alone was the only one in peacetime. I often practice in a place where I practice. Without finding Might Dai, there was no way to make an encounter to ask for advice. Feng Ye didn't worry, and returned to the residence again, picked up the chakra knife and white fang, and walked towards the back mountain of the village. This time it should be almost When he came to the place where he usually practiced, Feng Ye held the chakra knife White Fang, and after a light breath, did not separate the shadow clone, but directly used the body to exercise. After the battle with Kakashi yesterday, when he returned home to continue practicing Heitake, he felt that he could vaguely touch the threshold of chakra's flow. Konoha's White Fang has 2 stages of Heitake sword art in the ninja world. The key core of the first stage is the chakra flow. The so-called chakra flow means that chakra in the body can be attached to the weapon in a flowing manner, amplifying the sharpness and attack of the weapon. Once the master has this ability, then the power of Heitake's sword art will get a skyrocket. As for the core of the second stage, it is the advanced version of chakra flow, that is, the shape change of chakra. The flowing chakra can be solidified, and it has a sharp shape itself. With the use of Heitake, the power will increase further. Regardless of the cultivator's own level of strength, as long as the master is in the first stage, he must have the Chunin strength, and when the master is in the second stage, he must have the Jonin strength. As for going further, it depends on personal talent. Regardless of the ability of Jonin to complete the training, I think Heitake's sword technique is very general, but in fact, it can surpass Heitake's sword technique. Almost all of them are forbidden technique and profound level. Like Flying Thunder God, it is not an ordinary person who can master it all. Kaed Yoryuaki has never relaxed the practice of Heitake's sword art. It is precisely because Heitake's sword art uses chakra itself, which is a very powerful means of manipulation, and Heitake's sword art does not conflict with most physical techniques, even if it is the 8 inner gate state, or sage mode, can all use Heitake's sword art normally. Laugh. Feng Ye kept swinging his knife and slashing, and he could vaguely see a layer of white light flowing on the White Fang. He shuddered constantly during the swing, leading to a trajectory. This exercise lasted for several hours before Feng Ye stopped. After returning to the village for a meal, he returned to continue practicing. 7 hours, 8 hours, 9 hours. In the state of accelerating 3 times the time, Feng Ye continued to do the most basic training exercises of Heitake's sword art, and combined the unfamiliar chakra flow into it. As time goes by, the roughness gradually becomes smooth, the unfamiliarity gradually becomes proficient, until at a certain moment, Feng Ye suddenly swipes a knife, feeling that the chakra flowing on the blade almost reaches a perfect fit with the direction of the blade, and then stopped. That's it. A ray of light flashed in Feng Ye's eyes, and he carefully understood the state just now, and then swiped forward again, still achieving a perfect slash. After trying dozens of times in a row and confirming that her proficiency finally reached the target, Feng Ye took a long breath and relaxed a little. The first stage of Heitake's sword technique is completed. Look at the power. After Feng Ye calmed down for a while, he came to a wooden stake. After his eyes flashed, he took a step forward. With a sudden wave of Chakra's short sword in his hand, the white light flashed across the void. Laugh. About to hold the thick wooden stake, under Fenjai's knife, it was like tofu, passing through without the slightest obstruction, and half of the wood slipped silently from the right side. It's really amazing. With the White Fang Chakra knife, when you encounter an opponent who doesn't have mastered Chakra flow, you should be able to cut off the opponent's suffering. Looking at the power of this blow, Feng Ye murmured. There is no problem with White Fang's indication. By virtue of the first stage of Heitake's swordsmanship, he can indeed possess Chunin level strength, and may have an advantage against ordinary Chunin. Feng Ye's strength had already reached Chunin level by virtue of ninjutsu and physique for a long time, and now he is the master of Heitake's swordsmanship at the first stage. Even under normal circumstances, he is already considered an elite Chunin. Next is the double speed state. After Feng Ye exhaled, a ray of light flashed in his eyes. Just cutting off the corner of the stake is a normal slash. In the state of double speed, Heitake's sword art can undoubtedly exert a stronger power. Quietly, Feng Ye entered a state of triple speed. If you stand not far away, you can see that Feng Jai at this moment seems to have entered a strange fast-forward state, and the whole person's movements, including the breathing rate, appear to be abnormal. In this state, Feng Ye held the chakra knife White Fang, and after releasing the chakra flow, he suddenly slashed towards the wooden stake in front of him. Laugh. This knife is already fast enough to bring up after images at the triple speed state. Almost for an instant, you could see the white arc like sword light in the after image, which flashed away, directly penetrating the thick wooden stakes. A trace of shock flashed in Feng Ye's eyes. Under the accelerated state of time, the attack range of his slash had already extended beyond the blade's blade, and he slashed a slash that was nearly a foot long. This is what the second stage of Heitake's sword art can do. Depressing the shock in his heart, Feng Ye walked around the stump to the back, clearly seeing a line from the center, dividing the stump in two, and leaving a trace on the ground. It should be inferior to the real second stage of Heitake's swordsmanship in terms of power, but in a state of time doubled speed, relying on chakra flow and Heitake's swordsmanship can indeed extend the slashing range. After Feng Ye took a breath, she had a position on her level of strength. Special Jonin who is good at speed type. It may be hard to say for those special jonin who are good at illusion arts and possess forbidden technique, but for ordinary chunin and even elite chunin, with his strong speed, it is enough to kill opponents in a very short time. And the power of being good at speed is that he is not very afraid of having more than one enemy. The special jonin who is generally good at illusion or master forbidden technique may not be able to deal with 3 or 4 elite chunin teaming up, but if he is replaced by him, even if he can't kill the opponent quickly, his speed is enough to make 7 entries and 7 exits, and advance and retreat freely. The improvement of the level of strength will undoubtedly bring joy. But this joy did not last long, and Fenjai gradually calmed down, because he knew that the special jonin also had the title of jonin, but he was in an embarrassing situation, because all aspects of ability are not balanced enough to reach the real jonin's level, so in terms of self-protection ability in battle, it is much worse than the real jonin. Still lacking. Fang Ye pondered. Without the physique of the Uzumaki clan, and the tail beast in his body, his current chakra volume is strictly speaking the level of the elite chunin, and there is still a big gap between jonin. Needless to say, physical strength. How much physical strength can a body of about 10 years old have? When time is accelerating, physical strength is also expended. If you learn 8 inner gates again, you will really become a 5-second man. Fang Ye felt helpless when he thought of this. Before getting the body of the immortal, physical strength and chakra would have always been his shortcomings, and the body of the immortal was not something he could consider now. But think about it carefully, as long as the strength that bursts out in a short moment is strong enough, then even if there is no stamina, it is nothing, like Namikaze Minato, which can cut 50 jonin in an instant. Even if the chakra volume is short, it does not hinder the golden flash. Famous shocking ninja world. It seems that my fighting style in the future is to solve the battle in an instant. Fang Ye murmured silently. Regardless of whether the endurance is short or not, the 8 inner gates still needs to be practiced. With the superposition of the 8 inner gates and the time acceleration state, he is truly the capital to solve the battle at the speed of light. As long as the speed is as fast as ultimate, what about the lack of endurance? It doesn't take long to fight. I should be no worse than the elite chunin under normal conditions. With the triple speed state, I can be regarded as a special jonin. If you want to go further, there are 3 directions. Fang Ye groaned in her heart. The first direction of improvement is the most common direction, that is, step-by-step physical exercises, chakra practice, and the use of time to double the speed to make the body grow faster. When the body grows to the age of about 12 or 13 years old, you will probably be able to have jonin, class chakra and physical skills. Learn another jonin level standard ninjutsu, and he is a standard jonin under normal circumstances. As for the second direction of improvement, it is to continue to practice Heitake sword art. If you can complete the second stage of Heitake sword art, even if chakra volume and physical skills are still lacking, you can still have jonin level strength with the power of White Fang. Finally, the third improvement direction is 8 inner gates. It's better to have fellow practitioners in the 3 directions. Fang Ye made a judgment. Ordinary people, choosing one of the directions for improvement is the right way to work hard, because they don't have enough time to go 3-line parallel, which will lead to more greed and not chewing. Each of them will not be grandmaster in the end, and the overall strength is extremely mediocre. But he is different. With the ability to accelerate time, he has more time to practice. In the future, the ability of Unreal Clock will continue to improve, and perhaps it will be able to achieve 4 times the speed, 5 times the speed. In that case, he is absolutely qualified to follow the 3 routes. Set a small goal and become jonin in 6 months. Fang Ye clenched his fists and took a breath. Jonin. Jonin here refers to jonin level strength under normal conditions. With this kind of strength under normal conditions, he might be able to kill jonin like chopping vegetables like Namikaze Minato under the condition of 3 times the speed or even 4 times, 5 times the time acceleration. Only by reaching this level can they have a certain degree of self-protection in the Third Ninja World War that broke out at that time, and they will not simply die suddenly because of some accidents. Leaving the place of practice, Fang Ye returned to the village. The guard has become a little tighter again. Compared with the previous 2 days, there are obviously more ninjas on the streets today, and the frequency of patrols has also become more. This is just a matter of fact. Kanaha Umbu in the dark, and the monitoring force directly belonging to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, are mostly staring at every corner of the village closely, searching for enemy spies who may sneak into the village. Feng Ye could detect that there were eyes falling on him, and seemed to have conducted a review of him and confirmed that there was nothing wrong, before the feeling of being watched quietly disappeared. The feeling of being secretly monitored is naturally very bad, but the tense period before the ninja war is unavoidable. Each village is sending out spies to spy on intelligence. Because of the frequent problems of cultivation under the accelerated time, the ingredients in the refrigerator are consumed very quickly, so it needs to be replenished every 1 or 2 days. Fenjai walks to the street where the ingredients are sold and intends to replenish the ingredients again. Did not take a few steps. A somewhat familiar voice came from the meat shop next door. Feng Ye looked sideways and saw a familiar figure holding a bag, standing in front of the shop owners selling beef, staring at the boss. What, the price of beef has risen to 450 yuan, hey, this is too expensive, Might Dai complained unacceptably. The shop owner said helplessly, the purchase price is already very high. This is not what I want to make money for. Affected by the tension in the ninja world, prices have undoubtedly started to rise. Although the Konoha village is relatively stable, the various channels for Konoha to purchase supplies have become tense, even in order to worry about being attacked by the enemy village ninjas. Some large quantities of materials need ninja escort, which also increases the consumption of manpower and material resources. Too expensive. Might Dai scratched his hair, and it hurt for a while. He is just a genin, and because he can't find anyone willing to form a team, he can take on few tasks. The price increase is undoubtedly a realistic blow to him, but his son Might Dai is in a period of growth and development. A meal of meat is almost necessary. After struggling for a while, Might Dai still bought a piece of beef, but reduced some of the weight, thinking that it would not be a big problem to eat less. The situation is difficult. Feng Ye muttered while watching Might buy meat. It's okay on his side. Although Sakumo passed away, he still left a lot of inheritance, enough to support him and Kakashi for several years. In addition, Kakashi has been promoted to Chunin to be self-sufficient for the time being. There is no need to worry about prices. But having said that, Might wearing the 8th gate can beat the Mist Shinobi 7th. If you open the 7th gate, you should have the strength of the Jonin level. If you don't mention becoming a Jonin, it's okay to be promoted to Chunin. It's just that almost none of the tasks Might Dai performs are battles. They are cleaning up trash, looking for lost cats, and so on. There is no room to play. So Konoha has never been aware of the strength of Might Dai. After thinking a little bit, Feng Ye quickly bought a few ingredients and returned home all the way. After a simple meal, he left home again and looked for Might Dai. It didn't take long. Feng Jai found Might Dai. As he expected, Might Dai, who had returned from the mission, started to practice together after having dinner with Guy. The two were running in circles around Konoha. Feng Ye thought for a while, walked in the other direction, and started to run around Konoha. After a while, he ran naturally with Might Dai and Might Guy and his son. You are also working out, Guy. Feng Ye greeted Guy. Guy also saw Feng Ye, and he gave Feng Ye a thumbs up as he ran, and said, of course I have to make 50 laps to adjust my state after dinner. This is youth. Might wearing almost the same action, followed Guy with a thumbs up, neatly, expressing agreement with Guy's statement, showing a mouthful of white front teeth. This scene made the people on both sides of the street show weird looks. Feng Ye was also a little helpless. Can we not be so weird? It made him be watched by others, and he could still vaguely hear the words, someone was mixed up with the father and son, which made Feng Ye feel helpless in her heart. Guy ran and asked Feng Jai, yes, what about Kakashi, haven't you exercised together? Guy still pays more attention to Kakashi than Feng Ye. It should be done alone. Kaedia knew that Kakashi would not take up quests in the last few days, but if he was not at home, he must have gone to practice somewhere, and he rarely practiced with Kakashi. Guy gestured another thumb at Feng Ye, and bared his teeth, that's it. I didn't expect you to do this kind of basic exercise. The foundation is also very important. Feng Ye smiled, and then said thoughtfully, I have been exercising physical skills recently. I feel that there are some boundaries in my body that can be broken. I don't know if you feel it. Guy looked at Feng Ye suspiciously, and said, boundary? Do you mean the limit of exercising to the exhaustion? Do not. Feng Ye glanced at Might Dai next to him inadvertently, and continued to point at Guy, it's not the limit, but the shackles that seem to bind the strength of the body. Hearing Feng Ye's words, Guy became more confused, but when he was about to ask, Might Dai on the side couldn't help but speak. He looked at Feng Ye in awe, and said, as expected of Kakashi's brother, this I feel the existence of the 8th gate at a young age. This is not something that can be done with just effort. 8th gate. Feng Ye looked at Might Dai pretendingly. Might Dai has a straightforward personality and no concealment. He smiled and said, after the physical exercise reaches a certain level, you can feel the shackles in the body. I call these shackles 8th gate. Once the shackles are broken, can burst out extraordinary power. Hearing what Might Dai said, Guy looked at Might Dai in surprise. He had never heard of this before, and the ninja teacher at the school hadn't taught it. Does Dad still use this kind of physique? Certainly. Might Dai gave a thumbs up and said, this is the only stunt I have achieved in 20 years of hard training. I plan to teach it to you after you grow up for a while. Feng Ye looked at Might Dai and asked, although I can feel the shackles, if I break it forcibly, it may cause some damage, right? Might Dai nodded and looked at Feng Ye. His expression became a little serious, and said, to be honest, I don't recommend that you try to open the 8th gate in your body at this age, but since you can perceive the existence of the 8th gate, it means you should. It's also the threshold to practice 8 inner gates. Might Dai didn't even consider the idea of keeping secrets, or he wanted to pass on the 8 inner gates trick, but he was just a genin, except for his son Might Guy. Even if he wanted to find someone to teach him, no one wants to listen at all. Hearing Feng Ye's advice at this moment, Might Dai almost uttered a few key points in the cultivation of 8 inner gates, making Feng Ye immediately clear. Thank you, senior, for your advice. Feng Ye stopped, showing a trace of gratitude and a smile, and saluted Might Dai seriously. Seeing Feng Ye's appearance, Might chuckled and said, "Don't be so polite. My experience can help you. After all, I'm Guy's classmate. I didn't expect anyone to listen to my Genin's experience in body art. Your youth." The first half of the sentence was normal, but the second half of the sentence immediately turned into the ditch. Might Guy looked at Might Dai in a puzzled manner and said, "Dad, what is 8 inner gates? Can I learn it?" Might Dai recovered from the tears-like emotions, and patted a Guy's shoulder vigorously, and said, "Your practice is not at home yet, let's go. After running 50 laps first, I will tell you 8 inner gates." While talking, Dai Might led Guy to continue running, and the two of them quickly ran farther and farther in the strange gaze nearby. Feng Ye wanted to run with him for a while, but shook his head helplessly. Never mind. The cultivation method of 8 inner gates has finally been obtained, and it is indeed as easy as I expected, but it is a little bit sad. I will find a chance to repay it later. After Feng Ye thought for a while, he returned home and sorted out the cultivation methods of 8 inner gates based on the key points mentioned by Might Dai and his own exploration of physical skills. The key to practicing 8 inner gates is to break the 8 gate yoke in the body. If you break it forcibly, it will inevitably cause damage to the meridians in the body, so you need to do some practice and exercise in advance to adapt, and this kind of exercise is load exercise. Early stage practice can use some props, such as weight bearing, to keep the body in a state of being under pressure at all times. In this way, after eliminating the pressure, the body's adaptability to breaking the 8 gate yoke will be improved. The practice of 8 inner gates is to repeat this process. So I need to buy some weight. Feng Ye flipped through the ninja at home and found some weight, but the weight was not too large. It was fine for ordinary practice, but it was not suitable for the initial practice of 8 inner gates. There is no problem if there is no weight. The most important thing in Ninja Village is the ninja. It is not a problem to buy a weight-bearing ninja with Shumo's leftover funds. Soon, Feng Ye, who spent a lot of money, bought a load. Different from the weights used by Xiao Li in the original book, the weights he bought are separate, from the vest to the wrists to the legs, which is a whole set. I don't know what it is made of. This weight is unscientific. After studying the load, Feng Ye came to the conclusion that this thing belongs to the category of unscientific, just like the decapitation sword that can grow by blood-sucking, and the Kuzena sword that can be extended indefinitely. It is made by some special methods. It's so heavy. After wearing all of them, I can obviously feel that the whole body is heavier, and even walking is not stable enough, and it takes a while to gradually adapt. After purchasing the ninja and the training method, after everything was ready, Feng Ye slept first. With time accelerating, about 2.5 hours later in the real world, he woke up and ate a meal. To the usual practice site. Fenjai's usual practice place is located in the back mountain of Kanaha. This is also the place where many people usually practice, but now it is night, quietly empty. Under the moonlight, Feng Ye began to practice hard. 8 inner gates is nothing more than hard training to achieve results. There is no shortcutting, there is no whimsical permanent opening, reverse training. Those are basically nonsense. It is impossible at all. Actual operation. 4 hours passed. Feng Ye didn't know when he had already taken off his load, and was resting on a rock. His clothes had obviously been thoroughly drenched with sweat, and his whole body seemed to be fished out of the water. The practice of 8 inner gates is far more difficult than usual ninjutsu exercises and physical exercises. Although Fenjai has time to accelerate this ability, it is only his time relative to the outside world that accelerates. The entire practice process does not exist. A shortcut can be copied. This is the 7th time to rest. Although the body has almost recovered, Feng Ye still leaned there and didn't want to stand up. 4 hours, at 3 times the acceleration, is equivalent to 12 hours. It's almost done, go back to sleep and then continue. Feng Ye felt that he was mentally fatigued, and gave up his plan to continue. He stood up, cleaned up the load he had taken off, and planned to go back to rest. But at this moment, he suddenly stunned, stopped the movement in his hand, put the load aside again, and pricked his ears. I could faintly hear a voice coming from among the trees. Someone seems to be moving between the woods. It was already midnight, and it was probably not a good thing to meet a living person in the woods at this time. Feng Ye frowned slightly, his expression gradually becoming vigilant. Although he didn't know who it was, he didn't want to meet the other party. Hearing the movement, the other party seemed to be moving towards this side, just passing by. Fenjai judged the position of the opponent, and turned a half circle around the rock to the back. This angle should be able to avoid. The footsteps from the woods swished past one side, and gradually disappeared into the distance. It seemed that he didn't find him and passed by in a hurry. However, almost at the next moment when the sound of footsteps disappeared into the distance, a few silver lights flashed abruptly in the sky under the curtain of night. With the sound of breaking through the air, 7 or 8 shurikens accurately fell toward Feng Jai's hiding position, blocked all the directions that Feng Ye could avoid. Dry, Feng Ye cursed secretly. He had already held the chakra knife in his right hand and spurred a few backhands. At the same time he shot the shuriken that was rushing forward. The whole person jumped and fell onto the top of the rock. Look in the direction where the sword flies. A figure could be clearly seen in that direction, and the moonlight reflected the other's forehead protector. Although the sign on it was not Konoha, it was still familiar to Maple Ya. Mist Shinobi. Ninja from Kirigakure. It turned out to be a kid. Lin Chinyu also looked at Feng Ye, with a cold flash in his eyes, and then rushed towards Feng Ye in the next instant, and drew out a short sword, slashing towards Feng Ye. He is Kirigakure's scout, the perceptual elite Chunin, who spent some time sneaking into the territory of the Land of Fire, intending to try to sneak into Konoha, only to perceive the existence of Maple Ya. He was shocked for the first time and thought he was in an ambush, but after careful perception, he found that only Kaed Yoryuki was alone, and chakra was not very volatile, so after a moment of thinking, he decisively used a clone to continue making footsteps to attract attention. Power, and a wave of sneak attacks on Feng Ye. Feng Ye blocked his attack and made him a little surprised, but when he saw that Feng Ye looked like a kid about 10 years old, he breathed a sigh of relief and acted decisively. Must be fast. This place is very close to Konoha, and the fighting is more dynamic and lasts longer. It will be very dangerous. You must quickly kill Maple Ya, and then try to sneak in. The village is not safe anymore. It seems that I can't come here to practice at night. Looking at Lin Chinyu, who had no intention of communicating, came up with murderous intent, Feng Ye's thoughts flashed, and she waved her ninja sword, White Fang, to block it. Ding ding dong dong. The ninja sword White Fang in Feng Ye's hand crossed with the short sword in Lin Chinyu's hand under the night. Sparks splashed, and the sound of gold and iron cried out. In an instant, the two had a dozen moves. Lin Chinyu also revealed his killing intent from the beginning. After these dozens of moves, he has become surprised, because the little devil in front of him is not as capable as he expected. Simple solution. Silver-haired kid, using Chakra's short sword. Is it the son of the White Fang in the intelligence? A gleam of light flashed in Lin Chinyu's eyes. There should be nothing wrong. The reputation of Heide Kakashi's genius has spread to Konoha, and it is undoubtedly on their Kirigakure assassination list, because no one wants to see Konoha's White Fang appear again. As long as you get rid of this little devil, it is a great achievement. Even if you have not spied any information, you can return to the village directly. Compared to taking a huge risk to sneak into Konoha, the option of killing a kid is undoubtedly much better, and he has been discovered by Feng Jai, and it is impossible to sneak into Konoha without killing Feng Jai. Whoosh! Thinking of this, Lin Chinyu's killing intent skyrocketed. He didn't hesitate. After a confrontation, he took advantage of the momentum to jump back, but short sword in his mouth, and quickly sealed his hands. Ninfa. Mist Shinobi technique. Wind style. Gale technique. Before the white haze spread, Feng Jai seemed to predict in advance, and almost simultaneously released a wind style. A gust of wind instantly dispersed the haze that hadn't had time to spread, although it still blocked a little sight, but the impact has been reduced a lot. Lin Chinyu also frowned slightly, but still killed Feng Ye in the smog. For Feng Ye, this is the first actual combat in the true sense. It is truly life-threatening. Ordinary people may be timid because of this. The original strength can't be half of the performance, but at this moment Feng Ye has calmed down to the ultimate. The reason is very simple. On the one hand, he confirmed the opponent's strength. On the other hand, in the state of triple speed, everything in front of him is equivalent to 3 times slower, including Lin Chinyu's movements. The blade of the shinobi White Fang in Feng Ye's hand had a gleam of luster on the blade. White Fang empty. Looking at Lin Chinyu who had invaded in the faint haze, Feng Ye's eyes flashed with cold light, and the speed that she had not fully deployed before was instantly increased to the limit. In Lin Chinyu's eyes, Feng Ye's whole body was seen. At an almost bizarre speed, the chakra short sword in his hand seemed to bring a residual image and cut it towards him. Lin Chinyu's expression changed. How could it be so fast? Such a thought flashed in his mind, but at this time there was no time to have other thoughts. Facing the almost terrifying speed that Kaed Yoryuki showed instantly, he could only do his best and swung his short sword to greet him. Kang! The short sword in Lin Chinyu's hand was comparable to Feng Ye's short sword White Fang before it fell. It held the blade of White Fang and let out a creak. Blocked. This thought flashed in Lin Chinyu's heart, but it only existed for a moment, and his whole person completely solidified in place, and a glimmer of disbelief flashed in his eyes. I saw it. A clear bloodline, along the center of Mist Shinobi forehead protector, spread all the way from his forehead to the back of his head. His short sword blocked the actual blade, but he did not expect that the attack distance of Feng Ye's blade was not limited to the blade, but also extended a 1-foot aircut distance from the blade. This is the Heitake sword art of the shocking ninja world. There are countless ninjas who died under this trick in World War II, and even knowing the effect is just as difficult to fight against. At the last moment before his consciousness disappeared, Ringo Yu also recalled the fear of countless ninjas being dominated by the chakra short sword White Fang. He never thought that a kid like Feng Ye would already be the master. Quietly, Lin Qin Yu also shook, and the body fell downward. Looking at the corpse of Lin Qin Yu who fell to the ground, Feng Ye slowly put down the White Fang in his hand and sighed. Why bother? Must force him to kill. Obviously, he only wanted to practice silently to the level of Jonin, but was forced to kill, disrupting the rhythm of practice, which made Kaed Yoryuaki speechless. Whoosh! Without checking Lin Qin Yu's body, Feng Ye jumped forward, picked up his belongings, and quickly left towards the distance. The opponent is Mist Shinobi's scout. It is impossible to carry any important things or information with him. It is impossible to fight near Konoha without being noticed by Konoha's ninja. Leave the rest to Konoha's ninja. Almost shortly after Feng Ye left, whoosh, whoosh, several ninja figures appeared in the place where they were fighting before, all wearing various animal masks. They were the Umbu ninjas who belonged directly to 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. There, one of the perception ninjas flashed his eyes and saw Lin Qin Yu's body. He did not approach directly, but quickly threw out a shuriken and nailed it to Lin Qin Yu's body, confirming the other party has died. Seeing this, the other two Umbu also approached from both sides. Died. One of them squatted down and after confirming that Lin Qin Yu was also dead, he turned his body over, facing up, and saw Kirigakure's forehead protector on the other's forehead. The three Umbu ninjas glanced at each other, and there was a surprise in their eyes. The ninja who thought it was Konoha was attacked and killed. I didn't expect it to be the ninja in the enemy village. It seemed that he should be a character like a scout, but I don't know who killed it. This guy should be Mist Shinobi's elite shinin. The squatting man quickly checked the corpse, a strange color flashed in his eyes, turned his head to look at his companion, and said, "It has only been less than a minute since you perceived the battle here, right?" The perceptual ninja frowned. The elite scout who can solve Kirigakure in such a short period of time should be Jonin in our village, but I don't have any impression of that breath, and he left after killing Mist Shinobi's ninja? Doesn't seem to be going to meet us. The ninja who squatted down to examine the corpse also showed a pensive expression, but immediately he was taken aback, staring at Lin Qin Yu's head wound, and a look of surprise flashed in his eyes. Said, "This wound. What's wrong?" Both companions looked over. The Umbu ninja who inspected the corpse hesitated for a few seconds before he was a little uncertain. "I've seen this kind of wound. It should be the scar left by Master Shumo's sword skills." Impossible. Master Shumo was already 2 years ago. The two Umbu ninjas next to him almost all reacted in the same way. The ninja who inspected the corpse was also a little unbelievable, and after careful confirmation several times, he said, "This kind of injury is definitely caused by Master Shumo's sword skills, but it should not be Master Shumo's handwriting, otherwise, together with this forehead protector they should all be cut off." Hearing this judgment, several Umbu ninjas looked at each other. Heitake sword art is a secret art that the Heitake family does not spread. Just like the shadow mystery art of the Nara clan and the essence mystic art of the Yamanaka clan, there are only a handful of people who will use it after Heitake Shumo's death. Tidy up and report to Master Hokage. Good. After several Umbu ninjas made their judgments, they quickly returned to the village. The death of a scout in an enemy village is not a big deal under this tension, and it will not wake up Sarutobi Hiruzen in the middle of the night, so it was not until the next morning that Sarutobi Hiruzen who came to Hokage's office learned about last night. Things that happened. Kirigakure's elite scout died under the Heitake sword technique, and the battle lasted only a minute. After hearing Umbu's report, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised for a while. Kirigakure's elite scouts can sneak into the vicinity of Konoha. At least they need to be an elite shinin, and to kill an elite shinin in 1 minute, at least Jonin can do it, but the problem is that Konoha shouldn't be able to use it now. Jonin of Heitake's sword art is right. Is it him? Kakashi flashed through Sarutobi Hiruzen's mind. There was a shock in my heart for a while. Kill a Mist Shinobi scout in 1 minute. When has Kakashi grown to this level? He is less than 8 years old now. Although I couldn't believe it, after thinking about it carefully, I couldn't find any other qualified person. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but take a breath and said, "Where is Kakashi? Go find him. I have something to ask him." "Yes." Umbu next to him responded and disappeared quickly. After a while, Kakashi appeared outside Hokage's office, walked in, and said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "Hokage-sama, you are looking for me." Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked in front of Kakashi, looked at Kakashi's kind smile, with admiration in his eyes, and said, "Recently, you have improved a lot in practice. I didn't expect you to be able to use Shumo's sword at this age. To this degree." Kakashi was startled. Sarutobi Hiruzen patted Kakashi on the shoulder, and said, "Seeing you is like seeing Sakumo when you were young. Do you have anything to report to me?" Kakashi looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen in confusion, hesitated for a moment, and said, "Hokage-sama, what do you mean?" Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly surprised, and then smiled again. Unexpectedly, the young and energetic Kakashi also learned to hide himself. It seems that he has finally grown up. It may not be long before Kakashi can truly take on the responsibility of Jonin. If I knew that, there is no need for Minato to teach Kakashi. Click. Sarutobi Hiruzen raised his hand and threw a forehead protector to Kakashi. Kakashi stretched out his hand to catch it, and saw that it was a Kirigakure forehead protector. There was a residual bloodline on the top of the forehead protector, and a white line at the center, which seemed to have been cut by a sharp blade. After being inexplicably thrown by Sarutobi Hiruzen a forehead protector, Kakashi became even more puzzled. The whole person fell into a confused state and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Haven't remembered yet. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the teacup and took a sip of tea. Knowing how to hide oneself is a good thing, but when he has known it, what he should do now is to report the specific situation to him, Hokage. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, Kakashi's thoughts flashed in his mind, but he couldn't remember anything related to this forehead protector. After hesitating for a long time, he finally couldn't help saying, "Master Hokage, what is this forehead protector?" Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. Unexpectedly, Kakashi would have to hide it, so he said faintly, "The battle last night, let me explain the specifics." Last night, Kakashi was taken aback for a moment, and immediately said with a serious expression, "Master Hokage, I have been at home last night and have not experienced any fighting." At this moment, Kakashi immediately thought whether someone disguised himself as him, sneaked into the village and did something. This kind of thing is undoubtedly very serious, but he is not panicked, because he is indeed at home all the time. Even if something happens, it is completely able to withstand the investigation. Always home? Sarutobi Hiruzen paused for a moment with his teacup hand, and looked at Kakashi a little surprised, feeling that Kakashi's appearance didn't seem to be pretending to be stupid. After being taken aback for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen made a gesture, and an Umbu ninja quickly appeared in the office. He turned to look at the Umbu, and said in a deep voice, "Call the patrol team over and report on the patrol situation last night." Yes, the Umbu ninja disappeared quickly. After a while, several Umbu wearing masks appeared in the office and reported. Kakashi talked with the Umbu ninja who reported from time to time. After some comparisons, it was confirmed that he had not left the house last night. After confirming that Mist Shinobi's scout was not beheaded by Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a confused look. He pondered carefully, but he did not remember Heitake Shushige who taught Heitake sword art to anyone else. Kakashi, has Sakumo received any disciples before, and has he taught sword skills? Not sure. Kakashi shook his head. Heitake Sakumo used to be the captain of Konoha Umbu and the frontline commander of the Second Ninja War. He rarely talks about these matters with him. Kakashi asked suspiciously, "Hokage-sama, what happened?" Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned for a while, and briefly talked about the previous events. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's description, Kakashi was startled at first, but soon thought of something, slightly widened his eyes and opened his mouth slightly. Sarutobi Hiruzen noticed Kakashi's expression and said, "What did you think of that?" Well, Kakashi hesitated. He had guessed that Kaedia probably did it, hesitated to explain. Sarutobi Hiruzen saw that Kakashi clearly knew something, frowned, and said, "Tell me what you know carefully." Kakashi thought that Fenjai didn't tell him about it yesterday, maybe he didn't intend to let him conceal it, and said, "If that's the case, maybe I know who did it." "Who?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi. "My brother, Feng Ye." Kakashi replied in a low voice, meditating in his heart that it was none of his business. Hearing Kakashi's response, Sarutobi Hiruzen was stunned for a moment, and said in a daze, "Who do you mean?" Kakashi repeated it silently. Hearing this answer, not only Sarutobi Hiruzen, but also an Umbu squad leader standing next to the office, and a Jonin who was about to report, all showed a bit of amazement. "Fenjai?" Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kakashi in astonishment and said, "Are you sure?" "Kakashi, that was Mist Shinobi's elite scout, and the battle ended within a minute." Now that Kaedia has been sold, Kakashi simply said, "Although I don't know the specific battle process, he is indeed possible to do that. My brother has always been stronger than me." Cough. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but coughed and sat down. In this case, it should be impossible for Kakashi to lie, because it is meaningless to lie. Asking Fenjai to come over and verify it briefly, but he needs a little time to receive this information. Kaedia, stronger than Kakashi. It is normal that the elder brother is stronger than the younger brother, but it is an extraordinary thing for Kaedia and Kakashi. You know, Kakashi is Konoha's rare genius for many years, just like the young Konoha's white Fanja Heitake Sakumo. If all this is true, it means that Fenjai, an 8-year-old boy, killed a Kirigakure elite Chunin within a minute, and his talent may be higher than Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen picked up the pipe and took a deep breath. After exhaling the smoke, he said, "Go and call Fenjai over." "Yes." And Umbu responded and disappeared with a swish. Ninja School. Today is the last day before the final exam. The class that Feng Ye was in was gathering on the playground at the moment, arranging into a team. In a clearing in front of the crowd, two students were fighting fiercely. Ding ding dong dong. The karma is constantly intertwined, accompanied by a crisp sound, sparks splashing everywhere. Ah! Uchiha Obito screamed as hard as he could, and the kunao in his hand slammed down and forced the opponent back with strength, and then threw the kunao in his hand, forcing the opponent to take a step back. Then his hands quickly formed seals, fire style, great fireball technique. The ninjutsu this time did not fail, but was successfully released. The huge fireball blasted forward in an instant, making the student show a look of horror, and he couldn't avoid it. Whoosh! When Mr. Chinin saw this, his figure flashed, and his hands quickly formed seals. Water style. Water barrier. Wow! The water surged and collided with the great fireball, making a sizzling sound, covering and extinguishing the great fireball released by Uchiha Obito. After extinguishing the great fireball, Mr. Chinin exhaled, stood up straight, and declared Uchiha Obito won. Oh, Uchiha Obito exclaimed in excitement. This time it was finally not ashamed. When I looked back, I also saw Ye Yuenlin applauding him with other students. She was immediately satisfied, and while returning to the crowd, she raised her chin at Feng Ye. Feng Ye did not respond to Obito's provocation, but stood calmly and clapped his hands. His eyes were a little deep, and he couldn't see what he was thinking. Fenjai, are you in a bad mood? Shirihong had noticed Feng Ye's strange state very early. After the applause, she couldn't help but whisper to Feng Ye. No. Feng Ye shook his head and said, I'm just thinking about things. Just as Feng Ye was looking into the distance with his gaze, Chinin teacher on the field took out the list and read the name of the next pair of students. The next group, Heite Kaed vs Hyaga Firegate. Hearing this voice, the eyes of the nearby students immediately fell on Fenjai and Hyaga women. Hyaga women walked out of the crowd and said flatly, this grouping is not bad. Let me learn about the strength of Hyaga, Fenjai. He was a little bit dissatisfied with Feng Ye in the previous incident, but he wouldn't directly trouble Feng Ye like a child. Now that the simulation of the battle can be grouped together, it is naturally the best result. Fenjai glanced at the Hyaga Firegate. He was really uninterested, and didn't even have the idea of responding, but he still walked out of the crowd and came to the open space in front of teacher Chinin. Seeing Fenjai didn't respond, Hyaga women frowned and snorted, and said, is it a little too arrogant? Hey, take Fenjai, don't you think you have the same ability as your brother? How could be? Feng Ye shrugged. Wouldn't Kakashi go to heaven if he had time to accelerate? Teacher Chinin did not comment on the hostility between Hyaga women and Fenjai. After all, this is a ninja school. It is normal for students to have conflicts. Even the teacher will deliberately guide a certain degree of conflict to stimulate students. The eagerness to compete between each other. Fenjai, come on, come on, come on, come on, Fenjai. At this moment, many girls in the audience chanted, Yurihong and Lin Yaiwen were among them. Although Feng Ye is not the first in this class, her popularity is the highest, which is undoubtedly manifested incisively and vividly. And this kind of scene naturally made the boys gritted their teeth, one after another at the Hyaga Firegate in the field. Damn it! Women, let him see how good you are. Beat him fiercely. The sound coming from behind also made Hyaga Firegate's expression sharper. Teacher Chinin paused for a few seconds and waved his hand. Start! Almost at the moment when Chinin's voice fell, Hyaga Firegate rushed towards Fenjai, and Byakugan opened in an instant. He came up and directly took out the family's gentle fist method. Fenjai held a blank expression in his hand and waved it up and down. Each swing happened to be on the path of the Hyaga Firegate's fist, causing Hyaga Firegate to interrupt the movement. This guy. After a brief confrontation, Hyaga Firegate became solemn. Although it was not clear how Feng Ye did it, it seemed that he could see through his movements. However, he is not afraid of it. Feng Ye can see through his movements, and he can see through Feng Ye's movements with Byakugan. He is not afraid of Feng Ye using ninjutsu in close combat. Continuing to fight, as long as Feng Ye reveals a flaw and is hit by his gentle fist method, then the unique nature of gentle fist will inflict heavy damage on Feng Ye. As expected of that descendant, even gentle fist of the Hyaga clan can resist. Teacher Chinin also looked aside and exclaimed, although Kaed and Kakashi are incomparable, they are indeed an extremely good student in the class. They can even resist the Hyaga clan's physical skills in close combat. However, if this continues, the situation will definitely face Kaed more and more unfavorable. After all, the Byakugan of the Hyaga clan has the ability to observe that ordinary eyes do not have, and the destruction that Gentle Fist can also cause the trauma of weakening combat effectiveness in a single blow. The sound of cheering and bulging also disappeared. Whether it's Yurihong or Uchiha Obito and others, this society will stare at the fierce battles of Kaedia and Hyaga women on the court without blinking. Is this the gentle fist method of the Hyaga clan? Kaed Yoryuaki resisted the Hyaga Firegate's attack while carefully observing the opponent's attack. For him, the gentle fist method of the Hyaga clan also has certain merits. Although in the original book, 8 Inner Gates, the strong boxing method, almost smashed the gentle fist method of the Hyuga clan, in fact, when the gentle fist method is cultivated to ultimate, there are also horror moves that are not inferior to the 8 Inner Gates. That is Kagaya Heime's 80 God Airstrike. Full body Susanoo can easily burst. The difference between Gang Fist and Gentle Fist is that in Gang Fist, chakra explodes in the body to increase the speed of the body. The moves are pure physical skills, while the Gentle Fist method uses chakra as a bullet, which implies the subtle use of chakra. Without Byakugan, I really can't see through the mystery of Gentle Fist. Fengya murmured in his heart, and it was indeed impossible to see through Gentle Fist based on superficial observation. Moreover, chakra is not his specialty. If he has the physique of Uzumaki Naruto or Nine Tails Jinchuriki, then Gentle Fist using chakra will be more suitable for him than Gangquan, but in the current situation, Gangquan is undoubtedly more suitable. Hyuga Fire Gate kept on violently attacking. Under Byakugan's motion capture, Fengya was forced to force Fengya one by one, just like a situation in which Fengya was suppressed and beaten. It seems that Fengya is going to lose. Of course, the opponent is the genius of the Hyuga clan. Seeing this scene, many people began to talk quietly. And at this time, whoosh! A figure abruptly appeared on the side of the open space, making many people startled, their eyes all over. The other party wore a cat face mask and a cloak. His identity was self-evident, and he was an Umbu ninja from Konoha. The Umbu ninja glanced at the battle between Fengya and Hyuga women in the field, ignored the other students and teacher Chinin, directly directed at Fengya and said solemnly, "Heyday Kaedia, Master Hokage wants you to come over." Laugh. Kaed Yoryuaki waved kunao in his hand, took 2 steps back, looked at the Umbu ninja, sighed in his heart, and did not show any unexpected look. It's finally here. Once the events of last night are tracked down, it is difficult not to find him. After all, he used the Heitake knife technique in the end. He had considered whether or not to let Kakashi back the pot, but it didn't make sense to think about it. The appearance of Umbu made teacher Chinin and other students stunned. Fire, Master Hokage summoned Maple yet? What happened? Many people looked at Fengya with a look of uncertainty. The fire gate of Hyuga was also taken aback. He didn't expect this kind of thing to happen when Fengya was about to be defeated. He couldn't help but frown slightly and said, "The battle is not over yet." The words did not continue. Hokage summoning Fengya is undoubtedly much more important than the battle assessment. If it is not over, it can only be interrupted. This makes Hyuga women a little uncomfortable. After all, it will be sooner or later that he defeated Fengya, and now it changes all of a sudden. There is no result. Teacher Chinin also knew the order of things, and nodded at Fenjai. "You go to see Lord Hokage first. If you come back from the battle, there is still time to continue." However, Fengya sighed when she heard these words and looked at the fire door of Hyuga and said, "No need." After the words fell, Fengya's figure suddenly disappeared, and the whole person appeared quietly on the right side of the Hyuga fire gate. Hyuga woman's face changed, and he threw a punch without hesitation. Boom! This punch blocked Fengya's movement and hit Fengya's chest, but there was no feeling of hitting the substance. The hit Fengya directly turned into white smoke and dissipated. Surprisingly a clone. Oops! Hyuga woman cried out badly. His Byakugan could actually see through the clone, but because the situation was too sudden, his sideways swinging fist was almost subconscious, and he never expected that Fenjai would be able to release at that speed. Clone technique, when it really reacted, it was too late to stop. Quietly, Maple Yes' body appeared behind the Hyuga fire gate. Boom! A simple hand knife hit the back of Hyuga fire gate, making Hyuga fire gate no longer able to maintain his figure. The whole person was facing downwards, and with a puff, he fell straight to the ground. "Let's go." After doing this, Fengya retracted his fist and looked at Umbu Ninja. Umbu Ninja looked deeply behind Kaed Yoryuaki's eyes, and jumped forward towards the Hokage building, while Kaedia also jumped to keep up. Only the stunned teacher Chinin and many students in a daze stood there. Fell into silence. Just, what happened? Hokage office. Umbu, who brought Fengya over, didn't enter the door. Instead, his figure flashed and disappeared at the door. Fengya, not surprisingly, stepped in. As soon as I walked into the office, I saw a Jonin at the desk sorting documents, Sarutobi Hiruzen sitting behind the desk, and Kakashi standing in front. Kakashi didn't look up when he sensed that Kaedia was coming in, but silently looked down at his toes, as if it had nothing to do with me. Fenjai glanced at Kakashi, walked to the desk, and looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen. Although he now has the special strength of Jonin, he may not be as good as the average Jonin in terms of speed, but in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, he can still feel the pressure. After all, Sarutobi Hiruzen is at the peak of Hokage at this time. Whether it is chakra, physical skills, ninjutsu, or various aspects of experience, they are all at the pinnacle of Kage level, which can be said to stand at the apex of today's ninja world. Even if it is a monster like Third Raikage that can be 10,000 enemies, Sarutobi Hiruzen at this time also has a variety of forbidden secrets like ghoul sealing to fight against. Don't be nervous, I called you just to ask you something. Sarutobi Hiruzen addressed Fenjai's kindly opening and said, last night, the missed shinobi scout near the village, did you kill it? Yes. Now that it has been found, instead of making meaningless cover UPS, you might as well admit it generously. Anyway, his strength is now enough to attract Sarutobi Hiruzen's attention. As long as he gets enough attention, he can also get the corresponding safety. After all, Konoha only threatens him, and as long as Sarutobi Hiruzen pays attention, Danzo dare not do anything blatantly. Hearing Fenjai's admission, even though Sarutobi Hiruzen had roughly confirmed this, his expression still showed a little shock. After all, that was an elite scout of missed shinobi. Feng Ye at this age has the strength to kill an elite scout, and his talent may be higher than that of Kakashi. Genius beyond Kakashi. Tell me about the specific process. Sarutobi Hiruzen calmed his thoughts and spoke to Feng Ye. Feng Ye briefly stated the specific process, except for concealing the time acceleration ability, including cultivation and fighting. Can you beat Mist Shinobi's scout in speed? After listening to Fenjai's statement, Sarutobi Hiruzen opened his mouth in amazement. A ninja who can act as a scout is either good at speed or perceiving, but even if it's good at perceiving, the speed is not bad, but Fenjai can actually surpass the opponent by virtue of speed, so that it can be used in a very short time. The opponent beheaded, this is undoubtedly amazing. You must know that Feng Ye is only 9 years old at this moment. Yes. Fenjai nodded and said, I have average talents in ninjutsu and chakra, but my motor nerves and physical skills seem to be different from ordinary people, so I am very comfortable with the sword skills taught by my father. Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze wandered back and forth on Kadeya and Kakashi. It seems that Kadeya may be more like the White Fang when he was young than Kakashi. After a brief exclamation, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a cigarette and asked Kaed, since your strength has always been better than Kakashi, why have you stayed in the ninja school? There is nothing to help you learn there. Something is out. I think it's not a good thing to be too dazzling. Kaed Yoryuaki responded and glanced at Kakashi, saying, the aggressive behavior is too naive. Ninjas are always in danger. It is safe to hide themselves. This paragraph of response is basically Fenjai's own thoughts, without any lie, but concealed the fear of Sarutobi Hiruzen, Danzo, and other high-level Konoha. So, when Sarutobi Hiruzen heard Kaed's answer, a hint of approval appeared in his eyes, and said, although you are only 1 year older than Kakashi, you are much more stable. At this age, he can get rid of the competitiveness and have a stable and mature mentality. No matter how strong he is, at least Maple Ye is mentally better than Kakashi. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought of Heitake Sakumo and couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Unexpectedly, the two children left by Shuo Mao had such a high level of talent, and one was better than the other. Shuo Mao over there should also be very pleased. In your case, you can already graduate from school. After Sarutobi Hiruzen recovered, he looked at Maple Ye. Feng Ye thought about it, I'm only half a year away from normal graduation, and I still need to be divided into classes after graduation. Now it's very troublesome to transfer to classes after graduation. Well, it is true. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded slightly. If Fenjai graduates now, it will be more troublesome to insert into the previous class, because it has already been assigned, and there will be half a year before graduation. Only after knowing Feng Ye's talent and strength, Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted Feng Ye to graduate early, become an official ninja, and participate in the training of an official ninja. After hesitating for a while, Sarutobi Hiruzen made the decision. Since you don't want to graduate early, then respect your opinion and follow the normal graduation this year. Hearing what Sarutobi Hiruzen said, Fenjai saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen, thank you Lord Hokage. Suo Mao gave birth to 2 good sons. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed again, then smiled kindly at Feng Ye, and said, in this case, you can go back first. After Feng Ye nodded, he left Hokage's office and disappeared. Kakashi remained in place. When Kaed left, Sarutobi Hiruzen took a sip of tea from his teacup, looked at Kakashi, and said, I didn't expect that your brother is only 1 year older than you, so he can already think like an adult. Kakashi, you should ask him learn more. If Kakashi can have Kadaya's stability, he will not have to worry about Kakashi's placement problem, and he will give this task to Namikaze Minato. My brother is too steady sometimes. When Kakashi heard Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, he couldn't help but vomit, and said, so many mocking voices, he can be regarded as not hearing. This is the difference between you and him. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head, admiring Fenjai more and more in his heart, and said, although he has not graduated yet, he already possesses the qualities of an excellent ninja. A ninja is. Listening to Sarutobi Hiruzen's teaching, the corners of Kakashi's mouth twitched slightly, and his eyes looked a little bit vomiting. I haven't heard anyone praise Feng Ye's calmness before. So strength is the key. Kakashi thinks this should be the correct conclusion. Regarding the matter of Maple Ye, Sarutobi Hiruzen finally ordered that it should not be spread at will, and the news that Maple Ye killed a missed shinobi elite scout was sealed and hidden. Kakashi's genius is already on the list of assassinations in the enemy village. If Kaede is also exposed, it will also add some danger. For genius ninjas like Kaede and Kakashi, Sarutobi Hiruzen is naturally implement a protective attitude. Waiting for Kaede to graduate and become an official ninja is the time to show the glory of the genius ninja belonging to Konoha, the country of fire. Border. Somewhere in a small town, in a hotel room, Danzo was sitting cross-legged on a cushion with a map of the country of fire spread out in front of him. Recently, he has fought against the ninja of Mist Shinobi several times, and has given a fierce counterattack to the ninja of Mist Shinobi who came to test Konoha. With this situation going on, the war will break out sooner or later. Sarutobi, your attitude is still too weak. At this time, preemptive talent is the most appropriate decision, Danzo muttered slowly while looking at the map. In his opinion, Sarutobi Hiruzen's behavior was too conservative. He only retaliated against the temptations of other villages. However, in the current situation, it is better to initiate a war and defeat a Shinobu village first. With Konoha's current strength, it is definitely not difficult to concentrate troops to defeat a ninja village, but if all ninja villages are attacked jointly, it will fall into long-line combat, which is very troublesome. In Danzo's view, Sarutobi Hiruzen is nothing more than not daring to bear the infamy of actively provoking war, but this is the only way to unify the ninja world, and sacrifices must be made. Whoosh! Just as Danzo studied the map carefully, thinking about how to deal with Mizunin, a rooted ninja quietly appeared in the room. Danzo did not look at the other person, still looking at the map, and said lightly, "What's the situation in the village?" Although he is on the border of the country of fire, he still has some ninjas at his roots. He monitors the situation of the village in Konoha village and reports to him at regular intervals. The root ninja said in an emotionless voice, "Master Hokage's attitude has not changed significantly. Let Danzo-sama keep you in the current situation." Orochimaru returned to Konoha and brought back information about Tsunagakur, but the specific information is unknown. The root ninja will present the most recent information from the most serious to the most serious one by one. Danzo listened calmly. After speaking for nearly half an hour, the root ninja continued. Kakashi's elder brother, Heitei Kadaya, killed an elite scout of Mist Shinobi, suspected to have more talent and strength than Kakashi. Danzo paused, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. It is not how important this matter is. Compared with the previous information, this information is almost of no importance, but the problem is that the other information before is in his expectation, only this one is outside his expectation. Unexpectedly. The news is true? True, the root ninja responded in a deep voice. Danzo narrowed his eyes slightly, and said thoughtfully, "Does White Fang's eldest son also have such a high level of talent, and it has been hidden?" The death of Kaede and Kakashi's father Heitei Sakumo is indeed directly related to him, but his original intention was not to let Heitei Sakumo die. It was only an accident that Heitei Shumo gave up the mission for his companions, but the attitude of the villagers was indeed controlled by him, including the companion who was rescued by Shumo. Mao Hengjia blamed. The reason for this was to suppress Shuumao's prestige, because at that time Sakumo was almost the successor of the fourth Hokage decided by Sarutobi Hiruzen, and he couldn't sit back and watch Heitei succeeding fourth Hokage. What I didn't expect was that Heitei Shumao fell into suspicion of him because of this incident, and finally committed suicide. This was not his intention. After all, no matter how bad Shumo was with him, it was Konoha after all. A powerful combat capability. If he comes to do fourth Hokage, Shumao can be a very useful tool. Meditate for a moment. Danzo said to the root ninja, "Continue to report." Although Fenjai's affairs reminded him of some problems, now he is at the border of the country of fire, and he has to deal with Kirigakur, and he has no intention to manage such things. He has to wait for him to return to the village. The root ninja nodded and continued to report. Konoha Back Mountain. 2 months have passed since the elite scout who killed Mist Shinobi. During these 2 months, Fengya still went to school normally, but because of the previous scene of killing Hyaga Firegate, all the students looked at him with a little more awe. As for Shiri Hong and other girls, they treated him even more. Admiration is hard to extricate. Together with the Hyaga Firegate, it can be easily defeated, and Fenjai's strength is probably already Chunin's level. Even if it is not as good as Kakashi, it will definitely not be too far behind. It is not as rumored at all. With such admiration, these precocious girls all began to do some excessive things, which made Fengya a little helpless. Even because they were too young, they were often a little bit dumbfounded. 2 months. The results of his practice are also extremely remarkable. Because of his ability to accelerate time, his actual age is just over 9 years old, but his physical age is gradually approaching 11 years old. Both physical skills and chakra have steadily improved, from just reaching the standard of elite Chunin to being the elite Chunin is also considered to be outstanding. In addition, although the Heidake sword technique failed to reach the second stage, the first 2 doors of 8 inner gates were already able to be opened. Although the first 2 of the 8 inner gates did not have an explosive improvement, it was still a real strength improvement for Feng Ye. What? In an empty place among the woods, Feng Ye was constantly doing exercises. The third gate is almost. After a few violent gasps, Feng Ye stopped her practice, and murmured as she sensed that the shackles of the third gate in her body were still not loose enough to break through easily. For 8 inner gates, the third gate is a qualitative change. The function of the first gate is to exert 100% of the body's strength. The improvement is not bad but not large enough. The effect of the second gate is more related to recovery. It squeezes the body energy to quickly resist physical fatigue. Only the third gate is the real outbreak. If I can open the third gate, and in the state of the third gate, with Heitake's sword art and ninja white fang, even if I don't use time acceleration, I should have special Jonin strength. Feng Ye murmured in his heart. After training 8 inner gates, his strength is difficult to measure with a simple level standard, because below his speed, as long as it is an enemy who can't react, it will be difficult to survive 1 or 2 in front of him. Trick. Only the Uchiha clan with Sharingan and the Hyuga clan with Byakugan can barely be qualified to resist, but they are only qualified to resist, because seeing clearly does not mean keeping up. In addition to the 8 inner gates and Heitake's swordsmanship, Kaedia also improved in ninjutsu. After a short rest, Feng Ye used the trees in the forest as his imaginary enemies, and his eyes flashed, and the whole person suddenly shook, and first appeared on the east side of a tree. Laugh! The chakra knife white fang flicked past, bringing up a white arc. The thick tree trunk that was close to the hug was chopped to pieces, and collapsed to one side. Whoosh! Feng Ye flickered again, and his figure disappeared. When he reappeared, he had come to the back of a tree, holding his right hand in the void, and there was a strong chakra wave in his palm. Raise Nan. After a long period of practice, Rasengan's ninjutsu was finally mastered by him, and in the state of time doubling, it was almost able to condense and form at an extremely fast speed. Boom! Rasengan pressed against the middle of the tree trunk and burst out with a roar. The middle of the tree trunk instantly sank in and burst into pieces under the strangulation of chakra, and a large area disappeared. After smashing a tree, Feng Ye shook his figure and returned to the back of the first tree. His left hand made a seal with one hand, and his right hand held the chakra knife white fang. The white fang was filled with lightning arcs for an instant, crackling. Interweave. Lightning style. Thunder slash. This is a self-made ninjutsu. Based on the flow of chakra, a layer of lightning is attached to further enhance the sharpness and speed of the attack. It is also the strongest attack of the current Maple Knight. Laugh. With this knife swiping, you can vaguely see a substantive arc of slashing light. The attack spreads over a range of nearly 3 feet, gradually dimming from near to far. With one slash, the entire tree stump is smashed from the center. It became 2 halves, and a deep gully was cut along with the ground. After completing this set of attacks, Feng Ye stopped. He gasped slightly. It goes without saying that Rasengan consumes chakra, and Thunder Slash combined with Heitake's sword art, the amount of chakra wasted in an instant is even greater. Now he can only use Thunder Slash once with the combination of Heitake's sword art and chakra flow. Lei Zhan is named after Feng Ye's lightning-style ninjutsu, which should actually be regarded as a semi-finished Chidori. Feng Ye himself developed it in the direction of Chidori. Chidori is an A-level ninjutsu, and Lei Zhan is a B-level at best. With time acceleration, lightning speed, 8 inner gates, and Heitake's swordsmanship superimposed, this kind of attack, even Jonin, can be killed in an instant if he is not careful. Looking at the damage caused by this blow, Feng Ye murmured in his heart. Although the attack range of this trick is not large, even the middle distance is not considered, but if it is released at close range, the speed is extremely difficult to resist and evade. If he can develop a higher level of Chidori, the speed will be faster and the power will be greater. The focus of the next practice is still the development of Chidori and the 3 directions of 8 inner gates and Heitake's swordsmanship. These 3 directions can be further improved. After checking the results of her recent practice, Feng Ye also clarified the follow-up practice route, still keeping the previous route unchanged. Needless to say, 8 inner gates. Heitake's sword art is also necessary, at least before surpassing cage level. Heitake's sword art can exert great power in battle, and it fits him very well. As for the importance of Chidori, after all, Chidori has developed it, not only the increase in attack power, but also the speed of the body. Suzuki in the original book has only practiced Chidori for a month, and is close to the unloadedly in speed, so lightning style and ninjutsu have always been the main direction of Kaedia. In fact, compared to Chidori, what Feng Jai wants more is 4th Raikage's lightning style chakra secret technique. But that technique is a secret technique passed down from generation to generation by Raikage of Cloud Shinobi Village. Even Kanaha's sealed book is probably not recorded. At present, I can only think about it, and it is impossible to get it. In short, what Feng Jai pursues is the ultimate speed fast, faster, and fastest. When the speed is as fast as ultimate, there is no enemy that can't be killed instantly. If there is, it means you can't beat it and you can run away. It's time to go back. Feng Ye tidied his pockets. All the dry food that he brought out has been eaten. Now when he goes out to practice, he will usually bring 2 meals of dry food and lunch. Each practice is about 12 hours or so. Because of the acceleration of time, the outside time only about 4 hours have passed. Now he only comes to the back mountain to exercise during the day, and at night he only performs basic exercises such as weight-bearing push-ups and squats in his own small courtyard. And when Feng Ye returned to the village and approached the door of his house, a figure suddenly appeared in front of him, blocking his way. Master Hokage summons you. Blocking the way was an Umbu ninja wearing a mask. After speaking to Feng Ye with a deep voice, his figure shook and disappeared again like a ghost. Sarutobi Hiruzen wants to see me? Feng Ye was taken aback for a moment, and there should be nothing in his memory of this recent period worthy of Sarutobi Hiruzen summoning him. But since Hokage summoned him, it was obviously impossible not to go. After Feng Ye turned a corner, he walked in the direction of Hokage building and quickly came to the door of Hokage's office. As soon as he walked into the office, Feng Ye immediately felt that the atmosphere in Hokage's office was completely different from when he came last time, and it seemed a little nervous and depressed. And, on a chair on the side of the desk, a man with a cane is sitting, just sitting there. It gives people a gloomy aura. Danzo. Feng Ye is not clear about Danzo's movements, but he has not been harassed by Danzo in the past 2 months. He did not expect to meet himself when he came to Hokage's office this time. This made him feel a little tight, and he shouldn't be harassed by Sarutobi. Hiruzen will give Danzo this kind of cultivation, right? In an instant, Feng Ye thought of a lot of things, including thoughts about what to do if he was assigned to the roots. And just as Feng Jai's brain was running fast, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, Feng Jai, you are here, Master Hokage. Feng Jai saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen and said, what can I do? Sarutobi Hiruzen took the pipe, but did not smoke. Instead, he looked at Feng Jai seriously, and said, how is your practice recently? Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's questioning, Feng Ye frowned undetectably, and glanced at Danzo who was sitting not far away with an undetectable peripheral light. Do you really want to join Danzo's roots? This kind of expansion is too difficult to accept. Thinking of this, Kaedya showed a confident genius to Sarutobi Hiruzen, saying, some of the results of practice have developed a B-level lightning-style ninjutsu. Oh? Sarutobi Hiruzen was surprised. The B-level ninjutsu can be said to be the culmination of ordinary ninjutsu, and the higher A-level ninjutsu belongs to the category of forbidden technique, and the S-level is even more called the profound level. Even Jonin, master's B-level ninjutsu is not a lot, but Fenja can develop a B-level ninjutsu at this age. Such a talent is enough to be described as amazing. You can develop B-level ninjutsu at this age. You deserve to be the son of White Fang. You have inherited your father's talent very well. Danzo sat not far away and spoke to Feng Ye. Although the words were complimenting, his tone was very calm and flat. Neither he nor Sarutobi Hiruzen doubted the truth or falsehood of Maple Yes words, and created a B-level ninjutsu thing. There is no need to fabricate it, because it can be dismantled at once. Feng Jai looked at Danzo, and said, Master Danzo is overwhelmed. It seems that you are even better than I expected. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Feng Ye and couldn't help but sighed, and then slowly said, although it is a bit sudden for you who have not graduated, I have a task to give you here. Task? Feng Ye was slightly startled. If he was asked to join Danzo's roots, he would not use the term mission. Without waiting for Feng Jai to think anymore, Sarutobi Hiruzen said in a deep voice, the task given to you is to apply for early graduation, and take the Chunin exam 5 days later. Chunin exam. Feng Ye showed a hint of surprise. Needless to say, graduating early, since there is a task to give him, it must be done as a formal ninja, but after graduating early to take the Chunin exam, what task is this? I'll explain the situation to you a little bit, you should be able to understand it. Sarutobi Hiruzen stood up, walked out from behind the desk, and said as he walked, the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi will arrive at Konoha the day after tomorrow. They will participate in the Chunin exam in 5 days, so the Chunin exam is not just for screening outstanding Chunin, but a war with Cloud Shinobi and Mist Shinobi. The information revealed in Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Feng Ye a little surprised. The current ninja situation should be getting more and more tense. Next year, the third ninja war will break out. In this situation, Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi will even send people to Konoha to take the Chunin exam. I'm afraid it's a demonstration, and negotiation and the like. If you think about it this way, it is no wonder that Sarutobi Hiruzen will give him such a task. Since it is a Chunin exam for the purpose of demonstration and negotiation, it must be dealt with the most serious attitude. It is impossible to choose some genins to participate. Kaedya, who quickly figured it out, said to Sarutobi Hiruzen, I see, Master Hokage. Well, you go and get ready. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded, indicating that Feng Jai can leave. After Feng Ye saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen, he left the office. After Feng Jai left, Danzo turned his head to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, and slowly said, it's better than I thought. After the exam, Chunin will give him to me to train, Sarutobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head and said, stop this matter, Danzo. Danzo frowned, but didn't intend to give in. Instead, he stood up and stared at Sarutobi Hiruzen and said solemnly, "I don't object to Kakashi giving Minato to train me, but there must be a ninja walking in the dark and carrying the darkness, so entrusting Fenjai to me is the most suitable choice. You should be able to understand this. Let Fenjai bear the darkness." Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly and murmured, "It is undeniable that Danzo's words do have some truth. Konoha now has his Hokage in the light and Danzo in the shadows who deal with darkness. That is why he can develop to such a prosperous level today. This is what he has always treated Danzo. Many behaviors are the reasons why one eye is closed." As the Hokage standing at the apex of the ninja world, Sarutobi Hiruzen is very clear that where there is light, there will be shadows, and darkness will not disappear. If Namikaze Minato succeeds Hokage, a ninja walking in the dark is indeed needed. Come to assist. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought for a while, returned to his seat, and said, "I need to think again." Danzo recovered his calm. Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude was exactly what he expected. As long as it is not a strong refusal, but to say something like consideration, it means that Sarutobi Hiruzen's heart is already very shaken. Next, he does not need to be overly persecuted. As long as he uses the minor details to carry out some design, it is not difficult to achieve his goal. Fang Ye, who left Hokage's office, sighed helplessly. "After all, I still can't graduate normally. However, graduating early and taking the Chunin exam, the development of this situation is much better than being thrown into the root by Sarutobi Hiruzen and entrusted to Danzo for training. Such a comparison can be accepted. After all, it is for him whether it is necessary or not. It doesn't matter if you graduate early. Just received such a task, I want to be low-key and I can't do it." Sarutobi Hiruzen's meaning is undoubtedly to let him play in the Chunin exam, and it is best to hang out all the ninjas of Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi in advance. Anyway, those few simple conversations in Hokage's office, most people in this world can't perceive anything, but the Maple Knight who knows Danzo's character so clearly that it may surpass Danzo himself, is almost 90% sure that Danzo has been eyeing him. It deserves to be the ultimate shit-chucking stick in the Hokage world. Fang Ye couldn't help but sighed. From the beginning of the Second Ninja World War, Danzo's shadow was almost everywhere in the entire ninja conspiracy. First he killed Yahiko, directly accelerated the formation of the Akatsuki organization, and then committed suicide against White Fang. Manipulate, cooperate with Orochimaru, there are countless events. Now that he has revealed his talent and strength, he is about to have something to do with Danzo. In short, if this guy dies early, war may still break out in the ninja world, but at least the peacekeeping time can be extended for a long time. Fenjai had considered how to deal with being targeted by Danzo a long time ago. There are two ways. One is to cultivate to have the strength surpassing Danzo. This point needs to be established on the basis of having enough time. As for the second one, change from a low key to a high key, let Konoha's name resound as genius, promote to Jonin as quickly as possible, or join Umbu who belongs directly to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Both of these methods can make it difficult for Danzo to start. The first method is too late now, and only the second method can be used, and the task of participating in the Chunin exam given by Sarutobi Hiruzen is also just right. It's just that I clearly wanted to practice low-key to cage level, but I was forced to disrupt the rhythm. Fang Ye shook his head. Starting tomorrow, the low-key, relaxed, harmonious and sunny school life of the ninja will be gone. The next day, Fang Ye submitted an early graduation application form to the ninja school. The ninja school, which was instructed by Hokage, approved Fang Ye's early graduation application as quickly as possible, and planned to conduct an early graduation assessment in the afternoon of the same day. Finally, Fenjai passed the ninja school's early graduation assessment with a shocking full score. January 14, Konoha 43 years. Heite Kaed graduated from the ninja school with a full score in the graduation assessment and was awarded the title of Genin. The ninja number is 010034. This news spread in the ninja school, and it also caused a lot of surprises. Although it is not comparable to Kakashi, who graduated at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, the full score is not something ordinary people can do. Fang Ye is enough to be called a genius. In the class, almost all the students who learned of the news were talking about it. Full score in all items. Fang Ye is also too good. At the level of Kaed I should have graduated early. Maybe Kaed could be able to do Kakashi's level, but he hasn't done that. The girls like Yuri Hong and Nohara Lin almost all showed admiration right now. Genius. Handsome enough. The character is sunny and gentle, mature and stable. Various advantages are concentrated on Fang Ye. It can be said that there are few in the entire class that can ignore the existence of Fang Ye. At most, they are ashamed of not having the courage to pursue Fang Ye. What's worth arrogant? Uchiha Obito listened to the comments coming from all over, as well as the appearance of Rin Nohara. His heart suddenly became angry, and he couldn't help but spit out. A boy next to him also said angrily, "Hey, don't blow too much, since you can graduate early, why stay in school until now? Isn't it a waste of time?" That is. Some others followed suit. When a girl heard the voice, she couldn't help but snorted, looked over with disdain, and said, if you are not convinced, you should also apply for early graduation and compete with Feng Ye. Since the last time Fenjai defeated Hyagawa women in a state where the gap was almost crushed, strength has become a capital that can make people shut up. Yamanaka Ika's words caused many boys, including Uchiha Obito, to be speechless, suffocating, but it was difficult to respond. And at this time, Inyazuka Toga suddenly rushed into the classroom, broke the atmosphere in the classroom, yelled with a sound that was almost weird, and said, I just heard the teacher talk over in the office, and the fellow Feng Ye applied for it. The Chunin exam 3 days later. What? Inyazuka Kai's words left the classroom silent for a moment, and then there was an uproar. Many people's eyes all looked over. Have you applied for the Chunin exam? You heard it wrong, right? Abarame Shika frowned at Inyazuka, showing disbelief. What the hell is the Chunin exam? Didn't Feng Ye just pass the early graduation exam? He went directly to register for the Chunin exam. Was he crazy, or was he almost blindly confident in his own strength? Inyazuka Toga stared at Abarame's Haiwa and said, how could I have misheard? You can question my grades, but you can't question my hearing. As a member of the Inyazuka clan, this sentence is still very convincing. Since Inyazuka Kai's overheard news cannot be wrong, that means Fenjai really applied for the Chunin exam just after passing the early graduation exam. Does that guy want to catch up with Kakashi? But it's too exaggerated to apply for the Chunin exam just after passing the graduation exam, and I heard from my family that this time the Chunin exam was taken by ninjas from other villages. It is not a simple exam, and even a big one. Dangerous. Many people showed a somewhat unbelievable look at this moment. I couldn't understand how Feng Ye dared to apply for the Chunin exam. Uchiha Obito couldn't help but ask Inyazuka, if you continue to apply in this case, it should be rejected by the above. Do not. Inyazuka shook his head, and said, I don't know why, but I didn't reject it. I also made a special confirmation. The newly announced Chunin exam list includes Kaed's name. Hearing Inyazuka's confirmation, someone took a breath and said, that guy is too courageous. Does he know what the Chunin exam is? Even if you graduate early and get a full score, you can't take the Chunin exam casually. Too confident about your own strength. Everyone, including Uchiha Obito, was shocked by the news and couldn't help but talk about it. However, Shirihong and others, who had previously admired for Fenjai's graduation exam to get full marks, almost all changed their faces. Listening to the comments of the people nearby, Shiarai's face changed, and she couldn't help taking a breath, and said, how could Fenjai sign up for the Chunin exam? In general, Konoha's internal Chunin exams are almost non-dangerous. They test all aspects of the ninja's qualities. However, the Chunin exams in other villages are different. It's impossible for ninjas to fight between different villages. They will be merciful every time. There are casualties. This time, the Chunin exam was particularly serious, because it was a Chunin exam under the tense situation in the ninja world, and its severity would be no less dangerous than a war at this. Ye Yuanlin also hesitated for a while, and hesitated, for Feng Ye, you shouldn't miss these things, maybe it's also a choice after consideration. Yurihong looked solemn and said, no. He may not know that other village ninjas took the Chunin exam. No, I have to find him and let him give up this exam. Speaking of which, Yurihong couldn't help rushing out of the classroom. She knew this because her father Yuri Zhenhong was the chief examiner of the Chunin exam. He mentioned something about the Chunin exam during the meal yesterday. Seeing Shirihong running out of the classroom, Lin Ye Yuen called her, but seeing Hong ignored her, after a little hesitation, she also chased after Shirihong. At the door of Feng Ye's house. Listening to Shirihong panting, and after a series of anxious reminders and warnings, Feng Ye couldn't help but smile, and said, you came here to remind me of this. What I said is real. Seeing that Feng Ye was still relaxed, Shirihong didn't seem to listen to it, and couldn't help but said anxiously, this is the news I heard from my father. My father is the chief examiner of the Chunin exam. The news can't be wrong. Ye Yuanlin also looked at Feng Ye seriously and reminded, I know Feng Ye should not be worse than Chunin, but this Chunin exam is still too dangerous. You don't need to take such a risk. Let's take the Chunin exam 6 months later. Okay, I know, come in and talk about it. Looking at the two of them, Feng Ye shrugged helplessly and motioned for them to come in. Shirihong didn't walk in, but stomped her feet unbearably. Oh, Fenjai, do you understand? Feng Ye didn't answer, but glanced at both sides of the street. Seeing that there was no one, he suddenly stretched out his hand and pulled Shirihong and Ye Yuanlin directly into the entrance, and then slammed the door. Hey! Suddenly Feng Ye was pulled into the house. Shirihong and Ye Yuanlin both froze for a while. The precocious little girl thought like a moving train, and galloped away in an instant. What is Fenjai going to do? Suddenly pulling her into the house, is it two? But Rin Nohara is also next to her, is she thinking of two together? This is too scumbag P***N. No, absolutely unacceptable. But this is also an opportunity. Ye Yuanlin on the other side was similar, the same thought flew to the horizon in an instant. Her expression and movements seemed a little stiff. Taking the Chunin exam is a task entrusted to me by Hokage-sama. In this weird atmosphere that made the two of them afraid to speak, Fengya walked to the living room and said, "It's not a secret mission. It's okay to tell you, but it's best not to let others know." Fengya's words made Shi Rihong stunned for a moment. She and Lin glanced at each other, their eyes flashed in a strangely unanimous sense of embarrassment, and then turned their heads to both sides, and the trace of hostility that had surged before faded again. Fengya saw the appearance of the two of them, which made him feel a little bit of amusement. If it were an adult, he might feel the smell of gunpowder, but if it were two girls who were not yet 9 years old, he could only use the word cute to describe this picture. But then again, what were you two 9-year-old lowly thinking about just now? Fengya walked to the living room, poured himself a glass of water, pointed to the refrigerator, and said, "There are milk and soda in the refrigerator, so take whatever you want." Hearing Fengya's words, Shi Rihong and Lin gradually recovered. Hong looked at Fengya with a trace of surprise in his eyes, and said, "Fengya, you just said, Master Hokage's mission." Fengjai nodded and said, "As you know, this Chunin exam is similar to a war. The outcome of the Chunin exam may affect the negotiation between Konoha and Kirigakure. Even a small amount of influence is very important, so we Konoha will do our best to deal with it, and I am also one of the people who have been specifically designated to take the exam." Hearing these words, Lin was stunned for a short time and said, "In other words, is the case of early graduation also an instruction from Lord Hokage?" Fengya nodded and said helplessly, "If it weren't for this task, I would still like to stay in school and continue to accompany you for a few more months of class." Shi Rihong was shocked, thinking of something, and looking at Fengya with a bit of shock, and said, "How come Master Hokage appointed Fengya to take the Chunin exam? Could it be that Fengya's strength has been recognized by Master Hokage?" Lin also looked at Fengya in an incredible way. This kind of thing sounds a bit too fanciful, and it is unbelievable. If the person who said these was not Fengya, they would probably think that they were deliberately deceiving them. Kaedia smiled and said, "If I said that Kakashi could not beat me all the time, would you believe it?" With regard to this question, Yurihong and Lin have almost the same ideas. I almost instinctively believe that this is what Fengya can do. Even if Fengya didn't have such amazing performances during this period, they would still believe a little bit, and after seeing Fengya easily defeating the Hyaga Fire Gate, they hardly had any doubts about this. Shi Rihong said with a bit of shock, "That is to say, those rumors are false. Fengjai, you have never denied those. Kakashi is my brother, do you have to compete with him?" Fengya smiled and said, "Besides, if I graduate early, I won't be friends with you anymore." "It's not a pity." Both Shi Rihong and Lin nodded, agreeing with this point of view. Neither of them knew when a faint blush appeared on their cheeks. And another thought. Surrounded by that kind of speech all day long, Fengya can still come to class so indifferently, talking and laughing every day, and has never been affected. The impulsive and naive boys in the class are simply incomparable with Fengya. Those shortcomings are in Fengya. There is almost no one on Yes' body. This is probably how it feels to fall. The two of them looked at Fengya, making Fengya gradually unable to resist, and coughed, breaking the weird atmosphere. If you are 15 or 16 or 17 or 18, you are already an adult in the ninja world where the average life expectancy is not high. Such a look is nothing, but now, it is really dangerous to show such a look. The degree of danger may be as high as at Satsuki Kagaya Heim. Then, I didn't expect to be a guest at Fenjai's house in this situation, it's impolite. After the reaction, Shi Rihong quickly looked away and tried to change the subject. Lin also recovered, looking at Fengya admiringly, and said, "No wonder Master Hokage will be appointed to take the Chunin exam. But you still have to pay attention to safety. There should be strong presence among ninjas in other villages." "Right, I will pay attention." Fengya responded with a smile, and looked at Shi Rihong, and said, "It's a bit rude to pull you in so hastily, but I don't want to explain the mission at the door." While talking, Fengya suddenly glanced at the direction of the door calmly, but did not interrupt her words, but continued to smile. At the same time, at the door, Kakashi, who was about to push the door in, silently retracted his hand when he heard the movement inside the house, and said, "1, 2, you finally stopped being a human." Even though he knew that Fengya was very popular in school, it was the first time he met with two girls home. After hesitating for a while, he gave up his plan to go in. Kakashi grumbled. He didn't quite understand Fengya's behavior. In his opinion, girls are an extremely troublesome creature, especially when teaming up to perform tasks. They are basically dragging their feet. However, there are still people in the team who lose their minds and give up what they should do to protect troubles. Girls, so that the task almost failed. This happened not long ago, which caused him to have a fierce argument with the opponent after the end of the mission. He almost fought, and was finally stopped by Jonin, who led the team. One girl is already so troublesome, not to mention the trouble caused by two girls. I am afraid it has doubled. In a sense, this is also something to be admired. At least Kakashi thinks he can't do it. What worries him most is that if this situation continues to develop, he will not have many sister-in-laws in the future. In that case, it would be a headache to deal with. Kakashi's thoughts, Kaedia naturally has no way of knowing. All he knew was that Kakashi was back. After stopping at the door, he didn't seem to want to deal with Yuhihong and the others after he heard the movement in the house, so he slipped straight away. Even if he knows what Kakashi thinks, Maple will give a nonsense evaluation. He is only 9 years old now. Is he thinking too far? After sending Yurihong and Yahara Lin away, Fenjai went into practice again. There are still 3 days to go to the Chunin exam. It is impossible to improve Heitake swordsmanship to the second stage in a short period of time. It is also impossible to develop the A-level ninjutsu of Chidori. The only hope for improvement is the third of 8 inner gates. Gate, the opening of the gate. If the 8 inner gates can drive to the third gate, even if you don't use time acceleration, you should be able to easily crush the Chunin exam. Feng Ye judged in his heart. Time flies. In the afterglow of the setting sun, Feng Ye spent the last day before Chunin's exam. Call. Looking at the setting sun, Feng Ye stretched his body and stopped practicing. Almost. Tomorrow will be Chunin's exam, and it is also the first mission after becoming a ninja. I remember what a line says. By the way, ready perfectly fully prepared. Feng Ye clenched his fists and smiled. After packing up his things, he returned home all the way. He didn't start the time to speed up. After eating dinner, he slept all the way to the early morning of the next day. Kakashi was not at home. It seemed that he had left home early. Fenjai didn't care. After breakfast, he went all the way to the place where Chunin took the exam. At this time, many people have gathered in the Chunin exam classroom. Rough calculations, there are about 60 people, most of whom are Konoha ninjas, and only a dozen people come from other ninja villages. Kaedia, the ninja of Konoha, just glanced at it and didn't pay much attention. His eyes focused on the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village in Kirigakure. What? When his gaze fell on Mist Shinobi's ninja, Kaedia was slightly surprised, because he saw the figure of one of the 3 ninjas of the Mist Shinobi team, and he was a little familiar. If you are not mistaken, the other party should be Hoshigaki Kisame, one of the future Ninja 7, a member of Akatsuki's organization, and Itaka's partner. But at this moment Hoshigaki Kisame should be only about 10 years old. As if aware of Kaed's gaze, Hoshigaki Kisame looked sideways and glanced at Kaedai at each other. The pair of shark-like eyes gave people a cold feeling. Hoshigaki Kisame when he was young? I don't know how strong it is. Feng Ye stared at the opponent for a second, then retracted his gaze, muttered to himself, and continued to sweep his gaze towards the ninjas from Cloud Shinobi village and other villages. He didn't know Genin from Cloud Shinobi village, nor did he remember those from Kuoyin village and Rain Shinobi village, including the other 2 Genins from Kirigakure, who also had no memory of characters. When Feng Ye was observing other ninjas, his eyes fell on him. Who is that guy? Silver hair, is that Heitake Kakashi? Some of Konoha's ninjas watched Kaedia and talked quietly. Kakashi, who was promoted to Chunin after graduating at the age of 5, was almost unknown to Konoha. Kaedia's hair and figure that resembled Kakashi immediately attracted a lot of attention. Do not. Someone who knew Fenjai shook his head and said, that's not Kakashi, his name is Fenjai, Kakashi's elder brother, far behind Kakashi. The Inyazuka pawn next to him touched his chin and said, when did that guy become Genin? I don't have any impression. So, is he the one who came to take the Chunin exam? Seems to be. Someone sighed and said, the talent is not very good, but it is quite bold to dare to take the Chunin exam alone. This is the 3rd time he has come to take the Chunin exam. He still remembers the scene when he was almost killed when he took the Chunin exam for the first time. The Chunin exam and the Genin graduation exam of the ninja school are not a concept at all. Heitake Kadaya? Not from Hayaga and Uchiha. It should be a miscellaneous fish. The 2 Genins of Kirigakure heard the discussion nearby and glanced in the direction of Fenjai. Jonin, who led the team, made them the key to vigilance. Only the 2 big families Yuyachiba and Hayaga, whether it is Sharinan or Byakugan, have powerful abilities worthy of fear. Apart from Hayaga and Uchiha, there is basically nothing to be concerned about. It doesn't have to be trash fish. Hoshigaki Kisame showed shark-like fangs, looked at Kaed's direction, and said, that guy noticed me as soon as he came in, and he should have some abilities. Yes, Warren's eyes flickered, and he smiled coldly, and said, some skills are just right, lest this exam is too boring. While everyone was discussing each other, a ninja walked into the room. The one headed is Konoha's Jonin. Quiet, Yamanaka-kai said in a deep voice in the classroom. A kind of pressure belonging to Jonin spread in an instant, making the many ninjas in the room silent at almost the same time. I am the chief examiner of the first test, Yamanaka Kiyaki. I submit the personal information form that was handed to you in order, and then receive the number plate and sit on the corresponding seat. The papers for the first test will be sent out soon. Kaedia, who was leaning against the wall at the door, glanced in the direction of Yamanaka Kiyaki. If you remember correctly, this guy is Ino's father, one of the older generations of Ino, Shika, Cho trio. It seems that Konoha really attached great importance to this Chunin exam. Every chief examiner is responsible for it. Jonin came to serve, not a special Jonin. Soon, after getting the number plate, Fengya came to the corresponding seat and sat down. Since his task is to eliminate Kiri Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi as much as possible in this test, he already knew the content of the test yesterday. It was almost exactly the same as the Chunin test taken by the 12 Konoha. The first was a written test to test intelligence capabilities, but there was no so-called 10th question. The second was the earth coiling axis of the dead forest. It's a one-on-one battle. The examination papers were issued quickly. Ha ha! After getting the test paper, Fengya quickly began to write. Knowing the content of the exam in advance, it is naturally not difficult for Fengya. Before entering the classroom, he had already let a shadow clone use the transformation technique to change into the appearance of a Chunin Invigilator, followed by those Chunin Invigilators with a swagger. Come in. Moreover, he can make most of the exam questions himself, and there is no need to cheat, and he will finish all of them in less than a moment. Hand in paper in advance. Looking at Kaedia, who was walking over with the test paper, Yamanaka's eyes flickered slightly and looked at Kaedai. He took the test paper and reviewed it. After confirming that there were basically no problems with the test questions, he nodded at him, said, "Okay, you passed." Fengya's early submission of papers caused many students who took the Chunin exam to show a look of astonishment, and they all looked up. Passed. What, has he done such a difficult subject? Some students who have not yet figured out that the focus of this exam is cheating, their eyes flashed a little unbelievable. They could not even know any of the 10 questions on the exam paper. Fengya actually did it so quickly. When it's done, Swiba is not so exaggerated. Someone narrowed his eyes when looking at Fengya's leading back. That guy, something is wrong. He had long noticed that the key to this exam was cheating, but the problem was that the few Chunin who were hiding in the crowd had not finished the questions completely. Fengya had already finished writing them, which was a little outrageous. Couldn't it be that I knew the test paper and the answer in advance, damn it. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but cursed in his heart, and looked at Fengya with a bad expression. Under the ill-sighted gaze of many examines in the classroom, Fengya walked out of the examination room just like that. As soon as he walked out of the examination room, Fengya stopped. I saw Kakashi appeared outside the examination room for some time, leaning against the wall a little lazily, showing the usual six-kun gaze, scanning around. Fenjai looked at Kakashi, lifted his chin, and said, "Why are you here?" "Invigilation." Kakashi folded his arms on his chest and said, "Responsible for escorting candidates who have been arrested 5 times for cheating, but it seems that the quality of the candidates this time is not bad." As soon as he finished speaking, he heard Chinin's voice in the examination room. "Number 51, lose the qualification for the exam." Fengya shrugged. Kakashi also helplessly spread his hands, walked into the examination room, drove out the 3 candidates who had lost their qualifications, and took them out of the examination room. Seeing Kakashi go away, Fengya yawned and walked directly to the examination room of the second Chunin exam, and soon came to the place he knew in advance. In the second session of the Chunin exam, the dead forest was not used at the 44th exercise site, but the 31st exercise site, which was called the Death Cavern. Look around. I can see that there are almost no plants inside the examination room surrounded by barbed wire, but the terrain is extremely rugged, like the complex landform eroded by flowing water like the country of rain. You can see all kinds of small hills scattered around, and you can also vaguely see a lot of caves extending in all directions. This is the examination room for the Chunin exam. It is forbidden to approach it. A ninja stationed nearby saw Fengya and immediately walked over and stopped with a deep voice. Fengya retracted his gaze, took out the admission ticket, and said, "I am a candidate for the Chunin exam. I have finished the first exam, so I came here early." "Well." The ninja glanced at the admission ticket in Fengya's hand in a little surprise, and said, "Then you can wait here for the chief examiner to come over. Early entry is forbidden inside." "Good." Fengya walked aside and waited. It didn't take long to wait for the first exam over there. More than 60 genins were screened out at once, and nearly half were screened out, leaving only a few 30 people. The 3 genins from Kirigakure and the 3 genins from Cloud Shinobi Village all passed the exams. After all, they are the elites dispatched by the 2 villages. This kind of low-level exam is obviously not difficult for them. Is this the venue for the second exam? Genin of Mist Shinobi looked at the death grotto surrounded by barbed wire, with a heart-pounding smile on his face, licked the corner of his mouth, and said to Tisk, "It's just for us. The terrain of this cave subdivision is not too comfortable for them who are good at water style. It is very difficult to hide when a water style falls down." Hoshigaki Kisame also showed a slight smile and said, "It's very suitable. It's really suitable to be your burial place." A discordant voice came from the side, causing Hoshigaki Kisame to stop smiling, and the 2 Kiri Shinobu next to him also looked at it sharply for an instant. The one who spoke was a muscular man with a dark complexion in coarse linen and a forehead protector from Cloud Shinobi Village on his forehead, whose burial place is not certain. Be careful, Cloud Shinobi. The two genin of Mist Shinobi looked coldly at the opposite Cloud Shinobi. This kind of terrain is suitable for them, but it is also suitable for practicing lightning-style Cloud Shinobi. Moreover, Cloud Shinobi's lightning style is restrained against water style. Mist Shinobi's ninjas often suffer a bit from Cloud Shinobi. The three genin of Cloud Shinobi Village clearly knew this too, so they simply ignored the threat of the three Kiri Shinobi, and acted rudely if they had the ability. At this time, a voice came over. Be quiet. Yuri Zhenhong, who was in charge of the second Chunin exam, walked over and said in a deep voice, before the second exam starts, you must sign this consent form, because this exam may cause casualties. No, those who are willing to sign can leave now. Many ninjas glanced at each other. Of course, no one who could walk here would retreat halfway, and soon sign the consent form one by one. Okay, next are the exam rules. Yuri Zhenhong looked at the many genins who had signed the consent form, and said in a deep voice, now there are 34 people taking part in the second Chunin exam. Counting those who acted alone, there are 12 teams in total. Then they will be distributed to you separately. 2 kinds of scrolls. The goal of this exam is to obtain both heaven and earth scrolls at the same time, and to successfully reach the building watchtower at the center of the death cavern. The time limit is 3 days. Now come to receive the scrolls separately. After Yuri Zhenhong spoke in a deep voice, he signaled many candidates to come over to pick up the scrolls. Since there are not many teams left, there are only 12, so the distribution of the scrolls is not covered. The 6 teams that have obtained the scrolls of the sky and the teams that have obtained the scrolls of the earth stand on both sides, facing away from each other, showing hostility. Look at each other. Both Cloud Shinobi and Mizuno got the scroll of the earth. Got a scroll that is useless to us. It won't be profitable to kill you. Ha ha. After Cloud Shinobi and the ninjas of Kiri Shino glanced at each other coldly, they ignored each other and looked at the teams that had obtained the scroll of the sky. Among them, the most eye-catching thing that attracted nearly 16 members who had obtained the scroll of earth was Fenjai, who was holding the scroll of heaven alone. That guy is really alone. Hey, if you dare to participate alone, you should have some confidence. I guess it's not easy to provoke, but the cooperation of 3 people and the combat effectiveness of 1 person are not a concept. Many ninjas looked at Feng Ye unkindly. Some of the ninjas who got the scroll of heaven looked at Fenjai indifferently, but were not interested in Fenjai. Their goal was the ninja who got the scroll of earth. All right, the scrolls have been distributed, and then follow the invigilator to different entrances. 30 minutes later, enter the grotto together. Yuri Zhenhong stood with her hands behind her, and said solemnly to the many candidates, whoosh, whoosh. Invigilator Chunin appeared in front of a small group. After signaling to everyone, they led different small groups to different directions. Chunin was no one else but Kakashi, who led the proctoring of Fenjai. Bringing Kaedia to the entrance of number 5, Kakashi opened the door of the entrance and said to Kaedia, Giri Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi are staring at you, watch out for their cooperation. In addition, there are surveillance everywhere in the cave. Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi's Jonin, as well as our Konoha examiner, are all monitoring in the central observation tower, and Master Hokage should also pass by. Kakashi, who understands Fenjai's strength, is naturally not worried about Fenjai's safety. It is impossible for anyone to win Fenjai in a one-on-one situation, but if multiple people cooperate, you still need to be reminded. After all, Feng Ye should have no experience in fighting against multiple players. Do not worry. Feng Ye looked at Kakashi with a faint smile, and said, you are all right, do I have any problems? The corner of Kakashi's mouth trembled. This sentence made him very unhappy, but it was reasonable so that he could not refute it. Soon, the second session of the Chunin exam was announced. Kakashi nodded at Fenjai, who entered the examination room. At almost the same time, the 2 ninja squads at the 2 entrances closest to Feng Ye rushed over in the direction of Feng Ye after entering. The kid should have gone to entrance 5, right? It's either number 5 or number 4. Anyway, this direction is right. Inyazuka's claws gleamed and ran at the forefront, followed by a ninja dog next to him. Feng Ye may have some confidence in taking the Chunin exam alone, but compared to other 3-person teams, Feng Ye, who is alone here, is the easiest soft persimmon to pinch. Aberame Jiwei followed behind, and said in a deep voice, actually, I don't think it is necessary to choose him. After all, it is the older brother of Kakashi. Maybe there are some other means. Besides, it is also Konoha's ninja. The guy who chooses Kushin village may be even better. Appropriate. What are you talking about? Inyazuka Claw glanced at Aberame Jiwei, and hummed, if you don't have the strength, you are not qualified to be promoted to Chunin. Since you dare to participate alone, wouldn't it be better to eliminate it as soon as possible if you don't have the strength? We get his scroll, it's better to be taken by Cloud Shinobi and Kiri Shinobi. Abarameji slightly shook his head, and said, intuition tells me it's better not to choose him. Bug's intuition. Inyazuka Claw spoke disdainfully and said, Kuromaru, tell him what your instincts are. Hiwan, woohoo. Inyazuka Claw showed a slight smile and said, Kuromaru means fighting. I believe it's instincts more than your bugs. Abarame frowned slightly and stopped arguing. Although he felt that Maple might not be easy to provoke, it was just instinct. Since both Inyazuka Claw and Kuromaru had made such judgments, they couldn't break up anyway. It didn't take long. Several people came to Fenjai's route. After moving his nose a few times, Heiwan immediately found the direction Fenjai was heading. After a few barking noises, he quickly ran in one direction found it. When Inyazuka Claw and Abarame Jiwei saw this, they immediately followed. Several people rushed between the grottos and followed Kuromaru to follow Fenjai. The three followed all the way. After chasing a long distance, Kuromaru stopped abruptly, lowered his throat and whimpered, and sent a message to Inyazuka Claw. Just ahead. Inyazuka Claw immediately understood, and gestured to Abarame Jiwei. Several people separated quickly, rushed to the nearby hills, outflanked the past in two directions, one from the left and the other right, and soon they saw the figures appearing under the hills. Whoosh! 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 The three Inyazuka Claws landed almost at the same time, enclosing Kaedia in the center. The three people who could land did not immediately attack, but showed a look of consternation, because there was not only Kaed Yoryuaki in the field. On the left and right sides of Fengye, there are several figures lying down there, recognizing that they are the ninjas of the other team, while Fengye is now looking indifferently to the few people who have fallen on the ground. A scroll was found from one of them. The three of them, you defeated them. Inyazuka Claw looked at Fengye in amazement. Although I don't know the strength of the three people who were defeated, it was also a three-person team. Fenjai defeated three people with just one person. Is it really like Abarame Jiwei's intuition, that he is a very tricky guy? Yeah, I didn't want to pay attention to them, but I chased them too tightly. Fengye put away the scroll of earth, glanced at the three Inyazuka Claws, and said, Are you guys planning to grab the scroll from me? Inyazuka Claw did not respond immediately, and a trace of fear flashed in his eyes. However, at this moment, Abarame Jiwei, who was standing next to him, said in a deep voice, Do it. He has just experienced a battle, don't let him delay his recovery. At first, Abarame Jiwei, who opposed Fenjai as his target, felt that this was an opportunity. He took it decisively and waved his hand forward, and the black insect cloud pounced on Fenjai. Inyazuka Claw also woke up immediately, almost bluffed by this kid. Beast-like forbearance. Teeth through teeth. Accompanied by Inyazuka's low drink, one person and one dog staggered in the air, spinning like a drill bit, shuttled and strangled around Fenjai's location. Fengye glanced at a few people blankly. Whoosh! In the next instant, his entire figure disappeared abruptly, far faster than the teeth of Inyazuka Claws, like an afterimage, and swept towards Abarame Jiwei. Abarame Jiwei's face changed abruptly, and he opened his hands quickly, and the black insect cloud threw out, trying to resist Fengye's attack, but Fengye's speed was so fast that he could not believe it. A flicker bypassed the insect cloud, came behind him. This speed, how is it possible? The pupils under the sunglasses shrank sharply, and he had no time to do anything at this time. The ninja's sword White Fang in Fengye's hand slashed past. Laugh! Although the insects resisted some of the blades, the knife still slashed across his back, causing him a sharp pain in his back, splashing with blood, and falling down. Wei. Seeing this scene, Inyazuka Claw was suddenly a little shocked. She vaguely understood why Fengye had killed a three-person team. This kind of speed was not something Genin could have. The speed was almost incredible. Whoosh! In the next instant, Fengye turned into an afterimage again and rushed towards Inyazuka Claw. It was another simple round. Inyazuka's claws fell to the ground with severe injuries. The last person tried to escape, but Fenjai didn't plan to let it go. Ninja Sword still flashed past and severely wounded him. Making the wrong choice comes at a price. Fengye turned his head and glanced at the six who fell on the ground. These six are Konoha's ninjas. He didn't kill him, but just made the opponent lose his fighting power. After all, he made the wrong choice and it is impossible to let it go. The enemy on the battlefield is not kind, so he wants to become Chunin. Time. It took a little time, but it should have little effect. After putting away the scroll, Fengye looked in the direction of the center of the Death Grotto, and after a murmur, his figure disappeared quickly. The Grotto of Death. The most central place. This is a towering hill with a weird shape that cannot be described. At the top of the hill, the interior is hollow, with skylights open on all sides. There is a large space with multiple rooms, and in one of the rooms, many invigilators appear here, most of them special Jonin, staring watching the surveillance covering the entire range of the death caverns. Since the second Chunin exam lasts for 3 days, the invigilators are in shift supervision, but there are ninjas from Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi in this room. They are Jonin leading the team. I defeated the two teams so easily. Is this kid's strength a bit strong, or the strength of your Konoha and other ninjas is a bit too weak? The The leader of Mist Shinobi, Jonin, is the Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost, one of the 7 shinobi. He stood there watching the picture that appeared on one of the screens and slowly spoke. Konoha's ninjas were also a little surprised at Kaeda's performance. Most of them don't know that Sarutobi Hiruzen appointed Kadea to participate in the Chunin exam. They just think Kadea is Kakashi's elder brother and should have some strength, but they didn't expect to get rid of Inyazuka Claws and others in such a short period of time. The 2 genin teams where they are. My disciple is not weak. Inyazuka Claw's guide, Jonin, was also in the room. He looked at the picture on the screen and spoke with a calm face. Fenjai's combat power was obviously beyond his expectations. The watermelon puffer fish ghost glanced here, cracked his mouth, showing a sharp tooth, and said, well, then this Chunin exam shouldn't be boring for Kisame. Hearing the words of the watermelon mountain puffer fish ghost, the many Konoha shinobi in the room almost all squinted, and their eyes showed a bit of unkindness. This is too arrogant. It was almost equal to the genins who despised Konoha. Wait and see. A Konoha's Jonin snorted. Everyone continued to look at the screen, but looking at it, Konoha's many ninja faces gradually changed, because in less than 3 hours, Hoshigaki Kisame's team killed 2 Konoha's teams. The whole process is almost neatly rolled. Hoshigaki Kisame's displayed strength is not like Genin at all. B-level ninjutsu is almost casually released. Chakra volume looks no less inferior than Jonin, just like a freak. What, this kind of chakra, is that kid Jinchuriki? Konoha ninja stared at the screen firmly and couldn't help but speak. The watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost said, hey idiot, how could we easily send Jinchuriki to Konoha to take the Chunin exam? Kisame is not Jinchuriki, he is born with a unique monster physique. The words of the watermelon mountain blowfish ghost made Konoha's ninjas look a little ugly. Although Konoha entered the second round of the Chunin exam the most teams, with a total of 8 teams, but now only half a day has passed, 4 teams have already been disqualified. And the most gloomy thing is that Hoshigaki Kisame and others, who killed the 2 Konoha teams, have already got enough scrolls, but have no idea of going to the end. Instead they continue to track other teams in the death cave, as if to eliminate everyone in the second round. Don't look at me like this, our Warren assessment system is much more cruel than this. Noting that the Konoha shinobi in the room looked bad, the watermelon mountain pufferfish gave a hey, and said in a deep voice, weak people without strength are not qualified to be ninjas. In the eyes of the watermelon puffer ghost, Konoha's assessment system is indeed too weak. They weren't graduated from school, and their requirement is to kill their companions. 2 people can only live 1 person, and the Chunin exam is bloody and cruel from beginning to end. So everyone who survives is an elite. The style of the Blood Mist Ninja Village. Jonin, the leader of Cloud Shinobi Village who has not spoken, glanced in the direction of the watermelon mountain pufferfish, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he immediately retracted his gaze, folded his arms in front of him, and said, this set is still I can't scare us the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village. Then keep watching. The watermelon mountain blowfish ghost glanced at Jonin of Cloud Shinobi Village, and spoke lightly. Time flies. In a flash, 1 day, and 1 night passed. The morning after the second session of the Chunin exam, Sarutobi Hiruzen just woke up, and a ninja appeared outside his room and reported to him. Master Hokage, something went wrong. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sleepiness disappeared in an instant, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, he got up instantly, put on the cloak of third Hokage, walked out of the room, and said, what's the matter? It's the news from Chunin's exam. Umbu Ninja followed Sarutobi Hiruzen and quickly reported on Chunin's exam, and the report changed Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze. 1 day and 1 night, Konoha's ninja has been eliminated from the 6th team. Only the last 2 teams are left. The ninjas of other small ninja villages were almost wiped out. Now there are only 4 teams left in the examination room of the Chunin exam, including Cloud Shinobi's team, Mist Shinobi's team, Uchiha Hisaita's Konoha team, and Kaedia this single team. How could so many teams be eliminated? Sarutobi Hiruzen's gaze changed, and there was a vague guess in his heart. He rushed towards the examination room of Chunin's exam, and asked in a deep voice at Umbu next to him. Umbu Ninja's answer confirmed his guess. The ninjas of Kirigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village did not intend to simply pass the second Chunin exam, but after getting enough scrolls, they were still hunting other teams. Whoosh! Whoosh! Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly rushed to the examination room for the Chunin exam, and soon came to the central observation tower and appeared in the monitoring room. Master Hokage. Seeing Sarutobi Hiruzen coming in, the many Konoha shinobi in the surveillance room immediately saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced across the room, fell on one of them, and said, when did you come here, Orochimaru? In the center of the monitoring room, Orochimaru's figure stood impressively. The nearby Konoha shinobi, whether Chunin or Jonin, looked in awe of Orochimaru, while the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost and Cloud Shinobi's Jonin did not have the arrogant attitude of yesterday, and both showed a very jealous look at Orochimaru. You came a little earlier than Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru showed a slight smile and said in a slightly hoarse voice, I heard that some special genins appeared in the Chunin exam, so I came here to take a look. Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly walked into the surveillance room, looked at the screen on the surveillance, and said, "Don't make any crooked ideas at this time, Orochimaru." As Orochimaru's teacher, he knows Orochimaru no more. Being interested in that special genin means that Orochimaru has the potential to play a black hand, and now it is absolutely impossible to do it on Kiri Shinobi or Cloud Shinobi. Doing it is equivalent to directly declaring war. I understand, Mrs. Sarutobi. Orochimaru responded with a smile, but it made the watermelon puffer fish ghost in Cloud Shinobi's Jonin feel a little pressure, because from Orochimaru's attitude, it is impossible to determine what he thinks, and can only think that he has not received Sarutobi Hiruzen's instructions. Orochimaru will not do anything. After all, the opponent is one of the most dangerous characters among Konoha's ninjas. Just when the atmosphere in the field was a little depressed, a picture that suddenly appeared on a screen attracted everyone's attention, including Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen, and they all looked over. What appeared on the screen was the scene where Konoha's last three-person team encountered Hashigaki Kisame and others as they approached the position of the central tower. You should have got enough scrolls. Uchiha Kyuta is the center of this genin team. He stands at the forefront, looking at Kirigakure's Hashigaki Kisame and others with a calm face, and speaking coldly. He has already gotten the earth coiling shaft and doesn't want to fight Miss Shinobi's ninja. Hashigaki Kisame slightly spread his hands and said, "The scroll is enough. Then get out of it." Uchiha Kyuta said in a deep voice. Hashigaki Kisame let out a sharp flash in his eyes, and said, "You seem to have made a mistake. Although there are enough scrolls, I have no plans to let you go. Anyway, the third game will be played sooner or later. It's better to simply let you all fall here. By the way, to remind you, I have already got 6 scrolls." Hashigaki Kisame's words changed Uchiha's face slightly. He turned on Sharingan without hesitation, a guya slowly turned in his eyes, a kunao in his hand, and he stared at Hashigaki Kisame vigilantly. "Do it." Hashigaki Kisame opened his mouth cleanly and immediately began to do it. The three of Kiri Shinobu and Konoha's three fought fiercely. Relying on the power of Sharingan, Uchiha Kyuta briefly maintained the situation, but as time passed, his chakra consumption increased. Here is Hashigaki Kisame. But it seems that there is no consumption. It seems that your chakra is not enough. It takes a lot of chakra to maintain that Sharingan. Hashigaki Kisame grinned. Immediately afterwards, he suddenly knotted his hands and released a B-level ninjutsu. Uchiha Hisa's face changed drastically. I didn't expect to fight to this level. Hashigaki Kisame could still have chakra release B-level ninjutsu. He could only evade in a hurry, but it was difficult to avoid a wide range of water-style ninjutsu in this terrain. Still got hit. The amount of chakra is a little abnormal, it really is a different kind of physique. Orochimaru looked at the screen under surveillance, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. The faces of Sarutobi Hiruzen and Konoha's many ninjas looked a little depressed, because with the elimination of this team, Konoha's 3-person team was wiped out. All that was left was the last single team, or just one person, Heite Kadea. Is this the Sharingan of the Uchiha clan? Hashigaki Kisame came to the side of Uchiha Kyuta, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he squatted down slowly. Sharingan of the Uchiha clan is still very valuable. However, just as Hashigaki Kisame was about to capture Sharingan from Uchiha Kyuta, a ninja from Konoha Umbu appeared silently. Although all the candidates who participated in the second Chunin exam had signed the certificate of life and death, Konoha could not just ignore the capture of Sharingan. Hashigaki Kisame saw the Umbu ninja who appeared, and knew that there should be no chance to take Sharingan. He wept, retracted the hand extended to Uchiha Kyuta, stood up again, and said, "The hunt is almost over, let's go." The other two Kiri nodded and left with Hashigaki Kisame. The Umbu ninja glanced at Uchiha Kyuta who had fallen on the ground, then glanced in the direction where Hashigaki Kisame and others had left, his eyes a little low. Even Genin of the Uchiha clan who can use Sharingan has been killed. Miss Shinobi really sent Genin the monster this time. This Chunin exam might become a laughingstock. Here is the monitoring room. Looking at the video under surveillance, Sarutobi Hiruzen sullen his face. After a few seconds of pause, he turned to look at the Proctor Ninja next to him and asked, "Where is Fenjai, has it passed?" Well, the Proctor Ninja hesitated for a while, as if he didn't know what to say. It took a few seconds before he said, "What to say, it should be considered as a pass." He got enough scrolls to come outside the tower very early. None of them came in. Sarutobi Hiruzen was slightly surprised and looked at the monitor screen and said, "Didn't you come in?" "Yes." The Proctor Ninja nodded. The examiner Yuri Zhenhong walked over and looked up at the screen and said, "Maybe I don't plan to pass the level directly. I want to test the strength of other ninjas. His position can come in at any time." Sarutobi Hiruzen let out a This is indeed something Fengya might have done, but the other genin was wiped out, and the pressure in the third game was all on him. When he thought of this, Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't help but shook his head. He had expected that the ninjas sent by Mist Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi this time would be the elite of the elite. He didn't expect the situation to be worse than expected. Fortunately, he appointed Feng Jai to participate in this event. Chunin exam. With Feng Ye's strength, he entered the third game, and his performance was not too bad. After all, the scene is still passable. At this moment, Feng Jai was sitting on a raised rock wall outside the central observation tower. He was motionless, covered with a layer of loess. If you didn't look carefully, you wouldn't be able to tell that there was a person sitting there. In the silence, he suddenly opened his eyes, looked in one direction, a ray of light flashed in his eyes, and muttered, "Finally someone has arrived. He has been waiting here for a long time." Not far from the central watchtower, Hoshigaki Kisame and others, who killed the last Konoha squad, were approaching the end of the second Chunin exam. The three marched in a triangular formation, with Hoshigaki Kisame rushing in the forefront. One of the two people in the rear smirked while running. "I didn't expect that the Uchiha clan that the puffer fish ghost teacher made us wary of is also capable of that. Too much to overestimate Konoha's ninja." Tong Kusano grinned, and said, "There were 12 teams, we killed 6 teams. The ninjas of the Uchiha clan also killed 1, and together they wiped out 7 teams. If the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi also killed a team, if you do, there should be only 3 teams of ninjas left in the third game. If you kill 2 teams, then the third game should be our duel with them. Such a record should be regarded as a successful completion of the instructions of the puffer fish ghost." However, when Tong Kusano was satisfied with his self-evaluation in his heart, an unfamiliar voice suddenly rang from him. Yes, this voice caused Tong Kusano to help his heart contract violently, and the hairs all over his body suddenly burst, and a sense of terror filled his mind for an instant. He tried to react, but it was too late. Laugh. In an instant, blood splattered. As if hitting an invisible sharp thread, Tong Xiaoya helped the whole person be cut into 2 pieces directly from the waist, and the upper body and the lower body were neatly separated. There was still a hint of horror and disbelief in his eyes. Whoosh! Whoosh! Hoshigaki Kisame and another Kiri Shinobu noticed the shock behind them. Their faces changed drastically, and they all stopped. When the two turned their heads to look, all they could see was the corpse of Takasuke Nishuk, and a boy with silver hair and short sword standing there with a plain face. "Hey take, Maple Knight." Tong Kusano shook. Standing next to Hoshigaki Kisame, Miss Shinobi Genin's complexion changed drastically, revealing a somewhat horrified and unbelievable look, and couldn't help but make a sound of shock. Sakusanashuk is the perceptual ninja among the 3 of them. He can always hunt down other squads and also relies on Sakusanashuk's perception abilities. It stands to reason that in the face of ambushes and sneak attacks, Sakusanashuk should be the one who reacts fastest. Right. But now, Takusanashuk was killed in an instant. Even techniques like body replacement technique and body flicker technique have not had time to use. Cough, cough. Tonko Nishuk, who had been cut into 2 pieces, did not die immediately, but a mouthful of blood spurted out, and his upper body fell there, looking in the direction of Feng Ye, with a bit of disbelief. Since he was close to the end, and he was talking to Hoshigaki Kisame and others, he did have some carelessness. He did not concentrate on perceiving. When Feng Jai was attacked and killed halfway, he could not detect it in advance, but the key is not this. The most important thing is, too fast. Feng Ye's movements were too fast, so fast that he could not make any resistance at all. That kind of speed is not like what Genin can have, even Jonin. I am afraid it is only so, and being attacked by a Jonin, he did not concentrate on staying vigilant. Being beheaded in an instant is undoubtedly inevitable. Result, it is you. Hoshigaki Kisame stared at Kaedia, and did not show any anger or gloom because of his companion being beheaded, as if he was just an insignificant guy dead. He cracked his mouth slightly, revealing shark-like teeth, and said, "It seems that Konoha's Genin is not all rubbish." Feng Ye glanced at Tonko Nishuk, who was cut into 2 pieces and fell to the ground, and noticed the small pile of scrolls that had fallen from the opponent, and said, "That's how it is. After collecting so many scrolls, the other party is obviously not taking the Chunin exam with the purpose of passing the test, but simply for hunting and demonstration. It is indeed the rumored style of the Blood Mist Ninja Village." Feng Ye raised the ninja sword White Fang in his hand, and gently wiped the blade with one hand, as if wiping the blade. But in the next instant, he made a chuckle and disappeared into smoke. Hoshigaki Kisame's face changed, he leaped without hesitation, and moved back to the back. At the same time, his hands quickly formed seals, and he pressed down in the air. Water style. Water bursting. Wow! The monstrous current gushed out in an instant, pouring down like a flood. However, these currents did not immediately hit Kaed, because Kaed's target was not Hoshigaki Kisame, but another Mist Shinobi's Genin. Water style. Spiral water blade. The Genin of Mist Shinobi also released ninjutsu almost at the same time that Kaedia disappeared. He opened his mouth and spit out, and he saw that the spiral thread was thrown out in all directions with him as the center. Each thread was extremely high pressure. The water flow condensed, the nearby raised rock was touched, and it was cut into 2 segments in an instant. And the moment he released this ninjutsu, Feng Ye's figure already appeared on his right side. Facing the silk thread that was cut at that moment, Feng Ye did not evade, but suddenly revealed almost at a strange speed. It revolved in the air at a volley, passing through the gap between the spiral water blade. Oops! Mist Shinobi's Genin's face changed drastically, and a trace of horror flashed in his eyes. It was completely unexpected that Feng Ye would dare to rush into the attack range of the spiral water blade, and he really passed through the gap. Without fast enough speed and keen enough dynamic vision, this kind of behavior is like dancing on the tip of a knife, and a careless one will be split in half. Laugh! Genin of Mist Shinobi took out Kunao and waved up to meet Maple Ya. Ding ding dong dong. The shinobi White Fang in Fen Jai's hand quickly slashed through the void, and in an instant it seemed to throw out 7 or 8 white silk threads, and then the whole person flashed past and fell behind Mist Shinobi Genin. The figure of Mist Shinobi Genin stiffened in place. He turned his head a little bit hard and looked at the Maple Knight behind him. There was a trace of horror and disbelief in his eyes, and then countless bloodlines appeared on his body. Splashing with blood, he fell to one side. The spiral water blade could not stop Feng Ye, and Feng Ye got close. The ending is naturally self-evident. If the Uchiha clan turns on Sharingan and has enough speed, it may be able to resist Feng Ye's Heitake in close combat. Swordsmanship, but he obviously doesn't have that ability. Suddenly, the two of Mizuna were killed. You have to pay a price for being so arrogant in other people's villages. If you can't kill others, you will be killed. This is the philosophy of your Wurin village. I don't think there is any problem in following it. Kaedia stood on the water, looked at the last Hoshigaki Kisame, and spoke plainly. Hoshigaki Kisame looked at Kaed from a distance. His expression was not as calm as before, and the corners of his slightly cracked mouth looked a little stiff, and slowly said, "It seems that you are the strongest genin in Konoha. The information is slightly out. There is a problem, but it has little effect." As the voice fell, Hoshigaki Kisame's hands suddenly sealed. Water style. Water mackerel technique. Wow! The water surface under Feng Ye's feet made waves in an instant, and several sharks condensed by the current pounced towards Feng Ye, tearing him to pieces. Whoosh! Kaedia jumped directly from the surface of the water and fell in the direction of Hoshigaki Kisame. Hoshigaki Kisame's complexion did not change, and his right hand was raised and opened towards Fen Jai. The current surging up and turned into a shark, biting towards the front of Fen Jai. Kaedia held the white fang, a ninja sword, and slammed into the shark that the water flowed into. The whole person followed the water and turned into an afterimage. The ninja sword in his hand traversed a spiral trajectory, bringing the current shark together with the Hoshigaki behind it. Kisame was cut into pieces. Wow! Hoshigaki Kisame's body was shattered, but blood did not gush out. Instead, it turned into a stream of water, which surged upward in an instant, wrapping Kaedia in the center. Water prison technique. Hoshigaki Kisame's figure swims out from the bottom of the water, pressing one hand on the surface of the water polo, maintaining the water jail, and at the same time looking at the Maple Knight in the water jail, saying, "Your speed is indeed a bit tricky, but in my dungeon technique, you can't play it anymore." Fen Jai was in the dungeon, but there was no panic. Instead, she calmly looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and said, "The dungeon technique, the signature ninjutsu of Mizuna. But since I already knew you had this trick, how can you be easily recruited?" This sentence changed Hoshigaki Kisame's expression. The next moment, his body was twisted to one side abruptly, but a white light still brushed his body, accompanied by splashes of blood. One arm flew out of the body and fell into the water. Wonderful! In the monitoring room in the center of the death cavern, Orochimaru looked at the picture on the screen with a hint of admiration in his eyes and commented. Sarutobi Hiruzen next to him watched this scene and couldn't help but exclaimed, "I thought he was just relying on that kind of speed, but I didn't expect to be able to use clone technique and body replacement technique to this extent, even if you were in his place. You can't do it at your age." Even Sarutobi Hiruzen and Orochimaru were amazed by the talent and strength that Kaed showed in this brief confrontation, not to mention the other Chunin and Jonin. People like Ziri Zhenhong and others are almost shocked at this moment. To know the strength of the three of Hoshigaki Kisame, they have long been judged by the battle observation during this period of time. Both Mist Ninjas have the strength of the elite Chunin, and Hoshigaki Kisame's prominence in Chakra has barely been regarded as special Jonin. NS. But the three of Mist Shinobi like this, in front of Feng Ye, were killed and the other injured in an instant. Whether it is Feng Ye's strength or Feng Ye's judgment and choices in the battle, he is hardly picky. It is not like a 9-year-old genin at all, but more like an elite ninja who has experienced battles. Hoshigaki Kisame's figure appeared 10 meters away from Fen Jai. His right arm was cut off from his shoulder, and he was covering the wound on his right shoulder with his left hand, with cold sweat on his forehead, enduring the pain, but he no longer had the original calmness. Too young. Kaedia looked at Hoshigaki Kisame and sighed in his heart. Hoshigaki Kisame of this period is also outstanding in Chakra, but without the big sword Samehada, this outstandingness is not so exaggerated, and the combat experience is far inferior to that after growing up. killing the Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost and joining the Hashigaki organization. Kisame. The previous ninjutsu released by Hashigaki Kisame, including the water body that attracted him to the bait, and the subsequent water jail technique, might have been hit by another person. But he thought of this as early as the beginning. The information is not equal. If the understanding of the two sides is equal, perhaps Hashigaki Kisame can also fight him at this time, but if the intelligence is not equal, then it is a unilateral crush. And just when Kaedia was about to continue to shoot and kill Hashigaki Kisame, his eyes flashed suddenly and he turned his head to look in one direction. In that direction, 3 figures were approaching quickly. Someone is here again. Kaedia glanced at Hashigaki Kisame, a knot in one hand, and the whole person disappeared with a chuckle. Rushing here are 3 genin from Cloud Shinobi Village. The 3 genin from Cloud Shinobi Village did not deliberately hunt down other genin teams like Hashigaki Kisame and others, but they also defeated 2 teams. I switched to teams from other villages, got enough scrolls, and approached the end. Most of them chose to pass the level first, but the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village have always been irritable. After they noticed the movement here, the 3 people almost agreed, are all rushing in the direction of movement. Anyway, in the 3rd game, the same must be played against. It is better to eliminate some people first, so it is always right. It's water-style ninjutsu. It should be Kirigakure's guy. I didn't expect to meet Miss Shinobi's ninjas, just take advantage of the situation and kill them here. On Kamui's dark-skinned right arm, there was a faint arc of lightning flashing. As he spoke, he rubbed his fists and grinned slightly. For the ninjas of Miss Shinobi, their Cloud Shinobi is arguably the least feared. On the one hand, lightning style restrains water style. On the other hand, their Cloud Shinobi Village style is almost all rough, while Kirigakure is almost all assassin type, fighting. The style is also quite restrained. However, just as the 3 of them approached the battlefield, one of them suddenly changed his complexion. He noticed something and suddenly shouted, "Beware!" Kamui's complexion changed, and his entire body was attached to a lightning arc for an instant, and he moved laterally to the right, which was able to avoid a cut from the soil below. Whoosh! With a miss, Feng Ye stepped back 2 steps and looked at Kamui. As expected to be the ninja of Cloud Shinobi Village, the speed and reaction speed are really fast. Whoosh! Whoosh! The other 2 Cloud Shinobi ninjas immediately surrounded Kamuya in the center, and Kamui also looked at Kamuya coldly, showing a sneer, and said, "I thought it was Miss Shinobi's ninja, but I didn't expect it to be Mew. Yes." The moment the voice fell, Kamui made a seal and pressed it towards the ground, and a thunderlight spread across the ground to Fenjai in an instant. Whoosh! Feng Ye jumped forward and backed away. 2 genin of Cloud Shinobi came over from the left and right sides, and Feng Ye showed a strange speed in the crack, and flew away from the crack between the 2 attacks. I didn't expect Kanaha's genin to have such a speed, but with this alone, I'm afraid you can't escape. Kamui's eyes were cold, and he rushed towards Feng Ye. And the other 2 also showed fierce expressions, and flicked over again from left to right, and they wanted to work together to solve Feng Ye. Inside the central observation tower. Looking at the picture on the screen, Yuri's brows frowned slightly, and she couldn't help but speak, too reluctant. Killed the 2 of the Kiri Shinobi team and hit Hashigaki Kisame severely. It was enough for Kaedia, and there is no need to attack Cloud Shinobi's team. The current Feng Ye speed was obviously a little slower than when he was fighting Wujin Ninja before, and the state should have declined, not at the peak. One person in Cloud Shinobi Village obviously has a speed that is not inferior to Fenjai, and the other 2 can barely keep up. In this case, let alone the ninja who killed Cloud Shinobi, it would be difficult even to get out. The other Kanahas and Vigilators also looked a little nervous. Hashigaki Kisame's arm was cut off. Although it was not killed by Kaed, the scrolls were destroyed and eliminated. If Kaed overturned here, then the 3rd test of Chunin would no longer be required. The 3 of Cloud Shinobi can pass directly. It shouldn't be so reckless. As long as he enters the 3rd game normally, if he is one-on-one, he will not lose against any ninja of Cloud Shinobi. Yuri Zhenhong looked at the picture on the screen and said in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen beside him frowned slightly. Previously, he praised Fenjai for his judgment of the situation. Unlike a 9-year-old juvenile, the result changed immediately. After beheading 2 Mizuna and smashing Hashigaki Kisame, Fenjai seemed to be overconfident and gave up the most robust choice. Sure enough, no matter how he can think like an adult, he is only 9 years old after all. After some achievements, he feels a little ecstatic. Sarutobi Hiruzen shook his head secretly in his heart. At this distance, there should be a chance to reach the end. Yamanaka looked at the picture on the screen, pondering and making a judgment. As long as you can reach the finish line, the problem is not big. The 3rd game after passing the level will be a one-on-one match. If you fight alone, no matter who Fenjai meets, the chance of winning will be great. Sarutobi Hiruzen also nodded slightly. For Feng Ye, there was still a chance to make up for this mistake, and Feng Ye was able to defeat the Wujin squad, and the strength he showed was amazing enough, and he had already completed the task. However, at this moment, a voice with completely different opinions sounded. Do not. It shouldn't be as simple as rushing to the end, Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru folded his arms on his chest, a pair of snake pupils gleaming light, looked at the picture on the screen, and said, I think you might underestimate the child. Even though the monitor screen is separated from the scene, Orochimaru still feels that it is impossible for Kaedia to go to the Cloud Shinobi ninja trouble after fighting with Mist Shinobi's ninja. Especially Kaedia until now, even in the grip of 3 Cloud Shinobi ninjas, she has not shown any panic at all. In his opinion, it's more like observing the opponent. The reaction speed is also fast. Kamui was parried or avoided by Fenjai for several consecutive attacks. At this time, he snorted and touched the blade of the long sword with one hand. In that case, try this. Ninfa. Cloud Flow Slash. As the voice fell, Kamui suddenly moved forward, and the sword in his hand suddenly slashed out, drew a thunder arc in the void, and slashed towards Fenjai. Under the shroud of thunder arc, the speed seemed to be much faster than before. This abrupt slash, just like this, fell towards Feng Ye's head. Seeing that Feng Ye's speed was too late to use the ninja sword White Fang to parry, he was about to be split in half. But, at this moment, a faint light suddenly flashed in Feng Ye's eyes. The illusory clock moved a tick. Kang! The arm that was already extremely fast, like a ghost, retracted at a faster speed, carrying a ninja sword, White Fang, with a loud sound, blocking the slash that Kamui slashed. This. Kamui's pupils shrank, revealing a hint of surprise. He used Yunliu's slash, his slashing speed was nearly 1/3 faster than under normal conditions. Even if Fenjai could react at this speed, he should not have time to resist. Whoosh! Whoosh! After resisting Kamui's blow, Feng Ye's figure turned into a black afterimage, flashing backwards 2 consecutive times, and escaped from the encirclement of the 3. Feng Ye, who got rid of the encirclement, held the White Fang of Shinobi, looked at the 3 people in Cloud Shinobi village, and whispered in his heart, it's not the lightning-style secret technique used by 4th Raikage. It should be another weakened version. If you have Byakugan or Sharingan, you can see the mystery completely. The lightning-style secret technique of Cloud Shinobi village has always been what he wanted, so after discovering that Kamui had this method, he chose to play while observing, but unfortunately there is no Byakugan who can see through the way chakra is used. With Sharingan, it's still too difficult to see through. After watching for so long, I can only analyze a little experience, never mind. It doesn't make sense to continue. Feng Ye shook his head in his heart and took a soft breath. When he looked at the 3 of Kamui again, a glimmer of light flashed in his eyes. The chakra in the body suddenly flowed and surged upward along the meridians. The first gate of 8 inner gates, open the door, open, hum. The first gate of the 8 inner gates located in the brain was pierced by chakra in an instant. Although there was no abnormality on the surface, Feng Ye could feel that her body seemed to lighten a lot. Every muscle, each bone can exert 100% of its power. The first gate of 8 inner gates was opened in just a moment. The Kamui trio, who were startled by Fenjai's triple-speed state, did not hesitate for too long. They continued to attack at the next moment, and all 3 of them used the strongest means. Whoosh! Feng Ye's figure flickered. After opening the first gate of the 8 inner gates and playing at full speed, this time Kamui and the others could barely see the afterimages. They saw Kaed Yoryuki disappear in an instant, and when they appeared again, they had already crossed by one of them. What? The person's pupils shrank violently and stiffened in place. There was a trace of horror in his eyes, and he wanted to turn his head to look at Feng Ye behind him, but he felt a sharp pain, a bloodline spreading from his right shoulder to his left waist. Puff! Along with blood splattering, a corpse fell to the ground. Kamui watched this scene, his eyes widened suddenly, revealing a look of horror and disbelief. Impossible, this speed. What is that? I am afraid that he has to upgrade his lightning-style secret technique to the 2nd stage in order to achieve the speed of Feng Ye, but to reach the 2nd stage of that secret technique, he is already at the level of Jonin. Whoosh! In the horror of Kamui, Feng Ye's figure flashed back and forth again. The other Cloud Shinobi Genin was horrified and continuously waved Kunao in his hand, but his crazy movements could not create a perfect defensive circle. It was still passed by Maple Knight in an instant. Only 2 almost overlapping ding-dong sounds of swords cried out. Puff! In the blood splattering, the 2nd-place Cloud Shinobi fell to the ground. Seeing that the last companion was also beheaded for an instant at Feng Ye's terrifying speed, Kamui's eyes revealed horror and horror. Impossible! This is not Genin's speed and means. This guy is Konoha Jonin in disguise. How could he be a Genin? Ninfa! Cloud Flow Slash! Seeing Feng Ye's gaze looking at him, Kamui gritted his teeth and uttered a low voice. The blade of the long sword in his hand was once again covered with a layer of thunder arc luster. However, Feng Ye, who was standing opposite him, also made a one-handed seal. His fingers ran across the blade of the Shinobu White Fang, an array of lightning arcs intertwined on the blade. Lightning style, thunder slash, whoosh! The figures of the 2 crossed in an instant. Kamoi's figure stiffened in place, the lightning arc on the blade in his hand disappeared, the blade broke from the center, and half of the blade fell into the distance, making a ding-dong sound. He turned his head hard and looked at Feng Ye, with a trace of incredible in his eyes, and said, This is mine. It's not your technique, this is my own lightning style, it's just a bit similar. Feng Ye slowly put down the ninja sword White Fang in his hand, turned his head to look at Kamui, and spoke calmly. Kamui's throat moved twice, as if he wanted to say something more, but in the end he sprayed out a spit of blood, accompanied by the splashing of blood, the whole person thumped and fell on the desolate land. So far, the three of Cloud Shinobi are all destroyed. The monitoring room in the center of the death cavern. There was no sound. Originally grinning slightly, with a hint of arrogant Cloud Shinobi village Jonin, the whole expression froze there at this time, and his face showed a somewhat unbelievable look. How come? The other side. Kana has Yuri Genhong, Yamanaka and other Jonin, as well as many Chunin invigilators, were almost silent at this time, and their eyes were shocked and unbelievable. Because of the monitoring projection, the specific picture is not clear at all, but what can be judged is that Fenjai used a certain method, and the speed not only surpassed the previous battle with Wujin, but even faster. With this almost terrifying speed, he reversed his disadvantages in an instant, killing 2 Cloud Shinobi in a row, and then beheading the last of Cloud Shinobi with the lightning-style Hatake sword technique. Really? Orochimaru stared at the picture on the screen with deep eyes, and slowly said, however, this speed is not something that can be achieved under normal conditions. I don't remember that White Fang had such a method, it used some kind of forbidden technique. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a deep breath, suppressed the shock in his heart, and said, I don't know, but the kid said that his motor nerves are different from ordinary people. More than just different from ordinary people. Although it is impossible to tell exactly how fast Fenjai is across the screen, it is difficult for Jonin to achieve that kind of speed. It's no wonder that Kaedia can kill an elite scout of Mist Shinobi, and it's no wonder that the talented Kakashi has never been the opponent of Kaed's brother. Different from ordinary people. Orochimaru showed a wicked smile, repeated Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, paused, and said, abnormality also represents talent, so it seems that the child might have a talent beyond White Fang. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slowly. Fang Ye not only inherited the blood of Hatake Shimao, but also has an innate talent for speed. If he can continue to grow, it is indeed possible to surpass Hatake Shimao. After a brief silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen took out his pipe, took a puff of smoke, glanced at Cloud Shinobi's Jonin and Mist Shinobi's Jonin Watermelon Mountain Puffer Ghost, spit out a puff of smoke, and said, anyway, the Chunin exam is over here. Yuri Zhenhong stood by, restraining the shock in her heart, glanced sideways at the Watermelon Puffer Fish Ghost, and said, yes, there is only one person left, and there will be no third scene. The ninjas of Mist Shinobi probably wanted to kill all the other teams in the second game, and ended the Chunin exam before the third game, to show the horror of the blood-fogged ninja village. As a result, this goal was achieved, but their people were all. The army was wiped out. This should be unexpected by everyone. Yuri Zhenhong looked at the screen, had put away all the scrolls, and Feng Ye, who was coming to the central observation tower, showed a slight smile. Anyway, nice job, White Fang's son, Kanaha's ninja. Outside the central watchtower, Kaed Yoryuaki rushed to the entrance and walked in with 2 scrolls. Standing at the door waiting for Kaedia was the chief examiner Yuri Mohong of the second game. Congratulations on passing the second Chunin exam. It should be the last one. Fenjai looked at Yuri Zhenhong and said, Mistanin and Cloud Shinobi seem to have killed the other teams. I have all the scrolls here. Shirai Zhenhong, who had already known about this, was not surprised, but seeing Feng Yexi throwing out the other scrolls as well, a dark sigh flashed in his eyes. Chunin passed the second exam and only passed one person. This is the first time since the establishment of the examination system. Unexpectedly, Kaedia, who has always been hidden under Kakashi's edge, can possess such a genius-like aptitude, whether it is strength, mentality, or forbearance, it is better than Kakashi. Yes, your judgment is correct, there is no third scene. After sighing in her heart, Yuri Zhenhong nodded at Fenjai and said, come with me, Master Hokage is waiting for you to pass. Sure enough, Sarutobi Hiruzen has come. Fenjai was not surprised, nodded, and followed Yuri Zhenhong, and soon came to the central hall on the second floor of the observation tower, where Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing in the middle of the hall. Feng Ye's eyes flashed, revealing a hint of surprise that Orochimaru was standing next to Sarutobi Hiruzen. Orochimaru is the chief examiner behind? No, it shouldn't be. An idea flashed in Feng Ye's mind. Jonin was in charge of the Chunin exam. His personality was already very high. It was impossible for Orochimaru to be the chief examiner. After denying an idea, Fenjai did not continue to think too much, but saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen, Master Hokage. While Feng Ye saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen, he also felt 2 unkind gazes. Those 2 eyes with hostility and coldness came from the Jonin Watermelon Mountain Pufferfish Ghost from Kirigakure, and the unknown Jonin from Cloud Shinobi Village. After Feng Ye raised his head, he briefly touched the eyes of the two watermelon puffer ghosts, and then returned to Sarutobi Hiruzen, showing no fear of Jonin from the two enemy villages. It is indeed difficult for him to win Jonin now, especially one of the 7 ninja swords like the Watermelon Mountain Blowfish Ghost, whose strength is close to the existence of cage level. But here is Konoha. Not only are there many Konoha's Jonin here, but Orochimaru and Sarutobi Hiruzen are also here. The Watermelon Mountain Puffer Fish Ghost and the others also looked at him coldly at most, and did not even dare to let out the momentum of killing intent. As for the future, if he really met on the battlefield, he might not be weaker than these two at his growth rate. Maybe he had surpassed Jonin at that time and reached a real cage level. Congratulations, you passed the Chunin exam. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kaedia, smiled kindly, and said, you performed very well. Starting today, you are Konoha's Chunin. Remember the ninja's vocation. Yes. Feng Ye lowered his head in response. Orochimaru stood aside, looked at Feng Ye, his mouth curled up, and said, I received some favors from your father before he was alive. Do you know me? Hey, take Feng Ye. Seeing Orochimaru seemed to be a little interested in himself, this made Kaed's thoughts flash past, and he saluted Orochimaru. You should be the legendary Sunin, Lord Orochimaru. Orochimaru smiled, opened his hand, and said, if you know me, it's easy to say. At your level, it is difficult for an average Jonin to be your instructor. How about being my disciple? Hearing these words, Feng Ye's eyes flashed suddenly, and his thoughts flashed across his heart like lightning. The situation seems a bit troublesome. How can I decline this? Sarutobi Hiruzen was also a little surprised by Orochimaru's words, his brows frowned, and after a brief period of indulgence, he suddenly made a decision and said, in this case, Kaedia, you can learn from Orochimaru. Feng Ye. What the hell? I haven't spoken yet. What is this special cat, still working hard to get rid of Danzo, but fell into the snake's nest halfway? The corners of his mouth couldn't help but shake. Becoming a disciple of Orochimaru is undoubtedly a dangerous thing, seeing that almost all of Orochimaru's disciples have been cursed. But having said that, this period does not seem to be infeasible. On the one hand, becoming a disciple of Orochimaru, even if Danzo's troubles are got rid of, on the other hand, from Orochimaru, he may be able to get a lot of ninjutsu he wants to know. Looking for skin with a tiger, no, looking for skin with a snake. Thinking of this, Feng Ye sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen has made a decision, so there is no need to think about it. He can also vaguely guess why Sarutobi Hiruzen made such a decision. Sarutobi Hiruzen has not yet fully determined the candidate for 4th Hokage. Although Orochimaru's character is a bit dangerous, Namikaze Minato is still too young after all, and his merits and qualifications are not as good as Orochimaru. Although Sarutobi Hiruzen prefers Minato in his heart, he cannot express his attitude clearly during this period. If he refuses to hand over Kaedia to Orochimaru and designates Kakashi as Namikaze Minato's disciple, not to mention arousing criticism from some people in the village, Orochimaru will definitely be very dissatisfied with it. Now the situation in the ninja world is in a tense period. Sufficient stability must be maintained within the village. Sarutobi Hiruzen's words made Orochimaru smile. At this time, he still had ideas about the position of Hokage. He proposed to accept Kaedai as a disciple. On the one hand, he really liked Kaed's talent. On the other hand, he was also testing Sarutobi Hiruzen on the other manner. To become a Hokage, one must have successors. One person alone cannot handle many things. To maintain the stability of the village, he needs to have successors as assistants. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed the genius ninja Kakashi to Namikaze Minato to train, and the deep meaning of the expression was to include Namikaze Minato as the candidate to succeed 4th Hokage. After knowing that Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude has changed, here today, he was able to make a test at the right time. If he accepts Fenjai and is blocked by Sarutobi Hiruzen, it means that Sarutobi Hiruzen has denied his succession to 4th Hokage, but now, it means that Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude is still vague. I just don't know who you will choose in the end. Mr. Sarutobi. Orochimaru looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and murmured in his heart, I have seen Mr. Orochimaru. Fenjai saluted Orochimaru. The matter has been determined, and there is no other choice. You can only follow this route and think about some coping methods. Moha. Orochimaru looked at Kaedia and let out a wicked laugh, and said, the matter here is over. Come with me. When the voice fell, Orochimaru flickered and disappeared into the hall. Fenjai turned to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, saw Sarutobi Hiruzen nod, and bowed to Sarutobi Hiruzen. After that, the flash disappeared and he followed Orochimaru. Whoosh, whoosh. The two quickly left the central watchtower. Kaedia followed Orochimaru and was thinking about how to deal with the teacher Orochimaru. Orochimaru came to the death cave somewhere and stopped. That is. Fenjai looked around. This was the place where he fought Hoshigaki Kisame before. The water flow had almost disappeared, but the ground was already wet and muddy. Orochimaru glanced around, and quickly found an arm in the mud. It was the arm of Hoshigaki Kisame, which was chopped off by Kaedia before. Vomit. The corner of Orochimaru's mouth showed a curve, suddenly opened his mouth, and spit out a sticky scroll. After reaching out to hold it and opening it, his tongue suddenly flew out, curled up the arm, and brought Hoshigaki Kisame's arm back, put it on the reel. Puff! White smoke flashed, the arm disappeared, and it had been sealed into the scroll. After doing all this, Orochimaru turned to look at Kaedia, holding the scroll, and said, "This unique physique is the first time I have seen it. It is a valuable research material. If you encounter a special type of ninja in the future, bring me some samples." The corners of Feng Ye's mouth twitched, and he nodded, understood. "Let's go." Orochimaru rolled his tongue, swallowed the scroll again, and continued to move forward. "Can we not do this? Really, disgusting." Feng Yexin couldn't help complaining, and suddenly felt that he was even more tired than after a battle with Hoshigaki Kisame, but he had no choice but to keep up with Orochimaru, and the two quickly left the death cavern. After arriving near Konoha, Orochimaru made a seal with one hand somewhere, and suddenly a passage leading to the ground appeared on the ground. This should be the secret base of Orochimaru. Fenjai judged to herself in her heart, and followed Orochimaru in. After entering the base, I saw that the maple nights in the entire base tended to be darker tones. After passing through the silent tunnel, there were all kinds of curiosity scenes in the hall that appeared, and some were immersed in some kind of the weird worms, and the liquid also have organs such as the heart and liver. Fortunately, Feng Ya was a medical major in her previous life, and she had a strong psychological endurance for such things, and she didn't feel uncomfortable, and even silently evaluated some of the specimens as rough. As expected to be White Fang's child, he seems to be very adaptable to my situation. Orochimaru has also been observing the state of Fenjai. After walking for a while, he smiled and said, "Sure enough, you are quite suitable to be my disciple. Is this Mr. Orochimaru's research institute?" Fenjai glanced around, and asked Orochimaru knowingly. Orochimaru nodded, walked to one of the empty glass bottles, spit out the scroll that had previously sealed Hoshigaki Kisame's arm, took out that arm, and threw it into the glass bottle. After doing this, Orochimaru ate the scroll again, turned his head to look at Maple Ya, a pair of snake eyes flashed with a hint of interest, and said, "From White Fang, you should have inherited a lot of physical ninjutsu. Well, you don't need to learn some methods, but at your level, you should be able to know what you need, right?" Fenjai pondered for a moment, and raised the most critical question at the moment, saying, "I don't have enough chakra. I don't know if Orochimaru, teacher, have any ways to increase the chakra." Chakra volume. Orochimaru smiled and said, "In your situation, in a few years, your body will grow up and your chakra will not be worse than Jonin, but it seems you want to have more chakra, eh? It's not impossible." Kaedia's eyes were slightly bright, looking at Orochimaru, and waiting for Orochimaru to follow. Orochimaru moved his gaze away from Feng Ya and swept over the specimens in the room, saying, "Chakra is extracted from 13 billion cells in the human body, which also incorporates spiritual energy, so there are few ways to enhance spiritual power. I don't have a particularly effective method here, but I do have one method to increase cell energy." Having said that, Orochimaru spit out a scroll, curled it with his tongue, and handed it in front of Kaedia. Feng Ya reached out and took it, silently complaining in his heart, "I can't take this hand anymore." However, the desire for the technique overwhelmed the nausea of the scroll. Feng Ya opened the scroll, and at first glance, he saw the first line of the scroll. Cell activation. This is a cell activation technique, which can make the cells of the whole body have more vitality. Not only can it increase the amount of chakra, but it also has strong properties in terms of self-healing. Orochimaru folded his arms in front of him, saying, "This technique is the basis of many of my techniques, but you have White Fang's Heitake sword technique and lightning-style ninjutsu suitable for you. You should use my follow-up techniques." "No, I don't seem to want to learn from your appearance. Ha ha." After hearing Orochimaru's words and reading a small part of the content of the scroll, Feng Ya has already roughly understood what this technique is. This is a very basic technique, and its effect is to enhance the recovery and vitality of cells. If you guessed it correctly. This technique should also be the basis of Orochimaru's molding technique, regeneration technique, etc. Only after the cells have strong activity can they perform those near-immortal operations. "Thank you, teacher Orochimaru." Kaed closed the scroll and saluted Orochimaru. This technique is indeed suitable for him, not even an ordinary one. General physical strength training methods can only reduce the negative effects of 8 inner gates at best, and cannot completely eliminate them, but the cell activation technique should be able to offset the negative effects of 8 inner gates to some extent, because its essence is not to enhance cell strength, but to enhance cell activity, enhance vitality, and resilience. Go to practice. If you want to watch me do the experiment, you can also take a look. Orochimaru smiled slightly when he looked at Kaedia, and stopped paying attention to Kaedia. Instead, he walked into the laboratory on his own and started to study the arm of Hoshigaki Kisame that he had just obtained. Kaedia was also a little interested in Orochimaru's experiments, but his interest was not as good as his desire to practice the cell activation technique. After saluting Orochimaru again, Kaed left Orochimaru's research base. After leaving Orochimaru's base, Kadea let out a sigh of relief. Although Orochimaru will not take him as an experimental subject on the first day of accepting a disciple, it is always a dangerous thing to approach a dangerous person like Orochimaru when his strength is not enough. However, it now appears that the development of the matter has not suddenly turned to a bad direction, but is still a very normal and stable route, and he has also obtained the cell activation technique. Whoosh! Whoosh! Fenjai walked through the woods and went to a stream. After carefully cleaning the scroll he had just obtained, he carefully read the instructions on the cell activation technique on the scroll. After researching, Fenjai didn't find any problems with this technique, and even Orochimaru didn't do any concealment. He explained the pros and cons of this technique clearly in the scroll. The labels are: the human body is balanced. Mental energy and cell energy jointly construct a balance. To a certain extent, the impact of imbalance is not great, but if the gap between the two is too large, it will cause various serious consequences. The cell activation technique is to forcibly increase the cell activity, and it does not improve the spirit. Therefore, once you practice excessively, it will easily cause the spirit to no longer control the body will collapse, grow wildly, and become a tuft of monsters. Therefore, in the process of cultivation, you must be careful not to promote too much. There are several similar annotations. These annotations also have no conflict with the knowledge that Feng Ye has learned, such as the balance between the mind and the body. This is the first time he has heard of the physical imbalance, but he knows the mental imbalance. For a simple example, ordinary people transplant Rinnegan. It will cause mental imbalance, and the body cannot carry the powerful mental energy that Rinnegan possesses, and it will quickly collapse. Even Nagato, who possesses the physique of the Uzumaki clan, is already a very powerful existence, and still can't stand Rinnegan's power. Only a stronger celestial body can truly carry Rinnegan's power and achieve a balance between spirit and body. The same goes for Orochimaru's cell activation technique. If there is no strong mental power to balance, and the cell energy is increased excessively, it will cause the physical body to be out of balance. After losing control, there is a high probability that the body will only explode. Cell activation technique: this technique should be regarded as the cultivation method of the pseudo-immortal body. No, it's far from reaching it, at most it is only half of the half. Feng Ye groaned in her heart. The immortal body of Senju Hashirama not only improves the physical body, but also improves the spiritual energy. The cell activation technique is only half, and the effect of this half is far inferior to that of the immortal body, and there is no cultivation. Natural energy. If you practice Sage Mode on the basis of the cell activation technique, and combine the two, it should be considered a pseudo-fairy body. Yakushi Kabuto during the Fourth World War should be in that state. And one step further, is the real immortal body. In this way, the body and spirit are divided into 3 levels. The body is cell activation, pseudo-celestial body, and real fairy body. On the spiritual side are Sherinan, Mangekyo Sherinan, Eternal Mangekyo Sherinan. Feng Ye felt that his judgment should be correct. Eternal Mangekyo combined with the fairy body is Rinnegan, and then merge into the huge natural energy or become 10 tails Jinchuriki. You can get the body of Sage of 6 Paths and enter the 6 Paths mode. All in all, with the cell activation technique as the basis, the fog in front of him was almost wiped out. After walking through the jungle, Feng Ye returned to the village. After eating, he returned home, went to his bedroom, sat down cross-legged, and put the scroll in front of him. Then, let's get started. Konoha Village Underground. Root Base. Danzo stood in a room with a cane, listening to the report from his subordinates. His expression did not change, but his fingers obviously used some force, so that he pinched the hard wooden cane. Orochimaru. Orochimaru suddenly accepted Kaedia as a disciple, which he did not expect. In his opinion, the route after Maple Knight is either to be appointed by Sarutobi Hiruzen to join Umbu, or to join his roots. As long as he does some actions in it, it should be easy to get Maple Knight into the roots to cultivate. But Orochimaru's operation interrupted his thoughts. In addition, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude is also ambiguous, and it seems that he has not completely given up the idea of letting Orochimaru succeed the 4th Hokage. In short, the development of the situation makes him very annoyed. How's the negotiation? Hokage-sama signed a contract with Mist Shinobi, and Cloud Shinobi didn't negotiate. Cloud Shinobi's Jonin should leave soon. The ninja at the root responded in a deep voice. Hearing the report from his subordinates, Danzo's fingers on the crutches tightened again. With Konoha's current strength, even if he is facing 2 or even 3 other villages at the same time, he can still fight. You only need to take the initiative and destroy a village is not difficult. In this case, Sarutobi Hiruzen has been slow to start a war. It's obviously a good time for Konoha to unify the world of ninja. But it's okay to make peace with Wuren. Danzo squinted his eyes slightly. Now Wuren will not tear up the contract to start a war without seeing the huge benefits. If he thinks of a way to start a war between Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village, then for Konoha, it was the best time ever. Danzo took a breath, looked up with deep eyes, and muttered in his heart, since Saratobi Hiruzen, you don't want to, let me promote the war. Compared with the war, compared with the unified ninja, let alone Kaedia, even Orochimaru's problems are trivial, and everything can be considered after the war. Everything can be manipulated during the war. Family. Inside the bedroom. Fengya has practiced for 4 hours, and 12 hours have passed since the time was accelerated at 3 times the speed. It took about 4 hours to get familiar with the cultivation method of the cell activation technique, and the next 8 hours were spent on the most basic cultivation. Is this the cell activation technique? Fengya opened his eyes. After essentially about 1 day of practice, he could feel some subtle changes in his body, which ordinary people may not notice, but as a ninja, he can still clearly feel it all over the body. The cells seem to have become a little more active. The most intuitive feeling it brings is that the body seems to be more relaxed than before, and the energy consumption of refining chakra is also reduced. Under normal circumstances, after such a long period of training, even if there is no physical training, the body will become exhausted by squeezing chakra, but now his fatigue is much smaller than usual. The effect is obvious, but it seems to be more hungry and need more food. Fengya touched his stomach. Before the completion of the cell activation technique cultivation, I am afraid that he is about to become a big stomach king. Eating 9 times a day may not be able to meet the demand. By the way, when Orochimaru practiced this, it would not have swallowed food for several days at once, and then practiced for several days at once. Kaed murmured in her heart. I always think it's possible. It's rare to get rid of all the opponents in the second round. Kakashi was sitting at the dining table eating, watching Fenjai, who came out, tilted his head and said, but now you can't hide your strength anymore. That's hard to say. Fengya yawned, took out a few rice balls from the refrigerator and heated it up, then walked to the table and said, the current strength is almost exposed, but there should be nothing I need to do in a short time. Mission, just continue to practice. Kakashi glanced at Kaed Yoryuki's eyes and said, there is no task in a short time? I think you think too much. After becoming Chunin, you will be assigned tasks from time to time. Speaking of this, Kakashi leaned back in his chair, folded his arms behind his head, and said, speaking of which, I am going to do the task tomorrow, do you want to come together? Fenjai looked at Kakashi a little strangely, and said, free team formation? Did you take a commissioned mission? There are 2 tasks in the village. One is the entrusted task received at the entrusting office, which is not mandatory, and you can also freely form a team and invite other people to perform it together. After completing the task, you can get the village's task completion record and the corresponding reward. The other is the task assigned by the superior. The mandatory task usually has various requirements, and the personnel are designated by the superior or even Hokage. Yes, Kakashi looked at Fenjai faintly and said, I recently fell in love with a shinobi sword, but I don't have enough money to save, so I have to do some commission tasks with high rewards. Shinobi. Well, if he didn't cross over, White Fang's ninja sword belonged to Kakashi, and it seemed that he had accidentally snatched the ninja sword that should belong to Kakashi. But White Fang's ninja sword is still very easy to use, and I will find a chance to get a Kuzenara sword to compensate Kakashi in the future. Thought of this. Fenjai pointed at Kakashi and said, if you buy a shinobi sword, you still have some money at home. If you are short of a little bit, I can also give you some assistance. Kakashi seemed to be waiting for Kaedia's words, and said, after completing this mission, I will be short of about 2,000. Fengya responded directly, no problem. Kakashi nodded, and suddenly reminded Fenjai, the cost of becoming Chunin will be higher than before. Even if the village does not assign tasks and does not accept commissions, sooner or later the money left by his father will be used up. Fengya calculated the remaining assets, and said thoughtfully, if you don't buy consumables such as ninja and detonation talisman, it will still be enough in the last few months. If you want to perform a task, you will have to practice for a period of time and prepare well in advance. Kaedia was thinking about whether to teach Kakashi the cell activation technique, but after thinking about it, although Orochimaru shouldn't mind this kind of thing, it's best to get Orochimaru's permission to do this again, so as not to cause unnecessary trouble. Well prepared. When Kakashi heard what Kaed said, the corners of his mouth couldn't help but tremble, and he vomited. It won't be dangerous to accept some D-level and C-level orders with your strength. Fengya sighed and said, you don't understand. As a traverser, both the troublesome physique and accidental attributes must be 99 plus data. Even if the D-level commission is executed, there is a high probability that an accident will occur, leading to a dangerous situation where the B-level or even the A-level task will occur. So what needs to be considered is not only the task itself, but also possible accidents. The current strength is far from enough. Kakashi. He almost wanted to blurt out, you, the one who has never performed a mission, tell me this ninja who has performed dozens of C-level missions doesn't understand, where is the confidence coming from? But at last he did not forget that he could not beat Fengya, and Fengya was the elder brother. If he wanted to complain, he finally held back, turning into a dull look. I'm going to bed. After dinner. Fengya went to sleep at the triple speed, and woke up about 2 hours later. After eating a piece of bread, he continued to devote himself to practice in his room. By the time Kakashi had breakfast and left the next morning, Fenjai had actually practiced for more than 12 hours, but he still did not go out and continued to practice in the room. The development of Chidori. 8 inner gates. Hey take. These 3 practices have been temporarily put aside by Feng Ye, because compared with these, the cell activation technique is what he needs most at the moment, and it can be regarded as an important foundation ability. Once completed, the development of Chidori and the 8 inner the cultivation of gates will be of certain help. Such repeated cultivation, in the state of triple speed, only 1 day and 1 night from the outside world, the effect of his actual cultivation is equivalent to the time of ordinary people's cultivation for 3 days. During Fenjai's hard cultivation. Ninja School. The discussion about the Chunin exam has become a core topic in the last 2 days. Under normal circumstances, the students at the ninja school did not pay much attention to the Chunin exam, but when Feng Ye, a student with a high degree of attention, graduated early and participated in the Chunin exam, the attention was immediately great. Some girls gathered together. Shizun thought, if you remember correctly, the Chunin exam is usually divided into 3 sessions, right? The third Chunin exam seems to be public, and we can also watch it. It's such a process. Yuri Hong nodded, looking a little absent-minded. Although she believed in Feng Ye's strength, her father Yuri Zhenhong specifically mentioned the danger of the Chunin exam, so she still couldn't fully feel relieved. Inyazuka, who happened to be passing by, heard Shizun's exchange with Yuri Hong and others. He couldn't help but curl his lips and said, "You guys are thinking too much. It's hard to say whether Fenjai can pass the first 2 games." Ninjas from other villages participated. A Barametiano held his sunglasses and said in a deep voice, "I heard from my father that the highest elimination rate in history was the second Chunin exam." Nohara Lin smiled, showing a cute look, and said, "I think Kaed Yoryuaki will definitely pass." "That's not easy to say." Uchiha Obito muttered, "I don't think Fenjai can make it into the 3rd game." And just as Obito's voice fell, a voice suddenly came from the side, saying, "You said it, Fenjai did not enter the 3rd scene." This sentence made everyone in the discussion stunned. When they looked over, they saw that the speaker was Yamanaka Ika, who had just arrived in the classroom, and there seemed to be some inexplicable light in his eyes. Shiri Hong said in a little astonishment, "Fenjai didn't enter the 3rd game." Yamanaka Ika narrowed his gaze, glanced at Yuri Hong, and said, "Your father is also the chief examiner, don't you know the status of Chunin's exam?" Yuri Hong frowned and shook her head. Her father Yuri Zhenhong did not come back yesterday, nor did he have the opportunity to ask about the details of Chunin's exam, only that Fenjai had passed the first test. Inyazuka Toga laughed and said, I'll just say, how could it be possible to take the Chunin exam directly after graduating early? That guy is really overconfident." Other people who were hostile to Feng Ye also showed their gazes comfortably, but at this moment, Yamanaka Jinghua glanced at Inyazuka Chi and said, "Who told you that Fenjai failed the Chunin exam? It's not you who said it." Inyazuka Kai's smile slowed down, and looked at Yamanaka Ika strangely, and said, "Kaedia failed to enter the 3rd session of the Chunin exam." Hyaga Firegate also looked over, and his eyes calmly said, "Could it be possible that he performed too well in the 2nd game and was promoted directly to Chunin?" Snapped. Yamanaka Jinghua snapped his fingers and said with a smile, "The answer is half right, but it's not an exceptional performance, but only Fenjai passed the 2nd test, so there is no 3rd test for this Chunin exam." This sentence made Hyaga women and others stunned. While worrying about whether Fenjai would be injured in the 2nd game, Yuri Hong, who tried to ask Yamanaka Iwa, was also slightly taken aback, her mouth opened slightly, revealing a look of stunned expression. "You said, only Fenjai passed the 2nd game." Shizun looked at Yamanaka in disbelief and astonishment. She also understood a little about the content of the Chunin exam. No matter what, it wouldn't be difficult for one person to pass a match. Inyazuka Chi was surprised and couldn't help but said, "Hey, do you think we are all idiots? The 2nd game only goes through Kaed Yoryuaki. How is such a nonsense thing possible?" Almost everyone else was suspicious. And at this moment, Teacher Chunin walked into the classroom, took a look at the many students here, and said, "Well, Jinghua is right. The 2nd Chunin exam really only passed Feng Yoryuaki. Everyone else was eliminated by Feng Ye." Speaking of this, there are some ups and downs in his heart. Although he knew the news last night, even to this day, he still can't calm down. Graduation early. Full score. A few days later, I took the Chunin exam solo, and eliminated all the other teams in the 2nd game. As a result, the 3rd Chunin exam was gone. This kind of performance can only be described as incredible. Normally, Fenjai's performance in the class is not astonishing, but he can graduate with full scores in advance. Chunin eliminated everyone else in the 2nd round of the exam. Obviously, this cannot be achieved in a short period of time. Promote. In other words, Kaed's talent may never be worse than Kakashi. Under this circumstance, Feng Ye can still attend normal school calmly and never show any amazing behavior. This mentality is also a bit shocking. If it is an adult ninja, forget it, but Feng Ye only 9 years old. A hidden genius. Teacher Chunin sighed in his heart. Like Orochimaru and Heitake Sakumo at the time, Kaedia's talent and heart are undoubtedly a genius ninja rare in decades. The classroom is quiet. Okay, everyone will go back to their seats and get ready for class. With Teacher Chunin's opening again, the frozen classroom was broken. The Inyazuka Taga, Uchiha Obito, and others who stayed in place, walked towards their respective positions somewhat stiffly, almost with an unbelievable look in their eyes. What Yamanaka Ika said turned out to be true. The second game eliminated everyone else. How can it be? Throughout the morning, almost no one could concentrate. The facts in front of us cannot be refuted. After recovering from the shock and disbelief, almost all the emotions of Inyazuka Chi and others have become extremely complicated. There are still feelings of jealousy and hatred, but they have become like before. It's so strong, and it's more of a sense of loss. It was not that he had accepted Feng Ye's existence. Rather, it was pulled too far away in an instant, so that it became a little distant. Whether it was jealousy or disobedience, it became a little illusory. After graduating early from the ninja school and becoming a genin, he passed the Chunin exam and completed the 2 consecutive jumps from the trainee ninja to the Chunin. It took only a few days, so that it felt a little illusory and unreal. This is Feng Ye, Shirihong murmured in her heart, her eyes filled with light. The news that Feng Ye passed the Chunin exam and became Chunin quickly spread throughout the ninja school. Not only the same class, but also people in other grades were shocked. After all, Feng Ye became Chunin only 2 days after graduating early. Has it become Chunin? In a corner of the classroom, Uchiha Shisui murmured as he listened to the comments of nearby students. Sure enough, as he expected, Feng Ye went all the way after revealing his talent. As a genius of the Uchiha clan, the name genius is now a bit of a misnomer for him. You must work harder and harder to catch up with Kaedia and Kakashi. Time flies. In a flash, half a month passed. Feng Ye has been practicing the cell activation technique for the past half month, and the progress of cell activation has finally reached the limit of what she can currently do. I can clearly feel that every cell in my body is full of vitality. If I hit my body with a knife, the wound will heal several times faster than ordinary people. Although this kind of self-healing ability is far inferior to Baihao technique and immortal body, the effect is also very obvious when time is accelerating. The naked eye can clearly see that the wound is healing at a slow speed. Fenjai didn't make more attempts. After all, he doesn't like self-mutilation. He just needs to know that his body has the ability to heal more than the normal number. Generally, small wounds do not need to be bandaged. Deeper wounds can heal quickly after simple bandaging, without fear of infection. The question is enough. 8 inner gates. Third gate, the gate, open. After Fenjai took a deep breath in the woods of Kanaha-Hyushin, chakra in his body suddenly surged, and instantly broke through the 8 inner gates' third gate located above his chest. After completing the cell activation technique, the bottleneck of the 8 inner gates' third gate was easily crossed, and the progress was moving towards the fourth gate. Feng Ye, who opened the third gate, was covered by a light green light. He could feel the chakra in his body exploding, and the energy hidden in his body was surging. Whether it was speed or strength, it was far more than the one that opened the first gate. Time has improved too much. It turns out that after opening the third gate, chakra went into a runaway state, and it became difficult to control it. Feng Ye felt her own power and murmured in her heart. It seems that his previous thoughts are a bit naive. He feels that clone technique and body replacement technique can still be used normally in the state of 8 inner gates. As a result, the fact is that chakra inside the body violently went away when the 8 inner gates broke out. It is extremely difficult to control. In addition, he has practiced the cell activation technique, and now the amount of chakra has exceeded the elite Chunin's category. As he progresses to the level of Jonin, it becomes more difficult to control under the rampage. Triple speed. Feng Ye took a breath, moved his mind, and entered a state of triple speed. In the state of triple speed, Feng Ye clenched his fists and swung forward suddenly. His entire arm almost turned into an afterimage, faintly rubbing against the air to produce a fiery flame. Boom! A punch fell, and the wooden stake in front of him was directly exploded. Can rub the flames. The effect of this punch made Feng Ye's heart shaken. The 8 inner gates do not have the ability to attack from a distance until they reach the 6th gate. Once they reach the 6th gate, their fists can rub against the air to create flames, and they can swing out the air bombs mixed with flames and release them. Long-distance physical skills towards the peacock, drink. After Kaed Yoryuaki shouted in a low voice, his fist suddenly exploded and swung forward quickly. The flame-like light appeared under his fist, but it was always a little bit short, able to create flames, but unable to smash the flames. After slamming his fists dozens of times, Feng Ye stopped. Slightly close. Feng Ye withdrew from the state of 8 inner gates and controlled chakra inside his body to return to calm. He took a breath, but there was no frustration in his eyes, but a trace of excitement. The third gate of 8 inner gates brought a bigger improvement than he expected. Time accelerating 3 times the speed state, superimposed with the 8 inner gate's 3rd gate, the speed is already close to the 8 inner gate's 6th gate, can achieve half the effect of the peacock. It is impossible to achieve a long-range attack, it is still a lot worse than the real peacock, but the fist can rub out flames, and it is estimated that there should be 1/3 of the power. Fang Ye took a deep breath. The swinging fist rubbed against the air to create a flame, which looked like a flame fist, but it could be regarded as a kind of physique, but it seemed a little difficult to name this physique. The unfinished Chow Peacock. What's going on? It seems that there is no suitable animal name to put here, the semi-finished peacock, it is better to just call it Huoquan. By the way, after the cells are activated, the body's resilience and vitality are really strong. The side effects of the 3rd gate are offset to the point that only a little bit of body soreness can be felt. After Feng Ye stretched his body, he could feel the painless limbs, he was recovering quickly, and soon he was no longer sore and weak. You must know that this is the first time he has opened his life. After further training and the body adapts to the life gate, the side effects will be further reduced, and perhaps it will be completely offset by the resilience of cell activation. To develop this technique, Orochimaru is indeed a genius. Feng Ye couldn't help but sighed. On the basis of cell activation, there are software transformations, molting techniques, etc., but he doesn't have much interest in these. Making the body like a snake is not suitable for him. The only thing that suits him is the most basic, the cell activation technique. Correct. At this moment, a thought suddenly flashed in Feng Ye's mind. He took out the ninja sword White Fang, made a seal with one hand, and poured it into chakra for an instant, crackling, and a flash of thunder appeared on the blade of White Fang. Lightning style, Thunder Slash. After releasing Thunder Slash, Feng Ye took a breath and suddenly broke through the 3rd gate again. The 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates was rushed open again, and chakra in his body ran wildly again. The thunder arc maintained on the White Fang's blade immediately showed unstable fluctuations, but it did not collapse in an instant. Sure enough, you can release Thunder Slash first, and then enter the state of the 3rd gate. Feng Ye was refreshed. Without any hesitation, he opened the life gate and entered a state of triple speed, holding the ninja sword White Fang, and slammed it forward. Superimposed on the speed of life, time acceleration, and the blessing of lightning-style Thunder Slash, when the blade fell, a crescent-like arc of light flew out in an instant. Wow! This crescent-like arc of light was about 3 feet long, cutting out toward the front, cutting out a ravine in front of Fenjai, spreading all the way to 5 meters away, before it faded away. It's done. Seeing this scene, Feng Ye couldn't help but smile. This is the effect that can only be achieved in the 2nd stage of Heitake sword art. Relying on the status of Thunder Slash, the 3rd gate of 8 inner gates and the triple speed of time, he relied on speed and strength to brutally break into the 2nd stage of Heitake sword art. It should still be inferior to the real 2nd stage Slash in terms of power, but such an attack broke out in an instant, even Jonin would have difficulty parrying and avoiding. Without being vigilant enough, I might be slashed by one blow. Feng Ye made a judgment on the power of this blow. Dealing with elite Jonin who have experienced a lot of battles, speed and ninjutsu are close to the shadow level, maybe it is hard to say, but the average Jonin encounters this trick, there is a great probability that he will be killed in an instant. Finally, there is a unique secret technique that barely got on the table. This trick is called Moon Flash. Feng Ye exhaled and closed the gate. After opening the life gate twice in a short period of time, the side effects are naturally very serious. Even if the cells of the whole body are in an activated state, they cannot completely resist it. This time, Feng Ye clearly felt the soreness of the limbs and waist muscles. However, the pain was not too strong, and I could bear it down for about 10 minutes, and then gradually began to get better and better. By the way, my current level of strength is a bit vague. In general and special, Jonin should not last a few rounds in front of him now. If he uses Moon Flash, he will probably be able to kill with a single shot. And against the ordinary Jonin, he is equally confident of gaining the upper hand, even defeating and beheading the opponent in a very short period of time. But it is difficult to say if it is against the elite Jonin. If you can't solve the opponent in a short time, then it may be defeated by the opponent, but as long as there is no messy forbidden technique, if he wants to escape, it is difficult for ordinary people to catch up with him. Probably somewhere between Jonin and elite Jonin? Roughly made such a judgment. So what can you do after you have the strength to surpass Jonin? The answer is simple: continue to practice. The ninja world is too dangerous, and Jonin's strength is not enough to go out. Next is the 4th gate. If I can use the peacock after opening the 4th gate, then my strength should be comparable to cage level. There is a big gap between elite Jonin and cage level. There are still many elite Jonin in a village, but there are only a few cage levels. In Fenjai's view, after reaching the peak of Jonin in all aspects, master some unique secret techniques can be regarded as cage level or close to cage level. This vague position can be barely defined as a quasi-shadow, which is between the elite Jonin. Between cage level and cage level, it's like a part of Mist Shinobi's Ninja 7. The strength levels of the 7 ninja swords are uneven, some of which are at the level of elite Jonin. After the master has a ninja sword, he can have the strength of the quasi-shadow level, such as the watermelon mountain pufferfish ghost of the master with the big sword same hata. Go up. There is also a strength gap between cage levels. If you insist on distinguishing, you can probably distinguish the general weak shadows, the stronger shadows, and the existence that stands at the top of the cage level. Gaara's father 4th Kaze Cage is a weak shadow, Orochimaru who defected to Konoha has a strong shadow strength, and Sarutobi Hiruzen at his peak is at the peak of cage level, and still has the ability to kill Orochimaru at that point in time. If you want to have a certain degree of self-protection in the Third Ninja World War, you must at least reach the level of shadow, or even reach the level of strong shadow. It is relatively safe, but it is only relatively safe. After all, even third monsters like Raikage were all consumed to death by tens of thousands of Iwagakure ninjas led by Tsuchikage Oniki. In the ninja world, there is no absolute security without reaching the level beyond Kagaya Heim. There is still a long way to go. Fang Ye exhaled. Underground Research Base. Kaedia is asking Orochimaru some questions about ninjutsu and physique. The downside of apprentice Orochimaru is that this master is more dangerous and may be pitted. The advantage is that Orochimaru Grandmaster's ninjutsu is extremely diverse. Coupled with frequent experiments, almost no one can better understand ninjutsu and the human body. It is like a professor of knowledge. Fighting against Cloud Shinobi during the Chunin exam gave Fenjai some ideas about the development of Chidori, but he failed many times in actual attempts. It seemed that he was a little off the right path. After many attempts, Fenjai decided to come to Orochimaru for advice. Lightning-style chakras nature transformation? Orochimaru was sitting on a damp stone chair to rest. Hearing Kaed's question, after a little thought, he stretched out a hand. Crackling. Chakra gathered in his palm and quickly transformed into a thunder attribute, with traces of arcs intertwined and surging, looking very dangerous. This is not ninjutsu, just a simple lightning-style chakra nature transformation. Orochimaru Master Biography 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, coupled with his own research on ninjutsu physique, it can be said that wind, thunder, water, fire and earth together with yin-yang escape chakra are all grandmasters. Physical techniques such as cell activation are a type of yang, while spiritual and soul secret techniques such as impure world reincarnation belong to yin. The characteristics of thunder attribute chakra are concentration and paralysis, and there is a certain difference between the fire attribute chakras raging. The difference lies in concentration. Orochimaru spread out his palms, letting the thunderous chakra intertwine there, speaking in a slightly hoarse voice about the control points of lightning-style chakra and the key to nature transformation. Each attribute of chakra has its own characteristics. Like the violent of the fire attribute, the sharp and cut of the wind attribute, the thickness of the earth attribute, etc., the key to lightning-style chakra is concentration. The large-scale lightning-style ninjutsu is far less common than the large-scale fire style and wind style, and even those large-scale lightning styles are actually released in a condensed way. Lightning-style Kirin is another alternative to relying on the weather. Feng Ye meditated and said, that is to say, in the process of using it, you must pay attention to keeping the chakra concentration, but it is very difficult to control the lightning-style chakra. Different from fire-style earth-style, after the nature transformation, the lightning arc of chakra with thunder attribute flashes continuously instead of being fixed at one point. In this case, it is extremely difficult to concentrate, even if you have a great control over chakra. Gao Fenjai has always found it difficult. Ha ha ha. Orochimaru laughed when he heard what Kaed said, and couldn't tell his feelings from the laughter. He laughed and said, "You are lost. Why do you need to perform subtle control? It's not wind. Style chakra will move according to the law. Lightning style chakra has no rules. The key point is not here." Having said that, Orochimaru slowly lowered his right hand, and the lightning style chakra in his palm gradually disappeared. He stood up, looked down at Maple Ye, and said a few words. Fang Ye was taken aback. Then I felt suddenly enlightened for a moment. The so-called Ichiba blinded to see Taishin is probably this kind of feeling. He has become Rasengan himself. The way he manipulates chakra has always relied on Rasengan's control method, but that said is more suitable for wind style, in terms of lightning style. On the contrary, it is contrary. I understand, thank you Mr. Orochimaru. Haha, ask this question, do you want to further develop the lightning style ninjutsu that fits Heitake's sword art? Orochimaru walked to the side and said while checking the results of the experiment just now. Fang Ye nodded and said, yes. After completing the practice of cell activation, his next practice resumed the previous three-line synchronization method, and the development of Chidori is still in the process. In the past, I could only rely on my own thinking and deliberation. Now that the teacher Orochimaru can ask, it is naturally better than spending a lot of meaningless time deducing without knowing it. Orochimaru suddenly turned to look at Kaed Yoryuki. Laugh. Quietly. Orochimaru disappeared in place, appeared on the left side of Maple Ye, put his hand on Maple Ye's shoulder, and then showed a slightly surprised look. In just over half a month, has the cell activation been cultivated to this level? Orochimaru is very clear about the truth that there are more greed and more chewing in practice. Even for geniuses, several types of ninjutsu can be practiced at the same time. As long as the natures are close to each other, they can promote each other, but cell activation and lightning-style nature transformation are purely two types of surgery. In just half a month, Feng Ye came to ask about lightning-style nature transformation. It made him feel that Feng Ye was a little too focused. However, after a simple investigation, he found that Feng Ye's cell activation has reached a very high level. It's a deep degree. At this level, even cultivating his software transformation is enough. The speed that Orochimaru revealed at this moment also made Kaedia's heart startled. This speed, probably faster than I opened the first door at 3 times the speed. This should not be the limit of Orochimaru. Sure enough, there is still a big gap between me and such an existence. Even if I have cultivated into the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates, I still can't swell, and I don't have the qualifications to swell. Several thoughts flashed in Feng Ye's mind. He maintained his composure and responded, this technique is not very difficult to practice. Remember that, teacher, you said that the key to this technique is to control the progress, right? Good. Orochimaru stared at Kaed for a few seconds with interest, and said, I don't know if this good refers to Feng Ye's answer, or Feng Ye's cell activation cultivation progress is very good. Cultivate to this level, you can also learn some of my techniques, but my technique conflicts with White Fang's sword technique, and it should not be suitable for you. Heitake knife is a tough type of knife. It is known for its speed and lethality. It is not an insidious assassination technique. It does not fit his software transformation. Not only does it not have a positive effect on Heitake's swordsmanship, it may even be. It has the opposite effect. Feng Ye knew this too. After thinking about it for a while, Orochimaru said, there is nothing wrong with your practice. If you have any other questions, you can ask me again. Fenjai looked at Orochimaru and asked, Teacher Orochimaru, can the cell activation technique be taught to my brother Kakashi? No problem. Orochimaru chuckled slightly, looked at Feng Ye's pair of snake pupils, a gleam of light flickered, and said, it's normal to take care of your brother, but your brother doesn't have your ambitions. Maybe you will go on a different path from your choice. The way. This sentence suddenly made the atmosphere strange. Ha ha ha, don't hide. Orochimaru noticed that Feng Ye lowered his head, as if trying to conceal the emotional fluctuations, and laughed a little hoarsely, saying, whether it is your performance in the Chunin exam or your forbearance all the time, you can't hide it. Ambition, I was convinced when I saw you at first sight, but I don't know what your ambition is. So, can you tell me what you want? Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kaedia seemed panicked, but he was very calm, because he knew that Orochimaru was different from Danzo. His desire for control was far less powerful than Danzo, and he wouldn't mind the ambition of his disciples or subordinates. Even in Orochimaru's view, ambition is also an excellent quality, which means more conviction and more worthy of cultivation. Feng Ye shook his body slightly. After hesitating for a few seconds, he took a deep breath, raised his head and looked at Orochimaru, his eyes gleaming, and said, I want strength. It is impossible to completely conceal oneself in front of Orochimaru, so the way to deal with this scene Kaedia has thought about many times, that is, not concealing his ambition. For different people, there are different ways to deal with it. Fenjai even considered many ways to deal with the worst situation where Danzo's design was forced to join the roots. I think my father died because of his weakness. If he is strong enough, he won't give up his mission to save his companions, but can do both. Feng Ye's voice amplified a little, clenching his fists. It seemed that he couldn't hold back the agitated emotions. It's not all disguise. This is indeed his inner thoughts, not a single lie, and no one can see any flaws. It's just that his goal is not just to surpass Konoha's White Fang, but to reach the apex of ninja world and stand on top of 6 paths. I see. Orochimaru looked at Kaedia with a smile on his face. Feng Ye took a breath, as if he had recovered from a brief loss of control, and looked at Orochimaru with a slightly worried expression. Your idea is correct. Orochimaru interrupted Feng Ye's words. A pair of snake eyes stared at Feng Ye, showing a smile that seemed to be able to see through people's hearts and bewitching people's hearts, and said, with enough strength, you can indeed do anything and deal with anything. No one will feel wrong with such ambitions. Although you are still very weak now, as long as you follow behind me and keep moving forward, you will become stronger and stronger. You will inherit the name of White Fang and surpass it. At this time, it is best to show a touch of emotion, but it is also easy to reveal flaws. After all, you have already cheated Orochimaru by exposing your true thoughts. If you give up your previous efforts here, it will be very troublesome. So Feng Ye showed a confident look and took a deep breath. Ms. Orochimaru, Mum, you are outstanding and confident, and I believe you can surpass your father. Orochimaru showed a conflict with his image, seemed to smile slightly, and said, then go and continue to practice. If you have any questions, you can come to me again. Yes. Feng Ye replied respectfully and turned to leave. After leaving Orochimaru's research base all the way, Feng Ye maintained a calm look, but he was relieved with a long sigh of relief. He deliberately blew himself up in front of Orochimaru, revealing his ambition to desire power. It will probably be safe in a short time, and this kind of more dangerous topic should not be repeated in the short term. As for the long time, then there is no need to think about it. Soon it will be the Ninja World War, and after the war begins, everything will center on war, and in this war that lasts for several years, he will continue to improve his strength. As long as he is strong enough to surpass Orochimaru and even surpass 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, he can deal with any situation calmly. The next goal is cage level. Feng Ye's eyes flickered, and she murmured in her heart, time flies. Another 2 months passed. Ninja School finally ushered in the graduation and placement of this group of students, including Uchiha Obito and Might Guy, all of whom passed the graduation exam. At this time, in Fenjai's home, Shirihong was looking at the silver-haired boy sitting on the sofa with some shock. Orochimaru-sama, one of the Sunnins, actually accepted Kaedia as a disciple. In the graduating class list of Ninja School, she did not see Maple Ye's name, and in shock, she came to Maple Ye to ask, but she got the news that Maple Ye was accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru. Yes, Ms. Orochimaru doesn't seem to plan to bring a 3-person team. Feng Ye nodded and smiled. He knew what Yurihong was thinking. It was nothing more than that after he became a teacher Orochimaru, he couldn't be placed in the same class. In fact, Fenjai sighed a little at this point. In his initial expectation, he would graduate normally, be divided into classes, and be a normal Konoha genin, then happily and easily perform genin's mission, and by the way, promote relationships with the girl in the 3-person team, and experience the vitality and beauty of this age. The result is frequent accidents. Now the possibility of dividing into a 3-person team has disappeared. After being shocked, Shirihong said a little frustrated, then there is no way to join Fenjai with you. In other cases, she can also try to get her father to change the class, but if Orochimaru is involved, it is impossible to make any changes. Shaizun was also accepted as a disciple by Tsunade-sama alone. Nohara Lin stood aside and spoke. Feng Ye said leisurely, counting this way, only Master Jiraiya will confiscate the disciple. Rin Nohara smiled cutely and said, although Lord Jiraiya has confiscated his disciples, Master Jiraiya's only disciple has accepted a disciple. Your younger brother Kakashi is one. Minato Jonin? Feng Ye smiled lightly and said, let me guess, one of the other 2 people is you, and the last one is Uchiha Obito. Ye Yuanlin looked at Feng Ye in surprise, and said, Feng Ye, have you seen the placement list for this period? No. Fenjai shook his head and said, Kakashi told me. I remember I didn't seem to come over. I don't know when Kakashi appeared in the living room and murmured, and then sighed, why is this? A crane tail, a troublesome girl, this team feels more troublesome than before. When Kakashi spit out mercilessly, Lin showed a somewhat awkward smile. Hearing Kakashi's remarks, Fenjai curled his lips, looked at Lin, and pointed to Kakashi diagonally with his thumb, and said, I heard it, Lin, he thinks you are bothersome, so I will take medical ninjutsu in the future. Don't use it for him, let him bandage himself. Hearing Kaedia's words, Kakashi couldn't help but flip through Byakugan. Lin couldn't help laughing when she saw this, and looked at Kakashi and said, I will work hard to learn medical ninjutsu, and I won't be dragged down. Feng Ye smiled secretly for a while, stood up, and said, okay, I am going to go out and buy some ingredients, do you want to be together? Okay, it just so happens that I also need to buy some ninja. Lin clapped her hands in agreement. As a commoner family, although the ninja school will distribute some ninjas, you still need to buy some after becoming an official genin. On the other side, Yurihong doesn't need to buy any ninjas. Her father Yuhitamaru is Konoha's jonin. Whether it's shuriken or kunao, she is fully prepared at this time, but at this time she naturally can't look at it. Feng Ye and Lin went shopping together. I also have something I want to buy. Feng Ye, Jian Lin and Uri Hong both agreed, turned to look at Kakashi who was going to return to the room, and said, Kakashi, come with you. Kakashi lazily said, I don't have what I need. Feng Ye lifted his chin and said, it was because you didn't have anything to buy, so I asked you to help carry things. Now you have to buy a lot of ingredients. The ninja school has graduated, which means that 3 wars are coming. It is a matter of course to hoard away before prices soar. What's more, he has been relying on time to accelerate his practice, and his demand for all kinds of materials is more than that of ordinary people. What? Kakashi's face collapsed. He looked at Feng Ye with a look of where is your conscience? Seeing Kakashi helpless, but forced to obey the words of her brother Fenjai, Lin pursed her mouth for a while and smiled, and the expression of Yuri Hong next to her was also a little funny. Although Kakashi is only 1 year younger than Feng Ye looks like he is 12 or 13 years old now due to the fact that Feng Ye uses time to accelerate his practice and grows faster. He is more than half a head taller. Look. Going up is like being often oppressed. Okay, don't be fussy, let's go. Kaed patted Kakashi's head and walked outside the door. Kakashi didn't avoid it, but showed an unlovable look, and followed him like a dream. A group of 4 quickly came to the street. Fenjai called Kakashi for another reason, that is, he brought two girls out by himself. The picture is always a bit strange. If it is seen by Yurihong's father or Lin's father, it will probably be more troublesome, although these two can't beat him. But after all, it's not a question of not being able to beat him. With Kakashi, it looks normal for four people together. Even if you encounter something on the way, it is at best being scrutinized. Soon, Fenjai purchased a batch of supplies, put 4 pockets, and Kakashi carried 2 separately. Lin and Yurihong tried to help Fenjai carry things, but Fenjai smiled and refused. This scene also made Kakashi unable to bear it. I want to complain. And just as the group of people continued on the street, some noise from the front attracted the attention of Feng Ye and others. Yes, I'm sorry, I won't be mistaken again, take me on this mission. Might Days Hung stood in front of a Chinin with an extremely nervous expression, his words were full of apologies, and he kept apologizing to him. However, the Chinin frowned and said, this is not the first time. Your words have no credibility. I can't bring you anymore, please don't do that. Seeing that the plea was useless, Might Dai leaned down on the street and said, I will do it harder than ever. Please trust me again. The Chinin saw Might Dai kneeling and pleading, his eyes flashed helplessly, but after a short hesitation he still said, sorry, go find someone else. After the voice fell, he walked away quickly. Please don't do this, give me another chance. Might Dai stretched out his hand to try to stop the opponent, but the Chinin quickly disappeared after a vertical leap. Fenjai, Shirihong and others happened to pass by and saw the scene. Shirihong looked at Might Dai and whispered a little hesitantly, he seems to be Guy's father, right? Nohara Lin murmured, it seems that I'm in trouble. I can probably tell that it should have been kicked out by the team she was in. She couldn't think of how to help the other party for a while. After all, she was only Genin who had just graduated. Kakashi looked at Might Dai, and the figure of Guy flashed in his mind, and then thought that he had collapsed with the ninja team many times, but his situation with Might Dai was not the same. What makes Kakashi more incomprehensible is that Might Dai is just a Genin, or the kind of clumsy mess around, and Guy entered the school as an alternate student. As a result, Guy targeted him intending to challenge him. Might Dai he even felt that Guy could surpass him. I don't quite understand where the father and son's self-confidence comes from, but then again, Guy's talent in physical skills is indeed staggering. It feels the strongest among Genin he has faced. Even if his talent in ninjutsu is poor, promotion to Chunin should still be promising. Just as Kakashi was thinking about it, Feng Ye suddenly walked towards Might Dai, causing Yurihong and Lin and others to look over. Senior Dai, you seem to be in trouble. Feng Ye walked to Might Dai's side and spoke to him. Might Dai was looking at the direction that Chunin was leaving. Hearing Feng Ye's words, he turned to look at Feng Ye. He quickly recognized Feng Ye's identity and said, it's you. It's a lot taller, even taller than Guy. There was a hint of surprise in the words, but his expression still seemed a bit difficult. Prices are skyrocketing, and it is impossible to make ends meet without going out to perform tasks. As a Genin, it is almost impossible for him to receive tasks alone. Now being kicked out of the ninja team is undoubtedly a blow to him. Thought of this, Might Dai sighed and said, I made some mistakes before and was kicked out of the team by Chunin from the team. I originally wanted to beg for a try again today, but I still couldn't be forgiven and let you see a joke. Feng Ye looked at Might Dai and thought a little bit, Senior Dai, do you need to form a ninja team? If that's the case, I can help. Might Dai looked at Feng Ye and a little surprised, and said, you should have just graduated. It seems that the 4-person team led by Jonin won't let people like me join. Feng Ye shook his head and smiled, and said, no, my situation is special. I don't have a team now. If you don't mind Senior, you can form a team with you temporarily. He got many points of 8 inner gates from Might Dai before and successfully practiced. Naturally, he couldn't ignore the troubles Might Dai encountered. Kakashi, Lin and Yurihong's team couldn't join Might Dai. He can form the team. Certainly. Repaying the favor of the other party is on the one hand, and on the other hand, it is safe enough to team up with Might Dai to perform the task, and to some extent it may be safer than going out with Orochimaru. Today's Orochimaru's strength has not yet grown to its peak. Alone against Miss Shinobi's 7 ninja swords, being able to get out is almost the limit, and it is impossible to kill 4 serious injuries in 3. But Might Dai can do it. The 8 inner gates that Might wears are fully open. They are definitely not as powerful as Guy's, but they are definitely above cage level. It can be said that they go out to perform tasks with Might Dai, even if they encounter 3rd Reikage and 3rd Suchikage. There is a chance of survival. The probability of such a situation is also extremely low. Under normal circumstances, Might wears a 7th gate, even if he does not reach cage level, at least he has the strength of Jonin level. With his strength, it is more than enough to deal with some ordinary scenes. When Feng Ye finished thinking, some ninjas nearby showed a surprised look. Actually, someone is willing to take the initiative to find the 10,000 years Genin Might wear team. What? When Kakashi heard Feng Ye's invitation to Might Dai to form a team, his eyes suddenly collapsed, revealing a look of "I'm not going to get it." What is the operation of teaming up with Might Dai? Even if you want to help Might wear it, that's not the case. Obviously, Might Wear's situation is extremely easy to make mistakes during the mission, and they have been kicked out by other teams. It's better to perform the task alone, and then take out a part of the commission to fund or lend it to Might Dai. It's better than teaming up with Might Dai. Ugh, Shiri Hong and Lin were also a little surprised. They didn't expect that Feng Ye would offer an invitation to team up with Might Dai. This was obviously trying to help Might Dai, just because he was the father of a classmate? It's too, sunshine. Fenjai might be able to become Hokage. This idea appeared in both Yuri Hong's and Lin's minds, and they didn't think it was impossible, and they even felt that it would be like this in the future. When Might Dai heard what Feng Ye said, he was also a little surprised. He didn't distinguish what Feng Ye said was the reason for that special situation, but hesitated. This isn't great, I might cause trouble. If he were to change to an adult, he would be grateful and promised that he would go all out to work hard, but hesitated to change to Fenjai. After all, Feng Ye is a student in the same class as Guy. He also knows his own situation and will always cause some problems. If he teamed up with Feng Ye, he was worried that he could not do well alone, which would be a drag on the younger Feng Ye. I believe in you, senior. Feng Ye said seriously. If even the Might Dai who opened the 8th gate can't believe it, there are not many Konoha now that can believe it. The current Might Dai can open an 8th gate and press 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen together with Danzo on the ground. Exist. Feeling that the trust revealed in Feng Ye's tone was not false, Might wore a sore nose, tears filled his eyes for a while, couldn't help taking a step forward, hugged Feng Ye, and said, thank you. My youth will continue to burn. This scene was seen by many ninjas nearby, and they couldn't help showing weird gazes. The expressions of Yuri Hong and Lin were also a little stiff, and they could only show a little embarrassed smile. Next to him, Kakashi curled his lips and spread his hands at Fenjai, showing an expression of "I knew it would be like this." The corners of Feng Ye's mouth twitched. In fact, he wanted to avoid it, but he hesitated, and that was the result. He had received weird gazes from many people because of Kakashi's dazzling performance before. He was probably immune to those gazes, but Might wore such gay gestures and gay, which made his eyelids jumpy language, and cooperated with those nearby. People have weird gazes. Great lethality. Feng Ye stepped back without a trace, and separated from Might Dai, revealing a smile that was fairly sunny, but obviously a little awkward, and said, senior, then go take the task. Going out on a mission with Might Dai, and if he doesn't need to worry too much about the safety issue, that would be a good experience for him. Although he knows the extent of his strength, actual combat and theory are two different things. Just like Guy who opened the 8th gate, if the last kick hit Uchiha Madara's head, he might end up on the spot. Not only did it not solve the trouble, but it also caused more troubles. Sorry. I'm sorry. I couldn't help myself for a while. Might Dai seemed to realize that he had caused Feng Ye's troubles. While apologizing, he quickly wiped the moving tears flowing down his face with his sleeves. Feng Ye sighed in her heart, calmed her emotions, turned her head to look at Shiri Hong and others, and said, Hong, Lin, I will go with Senior Dai to find a task first. By the way, if you have these, please take Kakashi. Let's go back. While talking, Kaed Yoryuaki put the two huge carrying bags with both hands in front of Kakashi. Several question marks popped out of Kakashi's head, and his face collapsed. I told you to gloat just now. Fenjai glanced at Kakashi. It is natural that he has a younger brother to make good use of it. He greeted Might Dai and walked to Konoha's mission. For ninjas, tasks and delegation are the most important things for survival and the meaning of existence, so the importance of handling task delegation is self-evident. And Konoha's mission delegation is on the first floor of the Hokage building. For ninjas to receive tasks above level B, they need to report and approve to Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, while level C and D below level B are directly handed over by Jonin in the management office, and only organize the results of the tasks. Report to Sarutobi Hiruzen in the ninja's profile. There are still no D-level missions. As soon as Might Dai walked into the mission entrusting office, he looked at the outermost notice board. This notice board was for posting D-class missions, and it was empty now. D-level tasks are generally to find lost cats and assist in digging taro. Such tasks are common in peacetime, but under the tension of wartime, even the normal livelihood needs to be exhausted, and naturally there is not much. Someone has come to issue this kind of commission. Seeing that the bulletin board of the D-level mission was empty, Might Dai walked to the bulletin board of the C-level mission. Why are you here again? A Chunin who was in charge of the task was sitting next to the notice board. He noticed that Might Dai came over and said impatiently, if you are alone, I can't let you take the C-level task. This belongs to the village. It is stipulated that your team was not willing to accept you again. These few words made Might Dai a little embarrassed. Just as he was about to say something, Feng Ye next to him looked at the Chunin and said flatly, excuse me, this is now a ninja in my team. The ninja at the mission was slightly surprised. Feng Ye mentioned my team in his words. Jinan could not form a team, he could only join the team, and Chinin could form a team and serve as the team leader. That is to say, Feng Ye in front of him was a Chinin, but he remembered it from I haven't seen Feng Ye come to pick up the task, and many more. Silver white hair. He stared at Feng Ye for a few seconds, and suddenly heard the Chinin exam a few months ago. It is said that the only one who passed the exam was a boy with silver white hair. Are you that Heitake Kaedia? The ninja in the mission office asked hesitantly. He hadn't seen Feng Ye, but he had read Feng Ye's personal information sheet and remembered that Feng Ye should be about 10 years old, and the boy in front of him seemed to be 12 or 13 years old. Feng Ye nodded and reported the ninja number. The ninja at the mission said, "Wait a minute," and quickly searched for the corresponding information according to the number, and quickly confirmed the identity of Maple Ye. After confirming, he looked at Feng Ye with some surprise, and said in doubt, "You are only 10 years old in the registered data? Why do you look like this? It grows faster." Feng Ye smiled casually and said, "Can I take the task now?" The ninja in the mission office patrolled Fenjai and Might Die with weird eyes, and said, "Yes, but are you sure you want to team up with this ninja? His sea-level mission failure rate is the highest among genin, and there have been multiple records of mistakes." The information reported by the ninja at the mission made Might Die a little ashamed, and when he was about to tell Feng Ye that he would work hard and do his best and not hold back, Feng Ye spoke in advance. "It's okay. Senior Dai is very strong and can handle many situations." Hearing Feng Ye's 2 words, Might Dai burst into tears for a while, and she subconsciously wanted to give Feng Ye a hug, but she resisted the thought of causing trouble to Feng Ye. Very strong. The corners of the ninja's mouth twitched. It was the first time I heard that Kanaha's 10,000 years genin was very powerful, and it was said from the genius ninja Kaedia. At this time, he didn't know what to do, how to respond. Perhaps this is the practice of a genius. Performing difficult tasks can no longer satisfy the tempering of oneself, and we have to bring a hindrance to sharpen oneself. Well, there aren't many sea-level tasks anymore. Feng Ye stood in front of the bulletin board and looked at it, and saw that only 1/3 of the area on the bulletin board was posted with a sea-level mission commission, and there was still room for most of the space. Although there are few commissions, the commission for each commission is very high, basically around 100,000 taels, most of which are escort tasks. Escort the caravan from the country of grass to the country, entrusting 150,000 liang of gold, that's it. Feng Ye looked at it carefully for a while, and chose the one with the highest commission. The main purpose this time is to help Might Die earn some money. By the way, I also need some money to supplement the funds, otherwise it will not be enough for the usual daily expenses. It is very poor in all aspects, but Might Die, who is very powerful, acts together. The task of investigating is basically pitted in the brain. This kind of escort is the most suitable. I hope there will be no accidents, Feng Ye murmured in his heart. Although acting together with Might Die, he could cope with any accident, but no accident is always safer than an accident. Okay. The ninja at the mission office took the order, checked the information and registered it, and said, "The person who entrusted the mission is now living in Kanaha Hotel. You can go there to find them." Feng Ye nodded and greeted Might Die said, "Senior, let's go." The two left the task office under strange gazes. Until Fenjai walked out, some ninjas not far away who were handing over the mission looked at the Chunin at the mission and said, "Hey, is this okay? Let him take the 10,000 years genin to perform the mission, even if no matter how genius he is, he seems to be performing a mission for the first time, right?" Everything came in accordance with the regulations. Chunin at the mission office was also a little helpless, and said, "There is no violation of the regulations. I can't stop it here, but the grass country caravan probably won't accept it. Most of them will come back for re-election." Makes sense. The ninja nodded thoughtfully. Not to mention whether the grassland caravan knows that Might wears 10,000 years genin's name. Even if you don't know it, you can see that Might wears very unreliable and looks very weak at first sight. Feng Ye's words, although it is Chunin, he is very young and does not give people a reliable feeling. There is a high probability that they will be rejected and ask for substitutions. Kanaha hostile. After leaving the mission delegation, Feng Ye took Might Die straight to this side, and soon saw the caravan requesting an escort in the Kanaha Hotel. There were only 7 people in the caravan, and it was said that they had transported a batch of goods to the country of fire for sale, and they had all been sold out. Now they planned to return to the country of grass. "You said you took the escort mission." A younger teenager in the caravan looked at Feng Ye and Might Die in astonishment. "Just you two?" "Yes." Feng Ye nodded. The boy widened his eyes slightly, and said in dissatisfaction, "Hey, what are you doing, Kanaha? Can you two really take on the escort mission?" Might put on a step forward and said in a very firm voice, "Please rest assured, doing your best to protect your safety." The young man still couldn't accept it. When he was about to say something, a middle-aged man with a white beard next to him suddenly approached him and whispered a word in his ear. The young man was slightly surprised. The middle-aged man stopped the young man from continuing to speak. He looked at Feng Ye and Might Dai's eye with a smile, and said, I am Daisuke Urobe, the captain of this caravan. We believe in the strength of the Konoha shinobi. Security is a burden to everyone. Feng Ye raised her brows insignificantly. After a little thought, he said, okay, then, please give me more advice in the next time. Everyone is ready. We will meet at the entrance of the village tomorrow. Thank you. Daisuke Urobe nodded. Feng Ye greeted Might Dai, and the two immediately left the hostel. And shortly after the two left, the young man immediately looked at Daisuke Urobe and said, why don't Konoha be asked to change people? These two ninjas are third-rate at first sight. The more inconspicuous the better. Daisuke Urobe looked at the teenager and said solemnly, now that funds are scarce, even if all the funds are spent, at most a Konoha Jonin team can be escorted, but in that case, it may attract the attention of the other side. It is better to act in a low-key manner. Please don't worry, young master, I will do my best to send you back to the realm. The boy's expression changed for a while, and finally he sighed. Outside Konoha Hostel, Kaed Yoriyuki said as he walked, by the way, Senior Dai, the commission for this mission should be divided equally. What? Might Dai froze for a moment. Feng Ye said apologetically, I also have some shortages of funds here, but if you don't think it's okay, Senior, you get 60% of it. No, I didn't mean that. Might Dai reacted and hurriedly waved his hand, half is already outrageous. You are Captain Chinin. Feng Ye smiled when he saw it, and said, then half is divided equally, you don't have to worry too much, there may be a chance to get more commission for this commission task. Might Dai, who was a little flattered because he was half divided, couldn't help but asked with some doubts when he heard Feng Ye's words, more commission. Yes, but it's only possible. Feng Ye nodded. Because of cell activation, his hearing is 2 or 3 times better than ordinary people. He could slightly hear the whispers of Daisuke Urobe in the ear of the young man. The words were very brief, but the message that was revealed was that the identity of the young man seemed to be a kind of young master, and this caravan was not as simple as it seemed. It's best to change tasks to be safe. However, with his current practice results, and accompanied by Might Dai, it should be said that he is fully prepared, even if there are some accidents, and if there is a situation that does not match the description of the task, he can ask the other party to make up for it. The commission for higher-level commission tasks. Perhaps the commission money earned at one time was enough for him to consume for more than half a year, and when the war entered the war period, the superiors would regularly issue materials, which was basically enough. If Might wears it here, the consumption demand is not as large as his. If such a task continues, it is estimated that there will be no need to worry about livelihood issues in 2 or 3 years. After summing up the pros and cons, a judgment can be drawn. This task can be accepted. Task Delegation Office. Shiranui, who was entrusted by Feng Ye, waited until the evening, and did not wait until the caravan from the country of grass came to ask for a replacement, nor did Feng Ye and Might Dai come to re-elect the task. After waiting for so long, there is no movement, which means that the caravan in the country of grass approved Fenjai and Might Dai to escort. The caravan in the country of grass didn't even ask for a replacement. As time went by, Shiranui Banji gradually became a little surprised. He began to hesitate in his heart. Although Feng Ye was a genius Chinin, he did not have any missions, not to mention Might Dai. The combination of these two people to perform the escort commission always felt very unstable. This kind of escort commission, if it fails, will still have a certain impact on Konoha's reputation. Never mind. After hesitating for a while, he thought it would be better to report. The General Sea-Level Commission does not need to be reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, but the current situation should still be reported. Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen, who was reviewing documents in Hokage's office, got the report. A Sea-Level Escort Commission. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised, and he didn't understand why Feng Ye teamed up with Might Dai. With Feng Ye's temperament and strength, it should be no problem to execute a sea-level commission, but if there is an unexpected situation, it is hard to say. After all, it is Might Dai in the team. But after thinking about it, Sarutobi Hiruzen still did not choose to interfere. After all, there are no missions that will never occur unexpectedly. Moreover, the situation in the ninja world is becoming more and more tense now. This kind of non-war mission is more suitable for Feng Ye to exercise. If it's really not done because of an accident, that would be a lesson for Feng Ye. You shouldn't think that you can take the team members with you because you believe in your own strength too much. After parting with Might Dai, Feng Ye returned home and simply packed his belongings. He carried all the standard items such as the detonation talisman, kunao, and shuriken that the ninja had prepared. The most important ninja sword, White Fang, was also put together. Kakashi appeared at the door of the room at some point, leaning against the door, folded his arms in front of him, and said to Fenjai, "You really plan to team up with Guy's father?" Feng Ye responded calmly, "I learned a technique from Guy's father before and received his favor. How can I help him at this time? You are also a beneficiary. The technique I learned, it's the 8 inner gates taught to you." After learning the 8 inner gates from Might Dai, Feng Ye taught it to Kakashi after completing the first 2 exercises. 8 inner gates may not be suitable for Kakashi, but the first and second gates are still very useful for Kakashi. Kakashi in the original book also has learning. Is that physique learned from him? Kakashi showed a look that he didn't believe in. He always thought that Kaed had developed it himself. It's not possible to learn an advanced physique from a 10,000 years genin. Noting the appearance of Kakashi, Fengya smiled faintly, and said, "This kind of thing is not necessary to deceive you, and the strength of Might Dai is far stronger than you think. You have also learned this technique, and you should be able to judge the practice of this technique. What will happen to the limit? What I can tell you is that Senior Dai will be able to open the last dead door." Hearing Kaedia's words, Kakashi's pupils shrank slightly. If you don't know the 8 inner gates, it's fine, but now he can barely open the first gate. He still has a certain understanding of this technique. If he can open the 8 inner gates, the burst of power is probably better than Jonin, even stronger. His first reaction to this kind of thing was not to believe it, but Fengya didn't have to deceive him about this kind of thing, which meant that what Fengya said should be the truth. How come? Isn't that guy 10,000 years genin? Don't underestimate Konoha's genin. Kaedia glanced at Kakashi deeply. After a pause, Fenjai put all the things he cleaned on the table, stood up and looked at Kakashi, and said, "By the way, how's your recent practice?" Kakashi responded to his brother, "Cell activation has just started to practice. Leijian is already the master, 8 inner gates can open the first door." "Good." Fengya showed a hint of approval. Kakashi's talent in ninjutsu still has nothing to say. The Thunder Slash he developed, Kakashi seems to be easy to learn, and cell activation is probably not difficult for him. With the cell activation technique in the body, the amount of chakra after Kakashi will not be a shortcoming. Even without the power of Sharingan and the immortal body, it is estimated that when you reach the peak, you can reach the level of 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen. At least it can surpass Heitake Shumo. Since that person has such strength, it's nothing, and in a few days, Mrs. Minato will take us out to perform tasks. Kakashi showed a thoughtful look and suddenly thought of something, and said, "By the way, Uchiha Obito and the team seems to like linear." Fengya smiled and said, "It's not normal for Lin's personality to be attractive. Do you mean to ask me if I want to intervene? You can do it at will. What does it mean to figure it out?" Kakashi flipped over Byakugan. If the person in front of him is not his elder brother, this behavior will definitely be spurned by him. During this time, there are more than 2 girls running home, Nohara Lin and Yurihong. But having said that, this doesn't seem to have much to do with Fengya, because Fengya didn't do anything. Basically, she was passively approached by those girls. In short, his brother was a bit too popular with girls. This seemed to him troublesome, but Fenjai can handle it harmoniously. Correct. Fengya looked at Kakashi and said, "If you follow Minato Jonin to perform the mission, if you have the opportunity, you can ask him about Flying Thunder God technique." Kakashi looked at Fengya strangely and said, "Flying Thunder God technique? How did you know that Minato Jonin would use this technique?" "Well, some intelligence." Fengya didn't explain in detail either. The golden flashes of the famous shock ninja world, and the frightened Flying Thunder God technique and the big ninja villages that killed them, I don't know that this and that would be too unqualified as a traverser. According to Minato's personality, if Kakashi asks the question about Flying Thunder God, he can probably still get the training method, but it's hard to say whether he can practice successfully. The difficulty of training this kind of space ninjutsu and the gradual progress of 8 inner gates are not there after all. One level. Anyway, I can get in touch with it, and it's okay to try it. The next day, Fengya arrived at the entrance of the village early. After waiting for a while, Daisuke Urobe and others arrived one after another, carrying only some light baggage, and waiting for about a quarter of an hour. Might Dai was late. Sorry, it seems to be late." "It's not late, it's just that we arrived earlier. If you come, Senior Dai, you can almost leave." Fang Yexi smiled and looked at the guard Chunin at the door of Konoha. Defense Chunin nodded, and after registering Might Dai's name, he signaled Fenjai and others to leave the village. The country of fire. Somewhere in town. Just rest here today. Wearing a Konoha shinobi's forehead protector, Fengya walked at the front of the team and came to a hot spring hotel in the town, speaking to the people behind. Daisuke Urobe nodded, but Might Dai didn't have any comments. It has been nearly a week since leaving Konoha, and now the group is heading to the border of the country of fire. The closer the town is to the border, the more tense the atmosphere becomes. Welcome. The front desk of the hot spring hotel saw Kaed wearing a ninja forehead protector walking in front, greeting him politely and smiling. Konoha's ninja maintains the stability of the country of fire, and also has a power far superior to ordinary people, and is still different from ordinary people in terms of status and status. After checking in with Daisuke Urbi and others and choosing the living area, Fenjai didn't rush into the room to rest, but said to Might, "Senior, take care of this place. I will go to the town to do a simple investigation." "Okay, leave it to me." Might Dai nodded sternly and stood in the corridor as a guard. Fenjai took off the ninja forehead protector, put the exposed ninja sword White Fang in his cuff, quietly left the hot spring hotel, and started investigation in the small town. Although with his and Might Dai's strengths, even if there are changes, they can still cope with the changes, but there is nothing wrong with the investigation. Maybe some unexpected situations will be detected, such as Iwagakors infiltrating the Fire Country Scouts. Resulting the opponent may also get a valuable situation. Soon, Feng Ye made a circle around the town. It was a simple investigation with the idea of a routine operation, but I did not expect it to actually perceive the chakra fluctuations of the ninja, which made Kaed Yoryuki vigilant. The perceived fluctuations of chakra, although only a little bit, give people a deep feeling. This is definitely not the chakra that ordinary ninjas can have. At least Jonin, maybe cage level. Feng Ye took a breath. This is really a huge accident. He entered the state of triple speed almost in an instant, and his vigilance rose to the highest level. Fenjai, at this moment, a familiar voice suddenly came. Then a familiar figure appeared not far away and looked over here. It was Shizun, who was in the same class, looking at him in surprise. Putting down the kunao in his hand, he said with some joy, "This chakra fluctuates, as expected." "It is you, Shizun." Feng Ye was taken aback. If Shizun is here, then that means that the extraordinary existence of chakra he perceived should be. Just the next moment, it was as if the sound of something breaking came from the nearby gambling house, followed by the sound of running, and then I saw a figure he knew very well running out and greeted Shizun. "Shizun, go! We're going to bugger." "Ha! Tsunade-sama." Shizun was stunned for a moment, and then saw a large group of people behind with clubs in their hands, chasing them out ferociously, yelling, and suddenly startled, hurriedly chasing Tsunade and fled. After chasing after Tsunade in 2 steps, Shizun looked at the many figures chasing behind him, and said, "Master Tsunade, this is... Ahaha, I lost it all by accident, and I also lost the loan sharks I borrowed. Anyway, let's run away first." Ugh, Shizun was a little dumbfounded. She obviously had a lot of chips when she came out, but at this time she couldn't find out the details, so she had to flee with Tsunade. Not far away. Watching the scene, Feng Ye released the hand holding the shinobi White Fang and shrugged innocently. Such a coincidence, really, Tsunade. It is said that the war is approaching, and Tsunade also brought his newly acquired disciple Shizun to come here to bet money. It seems that Tsunade now has no intention of village in war at all. But when the war really breaks out, even if there is a panacemia and cannot go to the battlefield, Sarutobi Hiruzen should call Tsunade back to the village, at least to be responsible for the medical unit. Looking at the direction of Tsunade's escape, Feng Ye thought a little bit in her heart. He actually has ideas about Tsunade's medical ninjutsu, or about the self-healing ninjutsu of Baihao technique, because this ninjutsu is almost comparable to the fairy body in terms of self-healing, or in some terms, the aspect is similar to the immortal body. Since Senju Hashirama, no one in the Senju clan can cultivate into a celestial body, so there is no specific method for cultivating a celestial body. There are only 2 ways he wants to get the immortal body in the future. One is to transplant Hashirama cells, and the other is to find a way to deliver it on his own. He will not use the method of transplanting Hashirama cells as a last resort. On the one hand, it is too dangerous. On the other hand, even if it succeeds, it is at best a crippled fairy body. As for my own deliberation, fantasy is impossible. There must be sufficient foundation. The first is the cell activation of Orochimaru, which he has already obtained, followed by the 3 magic techniques of Mount Mayaboku, Ryakai Cave, and the Wetbone Forest, the 3 sage modes, and finally the 5 master techniques of Tsunade's Baihao Technique Master. Basically, Feng Ye has the confidence to cultivate a real fairy body, but my practice now is a bit complicated. Feng Ye thought for a while, but finally shook his head. It is not yet time to practice Baihao technique. Even if he approaches Tsunade and obtains this technique from Tsunade, he will not be able to practice for the time being. Cultivating this technique requires a huge chakra, and now he does not have the physique of a supernormal chakra, which means that he has to practice 100 healings mark, so there are too many things to practice, and in a short time will not improve strength. The body of the fairy is too far away from him. Now he still needs to focus on cultivation that can directly improve his strength. Wait until he can possess the strength of cage level under normal conditions, and possess the power to cross-border the world of tolerance, then it is more appropriate to consider Baihao technique in sage mode. By the way, if you want to get Baihao technique's cultivation method, please Shizun should be able to get it. But maybe you need to betray the male S**X and many more. Why do you think of selling male S**X? Feng Ye patted his forehead, feeling that there seemed to be a problem with his thinking, and Shinin couldn't help but complain. As long as you get enough money for gambling, then go to make a bet with Tsunade. Won't you be able to win Baihao technique? Tsunade will lose every bet. This passive skill is full. At this age, his body hasn't developed well, and he must not betray his hue until he is a last resort. Who knows if he will be done excessive things. Forget it, don't worry, let's talk if you have a chance. Kaed Yoryuaki Road returned to the Hot Spring Hotel. After eating dinner and returning to his room, Feng Ye closed his eyes, and a familiar dark space appeared in front of him, and a huge illusory clock appeared in front of him. The time magnification increase from the next time should be fast. Looking at the huge illusory clock, Feng Ye murmured in his heart. Somewhere in the hostel, a girl with pale blonde hair, about 16 or 17 years old, opened the door and walked into the room, stroked the single ponytail behind her head with her hand, then touched her flat chest, and then raised her right hand with a simple nod. Print. Puff. After the white smoke flashed, the single ponytail spread out and turned into pale blonde hair draped behind his back, and his flat chest suddenly rose up, transforming from a vigorous young girl into a mature beauty. Finally hiding. Tsunade straightened his hair and exhaled. Shizun followed in from behind and stared at Tsunade's chest for a while, with a strange look in his eyes. She knew that Tsunade had become like it was when she was young to avoid debt collection, but what she didn't understand was that Tsunade, who was still flat-chested when she was a teenager, was able to develop to this way. Tsunade walked to the table and sat down, glanced at Shizun, and said, "What are you looking at? Please close the door soon." "Yes." Shizun reacted, hurriedly responded, turned, and closed the door. Tsunade picked up the teapot on the table, poured himself a cup of cold tea, took a sip, suddenly thought of something, and said, "Who is that ninja during the day?" "Well, it's my classmate, Heite Kaedia." Shizun snorted, walked over to Tsunade and knelt down and replied at the same time. Hearing Shizun's answer, Tsunade was a little surprised, and said, "He is Heite Kaedia. It is indeed similar to Senior Shumo." In the Second Ninja World War, Heite Sakumo, who was famous in the ninja world, was the commander-in-chief of the frontline battlefield in the Kingdom of Rain. At that time, Sunin had not yet become famous, and all three of them were younger than Sakumo. Speaking of which, a sigh flashed in Tsunade's eyes. Back then, Shumao had taken care of her several times, but she didn't expect to commit suicide because of the mission. After hearing the news, she went back to Konoha and paid a memorial service in front of the tomb. As Shumao's son, Heide Kaed, she also heard about it, but the more impression was that Shumao's other son, Kakashi, became Chunin after graduating at the age of 5. This incident also surprised her at the time, and she was deeply moved by Konoha's. White Fang has a successor. Fenjai is still very good. Shizun hugged a pillow and sat in front of Tsunade, a trace of admiration flashed in his eyes, and said, in the previous Chunin exam, he eliminated all opponents alone, and was also favored by Master Orochimaru and accepted as a disciple. Oh, when Tsunade heard these words, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes, and he said thoughtfully, "In my impression, his talents seem to be ordinary compared to Kakashi. It's just that Fenjai doesn't like performance." Shizun smiled subconsciously and said, "The news I have learned is that Kakashi has been trying to catch up with Kadea, but he has never won." Tsunade glanced at Shizun, and suddenly said, "Do you like him?" Ha! Shizun's expression instantly became unnatural, and he said in a flustered manner, Why do you suddenly ask? There's nothing in this." Tsunade put his hands on the table and crossed his fingers. "Some hack," he said, "if you like it, go bold and pursue it. What about Orochimaru's disciple? You are also my disciple." "No, it's not like this." "What's wrong? You've been betraying you a long time ago. Are you still planning to lie in front of me? But I am a little curious. What kind of capital does that kid have that can make Shizun not dare to pursue it? He was accepted as a disciple by the fellow Orochimaru." Tsunade's mind flashed through the image of Maple Knight passing by during the day, and his fingers crossed his chin, showing a thoughtful look. Feng Ye didn't know that the quick glance during the day had already attracted enough attention from Tsunade. If he knew it, he would laugh, because it would be easier to get closer in the future. After a night of chakra practice, the group set foot on the journey again the next day. After crossing several small towns in a row, the group finally came to the junction of the country of fire and the country of grass. The clear dividing line between the two countries is a horizontal river. After that river, the country of grass is in front of you. Daisuke Urobe looked at the surging river that could be clearly seen ahead, his expression relaxed a little, and he was almost half safe to walk here. Feng Ye stopped and looked at the river for a few seconds, then turned to look at a stone bridge not far from the northeast, and said, "We haven't reached the end of the entrustment agreement, let's go on." Daisuke Urobe nodded and followed Fenjai. The group came to the stone bridge. Feng Ye walked in the forefront, Might Dai walked at the back of the team, and the 9 people quickly crossed the stone bridge without encountering any accidents. However, after crossing the stone bridge, Feng Ye showed an indifferent gaze, looked at the bushes not far away, and slowly said, "Isn't he even going to cover up?" Kaed's words made Daisuke Urbi and the others' faces suddenly changed. Might Dai was also slightly startled, and then reacted and jumped to the side of Feng Ye. "Because it is not necessary." A soft voice came from the direction of the bushes. Immediately afterwards, I saw 10 people walking out of the bushes, all wearing Iwaigakure's ninja forward protector, each holding kunao and shuriken swords in their hands. Ninja of Iwaigakure, how could? Seeing this scene, Daisuke Urobe's face suddenly changed drastically. He turned his head abruptly, gritted his teeth and looked at several people in the team, with an angry expression in his eyes. How could Iwagakore's ninja team lie in ambush at the border of the country of grass so accidentally, and judging from the attitude of the opponent, it seems that they have been waiting for a long time. There are traitors in the team. Damn it, who is it? Daisuke Irby took out a dagger and looked at the people in the team angrily. Almost all the people in the team were angry and looked at each other. Feng Ye ignored the movement behind him, but calmly said, "There is no point in finding a traitor at this time. He will not take the initiative to stand up. You seem to have concealed some important information. Now this situation is not a sea-level commissioned energy." Explained. Daisuke Irby's face was ugly. He looked sideways to the front and surrounded the 10 rock shinobi, their hearts sinking lower and lower. Some traitors leaked the news. The other party hired a rock shinobi team to intercept and kill them, and they only hired Kanaha, a ninja team with only 2 people. It's impossible to deal with it. The only hope is that the other party's task is not to kill them, but to capture them alive and imprison them, so that there is a chance of survival. Daisuke Yurobe gritted his teeth and looked at Rock Shinobi, and said, "What is your mission? Is it to kill us? We can pay double the price of the mission. Our task is to capture him alive." Jonin, headed by Rock Shinobi, with a trace of contempt flashing in his eyes, pointed at the young man behind Daisuke Yurobe and said, "As for the others, I can only ask you to go to hell. To change the mission goal in order to entrust gold, that is something that the ninjas of the third-rate little ninja village will do. As a ninja of Rock Shinobi Village, one of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world, it's not good to do something that will damage your reputation. Possible." Whoosh, whoosh. Accompanied by the moment the voice fell. 3 Rock Shinobi killed Feng Ya, and the other 3 Rock Shinobi killed might die. They all looked cold and didn't have too much nonsense. Irby Daisuke looked ashamed for a while. Although the young master is not the target of the opponent's killing, if they all die here, the young master is captured alive by the opponent and brought back to imprisonment, it is almost impossible to reverse the situation, and the name of Shimatsuki Town will definitely be taken by that person. Unexpectedly, there would be traitors among Daming's closest confidants during his lifetime. This was an unexpected thing. If this step was wrong, the next step would be completely overwhelming. Huoguan looked at Daisuke Irby and others indifferently. This time they received a B-level commission. It was him, the Jonin, who brought 3 elite Chunin and 6 genin together. The information received was that there were only 2 ninjas escorted by the other party, who belonged to Kanaha, a Chunin and a genin. The combat power is absolutely suppressed, and the intelligence aspect is also crushed, so naturally there is no need for an ambush, just wait for the opponent to send it to the door on the route mentioned by the intelligence. Huoguan took out a handful of kunao and walked towards Urabe Daisuke. Except for Kanaha's 2 ninjas, the other people are ordinary people and don't care at all, but the requirement is to capture a person alive. In order to avoid accidents, he should do it himself. However, almost as soon as he took a few steps forward, preparing to flash over and kill Daisuke Irby and others, his eyes suddenly froze. He turned his head abruptly and looked to the right. See you. The 3 ninjas who attacked Feng Ye before, for some reason, suddenly solidified around Feng Ye, keeping their hands on the kunao, motionless as if they were petrified. But Feng Ye didn't know when a white short sword appeared in Feng Ye's hand, and the blade of short sword emitted white fluorescence. "You don't seem to hear me," Feng Ye said faintly, and directed at Daisuke Yurobe. "You have concealed important information, and there has been a situation beyond the entrustment. Now you must increase the entrustment fee and upgrade the entrustment level. Otherwise, this entrustment will be considered invalid." Puff, puff, puff. As Feng Ye's voice fell, the 3 rock shinobi who solidified beside him fell to the ground one after another like wooden stakes. If you look carefully, you can see that there is an extremely clear bloodline between their foreheads, spreading all the way to the top of their foreheads. Fire's pupils shrank sharply. Died. All 3 of them died, just for a moment. How could this be? Among the 3 people who attacked Fen Jai, there were 2 genin and 1 elite chunin. Even he could hardly kill 3 of them in an instant. Just as Huoguang's face changed, there was another popping sound from the other side. When I looked sideways, I saw Might Dai wearing a green tights, covered in green light, and chakra fluctuated violently and intensely. The 3 people who attacked Might Dai all flew upside down, with blood spurting out of their mouths, and even one of them made a crackling sound in their body, not knowing how many bones were broken. Daisuke Irby was stunned. The 3 ninjas who attacked Fenjai were killed in an instant, and the 3 ninjas who attacked Might Dai were also beaten out in an instant, defeated on the spot. Facing this completely beyond expectation, his mind fell into a brief gap. It wasn't until Feng Ye's somewhat indifferent gaze pierced him that he suddenly woke up. After being astonished, he finally reacted, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Powerful. Very strong. These 2 Kanaha shinobi, who were supposed to be very ordinary, are unexpectedly strong. After reacting, he no longer hesitated, and his voice was extremely nervous and immediately responded to Feng Ye. Change the commission request. The commission registration is raised to a level, and the commission is raised to 500,000 taels. Protecting all of us safety. Receive. Feng Ye slowly withdrew his gaze, placed the shinobi White Fang in front of him, and looked at the firelight of Jonin of Rock Shinobi indifferently, and said, accept your request to change the proposal temporarily. Huo Guan stared at Feng Ye, and said coldly, illusory spell. It's really a mistake. I didn't expect you Konoha kid to have such a strength, but knowing your methods, I want to get me caught. Impossible. The three of his team members could be killed in seconds without any resistance. Most of them were illusions in a small area, and they were still prepared for a long time, killing them in one fell swoop. Originally thought Konoha had only 2 ninjas, there was no need to care too much, and they didn't even deliberately carry out ambushes and attacks. After being discovered, they directly killed them head-on. The current situation is a serious mistake for him. Now that 3 ninjas have died and 3 have been seriously injured, the strategy mistakes will be attributed to Jonin, the leader of his team. He will also be punished when he returns to the village, and complete the commission intact. Snapped. The next moment, Huoguan's palms closed in front of him, and a knot printed quickly. Earth style. Tulong gun. Rumble. In an instant, the earth was turbulent like an earthquake. More than a dozen ground thorns aimed at the front of the fire, piercing up from below the earth, and attacked Feng Ye and might die. Senior Wear, protect them. Fenjai held the White Fang, a ninja sword in his hand, avoided the attack of the ground thorn, rushed to Rock Shinobi's Jonin fire, and at the same time opened his mouth to Might Dai. Might Dai was bathed in the green chakra light, with his hair upright, with blue veins exposed on his forehead, and haki in his tone, and said, leave it to me. Whoosh, whoosh. In the next moment, Might Dai's figure flickered and came to Daisuke Urbi's side, grabbed the 2 people, and threw them to the opposite bank of the river, avoiding the attack of the Tulong spear. Seeing Feng Ye attacking from the front, a hint of cold light flashed in the eyes of the fire. Under this situation, I can't tell the situation clearly, and I dared to rush over by myself. As expected, even if my strength is extraordinary, I'm just a kid after all. In his opinion, the first thing to solve is Feng Ye. After all, Might Dai is obviously a strong physique. He doesn't want to resist Might Dai's physique while suffering from Feng Ye's illusion. Now Feng Ye rushes. Coming over is almost to give him a chance. Without any hesitation, the firelight gave a low drink, and the knot in his hand changed again. Earth style. Earth flowing river. Accompanied by Jiyan, he opened his mouth and vomited, and the quagmire-like river rushed towards Feng Ye, completely blocking Feng Ye's actions. At this time, Feng Ye was in mid-air in order to avoid the Tulong spear, and when he was about to fall into the mud with no help, he was extremely calm, leaving a seal with one hand on his left hand. Shadow clone technique. Puff. A shadow clone appeared below him instantly, supporting his feet with both hands, and slamming up, while he fell into the mud flow below and turned into smoke to dissipate. With the help of Shadow Clone's aerial relay, Feng Ye's figure turned into a shadow, tracing an arc in mid-air, and falling to the front of the fire. The ninja's sword in his hand, White Fang, slashed down. Laugh. The body of the firelight was split in half in an instant, but instead of spilling blood, it turned into brown mud and fell apart. It's a rock and soil clone. Lao Zi is Jonin from Rock Shinobi, kid. The sound of firelight came from behind Feng Ye, his figure came out from the ground, 2 sleeve thorns protruded from the sleeves, flashing the cold light of Lingli, suddenly cut towards Feng Ye's back. Across the river. Might Dai looked at Kaed Yoryuiki's knife smashing a rock and soil clone, and Rock Shinobi Jonin's firelight figured out from the ground behind Kaed Ye, and she cried out in her heart, oops, it's too late. He immediately wanted to rush to the other side of the river to support Fenjai, but he only opened the 5th gate at the moment. It was too late to rush over, and it was not an instant to open the 6th gate and 7th gate. This was short-lived. The delay is too late to support and resolve the crisis on Feng Ye's side, and he also heard the words in the mouth of the fire. The other party was a Jonin from Rock Shinobi village, who was the real backbone of the village. At the same time, the remaining 3 ninjas of Iwagakur are already standing on the opposite side, facing off with Might Dai Yao Yao very vigilantly, and they are all ready to stop Might Dai. Huoguang is their Jonin, and also a very powerful Jonin. He is almost about to get the evaluation of the elite Jonin. Dealing with a Konoha imp will definitely be solved, and as long as they stop Might Dai, the mission this time is not bad. To the point of failure. It's done. Huoguang was also clear about the things behind him. He knew that at this distance, no matter how fast Might was wearing it, he would not have time to support him, and the 2 sleeve thorns would cut off Feng Ye's head. But almost at this moment, Feng Ye's body suddenly showed an almost weird speed, turning into an afterimage that was almost invisible to the naked eye. From the state with his back facing him, it suddenly turned to face each other, and the ninja sword White Fang in his hand was also slashed. The center of his 2 sleeve thorns staggered. Fire pupils shrank sharply. There was a glimmer of disbelief flashing in his eyes, and a horrible feeling rushed into his heart. because the speed that Feng Ye showed was not like the speed that a normal person could have. What speed is that? Before he could think about it, he saw White Fang, the ninja sword in Feng Jai's hand, suddenly drew several arcs in the void and slashed towards his body. Under the horror of the fire, he could only do his best to wave the two-sleeve thorns. Ding ding dong dong. There were a few dense and crisp sounds of golden and iron humming in the void, and then I saw the firelight sliding back more than 10 meters. Captain Firelight, rock shinobi not far away, looked at this scene, almost showing incredible expression. They clearly saw that Huo Guang's body was covered with scars and blood. It was obvious that in the close encounter at that moment, he could not block the attack of short sword in Feng Ye's hand. How can this be? Regardless of physique or ninjutsu, Huo Guang is extremely powerful. How could it be possible that Feng Jai cut out more than one wound under a close attack? It's Jonin, it's better than expected. Feng Ye looked at the frightening firelight sound that went back more than 10 meters, and said, this can still block my attack. In that case, with the voice falling, Feng Ye's left hand made a seal with one hand, shaking quickly like an afterimage, and a chakra flowed and turned into a crackling thunder arc intertwined, condensed on the blade of the ninja White Fang, accompanied by a large number of intertwined crispness. The sound of birdsong. Lightning-style Chidori. After asking about the main points of Orikimura lightning-style chakra nature transformation, Kaedia developed the Chidori ninjutsu in less than 10 days. Huo Guang's face changed drastically. Whether it is from the fluctuation of chakra or from the morphological point of view, Feng Ye's tactics are undoubtedly threatening. With Feng Ye's almost weird speed, coupled with the extremely lethal lightning-style ninjutsu, there is no doubt that it is extremely dangerous, and Feng Ye must not be allowed to approach. Earth-style. Mountain technique. Huo Guang's hands nodded without hesitation, and suddenly shouted. This is one of the highest level ninjutsu of his master. It is the A-level ninjutsu in Earth style, and it is also his strongest ninjutsu, which combines killing and blockade. Boom! Just in the next moment, the earth suddenly burst into a roar. Feng Ye's footsteps stopped, his legs were sucked by the ground, and the earth on both sides was like a flip, forming two huge hemispheres, centered on the solace of Feng Ye's feet and closed upwards, to squeeze Feng Ye in the center. Maple Knight. Hold on to. When Might Dai saw this scene, his face changed again, he yelled, and the sixth gate of the 8 inner gates inside his body suddenly broke through, and his whole person rushed directly across the river. The 3 rock shinobi were already waiting for them. Seeing Might Dai rushing over, they all threw out a large piece of shuriken and kunao wrapped around the detonating charm, trying to prevent Might Dai from wearing it. However, Might Dai, who drove the 8 inner gates to the 6th gate, just slammed a punch, and the fist wind smashed kunao and shuriken away. The 3 rock shinobi were a little shocked when they saw this. This kind of physique is already a bit scary. However, Might Dai, who rushed to the other side of the river, suddenly stopped his figure on the bank, and did not continue to rush towards the area sealed off by Tishin by Feng Jai. Seeing Feng Ye, who was about to be blocked and suppressed in that direction, his expression did not appear to be flustered, and his eyes were unusually calm. He held the ninja's sword White Fang in his right hand and just waved it. Laugh! An arc of white light visible to the naked eye flashed, like a crescent moon. The extremely thick soil mountain that had been sealed off came to a halt, and a clear crack appeared from the center, spreading all the way to the sides, and then collapsed toward it. It was cut in half by a knife. Both hands still kept the flames of Jiyan's posture, and horror appeared in his eyes. This kind of trick reminded him of the information he had seen before, and reminded him of a title that shook the world of ninja in the last war of Ninja World, Konoha's White Fang. Whoosh! Feng Ye's figure rushed out of the broken earth mountain, and came to him in an instant, carrying a round of crescent moon with the ninja's sword in his hand, White Fang. After cultivating Chidori, his body speed has increased again. At 3 times the speed, he does not need to drive to the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates, and he can use the moonlight flash. The figures of the two crossed by. Laugh! Feng Ye appeared on the right side of the fire, and paused. The ninja sword in his hand, White Fang maintained the posture of swinging across. The firelight was frozen in place, and the 2-sleeve thorns in his hand were still trying to parry, but a clear bloodline spread from the center of his eyebrows to his abdomen. Would Konoha's White Fang? There was a hint of disbelief in his eyes. Feng Ye slowly retracted the shinobi White Fang in his hand, turned his head to look at the fire, and said calmly, "That's my father." "I see." Hearing Feng Ye's words, Huo Guang murmured in his heart, feelings of regret and unwillingness flashed past, and his consciousness finally plunged into darkness, accompanied by the gushing blood, and fell to the ground. No, impossible. It's a lie. How could Captain Firelight? Looking at this scene, the 3 rock shinobi, who were already a little scared, had almost unacceptable gazes in their eyes, and they were all in disbelief. That is a trusted jonin in the village. How could he die in the hands of a kid? It seems that I was too worried. Might Dai was also looking in Feng Ye's direction. After seeing the opposite jonin beheaded by Feng Ye, he breathed a sigh of relief and was a little surprised at Feng Ye's talent and strength. Feng Ye is a student in the same class as his son Might Dai. He will be 10 years old at most this year. He has the strength to beat Jonin. Is this a genius? Guy, it seems you have to work harder to catch up with him and Kakashi. After Might Dai whispered in his heart, he turned to look at the remaining 3 rock shinobi. I noticed that Might Dai looked over. The bodies of the 3 rock shinobi were almost stiff at the same time, with cold sweat on their foreheads dripping constantly. The B*********************** D who delivers information. What does it mean to have only 2 very ordinary Konoha shinobi escorts? These are 2 monsters at all, escape. Almost at the same time, the 3 of them ran away along the bank of the river, without even a trace of fighting spirit in their hearts. But in front of Might Dai who opened the 6th gate, there was no way to escape. Before the 3 of them could escape far, their steps stopped, because Might Dai passed by behind them like an afterimage and landed right in front of them. Then they heard some incomprehensible words like "feel the burning youth," and then they felt their body took a heavy blow, their body flew backwards, and their eyes fell into darkness for an instant, and their consciousness followed. Disappear. Ha, ha. After killing the last 3 rock shinobi, Might Dai retired from the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates. He collapsed on the bank of the river and panted violently. Feng Ye searched rock shinobi Jonin's firelight corpse, but couldn't find anything of value. He walked towards Might Dai and said, "How are you, senior? Are you okay?" "Ha, ha, I'm okay. But, for a while, I might not be able to use it." Might Dai still remained tired and panting. Even for him who has been able to drive to the 8th gate at this time, the side effects of opening the 6th gate are still great, and he will fall into fatigue and muscle aches for a long time. "It's okay, senior, please rest first, and then leave it to me." Feng Ye nodded slightly. As long as the situation does not require medical treatment, it is fine. The current Might Dai can drive to the 8th gate. The side effects of only the 6th gate does not seem to reach the level of injury. Then Feng Ye looked at Daisuke Urobe and others on the other side of the river. At this time, Urabe Daisuke and the others were almost in a trance. For them, the battle between Feng Ye and Might Dai and the enemy Jonin was a bit beyond the limit of understanding. On the one hand, Jonin from the 5 great ninja villages is much stronger than those Jonin from Kaien village, the country of grass, and on the other hand, Fenjai and Might Dai, who thought they were very ordinary, are revealed. But the strength can only be described as shock. "This is the ninja of the ninja village," Daisuke Urbi murmured in shock. Following Feng Ye's gaze, he finally recovered from the shock, his thoughts flashed in his mind, and he immediately turned to look at his companion behind. And almost at this moment, one of the companions suddenly took a step forward, and a knife directly hit the neck of the young master he wanted to protect. "Do not come." Looking at Daisuke Urobe, cold sweat dripped from his forehead, and there was still fear in his eyes. When passing the information to the country of grass, he never expected that Konoha, a strange ninja team composed of a strange flower and an imp, would have such a terrifying strength. Even an elite rock shinobi team was defeated. The next step must be to strictly investigate the traitor. He was already panicked in his heart, knowing that he could not hide it, so he could only hope to escape by intimidating the hostages. "So it was you." "Why?" Daisuke Urobe looked at Kuriki with anger in his eyes. Jirenkai gritted his teeth and said, "My lord has already given up on this one. How could it be recognized by those families? Your idea is too naive." "You," Daisuke Urbi stared at him tightly. But at this moment, a hand quietly put a hand on Jirenkai's wrist, and easily broke his knife hand, and threw it directly several meters away, before falling to the ground. After finishing this step, Feng Ye looked at Daisuke Urbi and said flatly, "I don't interfere with your housework. Thank you so much." Urbi Daisuke sat there on his knees, and immediately bowed his head to Fenjai to express his gratitude to Fenjai. Then he picked up the knife that Fenjai had taken and walked over to Korinkai with a cold face. Feng Ye didn't have much interest in the fight for the lordship of a small town in the country of grass and the internal fighting, and the following conversations were too lazy to listen, and he recalled the battle just now. "That guy should be Ue Gakure's ordinary Jonin. My strength is similar to my previous judgment. After practicing as a Chidori, it is not difficult to kill a Jonin. Just open the first gate of 8 inner gates, use Chidori once, and easily split the Firelight A-level Earth-style ninjutsu, even beheading him on the spot. If he goes all out, even if he meets the elite Jonin, he should be able to easily gain the upper hand, and even kill the opponent in a short time." This battle also confirmed one of his views. That is, the human C tactics have little meaning in front of him. Being able to kill a Jonin in a very short instant means that even if multiple Jonin join forces, as long as they can't keep up with his speed, they will all be destroyed one by one in front of his speed, and beheaded one by one. If there are more, he can also rely on speed to retreat calmly. Unless it is the elite Jonin who has a special pupil technique like 3 Tomo Sharinan and can see my movements clearly, other forbidden techniques, even if they have some secret techniques of forbidden technique, are meaningless as long as they are too late to perform in front of me. After making this judgment, Feng Ye let out a sigh of relief. In other words, With his current strength and methods, as long as he doesn't encounter cage level or is surrounded by a large number of ninjas, even if he encounters a team of jonin, he can rely on speed to advance and retreat freely. This kind of strength is considered to have a certain degree of self-protection in today's ninja world. After all, the existence of cage level is not so easy to encounter. Every village can reach this level, and it is the highest level of the ruling village. At this time, the figure of Namikaze Minato flashed across Fenjai's mind. Thinking of the fact that in the next battle of the ninja world, the opponent's 50 jonin in seconds, which shocked the major ninja villages, he smiled. 50 jonin in an instant, maybe he can try too. It took about half a day to rest. After resting until Might Dai was able to walk normally, the group of people went on the road again and headed towards the end of the mission, the town of Shimatsuki, the country of grass. There were no accidents along the way, and he reached the end safely, thanks to the 2 escorts. This is the commission. I have concealed some information before, I am really sorry. After arriving in the target town, Daisuke Urobe took out the 500,000 taels of ticket stubs, delivered them with both hands, and bowed to Feng Ye in a salute. Feng Ye reached out and took the money handed over by Daisuke Urobe, swiped his fingers, and after a brief count, nodded and said, "Then the entrustment is over." When Feng Ye was about to share the account with Might, his expression suddenly changed slightly, turning his head to look far away, his eyes flickering several times. Instead of splitting the accounts, he stuffed the money directly into his pockets. "Senior Dai, go." Whoosh, whoosh. As the voice fell, Feng Ye ran directly in the direction he had come. Might Dai Weiwei was taken aback, and quickly followed, chasing after Feng Ye and asked, "What's wrong, have you found anything?" "A ninja is here." Feng Ye took a breath, kept walking, and continued to rush forward, glanced at the small town behind with some deep gaze, and said, "There are a lot of ninjas, there are at least 100 people." Hearing Fenjai's words, Might Dai suddenly showed a hint of shock, and said, "So many? Are they the ninjas of the country of grass?" "Do not." Feng Ye shook his head and said with deep eyes, "It doesn't feel like a ninja from the country of grass, and there may be more in number. Senior Dai, the war may begin." When the voice fell, Feng Ye entered a state of twice the speed, and the speed increased a bit. He quickly ran out of the town and left further away. When Might Dai saw this, he also opened the first door of the 8 inner gates, chasing Fenjai to leave. After leaving the town, the 2 leaped into the woods, walked forward from the treetops, and looked back between the leaps. They could vaguely see a large number of figures pouring into the small town behind. Although it is far away and unable to see the specific appearance of those people, it is vaguely recognizable that their costumes are not from the ninjas of Kushinobi village, but from Rock Shinobi village, War. Might Dai couldn't help taking a breath, solemn in her eyes. With so many Rock Shinobi pouring into the land of the country of grass, I am afraid it is definitely not an ordinary task to perform, perhaps to capture the country of grass, and use the country of grass as the front to attack the country of fire. Although he is relatively slow to this kind of thing, he also knows what war means, because he has experienced the bloody and cruelty of the Second Ninja World War. Might Dai Shen said, "Let's go back to the village to report on the situation." Feng Ye nodded. The Third Ninja War is about to begin. The country of grass, Shimatsuki town. A large number of Rock Shinobi flooded into the town and took control of the entire town in a very short time. The scattered ninjas of Kushin village were vulnerable to Rock Shinobi's hands. What do you want to do?" Daisuke Urobe was already under Rock Shinobi's control, and he spoke to the opponent with a trembling voice. Standing in front of him was a sturdy Rock Shinobi. He raised a finger at him, hissed lightly, and said, "Just be quiet, just borrow your site as a temporary camp for war. Hearing this, Urobe Daisuke's face suddenly paled. Those who have experienced the Second Ninja World War are very clear about what war means, especially small countries caught between big countries, which are basically reduced to the frontline battlefields of the big ninja villages, and there is no resistance at all. Ninjas on both sides can only be allowed to wreak havoc in the territory. Master Hunto has already taken control of the town." A Chunin appeared, knelt on one knee, and reported to the Rock Shinobi who spoke. Standing with his hands on the clay soil, he slowly said, "Don't hurt too many civilians. They are also needed as the requisitioned labor force to prepare a place to rest for the troops behind." "Yes," the Chunin responded and immediately sent the order. The Red Earth glanced faintly at Daisuke Urobe, who was pale, and some high-level Shimatsuki town who had been arrested, and waved his hand to indicate that they were all imprisoned. At this moment, another ninja slammed to the ground and said, "Report the Red Earth Lord, there is no news about the Firelight Jonin and others." "How could it not?" The Red Earth raised his brows slightly, and said, "The commission they received from the grassland country should have ended a few days ago. Keep looking, and notify them if you find it. You don't have to go back to the village to hand over the task, just come to the front camp, join the advance force." "Yes." The ninja answered and disappeared quickly. When Urobe Daisuke heard the words of the red clay, his eyes froze slightly, and he vaguely thought of something. He glanced at the red clay cautiously, but did not say it after hesitating. However, it is naturally impossible for him to conceal the red clay as an elite jonin from the movements of an ordinary person. Just a strange look in his eyes was immediately noticed by the red clay, and many more. Hontu stopped the ninja who was about to escort Daisuke Urobe and others, looked at Daisuke Urobe, and said, "What do you seem to know?" "No, I don't know anything," Daisuke Urobe responded subconsciously. Laugh. Blood splattered. A kunai pierced through Daisuke Urobe's shoulders, leaving a hole of blood. The blood splashed and dripped down the clothes. The severe pain made Daisuke Urobe pale for a moment. "Ah, do not know anything?" The red clay turned kunai on his fingertips, and spoke in a flat voice. Urabe Daisuke was covering the wound on his shoulder, his forehead was covered with cold sweat, and his body was trembling, sitting on the ground, with a trace of fear in his eyes, saying, if it is a team of 10 ninjas, they are. Konoha's ninja is killed. The red clay complexion suddenly changed. The kunai in his hand directly touched Urabe Daisuke's eyebrows, and he shouted, "Konoha's ninja? What is going on?" A 10-man team led by Jonin was killed by Konoha's ninja. This is a very serious piece of information, which means Konoha may also be acting in the country of grass. Maybe it was aimed at their advanced troops. If one is not careful, it may be ambushed and besieged by the Konoha shinobi, and the bad result will be a huge disadvantage at the beginning of the war. Cough, cough, specifically, Urabe Daisuke's forehead was pierced, and blood dripped down the bridge of his nose. He opened his mouth with a trembling voice, telling him about the mission and what happened before. Along with his narration, the Red Earth showed a trace of consternation. The other rock shinobi beside them also showed a somewhat suspicious look. It turned out that they were not caught in Konoha's ambush, but were killed by the 2 Konoha shinobi who had been commissioned by the escort. It's a fantasy. Firelight's achievements in the village are already close to the elite jonin, and the team led by it has 10 people, including sensory ninjas and medical ninjas. Even if they meet Konoha's Umbu elite, they can at least resist it. With the strength of 2 people alone, the elite 10-man team led by Huiguan was easily eliminated. I am afraid that they are at least Konoha's 2 elite jonin, or even Konoha Sunin's existence. But the image of the 2 Konoha shinobi who were portrayed in the words of Daisuke Urobe is totally indifferent to such existence. Konoha's ordinary jonin may not be able to remember all of them, but the number of elite jonin is still very small, and they can almost recognize each one. But the 2 described by Daisuke Urobe are completely strange. The Red Earth furrowed his brows and said solemnly at Urabe Daisuke, "You said Konoha's 2 ninja escorts, one in tights with thick eyebrows, and the other about 12 years old?" "Yes, it is." Daisuke Urobe paled due to excessive blood loss. The red clay turned to look at the ninja next to him, and said solemnly, "Who has the specific information of the commission that Firelight executed?" The ninja next to each other looked at each other and shook his head. They are not ninjas responsible for task transfer, nor are they members of Huiguang. It is normal to remember that Huiguang has received a commission from the country of grass. Who can remember the specific information and intelligence? The Red Earth frowned slightly, and after a few seconds of pondering, he said, "It should be the elite jonin from Konoha shinobi. Record the images of the 2 Konoha shinobi and distribute them to all ninjas. Be vigilant." The general jonin does not need to care, because the number is huge, but the number of elite jonin is very small. Orochimaru and Jiraiya, several Konoha Sunin who are well known in the world of ninja, are also part of the elite jonin, so everyone the elite jonin of the enemy village is worthy of vigilance. "Yes," the ninjas nearby responded. After the Red Earth gave the order, he raised his head and looked deep in the direction of the country of fire. The silver-haired boy. It sounds like that person, but that person is dead. Is that person's son? But the son of the man in the intelligence does not seem to be a teenager yet, but in any case, this kid can have such terrible strength at this age. That kid is also a threat that needs to be eliminated as soon as possible. Can't let Konoha appear a second White Fang. Konoha. After leaving the country of grass, Fenjai and Might Dai traveled day and night, returning to Konoha without stopping. At this time, Konoha obviously did not know nothing about frontline intelligence, but had entered the war, the state of guard during the period. The entire village was shrouded by a huge perception barrier, and at the entrance to the front of the village, the defensive force reached 2 teams, and there was at least 1 team of Umbu watching in secret. Feng Ya and Might Dai also underwent rigorous interrogation at the entrance of the village, and they were released after confirming that they were not the ninjas of the enemy village. Enter the village. The 2 went straight to the Hokage building. The mission delegation office on the first floor of the Hokage building is also completely different from the previous atmosphere. You can see that the C-level delegations have disappeared, and only a few scattered B-level and A-level delegations are still posted on the notice board. They are all commissions within the territory of the country of fire, such as serving as a personal guard for the daimyo of the country of fire. "Is it you?" Shiranui Banjian was still in charge of the task handover on the first floor. Seeing Fenjai and Might Dai walk in, they were slightly surprised, and he was relieved and said, "It seems that you didn't meet Rock Shinobi in the country of grass. You are lucky." Very nice. Rock Shinobi has taken a large-scale operation in the country of grass. The information has been detected by Kanaha's scouts and passed back to the village. He remembers that Maple and Might Day's mission is to escort the caravan to the country of grass. In this case, there is no doubt it's very dangerous. Once you encounter Rock Shinobi's large forces, it will be over. It is undoubtedly a lucky thing to be able to come back alive. No, we met Rock Shinobi. Fangya looked at Shiranui and slowly said, the commission has an accident. At the border of the country of grass, I met a Rock Shinobi 10-man team. Team of 10? Shiranui was suddenly shocked. The ninja's 4-person team is led by Chunin and Jonin, but the 10-person team is likely to be a Jonin. Fenjai and Might Day encountered a 10-person Rock Shinobi team. Being able to come back alive cannot be explained by luck alone. It's good to be able to come back alive. An unexpected situation beyond the scope of the entrustment causes the mission to fail. According to the regulations, it will not be recorded as a delegation failure. Shiranui lowered his head and searched for the order that Fengya and Might Dai had previously received. Fengya walked over and looked at Shiranui and found the order. When he picked up the pen to mark in the accident column, he interrupted, "Don't mess up the record, the mission did not fail." Shiranui stopped his movements for a while, slightly surprised. Fengya threw out a scroll, threw it on the table, and walked by, walking upstairs, and said, "I'm going to meet Mr. Hokage, Senior Dai, please tell him the specifics." As the voice fell, Fengya quickly walked into the interior, followed the stairs to the second floor of the Hokage building, and disappeared into the stairwell. Well, Might snorted, walked forward to the table, hesitated for a moment, scratched his hair, and said, "What should I say? I just met a Rock Shinobi 10-member team, and the client temporarily changed the order. Ascended to a level, and then we killed Rock Shinobi's team." Shiranui was listening carefully. When he heard the word killed, the whole person was stunned, subconsciously thinking that he had heard it wrong, and interrupted in shock, "Wait, you said you killed it? Killed Rock Shinobi's 10-man team, that's it." Might Dai nodded. Shiranui frowned and stared at Might Dai said, "What the hell are you doing again? Why did you kill Rock Shinobi's 10-man team? It is a heavy responsibility to lie about the mission situation." Might Dai shook his head and said, "How could I lie about the mission situation? What I report is the facts. By the way, the proof is in that scroll." "Real." Shiranui half frowned and looked at the scroll that Fengya had just thrown on the table. He opened the scroll and spread it out on the table, making a seal with his hands, and said, "Go." Puff. White smoke flashed. "I saw a lot of things appear in an instant, piled up on the top of the scroll. Inside are a lot of Rock Shinobi's forehead protector, and a head placed on top of the forehead protector." This scene caused Shiranui's pupils to shrink, and then there was a hint of disbelief, looking at the forehead protector of Rock Shinobi and the somewhat shriveled head. 10 forehead protector. Ninja's forehead protector is a symbol of status. Only ninjas recognized by the village can get the forehead protector issued by the village. 10 Rock Shinobi's forehead protector means that it comes from 10 Rock Shinobi. Fengya and Might Dai actually killed a 10-man Rock Shinobi team. Shiranui froze in place for a while, his eyes were shocked, his mouth was slightly opened, and he could not speak for a while, and after a few seconds, his throat moved twice. Wait a moment. When it comes to the temporary change of the commission, it becomes an A-level commission, and there is the death of the enemy village ninja, which is no longer what he can hand over. Shiranui took a deep breath and quickly left the counter to report upward. Inside Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was standing there, staring at the 2 maps placed on the table and thought. One of the 2 maps is a large map of the entire ninja world, and the other is a map of the country of grass, and includes a part of the border of the country of fire. Master Hokage. Fengya walked into Hokage's office. Seeing Fenjai walking in, Sarutobi Hiruzen woke up from his thoughts, his brows loosened slightly, and said, "It seems to be a safe return. Do you want to report on the country of grass?" Fengya said solemnly, "I met a large number of Rock Shinobi in Shimatsuki town, the country of grass, and the number is probably over 100 people. Because there are too many, they didn't investigate carefully, and the purpose is not yet known. That is the advance force of Rock Shinobi village." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not have any surprises. Regarding the information of this unit, Kanaha's scout in the country of grass had passed it back on early. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Kaedia and said with a little relief, "You did a good job. You didn't rush to spy on Rock Shinobi's intelligence. Many young ninjas will suffer because they are not cautious, and even lose their lives. For geniuses like Kadaya and Kakashi, what is worrying is not their strength growth, but their judgment of the situation and their own abilities. The huge ninja army with more than 100 people includes a large number of sensory ninjas. It is extremely difficult to spy on intelligence silently, and rushing to inquire about the news will only put oneself in danger. Once surrounded by this number of ninja troops, let alone Kaedia, even his disciples Orochimaru and Jiraiya would fall into a huge crisis." Kaedia also guessed that Rock Shinobi's actions were mostly known to Sarutobi Hiruzen, and there was no major surprise, but when he heard that Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't ask about the commission, he didn't seem to care. After a little thought, he didn't make a statement. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the map and pondered for a while, considering that Maple-ya is also an elite in Chunin, with excellent speed, and he is also a disciple of Orochimaru, and said, since you are back from the country of grass and are familiar with the terrain there, let's go to the country of grass with Orochimaru to deal with the Rock Shinobi advance force. For Rock Shinobi's advance troops to invade the country of grass, he naturally cannot be unresponsive. Although there has not been news of the enemy's invasion of the border of the country of fire, it will be sooner or later. It must be before the worst news comes. Make a response. If Maple arrives a few days late, he can be incorporated into the follow-up support troops. Since it happens to be back at this time, it is more appropriate to go to the country of grass with Orochimaru. Yes. Fengya responded and said, by the way, Lord Hokage, there is one more thing to report. Fenjai briefly described the situation of Might Wearing. Sarutobi Hiruzen showed a look of surprise, a little unexpected among genin. There is also an existence that can reach the level of jonin in terms of strength. Fengya didn't need to lie to him about this kind of thing. With Fengya's level of strength, there should be no misjudgment, which means that there is indeed a talent hidden in genin that has not been discovered. Although other aspects of the opponent's quality may not be able to reach the level of jonin, and may not be able to lead the team as a captain, the strength of the jonin level itself is valuable. In a village, there are not many ninjas capable of reaching the level of jonin. Each of them is the real elite of the village, supporting the backbone of the entire village. Just like Kakashi. He graduated at the age of 5 and was promoted to Chunin at the age of 6, but he still does not have the level of jonin until he is 9, and the gap is still very large. This is the assessment given by Namikaze Minato. Kaedia is more talented than Kakashi, but it should be worse. Okay, I see, you let him come over. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded at Fenjai. He intends to meet Might Dai, judge the specific situation of Might Dai, and then decide how to place Might Dai. Yes. Fengya nodded and left Hokage's office. When I came to the task delegation office on the first floor, I saw a jonin who was in charge of the task delegation, replacing the Shiranui half, and was asking about Might Dai in detail. Seeing Fengya walking down the stairs, his eyes flashed with surprise when he looked at Fengya. He already knew from Might Dai that Fengya had killed a rock shinobi jonin. That is a jonin. Jonin and chunin are two completely different concepts. The number of chunin in a village is extremely large, even more than the number of genin, because most genins can be promoted to chunin after they reach a certain age. It is possible to reach the level of jonin, and none of the 10 chunin. This is still the case of the special talents such as special jonin. Kaedia, who was only 10 years old, killed a jonin. If he hadn't had the head of the opponent as evidence, he could hardly believe it was true. To know. The fastest ninja promoted to jonin in the village was also promoted at the age of 14, and the name of the ninja who was promoted to jonin at the age of 14 was called Orochimaru. Although there were all the evidence, he couldn't help but ask Fenjai, you were on a mission in the country of grass, did you really kill the jonin you encountered? Fengya tilted his head and glanced at Might Dai, revealing a look of this is different from what he said. Might Dai scratched his hair and said in a slight embarrassment, sorry, I'm not good at words, and I can't occupy your merits. Seeing this, Fengya couldn't help sighing, and said, yes, I killed it. Sure enough, as he expected, Might Dai was too straightforward. There is basically no need for Might Dai to kill jonin, even if it is said in advance, it is useless. But nothing more. If you are followed, you will be followed. With his current strength, even if he is targeted by a cage-level powerhouse, he can still escape. The current ninja world can threaten his existence. Letting Might Dai replace him also wants Might Dai to have enough merit to be promoted to special jonin in a reasonable manner, but even without this merit, Sarutobi Hiruzen will probably promote Might Dai to special jonin exceptionally. It will cause some criticism. As for another option, joining Umbu is basically impossible. The mask of Umbu is useless for Might Wear, and Might Wear's character is not suitable for Umbu Ninja. Sarutobi Hiruzen will not make such a decision. Hiss. Hearing Fengya's confession, the jonin couldn't help taking a breath, and looked at Fengya with a somewhat awe-inspiring look. The image of Fengya at this time, in his opinion, is almost Konoha's white fang teeth in his youth. By the way, Senior, Master Hokage wants to see you. After Fengya admitted frankly, her mentality was also very calm, and she looked at Might Dai. Hearing this, the jonin hesitated a little, and said, I just want to report to Lord Hokage, so let's go together. Good. After Might Dai responded, he cast a grateful look at Fengya. Fengya smiled and gave Might Dai a thumbs up, then turned and left the Hokage building. He didn't rush to the meeting place, but walked in the direction of home first. Inside Hokage's office, Might Dai walked in with jonin Sarutobi Naoki from the mission office. Sarutobi Hiruzen is holding his pipe and sitting behind his desk with his eyes closed and meditating. He is thinking about the next deployment of troops. It is impossible to simply send Orochimaru to the front line of the country of grass. The country of rain also needs a certain amount of manpower to guard. Tsunegakur, at the same time, cannot let down his vigilance on Cloud Shinobi Village in Kirigakur. Master Hokage. After Sarutobi Naoki walked in, he saluted Sarutobi Hiruzen and reported to Sarutobi Hiruzen, "There is something to report to you." The two-person team formed by Heite Kaed and Might Dai was in the grass while performing the sea-level escort mission. The country was attacked by Rock Shinobi. Kaedia killed the enemy Jonin, and he has been identified as Rock Shinobi Jonin Fire. In the first half of the report, Sarutobi Hiruzen basically didn't care much, he just looked at it subconsciously while thinking, but the second half of the report completely interrupted his thoughts. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Sarutobi Naoki in a daze, and said, "Kaedia killed an Iwega-core Jonin." Sarutobi Naoki took a breath and said, "Yes, and it's not just that. He and Might Dai teamed up and wiped out all the opposing team of 10. Sarutobi Hiruzen couldn't find words for a while. "I thought that Fenjai's escort mission to the country of grass had failed. Because it was a sea-level commissioner, he didn't care about it. He didn't even ask about it." Unexpectedly, not only an accident happened halfway, but Fenjai also solved the accident. Excellent completion of the task. Compared with this, it is nothing to encounter Rock Shinobi's advanced troops in the country of grass, and not rashly choose to return and report. That kid. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned his head and looked out the window, his heart surged. 10 years old. Killed an elite scout in an enemy village at the age of 9, and killed a Rock Shinobi Jonin at the age of 10. Even the young Konoha's White Fang, as well as the young Orochimaru, are only at the age of 12 or 13 years old before they have the record of beheading Jonin. Kaedia's performance has completely left Heitake Sakumo and Orochimaru behind, the two geniuses of that era. Okay, I get it. It took a few seconds for Sarutobi Hiruzen to calm down his emotions. He motioned to Sarutobi Naoki to step back, and looked at Might Dai, and said, "Dai, how many doors can your 8 inner gates reach?" In what Fengya told him about Might Dai, in addition to telling that Might Dai was more powerful than him, he also mentioned that Might Dai would use 8 inner gates. 8 inner gates is one of the forbidden techniques created by second Hokage Senju Tobirama. It has always been able to drive above the 5th gate. Very few, and because of the great side effects on the body, almost not many people practice this forbidden technique. As a genin, Might wears no qualifications to contact the forbidden technique in the Book of Seals. He will use 8 inner gates, which is mostly self-understanding. The difficulty of the 8 inner gates technique is that the farther back the door is, the harder it is to open. It is not difficult to touch and open the front door. A ninja who has practiced physical arts for decades has no knowledge of 8 gate in his body. That's a rather outrageous situation. But being able to get in touch with the 8 gate does not mean that you can become 8 inner gates. Special cases like Might wear are still rare. Being able to comprehend 8 inner gates on their own, at least in terms of physical skills, Might wear's talent is worthy of recognition. Sarutobi Hiruzen's sudden question caused Might to err. After reacting, he honestly responded, "The 8th gate." Oh, no wonder. Sarutobi Hiruzen was still thinking about Fenjai. After speaking for a while, he suddenly reacted, opened his eyes to look at Might Dai, and said, "Wait, you said the 8th gate?" He looked at Might Dai in amazement. 8th gate. Even second Hokage Senju Tobirama, who pioneered 8 inner gates, failed to open this forbidden technique to the 8th gate. As far as he knew, he only opened to the first few doors. And the few other ninjas who have practiced 8 inner gates, almost none of them drive above the 6th gate, at most they drive to the 5th gate. Yes, Might Dai answered honestly. Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little shocked. He even had some doubts about Might Dai's answer, but looking at the way Might Dai was wearing it, he couldn't tell that there was a lie at all, and such a lie was meaningless and could be revealed in one go. "Have you ever opened the 8th gate?" Sarutobi Hiruzen still didn't quite believe it, and couldn't help asking. Might Dai hesitated for a while, and said, "No, the side effects of this technique are very big. I can feel that if the 8th gate is opened, the side effects should be death." Hearing this sentence, Sarutobi Hiruzen no longer doubted it, because Senju Tobirama's message about the 8 inner gates also stated that the 8th gate was opened and the surgeon must die, because it was to burn all the vitality, in exchange for the ultimate strength, the beauty in an instant. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath. He did not expect Might Daininge to drive to the 8th gate. His expectation was that Might Daininge would drive to the 6th gate. He was an extremely good ninja in physical skills. He could possess Jonin-level strength by physical skills alone. Unexpectedly, Might Dai-Neng drove to the 8th gate. Although he didn't know what kind of strength the 8 inner gates would explode when the 8 inner gates reached the 8th gate, the power gained by burning all the vitality in exchange would definitely not be weak. Maybe it can reach the level of Hokage. Can be comparable to him. "Might Dai, I am here to promote you to a special Jonin. The previous commission was hard, but now there is no time to rest. Next, I need you to go to the front." Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke solemnly to Might Dai. Since Might Dai has such combat power, he is naturally a ninja to go to the front line, and very suitable as an advance force, because he has the ability to deal with various accidents, even in extremely bad situations. After opening the 8th gate, it can also cover other people's safe retreat. Yes, Might Dai was a little excited. As Feng Ye said before, he was promoted to Special Jonin, and he jumped from Genin to Jonin in the village. And from Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude, what he can feel is the extremely serious attention, which comes from the attention of Lord Hokage. I can feel the blood as if burning. That is the feeling of youth burning. At this moment, even if he receives a rush to the frontline battlefield, opens the 8 inner gates formation, and exchanges his life for the casualties of the enemy, he will not hesitate. Feng Ye opened the door and walked in. Kakashi is not at home. Most of them follow Namikaze Minato on missions, and he has not returned yet. After walking all the way into his bedroom, taking out the stack of entrusted money in his pocket and throwing it on the table, Feng Ye immediately sat down and closed his eyes. He didn't go to the meeting place indicated by Sarutobi Hiruzen immediately. On the one hand, he came back to pay the commission. More importantly, when he was at the commission, he heard a mechanical ding-dong. Finally, after closing his eyes, Feng Ye calmed down his emotions. An illusory huge golden clock was presented in front of him, and he could clearly see that the hour hand was pointing to the moment of 2 o'clock, and the Roman text 2 representing 2 o'clock was no longer shrouded in mist, but became clearly visible, shimmering with a dark luster. Feng Ye took a breath, didn't eagerly use the new time system ability, but first tried to trigger the time acceleration ability. Click! Accompanied by the sound of a mechanical hand moving, the hand on the unreal clock moved a bit and repointed to the 1 o'clock position. The dial at the center of the unreal clock clicked and turned under Feng Jai's thoughts, and did not stop until it reached the 4th scale. Quadruple speed. It has doubled again. Sure enough, it is almost the same as I expected. The range of time acceleration that I can control will increase by 1 mark every other year. Feng Ye let out a sigh of relief. Using the 3rd gate of 8 inner gates at quadruple speed, his speed will be difficult to catch up even if he is a cage-level powerhouse. It will be easier to kill Jonin. Cage level can almost kill him, and cage level is also very difficult to do anything to him. Unless it is 4th Raikage's cage level who is good at speed, he can be threatened if he can catch up with him. Next is the new ability. After Feng Ye calmed down for a while, his mind moved, and the hour hand moved again, pointing to the 2 o'clock position, and the black Roman text scale 2 exuded a trace of black luster. After confirming the ability to trigger this ability, as if instinctively, Feng Ye immediately knew what the ability corresponds to the 2 o'clock scale. The emotions in my heart were a little overwhelmingly excited for a moment. Feng Ye took a breath, opened his eyes, and drew out the ninja sword White Fang he carried with him. He opened his palm, gritted his teeth slightly, and swiped a knife in his palm. Laugh! Along with the pain, a bloodline appeared, and blood immediately flowed out along the wound. Feng Ye endured the pain, staring at the wound, his eyes flashed, as if a golden clock appeared deep in his pupils, and the hands quickly turned in the opposite direction. Quietly, the blood flowing from the wound went upstream and returned to the wound, and the wound that almost opened the entire palm also disappeared silently. Really, a smile appeared on Feng Ye's face. Such a peculiar scene requires almost no scrutiny and knows what it means. This is the arc of time, the time going backwards. Feng Ye held the shinobi White Fang in his right hand and slashed at the wooden floor, tearing a crack about a foot long, and then staring at the crack to try to activate his abilities. However, the crack has not changed. It seems like the acceleration of time can only act on my own body. After making this judgment, Feng Ye sighed softly, looked at the crack on the floor and was quiet for a few seconds, then laughed out loud. What? Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Although it is not the time he wants most to be static and unable to exert influence on things outside of himself, the power of this ability is still beyond doubt. No matter what kind of injury it is, as long as it is not killed in an instant, it can be recovered instantly under the action of time backwards. And Feng Ye didn't know how to be fatal at this moment. The illusory clock is integrated with his soul. If the body is smashed into dregs, it can still activate the ability to turn back time. Then just talk about the resilience, let alone the Baihao technique. The body of the fairy, even it is the body of 6 paths, and it cannot be compared. It should be almost the same as the situation of impure world reincarnation. Feng Ye stopped laughing and murmured in his heart. Although it is impossible for him to smash his own head to do an experiment, according to his feelings, this judgment should be no problem. Immortal. Unless it is the forbidden technique aimed at the soul, or the truth-seeking ball that combines wind, thunder, water, fire, earth, and yin-yang escape, which can attack both the substance and the soul at the same time, other ninjutsu physical arts cannot kill him. Feng Ye touched his chin, muttered to herself, the only thing that needs to be careful is the forbidden technique of the soul class, as well as various sealing techniques. It is quite troublesome to be sealed. Back in time can't have an effect on things outside of itself, which means that if you were sealed by the ghoul, you can't break the seal. You can't die if you die. If it is sealed for hundreds of thousands of years, it is estimated that all the abilities of the 12 scales will be unlocked, and there must be the ability to break the seal, but he does not want to experience that kind of feeling. In this way, the problem of longevity is also solved. Feng Ye sighed softly. With the two abilities of time acceleration and time reversal, as long as you are cautious enough, it is difficult to threaten him on the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War, unless Namikaze Minato suddenly wrenched his head, took out the ghoul and sealed it, and drove flying thunder. God came to him and died together. However, he did not intend to destroy Konoha, nor did he cuckold Namikaze Minato. There is a high probability that he would not encounter this situation. As for the others, even if they would be sealed with ghouls, they would have to catch up with him. The same is true for the mystery of the soul class. As long as the speed is fast enough, there is no fear of these things, and after turning back time, it also means that he can ignore the side effects of 8 inner gates, even the side effects of the 8 inner gates. It's okay to open a dead door, go shopping on the street, go back in time when you get home, and return to the state before opening the dead door. Well, no longer have to worry about not being able to catch up with the supermarket Saturday sale day. Thought of this. Feng Ye stood up, stretched her waist, and revealed a smile full of sunshine. Having been in this world for so long, the situation has finally become interesting. Somewhere in the building, Orochimaru wore a ninja uniform and stood in the forefront with a flat expression. The atmosphere in the hall was a little depressed, surrounded by a large number of Jonin and Chunin's elite ninjas, dozens of them, all preparing and checking their belongings. At this time, a boy with silver hair walked in from the door. The nearby ninjas cast surprised glances, but Kadea ignored these glances and walked straight to Orochimaru, with a faint smile on his face, politely saluting Orochimaru. Teacher Orochimaru, Master Hokage asked me to join the advance force. It seems that your entrustment of escorting the caravan to the country of grass went very smoothly. Orochimaru looked at Feng Ye, a gleam of luster flashed in his eyes, revealing a slightly weird smile, his head tilted back slightly, and he spoke to Feng Ye. Sent by Sarutobi Hiruzen to the front line of the country of grass, he planned to take Fen Jai with him, but he did not find Fen Jai. After asking about it, he learned that Fen Jai had accepted an escort caravan's entrustment. I also thought that I might meet Fen Jai in the country of grass, but I didn't expect that Fen Jai happened to be back today and was assigned by Sarutobi Hiruzen. Certainly, these are not the key to getting Orochimaru's attention. What really caught his attention was that Feng Ye's temperament was different from the last time we met. The previous Feng Ye was more of a cautious temperament. Although a little self-confidence can be seen, though self-confidence is very restrained and has not been exposed. And now Fen Jai, from top to bottom, exudes a kind of self-confidence and vitality that belongs to young people. From the temperament, it seems to be a sudden change. No doubt. If the escort commission of Fen Jai to the country of grass fails, the temperament will not change to this, which means that Feng Yoryuaki must have completed the task. Not only completed the task, perhaps there was some accident in the task, and the accident was solved perfectly. Only in this way is it possible to have such a big change in temperament, from being cautious, restrained, and careful to exuding vitality and self-confidence. Yes. Feng Ye nodded and said, although there was a little accident, it was still done. Hearing Fen Jai's response, Orochimaru showed a gaze that he had expected, and let out a little hum. He said, I want to hear it. He was still a little interested in the unexpected change that made Kaed Yoryuaki's temperament so big. However, before Feng Ye said anything, another figure ran in from the door. His footsteps were a bit chaotic and hurried, and he looked very clumsy. It was Might Dai. Sorry, I shouldn't be late. Might Dai touched the back of his head and smirked awkwardly, then walked up to Orochimaru a little flustered, and said, Master Orochimaru, I am Might Dai. Master Hokage asked me to join the advance force. Orochimaru's eyes moved away from Feng Ye and fell on Might Dai's body. A strange color flashed in his eyes. Forget it about Feng Ye, after all, he is his disciple, and his performance is very good, but the ninja named Might Dai in front of him is extremely clumsy in his actions. How could Sarutobi Hiruzen send such a ninja to join the advance force? This advance force led by him is going to the border to stop Rock Shinobi. Everyone in the team is elite. Jonin alone has a total of 16 people, especially Jonin 6 people, and the rest are Chunin, who have a total of 60 people, all of whom are elites. Disguise? Just pretending to be clumsy? A trace of doubt flashed in Orochimaru's mind. Although he is a bit older, Mr. Sarutobi shouldn't suddenly faint and send people over randomly. In other words, Might Dai in front of him must have some talents, and he was judged to be suitable as an advanced ninja. Just as Orochimaru was a little confused, some of the ninjas wearing Might looked in astonishment. Some of them couldn't help but open their eyes and speak. Hey, what the hell is Might wearing you? This is not where you came from. Because I can't find the ninja team and are willing to accept you. Do you want to join the advance force this way? You are an idiot. You will be punished for doing this kind of thing. Among the Chunins present, there were people who had been pierced by Might. At this time, they stared at Might Dai a little annoyed. The advanced troops went to the country of grass and participated in the war against Rock Shinobi. Is this a joke? Might Dai also noticed several Chunin in the crowd who had been his captain. He was a little embarrassed because he had cheated on each other, and he reached out and grabbed his hair. Ah, that, I came here after receiving an order from Master Hokage. What a joke. Marino Ibn frowned and said, you are Genin, how could you be sent by Lord Hokage to join the advance force, and then continue to mess around? You can't afford the consequences. Genin? Orochimaru tilted his head slightly, looking at Might Dai more strangely. Might coughed, put his right fist on his chest, straightened his waist slightly, and said, well, I am not Genin anymore. I am a special Jonin now. Enough. Marino Ibumu finally couldn't bear it, and walked out of the crowd with an annoyed look, planning to throw out Might Dai, who continued to mess around here without listening to dissuasion. Orochimaru squinted his eyes and watched the scene. He didn't stop or interfere. He also wondered about the situation of Might Wearing, and wanted to see what is special about Might Wearing, or is it really just a bold dare to be there? Genin who was messing around here. However, just when Marino Ibn was approaching Might Dai, a voice suddenly sounded. Senior Dai is indeed special Jonin, I can testify. This voice stunned Marino Ibumu, and many of the people present were also slightly surprised. When he saw that the speaker was Kaedia who was standing next to Orochimaru, he couldn't help frowning. Don't say Might Wear. He has doubts about Feng Ye joining the advance force. He had heard the news that Feng Ye graduated early, took the Chunin exam and became the only one to pass, but even then, Feng Ye was too young. No matter how talented, Feng Ye is also a young ninja without sufficient experience. It is difficult for him to understand that such a ninja can join the advance force. But having said that, Feng Ye is a Chunin anyway, but he can barely accept it. What the hell is Might Dai? Let a 10,000 years Genin, who was extremely clumsy and messed up many tasks, come to join the advance force against Rock Shinobi. Isn't this a joke? He doesn't think Sarutobi Hiruzen will make such a decision. Hey, kid, don't talk nonsense if you don't know the situation. Do you know how bad this guy is? It's impossible for Master Hokage to let such a guy join the advance force. Marino Ibumu spoke to Feng Ye in a deep voice. A faint smile hung on Feng Ye's face, and said, I didn't lie. Senior Dai was indeed promoted to be a special Jonin. Senior, should you bring a book of instructions? Oh, I almost forgot. Hearing Feng Ye's words, Might Dai suddenly reacted, touched his pocket, and took out a stamped instruction book from his pocket. Marino Ibumu watched this scene in a little astonishment. Orochimaru raised his brows slightly, and took the instruction book Might Dai handed over. After a cursory glance, a pair of snake pupils suddenly shrank slightly, and he glanced at Might Dai dignifiedly. I see. After blinking his eyes a few times, he made a decision, put away the instruction book, and said, Might Dai, you and Feng Ye will not be assigned to other teams for the time being, and follow me. Dai Might let out a sigh of relief, and said, yes, Lord Orochimaru. Marino Ibi looked at this scene in amazement, and for a while, he couldn't help looking at Orochimaru and said, Master Orochimaru, what is this? You will know if you have a chance. After Orochimaru returned Morinoi's head, he took a deep look at Might Dai again. Receiving Orochimaru's response, Marino Ibn and the others looked at each other for a while, watching Might Dai stand beside Maple Ye with incomprehension. What the hell? Might Where's that guy, really has become a special Jonin. People who are familiar with Mights were almost all showed some weird gazes. Orochimaru didn't question the instruction book, which means that the instruction book was true. It was indeed an order issued by Lord Hokage, but the order was really hard to understand. I was adjusting my mentality and preparing to go to the frontline battlefield. Suddenly, I added a 10-year-old kid and a Might to wear in. All of a sudden, their adjusted mentality collapsed a bit. If one doesn't work, come two. This may cause big problems. The country of fire. Border. Orochimaru led nearly 100 ninjas including Kaedia to a small town. The whole town has become a ruin, some places are still burning, and many corpses can be seen everywhere. Report Orochimaru-sama, it's a battle trace from 3 days ago. A ninja quickly explored the ruined town and reported to Orochimaru. Orochimaru's pair of snake pupils showed a dangerous light, and he glanced roughly in the town, and said hoarsely, the traces from 3 days ago, Rock Shinobi must not be here anymore, but we have also entered their range of activities, sooner or later you will encounter it. Reorganize, camp and rest here. Orochimaru gave instructions. Because it is already the border of the country of fire, there may be battles at any time. Everyone has arrived here after a whole day's journey. Although they are still in a state of fighting, if you continue to explore, it will consume more energy. If you encounter Rock Shinobi's ambush, it will be very dangerous. Yes, the Chunin responded. After the nearby ninjas glanced at each other, they all entered the town one after another, cleaning the corpses in the town, extinguishing the flames on the burning buildings, and carrying out simple camp placements. After the camp was set up, Orochimaru was standing in front of a stone platform in the tent at the center of the camp, looking at a map tiled on the stone platform with a pensive color. After thinking for a moment, Orochimaru suddenly said, which direction do you think Rock Shinobi will be in now? There were only Kaed and Orochimaru masters and apprentices in the camp. Kaed was standing next to him, looking at the map. Hearing Orochimaru's words, he showed a hint of thought and said, "Since Rock Shinobi's advanced troops are here to proceed, those who harass sexual assault should not return to the country of grass so soon." Orochimaru snorted and said, "The idea is good, I think so, and I think they dare not go deep into the country of fire, their direction can only be these two." While talking, Orochimaru simply placed 2 chess pieces on the map. After doing this, he pondered, "You go and call the third and fourth teams over." Feng Ye nodded and left the camp, and quickly called 2 teams, a total of 8 people. The captains of the 2 teams are 2 Jonin, one from the Hyuga clan and the other from the Uchiha clan. The elite Chunin in the team is also good at sensing and detecting. Hyuga Setsuna, take your team to explore this direction. Uchiha Month, you look in this direction. Orochimaru gave instructions to the 2 teams, and said in a deep voice, "If you encounter Rock Shinobi who is alone, you can try to obtain information. Don't act rashly in other situations." "Yes." The captains of the 2 teams responded respectfully. For Orochimaru, who became famous in the Second Ninja World War and made outstanding achievements, even those from the Uchiha and Hyuga families have the same respect. After giving this instruction, Orochimaru watched the 2 teams leave, tilted his head to look at Feng Ye with a faint smile, and said, "Feng Ye, you can go back, take a good rest and be prepared, maybe there will be a battle next." Feng Ye answered and left the camp. After returning to her small tent, Fenjai didn't rest immediately, but after eating something, she started exercising. He never stopped exercising on the way from Konoha, because the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates, under his continuous exercise, was already on the verge of being able to open. For the master who has the ability to turn back time, once he can open the 4th gate, he can use the power of the 8 inner gates' 4th gate almost unlimitedly. How fast is the 4th gate in the quadruple speed state? Feng Ye couldn't predict, but he judged that at that speed, he must be able to release the peacock. In other words, it would be difficult for even Cage Level to keep up with him based on speed alone. With such a speed and the ability to go back in time, there were very few people who could threaten him on the battlefield of the Third Ninja World War. And the number of ninjas he can kill will also increase in a wide range. Whether it is Jonin or Elite Jonin, it is difficult to stop his beheading at 4th gate's quadruple speed. Even if it is close to the Cage Level Quasi-Shadow level, it is impossible to escape death if he is stared at. Call. After taking a deep breath, Feng Ye began to do the most basic push UPS in the camp. As far as 8 inner gates is concerned, the simplest exercise to open the door is to do push UPS and squats. There are no shortcuts. You need to rely on the accumulation of thousands of times to take the physical body little by little. After training, he became stronger and loosened the 8 gates restraints in his body. Feng Ye is wearing a load. Because he has the ability to go back in time, he is not worried about sudden encounters and the body is too tired to fight. The most is to use time back to return the body to the state before exercise, wasting this short period of exercise. So he carried the biggest load along the way, and did some arduous practice during each rest period, and it was the 4th time so far. 331, 332, 333. Feng Ye did push UPS very quickly. After reaching 300, his speed began to slow down significantly, his movements began to stiffen, and his arms began to tremble slightly. 486, 487, I kept counting silently in my heart. The soreness in his arms became stronger and stronger, but Feng Ye still persisted, and the strong will was also being tempered. In fact, for him, after unlocking the ability to flow backwards in time, even if he does not practice 8 inner gates, he can still have the strength of the ninjutsu realm only with normal ninjutsu physical skills. But after Fenjai thinks about it, and did not give up the practice of 8 inner gates. On the one hand, 8 inner gates is indeed still suitable for him. On the other hand, speaking of will, he is actually not strong, and the extremely hard training of 8 inner gates can also sharpen the mind and will, and let his spirit grow in the same way. Also, there is also the most critical factor, that is, 8 inner gates is immune to most illusions. The essence of illusion is to disturb the chakra in the enemy's body, and then affect the opponent's mental state, making it unable to escape from the illusion. As for the 8 inner gates physical art, starting from the 1st gate, chakra broke out in the brain, and after the 2nd gate until the 8th gate, chakra was in a state of rampage. It is almost impossible to use illusions on a ninja in the 8 inner gate state, because even the ninja who uses 8 inner gates can hardly control the chakra running away in his body, let alone other people. And illusion also happened to be a weakness of Feng Ye. Maple Ye has always been very common to the master of illusion. If a cage-level expert like Orochimaru uses illusion on him, he will probably be hard to resist. It is different to practice 8 inner gates. The more you practice 8 inner gates, the more doors you open, the more violent the chakra will be when the door is open, and the harder it will be to illusion. After the 8 inner gates opened to the 5th gate, they were almost immune to most illusions. As for the 8th gate, even Uchiha Madara in 6 paths mode did not choose to use illusions against guy who opened the 8th gate. With Uchiha Madara's combat experience, there is only one possibility without using illusions, that is, against the 8 inner gates formation. A guy, illusion is not effective at all. Chakra of dead guy who wants to disrupt chakra's brutality to the limit can't be done even with Rinnegan's pupil power at the 6 paths level. As for whether Uchiha Shisui's bug-level illusion Distinguished Heavenly Gods and the ultimate illusion Infinite Tsukuyomi will take effect on the 8 inner gates formation status, it is impossible to speculate. After all, it has not been shown in the original work. Feng Ye couldn't tell, but he will not let Distinguished Heavenly Gods act on him, nor will Infinite Tsukuyomi happen. As long as he is immune to most illusions, it is enough for him. This is why he still endured the hardship and continued to practice 8 inner gates. 775, 776, 777. As the numbers continued to increase, Feng Ye's breathing began to become violent, and sweat continued to drip. Finally, when he reached 777, his arms softened and he could not support it anymore. Zi lay on the ground. After breathing for half a minute, Feng Ye sat up again. It's a pity that I can't use the time back to relieve fatigue. Feng Ye shook his head. Back in time is to let the body return to its previous state, and to use time back to eliminate fatigue. It is equivalent to having never done these hundreds of push UPS, but it is a helpless thing. After resting for a few more minutes, Feng Ye drank saliva, looked at the ground that was wet with sweat, shook his head, and said, "Forget it, let's go outside." The province made the tent all smell of sweat, and it had to be troublesome to clean. Came outside the tent. Feng Ye hugged the back of his head with both hands, and started the squat exercise. Push UPS, squats, and sit UPS. These 3 are the most basic exercises. You can exercise everything from arm strength to legs to waist. They are also the most effective exercises to loosen the 8 gate in the body. 221, 222, 223. Feng Ye continued to count silently in her heart. The squat exercise outside the tent also attracted the attention of some ninjas. "Hey, what do you see that guy is doing?" Someone saw Feng Ye's movements and spoke to his companion who was moving nearby. Marino Ibumu held a box and followed the gaze of the person next to him. Seeing Fen Jai who was constantly doing squats, he couldn't help showing a weird look. Is that guy doing physical exercises? Seems to be. Morinoi's mouth shook slightly, and she couldn't help but said, "How do you feel a little, well, not very clever? Is that kid really a genius who was accepted as a disciple by Lord Orochimaru? This is the border. There may be battle at any time. In this kind of place, at this time, it's not good to recuperate, and instead consumes energy to exercise physical skills." He almost wants to say directly, "Is there a problem with the brain?" but the words still barely change. Became not too smart. After all, Kaedia is Orochimaru's disciple. Who knows? The companion next to him shrugged and said helplessly, "How can there be a reason to practice further at this time? What did you do before?" Morinoi Himi was also a little bit painful. If this happens suddenly, they might have to protect Feng Ye, who is incompetent, so what exactly are they doing to pack a young and immature ninja like Feng Ye into the advance force? If he was still in the village at the moment, he would most likely question Orochimaru, but now it's useless to say anything. He has already followed the front line, and he can't kick Kaed back again. Forget it, leave it alone. Marino Ibn finally shook his head and walked into the tent. Anyway, Kadaya is a disciple of Lord Orochimaru. Even if his behavior is a little stupid, Orochimaru should be responsible for teaching. Over time, Feng Ye did sit UPS from the squat exercise, and then repeated push UPS. He ignored the weird gazes some ninjas looked at, because he could feel the heat inside his body, and could feel the shackles of the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates. The wounded door had become looser and looser. In this case, even though the muscles of the body began to sore a little, and every movement was more painful than before, he still clenched his teeth. The 4th gate is right in front of you. Go forward a little bit and you can push away. Feng Ye's exercise was not only noticed by other ninjas, but Orochimaru was also aware of it. He looked far away in Feng Ye's direction, frowned slightly, and was a little confused in his heart. At this time, are you still practicing physical skills? He is more familiar with Feng Ye than Marino Ihaim and others. In his opinion, Feng Ye shouldn't do such a stupid and meaningless thing. Fen Jai was wearing a load, and on the way from Konoha to the border, he often took time to practice. He had noticed this, but did not interfere. In Orochimaru's view, it is an excellent behavior not to relax under any circumstances and to practice hard at all times. But it's different now. This is already the border of the country of fire, and fighting may occur at any time. With Fen Jai's mind, it should not be clear about this. Knowing this, Feng Ye still chooses to exercise. There should be only one possibility, that is, Feng Ye's certain technical distance breakthrough is just a bit short. 8 inner gates. After thinking about it for a while, Orochimaru shook his head slightly and decided not to stop Kaedia. It is unlikely that the battle will break out suddenly now. If Feng Ye is really close to being able to improve her strength, it is worth taking a little risk to try to break through. It is estimated that Fen Jai's strength has reached the level of Jonin. If he can make a little bit more diligence on 8 inner gates, maybe 8 inner gates can be comparable to elite Jonin when the door is open. Although the maintenance time may not be long, and there will be great side effects, the combat power of the elite Jonin, even on the battlefield with a larger number of ninjas, is also very useful. Orochimaru did not choose to interfere. Even though the other ninjas felt a little outrageous about Maple Ye's behavior, Orochimaru didn't have any instructions, and there was no reason to stop Maple Ye, and he could only complain a few words at most. I originally thought Feng Ye was a Chunin anyway. Even if he was very young, he should be more reliable than Might, but now it seems that it is just as unreliable. 664. 665. Feng Ye put his hands behind his head, reciting the number of Sit Ups silently in his heart. Sweat continued to flow down, and he kept getting up with force, feeling that the strength of his waist and abdomen had reached the limit, but he was still clenching his teeth. The chakra in the body is flowing, converging continuously to the position of the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates. You can feel the heat in that area and feel a slight tingling pain. Finally, after getting up again, Fenjai felt a sudden change at the 4th gate. Those barriers that had been weak to ultimate before have completely disappeared. What can be felt is that if he wants to, he can open the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates. This feeling is no stranger to Feng Ye. With this feeling, it means that the 4th gate has broken through. Finally done. After realizing that the barrier of the 4th gate finally disappeared, Feng Ye took a breath and lay on the ground, panting slightly, and did not continue to move. With the 4th gate of 8 inner gates, coupled with a quadruple speed state, his combat effectiveness will not be lower than Orochimaru. Coupled with the ability to reverse time, he will be more difficult than Orochimaru. Counting the acceleration of time, I am 12 years old now, I am close to 13 years old. Uchiha Itaki is Mangekyo Sharinan who opened at the age of 13, Feng Ye murmured in his heart. The apparent age is 10 years old, and the actual age is 13 years old. At this age, he has the strength of cage level, and finally he has not lost the face of a traverser. After a short break, Kaed Yoryuaki personally left the camp and went to the back of the camp to simply test the status of the 4th gate of the 8 inner gates. As he expected, with the quadruple speed in the state of the 4th gate, it can indeed release the move towards the peacock, and being able to use this move can be regarded as a real cage-level attack. After a while, Feng Ye returned to the camp, entered his camp and began to rest. The next day, inside the camp in the middle of the camp, the 2 teams that Orochimaru sent out to explore returned in the morning and reported the situation to Orochimaru. Among them, the team led by Hayaga Setsuna, heading northwest, found a lot of traces of ninjas passing by in the jungle. Northwest, is it going to go around the flank to attack? After hearing Hayaga Setsuna's report, Orochimaru thought for a while and said, take a rest for 3 quarters and leave in 3 quarters. Yes. Hayaga agreed, and retired with his team. After giving the order, Orochimaru turned to look at Fenjai who had walked in from the outside, showing a faint smile, and said, how did you rest last night? You practiced in the camp before, so your strength should have improved again, right? Ms. Orochimaru's judgment is still very accurate, Feng Ye responded calmly. Orochimaru smiled, let out a horse laugh, and said, then I am looking forward to your next performance. There are many ninjas in the advance force who question your strength. Fenjai also chuckled slightly, and said, I won't let you down, teacher Orochimaru. 3 quarters later, a small group of 4 ninjas was left in the camp to garrison, and the other ninjas all followed Orochimaru and headed northwest to follow the path of rock shinobi. 2 days later, the Konoha advance troops led by Orochimaru came to a piece of red land. 3 o'clock ahead, rock shinobi. Hayaga ran at the forefront of the team. The Akugan's vision was fully opened, and after seeing rock shinobi's trail, he immediately spoke loudly to remind all the ninjas. Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly and said, it seems that they have discovered us and want to fight in this kind of terrain that is more advantageous to them. When the number of ninjas exceeds a certain size, it is extremely difficult or even impossible to ambush. After all, both teams will carry a large number of perceptual ninjas, and the large number of ninjas will also make all members conceal such things. It can't be done at all. Hayaga Setsuna asked in a deep voice, Orochimaru-sama, what do you want to do? Orochimaru's eyes flickered, and said, although it is a terrain that is a little more favorable to them, it is only a little bit at most. How many of the opponents are there? About 80 people. Hayaga set a close observation and reported to Orochimaru. A cold light flashed in Orochimaru's eyes, and said, that is to say, there is not much difference in numbers. Let's prepare for battle, and it's time to give them a little bit of color to see, he. As Orochimaru's voice fell, all the ninjas in the rear drew out their weapons and kunao, all ready to fight. At the same time, in the shape of the desolate red earth, under a huge hill, about dozens of rock shinobi gathered here, headed by the elite Jonin red earth of rock shinobi. Master Red, Konoha's ninja is approaching. How about the quantity? About 80 people. Sensing ninjas reported to the red clay deep voice gathering, their leader's chakra is very cold, and consistent with intelligence, it should be Orochimaru, one of Sunan. Hearing this report, Huang Tu did not show any timid expression, but a cold smile, and said, "Very well, this time I will let Konoha suffer a big loss." With the voice falling, he waved his hand. The elite rock shinobi, who had about 70 people under his command, was ready to fight. Coming. 7 o'clock. The perception ninja closed his eyes, and when he noticed something, he let out a loud shout. Almost as soon as he roared out, he saw a figure exuding a cold air in the direction of 7 o'clock, and he went around the flanking Orochimaru. Without any extra action, Orochimaru appeared directly at the moment he was noticed, opened his mouth suddenly, and a large number of snakes rushed out of his mouth frantically. 10,000 snakes. Watch out! Earth style wall. When Rock Shinobi saw this, someone immediately shouted and released Earth style ninjutsu. Along with the roar, a huge high wall rose, blocking the countless snakes released by Orochimaru. Whoosh! 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 In the next moment, Konoha's ninja appeared in the front, each holding a weapon, various shurikens, and fire-style ninjutsu smashed down. All the ninjas of Rock Shinobi also reacted almost at the same time, releasing various ninjutsu responses, rushing over, and fighting with Konoha's ninjas. Kang! Kang! Fenjai didn't use 8 inner gates, only opened a simple double speed state, mixed in the crowd with a Rock Shinobi elite Chunin, and his eyes flickered slightly. Rock Shinobi's troop configuration is obviously not as good as Konoha's side, not to mention the presence of Orochimaru, one of the Sunins on Konoha's side. The leader of Rock Shinobi seems to be a quasi-shadow, and with 2 Jonin, he can barely defend Orochimaru. The attack, but obviously can't stop it for long. In this case, Rock Shinobi did not escape, but chose to fight head-on. There must be demons when things go weird. Ambush. Fengya waved the white ninja sword in his hand, and simply parried Chunin's attack in front of him. Really? Almost at the next moment, the earth burst out with a roar, the ground split from the center, and the battlefield was split in an instant. About 30 Rock Shinobi jumped up from the cracked ground. They each wore Rock Shinobi Village's forward protector. They were all the elite ninjas of Rock Shinobi Village. Ambush. Damn, what is the perception ninja doing? Didn't you notice it in advance? Seeing the scene, Konoha's ninjas almost all faced drastic changes. Hyaga, who was in charge of the investigation before, suddenly became difficult to look. His Byakugan has the ability to see through, and he has also used perspective to explore the vicinity of the battlefield, but he did not expect the other party to use Earth style to hide deep underground, avoiding his detection range. I almost suffocated Lao Zi. It was not easy to avoid Byakugan's detection. I burrowed underground like a mouse and hid for so long. The many Rock Shinobi who emerged from the underground showed grim smiles one after another. The red clay that was parrying Orochimaru's attack also showed a cold smile and said, "Konoha's Orochimaru is really strong, but unfortunately, you don't have enough manpower. Maybe you will die here today." For this attack, the Yue Gakure tried their best. First, he deliberately leaked the information of the advanced troops to Konoha, rushing into the country of grass from the front, let Konoha roughly understand the overall combat effectiveness of the advanced troops, and send corresponding troops. Then Rock Shinobi Village quietly dispatched about 30 elite ninjas to go to all directions by accepting the commission, and after completing the commission, they merged with the border of the country of fire. Since they were dispatched in batches, and they were all commissioned as cover, even if Konoha's scouts noticed it, they would not attach great importance to and convey information because of the actions of 1 or 2 ninja squads. And when these teams finally came together, it was a powerful elite force. Nearly half of them were Jonin, and 4 of them were the Riweigakur elite Jonin. The purpose of this mission is to give Konoha's advanced troops a major kill. Based on this, gain the advantage in the early stages of the war. A strange look flashed through Orochimaru's pair of snake eyes. About 30 Rock Shinobi's elite troops, about half of them are Jonin. It is impossible for such an elite troop to move without any movement, but Konoha did not get the slightest information about this elite troop. In other words, Rock Shinobi really took a lot of thought to create such a situation. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At the next moment, 3 elite Jonin fell around Orochimaru. With the clay soil and the previous Rock Shinobi, a total of 5 elite Jonin surrounded him. Although such a formation could not threaten him, it was enough to contain his actions. That's how it is. Orochimaru's eyes flashed with a glimmer of cold light, and his tone was strange and said, "Who will die here? It's still hard to tell." In fact, he had guessed in advance that Rock Shinobi might have an ambush because the whole process was really beneficial to Konoha. Under normal circumstances, he would not attack so hastily. However, he chose to attack. The reason is simple. There is the presence of the ninja might die in the team. This one is also outside of Rock Shinobi's intelligence, and his combat power is enough to deal with any unexpected situation. This is why Orochimaru guessed that the opponent had an ambush, but still dared to attack. It's a pity, you must be the one who died. The red clay opened his mouth coldly, and then suddenly attacked Orochimaru, and the people next to him also acted together to besiege Orochimaru. At the same time, The situation of Konoha shinobi suddenly fell into a very bad situation. Nearly 30 rock shinobi elites, more than half of them are jonin. Such a sudden addition of combat power is enough to completely reverse the combat power situation of both sides. Master Orochimaru. Someone yelled in Orochimaru's direction, trying to remind Orochimaru. In such a bad situation, if they continue to fight, they will only be defeated in the end. Now they must retreat and can't fight the opponent. However, Orochimaru did not show the intention to retreat. He kept attacking among several rock shinobi's elite jonin, never giving the order to retreat, as if he wanted to fight to the end. Hyuga Setsuna resisted the attack of the 2 rock shinobi jonin, and the situation was a bit difficult. He looked in the direction of Orochimaru, and he was also a little surprised. Master Orochimaru? Obviously, this situation should not continue to fight. With Orochimaru's judgment, it is impossible to fail to see this, but Orochimaru does not even plan to retreat until now. This choice makes almost all Konoha's ninjas somewhat incomprehensible. And at this moment, Might Dai, who was fighting in the crowd, suddenly roared, and the green chakra light bathed in her body suddenly became more exuberant. 8 inner gates, 6th gate, open. After opening the 6th gate, Might Ware's speed and strength increased sharply, and he broke the dagger kicked by an elite chunin with one kick, vomiting blood and flying out. This scene also stunned Marino Ibim and others. I didn't expect Might to wear this 10,000 years genin to possess such power. It was only at this moment that they understood a little bit. No wonder Hokage will assign Might Dai to the advance force. Such strength is indeed qualified to enter the advance force. This is the strength of the Jonin level. But after a short astonishment, he was still facing tremendous pressure. Although Might Dai's strength was a bit unexpected, it was not enough to reverse the situation on the battlefield. Orochimaru still did not give an order to retreat. Marino Ibim and others could only continue fighting with gritted teeth. I can only do this to the 6th gate. These rock shinobi are really strong. It seems that I have to drive to the 7th gate, maybe I need to drive to the 8th gate. Might Dai, who broke out in the 6th gate, showed the ability to kill chunin in seconds and suppress jonin, but this is still not enough to reverse the situation. Judging from the current situation on the battlefield, even if he drives to the 7th gate and kills a few jonin, it is still difficult to change the situation. I am afraid that he will need to drive to the 8th gate in the end. The 8th gate. Might Dai took a deep breath. He didn't have much fear of death. In order to protect the things that should be protected, and to burn youth for Konoha, it is something that should be done. But almost when he was planning to open the 7th gate and then the 8th gate, a voice suddenly came from behind him. Stop opening the door, Senior Dai. Fang Ya held the shinobi White Fang and walked over from behind. Next to him was a rock shinobi whose body was stiff. Then he split into 2 from the center, and the corpse fell to the ground in splashes of blood. Back in time cannot be used by others. If Might Dai wants to drive to the 8th gate here, the final result must be death. In that case, let him do it. Fenjai? Might Dai looked over in amazement. Fang Ya walked towards this side with a calm expression. He made a seal with one hand on his left hand and stroked the blade of the shinobu White Fang. The sound of countless birdsong resounding through the battlefield intertwined. 1,000 birds blade. He continued to step forward, and after another step fell, a silver light emerged and enveloped his body. That is the scene of the thunderous chakra after breaking through the 3rd gate of the 8 inner gates, flowing and dispersing. The color is not as dark as 4th Raikage's lightning-style chakra mode, nor is it the normal 8 inner gates green, but a lighter silvery white. Shenman Ray. This is Fenjai's name for this state. Lightning-style chakra will cause more intense damage to the body, with greater side effects, and is almost a death behavior, but for him who has the ability to turn back time, he can ignore it. And in this mode, Chidori Blade can be maintained for a long time. This is after gaining the ability to turn back time. The only tricks he developed were suitable for him, and the speed was a little faster than normal door opening. The most important is the silver-white light contrasts with the emerald green light, which is not in the same level visually, making it more difficult to capture and see clearly. You don't need to use that in this kind of place, Senior. Here, just leave it to me. Bathed in the silver-white light, Fang Ye spoke softly to Might Dai, and the white fang in his hand was thrown from the front to the right, bringing a trace of thunder arcs intertwined in the void. What is that? Chidori's abnormal neighing sound also attracted the attention of nearby ninjas. Many rock shinobi and Konoha shinobi watched over and noticed the Maple Knight bathed in silver light, and the lightning arc entwined in Maple Knight's hands. Shinobi White Fang. Almost all the ninjas present were elite, and at a glance, it was almost judged that Fenjai's technique attached to the ninja sword White Fang was a technique that combined nature transformation and form changes. A-level ninjutsu. That is an A-level lightning-style ninjutsu. Although the behavior and experience are a bit poor, but at this age, he is a master of A-level ninjutsu, and his talent is indeed beyond doubt. Morinoi's thoughts flashed in his mind, but the depression in his heart still did not ease. I am afraid that Feng Ye's strength is close to Jonin, and Might Dai is also the same. I did underestimate these two people before, but the problem is that even if Feng Ye and Might Dai's combat power are added, Rock Shinobi still has more than 10 more players. Jonin. With so many Jonin, I am afraid that only the existence of third Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can deal with it on their own, and the imbalance in combat power is still irreparable. You said just leave it to you here? A close Jonin of Rock Shinobi stared at Feng Ye, with a short sword in his hand lying horizontally in front of him, with a sneer on his face, and said, "Little devil? A-level ninjutsu only. As Jonin, he is the same as the master of this level of ninjutsu." Listening to Feng Ye's tone, it was as if he could deal with the situation within this area with his own strength. The mere devil was a bit too arrogant. Fen Jai? Might Dai was also a little surprised. His astonishment was that on the one hand, he heard that Feng Ye told him not to open the 8th gate, and on the other hand, the silver light bathed in Feng Ye's body, which felt like 8 inner gates, but was completely different in form, as if it was based on another physique above the 8 inner gates. Feng Ye is indeed a genius, and he can develop even this kind of technique, but with this kind of technique, can he rewrite the current situation? The opponent has more than 10 Jonin. However, this thought was replaced by shock after only a moment. I saw Feng Ye bathed in silver light, holding the shinobi white fang in his hand, and the whole person disappeared abruptly in the next moment, passing the battlefield at a speed that the naked eye could not see clearly. Whoosh! All the ninjas nearby could see almost a silver light, and in an instant, they drew an arc in the void and appeared behind a Jonin in Rock Shinobi. The Jonin showed a look of stunned expression at first, and then a trace of horror and disbelief appeared in the depths of his eyes. He opened his mouth and wanted to say something, but only a mouthful of blood was ejected. After staggering 2 steps forward, he couldn't hold back and fell to the ground. It can be clearly seen that there is a deep wound behind him, which cut off his ribs and spine, and tore his heart and lungs from the back. A horror! The Jonin who had ridiculed Feng Ye earlier had a stiff expression on his face, his pupils contracted violently, and there was a hint of amazement and disbelief in his eyes looking at Feng Ye. What speed is that? When he was shocked, Feng Ye looked at him. This gaze made him feel the hairs all over his body for an instant, as if he was being stared at by some terrifying existence, making him feel the crisis of death after countless life and death struggles. Danger! That kid is extremely dangerous. Where will it come from? Go around to the left? Or go around to the right? Or behind? His vigilance has almost risen to the limit, and his spirit has been tightened to ultimate. He does not dare to relax a bit, and even his breathing is almost stagnant. And just in the next moment, thunder flash, Feng Ye spit out a word. The whole person disappeared in an instant, and the silver light flashed across the battlefield, and appeared in front of the Jonin. The ninja sword white fang in his hand fell down. Front! The Jonin who had been extremely vigilant for a long time did not expect that Fen Jai would choose the front instead of using the speed to go around the flanks to attack. He did his best to slash the dagger in his hand and face the white fang in Fen Jai's hand. Kang! It was also a short sword filled with chakra's flow, but the moment it came into contact with the white fang in Fen Jai's hand, it was cut abruptly like kukaki. An arc of the moon intertwined with thunder light fell in an instant, splitting the Jonin's whole person in half, and tearing apart a gully along with the ground nearly 10 meters behind him. Kill with one blow. That Jonin didn't even have time to release the body replacement technique. The ninjas nearby, whether it was Konoha or Rock Shinobi, looked at this scene almost violently shaking, showing incredible expressions. Except for the Uchiha clan Jonin with 3 Tomo Sharinan, and Hayaga Setsuna, the ninja who opened Byakugan, almost everyone could not see the movement of Kaedia. Is it the lightning-style secret technique of Cloud Shinobi Village? Too fast. Hayaga Setsuna and Jonin of the Uchiha clan almost took a breath, showing a somewhat shocking look. Even their pupil skills can only capture the movements of Maple Knight. Whoosh! Feng Ye's figure disappeared again. Only a gleam of silver light can be seen passing through the battlefield. Wherever it passes, the elite Chunin of Iwagakure almost can't resist even a single blow, and they are beheaded on the spot. In a short moment, Rock Shinobi had 3 Jonin and a dozen Chunin died. The situation on the battlefield was instantly chaotic. Quickly limit that kid's actions. Damn! Ninjutsu can't keep up. Rock Shinobi, who originally relied on combat power and pressed Konoha's side to fight, fell into chaos. Even the ninja who had not been attacked by Kaedia, they all focused part of their attention on Kaedia with a little horror. But it doesn't make much sense. Even under the circumstance of full concentration, Chunin could hardly resist Feng Ye's blitz, and the gap between speed and reaction speed was already large enough to crush. Jonin may be able to dodge and resist with clone technique, body replacement technique and body flicker technique. Unless Chunin hides in advance by the body, there is no time to release any ninjutsu. Whoosh! Feng Ye's flashes once again, and another Chunin beheaded. Earth style. Earth binding technique. It was here that a somewhat angry voice came from one side. With the falling of the sound, the ground under Feng Ye's feet suddenly upwards. While Feng Ye killed the Chunin, it wrapped Feng Ye's ankle and dragged Feng Ye's body. Ninfa Secret Art Enchantment Jizo Technique. Frozen Earth used Earth style to bind Maple Ya, and then folded his hands in front of him and shouted angrily. Chakra inside his body surged, and the earth began to roll violently. He is the elite Jonin of Iway-Gakur. He has played against the ninjas of Cloud Shinobi Village many times and has experience dealing with speed-type ninjas. Rumble. The earth shattered into countless rubbles and bulged upwards, enclosing Feng Ya in the center, trapped in the center of the enchantment. The power of the enchantment acted on Feng Ya's body, stopping Feng Ya's chakra for an instant, causing the silver light on Feng Ya's body to fade, and the lightning arc on the white fang in his hand also faded away. This is a barrier that can block the flow of chakra. You can't use chakra normally in the barrier. Do you think you can dance with your speed? That's it, kid. Frozen Earth slowly put down Jiyan's hands and spoke coldly to Feng Ya in the enchantment. Seeing this scene, nearby Rock Shinobi breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Lord Frozen is here. I didn't expect Konoha to have a speed ninja comparable to Cloud Shinobi. It would be troublesome if he let him attack unscrupulously. Sure enough, it still doesn't work? Seeing that Maple Ya was imprisoned by Rock Shinobi's barrier, and there were still some shocking Konoha Shinobi nearby, my heart sank suddenly. I thought that with the power displayed by Feng Ya, he could completely reverse the situation on the battlefield. Now it seems that it is still too difficult. The opponent is Rock Shinobi's elite and also has a very powerful ninja. However, trapped in the barrier, Feng Ya, whose silver light faded, did not show any panic, but slightly tilted her head. I used restraint ninjutsu at the moment I killed someone, and then added restricted movement in Chakra's enchantment ninjutsu. I really have experience dealing with speed-type ninjas, and I prepared in advance. I can feel that the former third gate of the 8 inner gates is still open, but the flow of chakra in the body has been slowed down several times, so that opening the third gate is almost equal to not opening, and due to Chakra's slowness, the fourth gate is also unable to break through. After all, it is Rock Shinobi's elite force, and it will not be vulnerable to his third gate. But this level is far from it. In the next moment, under the gaze of some consternation and disbelief in the frozen ground, the silver light on Feng Ya's body gleamed once again, and the intertwining of thunder arcs appeared on the Chunin knife white fang again, bursting out the sound of Chidori. This is impossible. The frozen ground showed an almost unbelievable look. His enchantment can restrict the flow of chakra to a great extent, even if it uses the Cloud Shinobi of the lightning-style chakra mode, it is impossible to activate ninjutsu under this restriction. Feng Ya looked calm. This is back in time. The bondage still exists, and he can't let the barrier disappear directly, but his physical state has returned to the state before the bondage. The slow chakra returned to his frenzy, and Chidori appeared again. Before the bondage of the enchantment took effect again, Chakra, who had rerun in Fenjai's body, rushed down suddenly, and the fourth gate of the 8 inner gates broke through. It seems we still have to go all out. Hurt the door thunder. Crackling. The fourth gate of the 8 inner gates was pierced by lightning-style chakra, his hair began to scatter, and a trace of intertwined thunder arcs could be clearly seen between the silver hair. Exploding into the state of fourth gate, Feng Ya smashed the blocked rock, and the white fang in his hand was wrapped in thunderlight, and suddenly cut down toward the front. The speed of this cut is too fast. Soon that even Hayaga Setsuna and Uchihayu's pupil skills could barely see the trajectory, the blade slashed through the air, so that it caused a trace of flame. The flames and thunderlight intertwined, turning into a sun-like slash, breaking the entire Earth-style enchantment from the center into two halves. Boom! The slash that flew out of the sky, entwined with flames, hit the ground tens of meters away, blasting the ground apart, and a gully spreading tens of meters appeared. The blade can rub against the air to create flames, it can no longer be regarded as a mere thunder flash, and it surpasses the moon flash. This move should be called a flare flash. Feng Ya murmured in his heart, and his body disappeared in an instant. The face of the frozen earth changed drastically. Oops. He didn't know how Feng Ya broke out such a powerful attack in his enchantment to destroy the enchantment, but now Feng Ya is undoubtedly rushing to him. Without any hesitation, almost at the moment Fen Jai disappeared, his hands had a seal, and the whole person disappeared silently. Soil body flicker technique. Laugh. Feng Ya's figure appeared where he had disappeared, and the blade in his hand fell to the ground, tearing a crack in the ground, and flames could be seen burning. How many times can you escape? After cutting the air, Feng Ya's expression did not change, and the figure disappeared again, turning into a silver light shuttle through the battlefield. Someone in nearby Rock Shinobi tried to release ninjutsu to stop Kaedia, but the released ninjutsu could not keep up with Kaedia's speed. Under the silver light shuttle, all fell into a void. Not far away. As soon as the frozen ground appeared, Feng Ya's sword engulfed in flames struck him. Laugh. The frozen ground was chopped in half, but instead of spilling blood, it turned into two stones. The frozen figure appeared again more than 10 meters away, with a trace of panic in his eyes. His hands quickly formed a seal, and he tried to continue to avoid it, but this time it was too late. An edge of flames flashed across his body. The figure in the frozen soil froze in place, and the action that was worthy of completing the seal in his hand also solidified. Feng Ye, bathed in silver light, appeared behind the frozen ground, and the ninja sword in his hand, White Fang, maintained a slashing posture. Being able to avoid his attacks twice at fourth gate's quadruple speed, this frozen ground is the strongest Jonin he has encountered on this battlefield, and it should have reached the level of Quasi Shadow. It's pretty strong. You. Frozen Earth turned his head hard and looked at Feng Ye. He couldn't hear Feng Ye's voice clearly. What he could hear was crowding together, as if playing at multiple speeds, but it was not important. The important thing was that he couldn't understand how Feng Ye could break free from his barrier. It was normal. Ninja's chakra is absolutely impossible to do this. Unless Maple Knight is the tail beast Jinchuriki. Unfortunately, he couldn't get the answer. After spitting out a word with difficulty, a clear line of blood appeared on his body from the left shoulder to the right abdomen. Then blood spewed out, the body broke into two pieces, fell to the ground, and the consciousness plunged into darkness. From Fenjai breaking free of the enchantment to killing Uegakure's elite Jonin Permafrost, the whole process was almost instantaneous, and the nearby Rock Shinobi and Konoha Shinobi were not even able to react. It wasn't until I saw the frozen soil's body broke into two pieces and fell to the ground with blood that the surrounding Rock Shinobi showed shock and unbelievable expressions. Frozen. Master Frozen. How come? Frozen Earth's position in Rock Shinobi Village is second only to Tsuchikage's assistance to the highest level. It is also the captain of the 30 people who are ambushing. It is a trustworthy existence in terms of strength and means. But such a ninja actually died. Being chased to death by a Konoha ninja, he almost failed to resist. Konoha's ninjas were also shocked. Marino Ibim and others were almost blank in their minds. No one thought that Feng Ye's strength could reach such a level. Not only could he easily slaughter Chunin, but also Frozen Soil, a famous ninja with a certain reputation in the ninja world, all died in Feng Ye's hands. A dozen Chunin and 3 Jonin were killed before. Rock Shinobi still did not collapse, but the death of the frozen ground obviously affected the entire battlefield, and all Rock Shinobi began to chaos. As well as the Red Soil and others who besieged Orochimaru, they were all affected. One of them was caught by Orochimaru and cut off an arm with a sword. It looks like you are in a mess. Orochimaru stretched out his tongue and licked his chin, revealing a weird smile, but in fact his heart was the same ups and downs. The strength that Feng Ye revealed was also beyond his expectations. At that speed, even he was a little hard to catch, and it would be very difficult for him to deal with it. That state is not just 8 inner gates, it's weird. It's not just an increase in speed, but it's more like frequency has increased. A strange light gleamed in Orochimaru's eyes. From the weirdness seen in some details, it can be inferred that what Feng Ye uses is by no means pure lightning style and 8 inner gates. There should be some even more weird ability. But in any case, Feng Ye Zhan's shocking strength and role have already reversed the situation on this battlefield. Just by oneself. That silver glitter, just like the Konoha's White Fang back then. Even Sir Frozen. It's impossible for such a guy to win at all. Looking at Rock Shinobi at Fenjai, there was a bit of fear in his eyes. When Jonin saw that the situation was not good, he gritted his teeth and said, "Don't panic, that state cannot be maintained for too long, we still have the advantage. Keep attacking." Yes. That kid's chakra can't last too long. Yes, Rock Shinobi noticed that the silver light on Maple Yes' body was slightly dim, and his heart was a little settled, and the panic color was a little slow. After gritting his teeth, he continued to attack Konoha's many ninjas. As for the many ninjas on Konoha's side, because Kaedia killed 4 Jonin and a dozen Chunin in a very short period of time, the situation has also changed. It is no longer as difficult as it was at the beginning. At this time, facing Rock Shinobi, their continued attacks are all greeted. Boom, boom, boom. The battlefield is exploding everywhere. Hope it on my weakness in endurance? It's a pity that I'm not the same I was before. Feng Ye glanced across the battlefield, murmured with a voice that only she could hear, and then she shook her figure and killed the nearest Rock Shinobi. On the upper limit of Chakra's total amount alone, his chakra is indeed not much, and under normal conditions it is only comparable to Jonin, and the state of driving to the 4th gate is only close to Cage level, still not as good as Orochimaru, a real Cage with a large amount of chakra level. But the problem is with the ability to reverse time. He can constantly look back on his body state, and he can continuously extract chakra from the cells. It can only be said that the total amount of chakra cannot reach the level of shadows. He cannot release the ninjutsu, which is extremely demanding on chakra, such as the spiral shuriken and tailed beast bomb, but he almost can be released infinitely. Only the ninja of impure world reincarnation is qualified to compete with him in endurance and consumption. The tail beast Jinchuriki has to step aside. Whoosh, whoosh. Silver flashes shuttle through the battlefield. Under Feng Ye's forbearance knife, almost no one can withstand 2 or 3 moves. Even the powerful Jonin can only rely on body flicker technique and body replacement technique, and barely evade, but it is impossible to deal with Feng Ye. Any effective counterattack. 16 people, 17 people, 18 people. More and more ninjas died under Fenjai. Like a killing machine. The ninjas on Kanaha's side, such as Marino Ibim and others, were shocked to the extent that they could no longer be added. Until nearly 10 jonin died at Kaed's hands, and Orochimaru also beheaded the 2 jonin who besieged him, the ninja on the rock shinobi side finally collapsed. Retreat! Give up the mission. The clay hardly avoided Orochimaru's attack and gritted his teeth. His eyes were full of unwillingness. Fighting to this level, Kanaha's ninja has completely reversed the situation. Even if the chakra in Kadeya is exhausted, it is meaningless to lose the fighting ability. The fighting power of both sides has been reversed, and the fighting power that can limit Orochimaru has been disintegrated. Continuing to fight, there is only an end to annihilation. Damn! 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 The red soil that gave the retreat order, a soil body flicker technique, escaped into the ground. While sneaking underground, his heart was filled with unwilling emotions. In order to ambush Kanaha's ninja, their rock shinobi spent a lot of energy and gave Kanaha a set. Even the leader of Kanaha's advance force might be Orochimaru or Danzo, and they put out 5 people. Jonin's fighting power is used to contain it. But with all the calculations, I couldn't predict the appearance of Feng Ye. When he arrived in the country of grass and received the fire of Jonin and the death of a team of elite ninjas, he was wary of Maple Ye, but he only treated Maple Ye as a genius ninja who needed to be killed in advance. Kaedia is regarded as a famous ninja like Orochimaru who needs to be arranged in advance and treated with extreme caution. Besides, even Orochimaru would not be able to easily kill a Jonin in such a short time, and for the fighting power they arranged for this war, even if another Orochimaru came, they would still be able to control the situation with confidence, at least not to lose so tragically. To deal with ninjas who are good at speed, ninjas who are good at large-scale ninjutsu, and ninjas who cooperate with perception and enchantment types are needed to deal with it. In their rock shinobi lineup this time, they were able to organize such elites to deal with Maple Ye, but because they didn't anticipate it in advance, when Maple Ye showed that terrible speed, it was already a mess. It's too late to think about responding again. I thought that the frozen ground could limit Fenjai. It also failed. That kid, is Kanaha's Jinchuriki? But Jinchuriki of 9 Tail should be a woman of the Uzumaki clan, and is that guy's sword skills really a descendant of the White Fang? The red clay gritted its teeth and continued to escape. But before he escaped too far, a sense of crisis suddenly rose, and he wriggled to the right without thinking. Laugh! A blazing firelight splits the earth in 2. Although he had avoided as much as possible to the right, he still couldn't avoid the cut completely. Aha! The red earth didn't care about the severed left arm. He jumped out from the cracked ground and continued to flee quickly to the distance, and body flicker technique was released again. Feng Ye, bathed in silver light, chased from behind. He basically didn't know any of Rock Shinobi's ninjas. They were all characters that hadn't appeared in the memory. But from the perspective of the command situation, the elite Jonin who was killed by him before also besieged Orochimaru, and was the first to retreat. The ninja ordered should be the highest-ranking ninja in this Rock Shinobi team. So Fenjai immediately focused on the red soil. Orochimaru saw Fenjai chasing and killing the red clay. After taking a deep look, Orochimaru withdrew his gaze and chased and killed another Rock Shinobi's Jonin nearby. With the escape of the red soil, the Rock Shinobi party was finally completely defeated. All the ninjas began to flee in all directions, while the many ninjas of Kanaha chased and killed them. The pursuit battle lasted from morning to afternoon, and finally ended completely. The Kanaha shinobi who pursued the pursuit returned one after another, reunited at the original battlefield, and cleaned the battlefield. Boom! Fenjai threw the red earth's head into the sandpit that was stained red with blood, and noticed Orochimaru coming from not far away, and Tanshao said, he almost ran away. Ha ha ha, I still seem to have caught up. Orochimaru smiled at Feng Ye with a strange smile, and there was a hint of appreciation in his eyes, looking at Feng Ye as if looking at a rare treasure. Feng Ye nodded slightly, and slowly said, chakra fluctuates too weakly when sneaking from the underground. My perception ability is a bit poor and I can barely perceive it. If he hadn't cut off one of his arms in advance, he would probably run away. When Orochimaru heard Kaed's words, he revealed a weird smile, and said in a slightly hoarse voice, with your speed, if you have a strong perception ability, once you are stared at, it is equivalent to stepping on a half foot. The ghost door is closed, ha ha ha. I thought this trouble could only be solved by Mightware, but I didn't expect you to be able to deal with the 8 inner gates technique and chakra's nature transformation master to this level. I originally thought it would be at least a few years before you can reach your current level. Feng Ye's growth rate far exceeded his expectations, even to an abnormal level. Even in the Second Ninja World War, Hanzo of the Salamander, who was called the half-god at the time, was named as Sunin in the first battle, and he seemed to be inferior to the current Kaedia. At that time, he was already 23 years old, and now Feng Ye is only 10 years old. Now even I am not sure I can deal with it. Orochimaru's gaze eye stared at Feng Ye shiningly. Being surpassed by his disciples has never happened to him, but now it gives people a feeling as if they are not far away. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kaedia simply smiled, and said, this kind of evaluation is a bit overdone. It's just relying on Orochimaru's teachings and developed some ninjutsu, which has a big side effect. The extent of this is far from it. Orochimaru said that he was not sure to deal with it, not that he was not sure to win him, but that he was not sure to win him. After all, winning and killing are two concepts. Ishin wanted to escape at the speed of Kaedia. Now Orochimaru does. There is no good way, unless the enchantment is arranged in advance. Kaedia's response was a humble answer, but it was really hard to tell him to fight Orochimaru. Orochimaru's chakra volume, perception ability, and almost no weaknesses in all aspects, not to mention the life-saving ability. It is unrealistic to kill Orochimaru in seconds. It can only be trapped in a war of attrition. In the end, either he will run out of Orochimaru's chakra, or Orochimaru will use enchantment or sealing skills to restrain him. It is hard to say whether the battle will last for days or nights, but all in all, he is now a real cage-level powerhouse. Cage level is more difficult than Orochimaru. Relying on the speed and the bug level ability to go back in time, even if it is against an existence like Orochimaru, there is a certain degree of confidence. As for the General Jonin and the Elite Jonin, it is difficult to support a few rounds in front of him. Orochimaru heard Kaed's words, stared at Kaed for a few seconds, tilted his head and said, that ability to increase the frequency of movements not just ninjutsu. Maple yet did not show an unexpected look. At Orochimaru's level, after observing his battle on this battlefield, it was not difficult to detect the abnormal state of time acceleration on his body. 8 inner gates can only increase the speed, and will not present a frequency-distorted picture like a dropped frame. The frequency-distorted picture cannot be explained by pure speed. The teacher really noticed it. It's really not pure ninjutsu, it's blood succession boundary, which can increase my speed in all aspects and enter a higher frequency state. Fang Ye admitted frankly. For him today, admitting that he has a certain blood inheritance limit is not a big deal. Every cage-level powerhouse more or less has some unique secret skills. Orochimaru was slightly surprised, with a hint of interest in his eyes, and said, first-generation blood successor. Except for Byakugan and Sharingan, which have been handed down from a long time ago, such techniques as Lan Dun and Lava Style are usually not spread in the family, but will only happen to certain unique people. Awakening. This type of ninja is also called first generation. The blood succession limit of the first-generation blood successor may not necessarily be passed on to the next generation, or that the probability of inheritance is the lowest one, and it is almost never inherited. At present, the bloodline with the most stable genetics in the ninja is Byakugan. Every member of the Hyuga clan must have Byakugan, while the Sharingan is not open to all the ninjas of the Uyuchiba clan. Others, such as Bing Dun and Kei Yoryuki of the Mizugiki clan's dead bone pulse, the clan's awakening rate is even lower. Yes. Fang Ye nodded. Orochimaru thoughtfully said, there is no ability to increase the frequency of the blood succession boundary with the basic attribute fusion, so it can be inferred that the blood succession elimination should not be of this type. It depends on your situation, and the spiritual secret art of the shadow is not related. It should be the blood that was upgraded by Yang Dun. No, it's not right. Orochimaru's eyes flashed suddenly, saying Yang Dun's nature transformation, which increases the speed and reaction speed of the body, is based on the level of physique. Your ability is not a change in physique, but an increase in frequency, but it doesn't meet Yin Dun's standards. Thought of this. Orochimaru took a breath, and there was a trace of heart-palpitating excitement in his eyes. He looked at Fang Ye and said, boundary of blood that changes the flow of time. Looking at the entire world of ninjutsu, among all ninjutsu, the master of temporal space ninjutsu is the most difficult, and most of the ninjutsu defined as temporal space ninjutsu only involve space and cannot involve time. Change. Orochimaru has searched a lot of this information. The only vague record in history involving ninjutsu on the temporal level came from the Mangekyo Sharingan of the Uchiha clan hundreds of years ago. The specific ability has been blurred. The person at the time tried to rely on this powerful ability to unify the ninja world, but ultimately failed. Stopped by someone from the Senju clan. That was what happened at the beginning of the Sengoku era. It was hundreds of years earlier than Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, which are well known in the ninja world. Therefore, the information is ambiguous, so that whether it is true history or fabricated by later generations is somewhat impossible. Sure, if it had been a few months ago, when meeting Orochimaru's gaze, Kaedia would probably panic, but now he can deal with it with a very calm mind. As expected of Orochimaru, just relying on observation and inference, he almost concluded that his ability does not belong to the blood inheritance boundary of the evolution of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth, nor does it belong to the blood inheritance boundary of the evolution of yin and yang escape, so that the last explanation left is only at the time level. As expected of Mr. Orochimaru, he has made this kind of accurate judgment just by rough observation during the battle. Since there were no other situations that could be used to confuse the audience, Fang Ye spoke frankly and said, I have done some tests and determined that this ability does not belong to the 5 elements escape technique of wind, thunder, water, fire and earth, nor does it belong to the yin and yang escape technique, and has nothing to do with the space technique. It should be the ninth type of escape technique. With his current strength, whether or not he has revealed the ability of time type, it will not have much impact. And space ninjutsu is already extremely difficult to stop. Time ninjutsu is even more superior to space. Unless the same time level ability is used to interfere or offset, there is no concept of cracking. Above all ninjutsu, absolute ability without solution. This is the power to manipulate time. Really, it's surprising. Although it was almost certain, Orochimaru exclaimed when he heard what Feng Ye said, looking at Feng Ye as if looking at a treasure. What he wants most is endless life, and the biggest enemy of life is time. Even existences like Senju Hashirama and Uchiha Madara cannot span time. And now, based on Feng Ye's blood inheritance boundary, he may have the opportunity to touch the power of the time level, have the opportunity to win over time, and gain the power of immortality. In Orochimaru's mind at this moment, Feng Ye's whole person has become something that surpasses all his experimental subjects and all experimental data. Even if Sarutobi Hiruzen issues an order to kill Feng Ye at this time, he will not hesitate to disobey the instruction. He even defected to Konoha with Fen Jai. Don't look at me like that, Mr. Orochimaru, it's very oozing. Kaedia was watched by Orochimaru's gaze, shrugged helplessly, and said, looking at the teacher, you are not like you are an experimental subject, right? Orochimaru's gaze narrowed a little, he smiled, and said, why, you are my most important disciple, but I am really interested in your blood inheritance limit. Unfortunately, I don't have time to do some detailed research now. Feng Ye thought for a while and said, I will cooperate with the teacher to do some research after the war is over. This kind of thing only needs to be delayed with the help of war. When the war is really over, his strength has mostly surpassed cage level. It doesn't matter what he has enough strength to deal with. If there is nothing wrong, he doesn't mind helping Orochimaru do some life-prolonging research. After all, Orochimaru treats him well. Cell activation and thunder attribute chakra nature transformation are also learned from Orochimaru. Speaking of, the two-time system abilities so far can only act on themselves, which is also a problem that Kaed Yoriuaki has been exploring. Among them, the ability to reverse time, because it locks itself, also exhibits a peculiar nature. In simple terms, scratch a knife in your hand, throw the blood on the wall, use the time to reverse the wound, and the blood on the wall will disappear out of thin air. This ability ignores spatial distance. Feng Ye has done some tests. Even if he pulls out a hair and places it in a very far position, it will return to his head out of thin air after using the time back. Having such ability means that as long as he is unwilling, no one can take any drop from him. The only regret is that retrospective time can recover a drop of blood that was left thousands of miles away, but it can't make his body disappear and rebirth at the location of the blood, which means that this point can't be used to move in space. Where is the body carrying the soul? Then after using the time back flow, where the body will go back to the previous state. This is basically the same as impure world reincarnation. As for the more wise ideas such as splitting the soul or body to test the effect of time retrospect, Feng Ye didn't plan to try an experiment at all. If you want to move in space, practice Flying Thunder God and it's done. Even if Flying Thunder God is too difficult, it is impossible to train without talent. There are more than one pair of Sharingan and Rinnegan with spatial abilities, which can be used as long as they rely on their strength. I am very honored. Hearing Fen Jai's response, Orochimaru smiled. The abilities that Feng Ye possesses now make him feel very troublesome, and he doesn't want to use any compulsive methods unless he is a last resort. Fortunately, Feng Ye was his disciple. Otherwise, it would be extremely difficult to get in touch with the power of time. That is, the war does not know how long it will last, and it is indeed difficult for him to invest in research before the end of the war. At this time, a ninja came over and reported to Orochimaru, Master Orochimaru, the battlefield has been cleaned up. We have killed 77 rock shinobi people, including 13 jonin. I see. Orochimaru nodded and slowly said rock shinobi's advanced troops have been hit hard, and the plan has been destroyed. Next, either retreat temporarily or the army is crushing the border. You first report the situation on the battlefield here to the village. Yes, the ninja responded. When he left, his gaze fell on Feng Ye, obviously showing a trace of unnaturalness, and there was a trace of respect in the depths of his eyes. Although Feng Ye was a lot younger than him, his achievements in this battle could be described by the word brilliant. Almost half of Rock Shinobi's victims died in the hands of Maple Knight, so it can be said that they were the heroes of this battle. This is the respect earned by strength. Feng Jai also noticed the ninja's gaze, but he didn't care very much. After the other party stepped back, he looked at Orochimaru again and said, Orochimaru-sensei, I wonder if you have any extra Kuzenaru sword. It's a bit ashamed to say. White Fang is broken. It hasn't been completely broken, but it is also broken by a third. The fourth gate in the quadruple speed state, coupled with Chidori, is a bit overloaded for the shinobi sword of White Fang. Ninja swords are different in nature. White Fang's ninja sword is not a strong one, but a special material that is more suitable for chakra flow, and its hardness is slightly inferior to ordinary steel. This is also the reason why this ninja sword will be broken by Kakashi in the normal scenario, because it is not tough. In terms of attack power alone, Kayuki's current full blow is probably not as good as Heitake's hand with White Fang, but the problem is that the attack method is too different. Heitake Sakumo is a two-stage Heitake sword technique. It uses pure chakra form changes, and it has reached the level of fixed shape. Not only does it not load the shinobi sword, it even makes the White Fang stronger and harder to be destroyed. But he is different. He used the first stage of Heitake sword technique, matched with lightning-style chidori, and relied on speed to forcefully create the effect of the second stage of Heitake sword technique. He didn't notice anything during the battle, and he didn't notice until after the clay soil was killed, that a slight crack had appeared on the blade of White Fang. It is estimated that another battle like this will be completely broken. Unless before that, he can master the second stage of Master Heitake sword art, the higher level of Master Chakra flow, but this step is not easy to do. Moreover, in the state of Thunder's 8 inner gates, it is probably extremely difficult to use the second stage of Heitake. But in terms of tenacity, the only thing that can carry his violent force is the sacred weapon Kusanagi sword. Although Kusanagi sword is not short sword, it does not fit Heitake swordsmanship and shape, but Kusanagi sword seems to have the ability to deform and stretch freely. Length shortens. Even if it can't be shortened, it's a big deal to improve Heitake's sword technique. He still has no shortage of training time now. When Orochimaru heard what Kaed said, he thought about what was going on and said, I don't have any extra Kuzenai sword, but I know where I have one. Kaedia didn't speak, waiting for Orochimaru's text, and then saw Orochimaru spit out a scroll. Orochimaru handed the scroll to Kaedia, and said, there are rough coordinates in it. The ninjas in that village are of average strength, and Kaedia can easily deal with it at your level. This was the information he had obtained before, and he had planned to get it in the past, but the war broke out suddenly and he was forced to come to the frontline battlefield, so he could only temporarily put this matter aside. Fang Ye took the scroll. He actually wanted to complain about the many scrolls in Orochimaru's belly. How did he tell which one was which? Did he sort the garbage? However, Fang Ye's spit in her heart did not say anything. After receiving the scroll, she nodded towards Orochimaru, thank you teacher. Ha ha ha, you are welcome. Inside Konoha village. On the top floor of the Hokage building, a meeting was being held at this time. The atmosphere of the meeting seemed very depressing. Sarutobi Hiruzen was sitting at the very center, while Danzo was sitting aside. Tsunaga-Core does not listen to our explanation, and believes that the disappearance of 3rd Kazekage is directly related to Konoha. Now that the newly appointed 4th Kazekage has led a large number of troops to attack the border of the Fire Nation, we must respond. Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes flickered in a deep voice. 3rd Kazekage is missing. This happened about a month ago. Tsunaga-Core has been trying to conceal the news and looking around for 3rd Kazekage, but he never found it. In the end, it was determined that Konoha had kidnapped 3rd Kazekage in secret, and he directly declared war on Konoha. Tsunaga-Core's declaration of war suddenly made the situation a bit bad. Originally, Uega-Core was only an advance force invading the country of grass. At most, it was only some harassment and tentative attacks, and some strategic deployments did not immediately set off a decisive battle. But Tsunaga-Core launched a decisive battle as soon as it came up. 4th Kazekage has been dispatched. I think Master Hokage, you should go to the front in person. An elite jonin sat on one side and spoke in a deep voice. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked solemnly. In fact, he also wants to go to the front line himself, but the problem is that the news of Tsunaga-Core's full-scale attack comes, and it is difficult to ensure that Kirigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village do not move. The countries where Kirigakure and Cloud Shinobi Village are located are not adjacent to the Kingdom of Wind, and there is no possibility of taking the opportunity to invade the Kingdom of Wind. They will only use Tsunaga-Core's offensive to harass the Kingdom of Fire. Let me go. Jiraiya stood up, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen, with a serious look, and said, Teacher Sarutobi, you should stay in the village to deter other villages. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya. He knew Jiraiya's strength very well. He was more at ease when going to the front of Tsunaga-Core, but after all, it was Tsunaga-Core's massive invasion. Jiraiya alone made it extremely difficult to deal with. Danzo, you go with Jiraiya. Sarutobi Hiruzen turned to look at Danzo. Danzo sat there with a cane, his eyes indifferent, and when he was about to say something, Jiraiya suddenly said, Master Danzo should guard against Kirigakure. Tsunaga-Core's attack. As long as Minato goes with me, he will be able to resist. Well. Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned slightly, then finally nodded. Danzo and Jiraiya have never been able to get along well, and it is indeed not suitable to go to the same battlefield together. Namikaze Minato and Jiraiya are more suitable to go together. Next comes the question of staffing. Sarutobi Hiruzen glanced across the meeting room. In the meeting room sat not only some Konoha's elite jonin, but also patriarchs from Uchiha, Hyuga and other major families. The real purpose of convening this meeting was to tell the big families about the bad situation, put pressure on the big families, and let them send their own personnel to deal with the war. Since it is a full-scale war, everything is subject to Master Hokage's scheduling and control. The head of the Uchiha clan spoke slowly. The patriarch of the Hyuga clan next to him also expressed the same attitude. Sarutobi Hiruzen summoned their major families to participate in the meeting. They knew what the purpose was. It is impossible to stay out of the way in the current war. Well, seeing that all the big families have expressed their opinions, Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded with satisfaction, and distributed some ninja information in lists, preparing to form a frontline force to resist Tsunagakuren. While he was sorting out the list of personnel, an Umbu ninja suddenly appeared, knelt down on one knee in front of Sarutobi Hiruzen, held a scroll in his right hand, and said, "Master Hokage. Frontline urgent news, is it the battle?" Sarutobi Hiruzen stopped his movements, looked down at the Umbu, his eyes flashed slightly. Umbu ninja nodded. "Well, that should be good news." Sarutobi Hiruzen groaned and took the scroll. With Orochimaru leading the team, and Might, a special ninja who can burst out extremely powerful in unexpected situations, no matter what strategy Rock Shinobi has, it is probably impossible to achieve. After opening the scroll, I glanced roughly at the first few lines, and Sarutobi Hiruzen's brows were loosened. Because he had already confirmed his judgment, he began to mutter while watching. Frontline report. Konoha advance troops arrived at the border, tracked Rock Shinobi troops, encountered and engaged in battles with them in the wasteland, and finally repelled Rock Shinobi troops, killed more than half of the enemy ninjas, and severely inflicted the Rock Shinobi village advance troops. The overall content of the first line was read out in the conference room, which made the atmosphere in the conference room suddenly relaxed a lot, and the brows of the patriarchs of the major families were slightly stretched. With Tsunagakuren launching a full-scale offensive, the front line against Rock Shinobi is unquestionably good news. In this case, the situation at the border of the country of grass is stabilized. You can see Rock Shinobi's actions. To respond, there is no need to rush to send support troops there. In this way, most of the combat power can be used to deal with Sand Shinobi. Their families can also reduce losses. Orochimaru did a good job. Danzo also looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and commented indifferently. The frontier's response to Rock Shinobi's great victory is also good news in his opinion. Then he can concentrate his forces to defeat Sand Shinobi first, and then deal with Rock Shinobi, even if the two fronts fight. Guy Orochimaru, you can still be trusted at this time. Sitting next to Jiraiya showed a slight smile and confidence, and said, "Then Sand Shinobi will leave it to me, and they won't be messed up." He has been fighting with Orochimaru for a long time, and now Orochimaru has achieved great success, then he can't fall behind. Sarutobi Hiruzen took the scroll and continued to look back. The following is a report of the specific situation and the detailed battle situation. He also needs to look at Konoha's loss. In this battle, our advance troops killed 11 people, wounded 4 people seriously, and wounded 21 people lightly. When Sarutobi Hiruzen read this, the joy of the victory eased slightly. War cannot avoid damage. 11 people were killed and 4 were seriously injured. This record was exchanged for more than half of the Rock Shinobi advance troops, which is still an unquestionable victory. What about the specific situation? Sarutobi. Danzo looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued to read while watching. Orochimaru led our department to track Rock Shinobi, locate the enemy in the wasteland and launch an attack. The number of us and the enemy is about 80 versus 70, and we have an advantage. Rock Shinobi has nearly 30 elite troops set up ambush here, half of whom were Jonin, who suddenly burst out of the ground during the battle. When seeing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen's tone suddenly paused. Danzo and the patriarchs of the major families in the meeting room also changed their eyes slightly, showing a somewhat solemn look over them, waiting for the follow-up. Although it was known that it was a good news, nearly 30 Rock Shinobi elites set up ambush and suddenly broke out. The situation is undoubtedly extremely dangerous. How did Orochimaru reverse the situation in this case? Even if you are not at the scene, you can feel the danger of that situation. The concept of an elite force of nearly 30 people is very clear to everyone present, especially Danzo. His roots, the elite currently trained, are only about 60 people at most, and more of them are still being cultivated. They are not elites. In other words, Danzo can only come up with 2 such troops. Among the major families, only the Uchiha and Hyuga clan have almost this strength, and the other small families can't fight against such an elite force. Even, not to mention their families, even most of the small ninja villages in the ninja world, the entire village will not have such an elite force if all the combat power of the entire village is gathered. Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned slightly. In this situation, I am afraid that Might wears the ability to reverse the situation. Once the Might wears 8 inner gates formation is used, the caster will undoubtedly die, depleting such a special ninja and the cost of more than a dozen people killed in battle. In exchange for Rock Shinobi's more than half of the casualties, although it is still a victory, it is not a big victory. The ambush of the elite Rock Shinobi troops put us in a difficult position, and the casualties rapidly expanded. Under the critical situation, Heidake Fenjai used some of his own lightning-style forbidden technique to severely injure and kill Rock Shinobi Chen and Jonin successively. People caused Rock Shinobi's ambush plan to fail completely. Speaking of which, the sound gradually disappeared. The entire conference room also fell into silence. Even Jiraiya, who has an unstable personality, showed a trace of amazement at this time. Danzo, who had always been very calm, looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes, and there was also a hint of uncertainty in his eyes, as if there was a question of, "What are you talking about?" Sarutobi Hiruzen also showed unexpected surprise. He was holding the intelligence scroll in his hand, and he couldn't continue reading in amazement. He was so stunned that he kept seeing the end of the scroll, and finally saw the statistics about the battle. 33. This is the number of Rock Shinobi killed by Kaedia. There are a total of 9 Jonin, including the Red Earth and Frozen Earth 2 Iwagaku elite Jonin who have a certain prestige in the ninja world. In silence, Sarutobi Hiruzen slowly lowered the scroll in his hand, looked at the Umbu ninja who handed over the scroll, and said, "Is this information from the front line?" "Yes." Umbu ninja said solemnly, "The scroll was sent by Orochimaru's summoningman. Then there should be no fakes." Sarutobi Hiruzen took a breath. Orochimaru's summoning beast comes from Ryakai Cave. It is difficult to disguise and impersonate, and it doesn't make any sense to send a copy of such false information with all your energy. It was not that Might Dai used the forbidden technique to reverse the situation, but Heitake Fenjai, a 10-year-old boy, used some kind of forbidden technique to reverse the outcome of this war. Shocked. Incredible. That's White Fang's son, right? Uchiha Fugaku sat on one side, folded his arms in front of him, took a deep breath, and spoke slowly, breaking the silence in the court. He has an impression of Fang Ye's name. After all, he is a young ninja who has been called a genius for some time recently, but he is only an impression. The Uchiha clan never lacks genius. A young man who has not grown up, even if he bears the name of a genius, is not worthy of the patriarch of the Uchiha clan. But now it's different. If there is no problem with this information, it means that Feng Ye is no longer a genius who has not grown up, but a ninja who is already qualified to inherit the name of Konoha's White Fang Fang. Ninjas with such strength, even the Uchiha clan, cannot ignore them. Unbelievable, isn't he just a teenager? Hyaga Hayashi sat next to Uchiha Fugaku, and couldn't help taking a breath, speaking with a touch of shock. Create your own forbidden technique. Kill 33 Rock Shinobi, 9 of whom are Jonin. Even if there is moisture in this record, there are other Konoha Shinobi from the side to contain and assist, not alone against the killing of 33 people. It is also shocking enough. Because this record is enough for any ninja to become famous in one battle. Konoha's White Fang, who was called a hero at the time, is almost famous for shaking the ninja world because of such a battle. How old is Fenjai? 10 years old, less than 11 years old. Danzo retracted his gaze to look at Sarutobi Hiruzen, a gleam of light flashed deep in his eyes. Accident. What a surprise. Who would have expected that Feng Ye could possess such strength at the age of less than 11? If he knew that, even if he used a stronger attitude, he would gather Feng Ye to his roots. Such a ninja, if carefully cultivated, is an extremely powerful and handy tool, a trump card, and a lot of things can be done by relying on such a ninja. Pity. Danzo regretted a little. Previously, the attention paid to Kaedia was a little insufficient, so that Kaedia kept getting out of his fingers and even became a disciple of Orochimaru. As long as he has a tougher attitude and uses more methods, it won't be too difficult to get Fenjai away from Sarutobi Hiruzen. It is too late now. If you can take advantage of the war situation, maybe you can. Orochimaru is more difficult, but you can use Sarutobi Hiruzen to solve it. But after the war, Danzo closed his eyes, not letting people watch his gaze change. His thoughts were turning quickly. Sarutobi Hiruzen pondered for a moment. He raised his head, looked at the Umbu ninja, and said, "Tell me my instructions to promote Kaedia as a special Jonin, who belongs directly to Orochimaru and can participate in the action independently." Fenjai's record and strength are all qualified to serve as Jonin, but Jonin generally also needs leadership, command, and judgment skills. Feng Ye is still unknown in these aspects. Before there is more judgment about Kaed's situation, it is the most suitable choice to promote Kaed to Special Jonin, who belongs directly to Orochimaru, and does not lead the team. Yes. The Umbu ninja responded and disappeared into the meeting room. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at Jiraiya and the patriarchs of the major families in the conference room, and saw that everyone was still a bit immersed in the shock of the previous intelligence, and then paused for a moment before saying, "Okay, let's continue to discuss the personnel of the frontline troops." Problem. Hearing Sarutobi Hiruzen's words, the chiefs of the major families and the elite Jonin such as Jiraiya looked at each other, took a breath, and suppressed the shock in their hearts, and continued to discuss the issue of the ninja personnel who responded to Sand Shinobi's full-scale attack. Konoha. Somewhere in a clearing. "Obito, you're late again." Kakashi folded his arms in front of him, standing on a stone pile, and looked blankly at Uchiha Obito, who was hurriedly running over, wearing goggles. Uchiha Obito and Luffy ran over, because he was already a mature ninja. He was not panting, looked at Kakashi and said, "I met an old lady on the road." That's the rhetoric every time. Kakashi looked at Uchiha Obito with a look of "you are teasing me" and sighed, "Can you change a slightly more convincing reason next time?" "What is a convincing reason?" Uchiha Obito stared at Kakashi dissatisfiedly. "I really met." Seeing that Uchiha Obito and Kakashi were about to quarrel, Lin, who was standing beside her, reluctantly said, Okay, you guys don't quarrel anymore. I believe Obito, and Minato is also late, isn't it? It should be something happened. Hearing Lin's words, Kakashi also spoke a little strangely, and looked around. He had never seen Namikaze Minato being late. Almost as soon as Kakashi's voice fell, a figure appeared silently behind him, wearing a Konoha forward protector, and a head of golden hair, which was Namikaze Minato. "Sorry, I'm late, something happened." "It's okay, I just arrived." Obito scratched the back of the head and hit a haha, while Kakashi next to him glared at Obito, revealing a look of "you are so embarrassed to speak." Lin looked at Namikaze Minato and said, "Then what's the task today?" "There are no tasks today." Namikaze Minato looked at Kakashi and Uchiha Obito and whispered, "Tsunaga Corps has officially started war with us, so the original mission plan is terminated. Tomorrow you will go to the border with me to deal with Tsunaga Corps' ninjas." Hearing Namikaze Minato's words, Uchiha Obito was startled at first, then showed a hint of excitement and said, "Are we going to the battlefield too? Great, it's finally time for me to show my skills." "With your lateness ability, when you arrive on the battlefield, the battle is probably over." Kakashi glanced at Uchiha Obito. Uchiha Obito looked stiff, looked at Kakashi annoyedly, and said, "Kakashi, you guy, hole, your brothers are better than one, damn it." Since joining this team, Kakashi has been spitting and despising almost all the time. In this comparison, Maple Knight is pretty good. The only thing that makes him hate and unconvinced is that the popularity in the class is too high, and the girls almost always go around. He turned. Obito. Namikaze Minato didn't care about Kakashi's sarcasm of Obito, but seriously looked at Uchiha Obito, and said solemnly, "This time you go to the front line, no matter what the situation, you must obey the order, and you must not act without authorization." Kakashi doesn't need to worry about the efficiency of the execution of the order, and Lin doesn't need to worry too much. The only thing is Uchiha Obito, which is easy to cause something and must say hello in advance, because this time is not an ordinary task, but to participate in the war. I see, Mrs. Minato." After Namikaze Minato's serious admonition, Obito drooped down suddenly. Lin took a breath, and took a sigh of relief from the news from Namikaze Minato, and said, "We are going to the battlefield too. I don't know what happened to Fenjai." "Fenjai." Namikaze Minato heard Lin's words, showing a pensive expression, and said, "How do you say it?" Seeing Namikaze Minato's appearance, Kakashi suddenly showed a solemn expression, and couldn't help asking, "Ms. Minato, what's wrong with my brother?" Obito also raised his head. His eyes were a bit solemn. He hates Maple, yeah, but he doesn't want to hear any bad news about Maple, yeah, because what he wants is to beat Maple, yeah, and Kakashi in terms of strength and performance, and finally become Konoha's Hokage, not seeing what misfortune Feng Ye encountered on the battlefield. How should I put it? Namikaze Minato was watched by the Kakashi trio. After a little thought, he said, "Kaedia should have been included in the list of high alert personnel by Iwagakure's senior management." Ugh? Lin showed a hint of suspicion, and she couldn't understand this sentence. Kakashi was a little startled, with some vague speculations, but he was also a little unbelievable, saying, "What did he do on the battlefield over there?" "I don't know the specifics." Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, "But what is certain is that in a recent battle, he killed more than 30 elite ninjas of Iwagakure, including a large number of jonin." When this sentence was said, the scene fell into silence. Even Kakashi, who had already speculated, couldn't help showing a look of shock. "I didn't expect Maple yet to do such an amazing thing on the battlefield over there." Lin was a little sluggish. Killed more than 30 elite ninjas of Iwagakure, among them there were a large number of jonin. These words kept echoing in her mind for a while, almost unbelievable. Konoha is currently editing more than 20,000 ninjas, of which there are more than 10,000 genin and more than 6,000 or 7,000 shinin, but the number of jonin does not exceed 300. It can be said that every jonin is an extremely outstanding existence in a village, able to lead a ninja team, is the real backbone of a village. However, this kind of existence was killed by Feng Ye in World War I, killing more than one person. Incredible! To what extent has Fenjai's strength reached? No, it's impossible. Ms. Minato, did you hear me wrong? Obito's expression was also a little sluggish, he spoke a little unbelievably, "This kind of thing is too hard to believe, it is like a fantasy." Namikaze Minato shook his head, and said, "It's definite information. That kid has inherited the talent of the predecessors of White Fang very well. No, this is not something that a simple talent can do. He must have paid extraordinary people. The effort of imagination." Yes, Kakashi took a deep breath. As Feng Ye's younger brother, he knows how exaggerated Feng Ye's practice is. He is still practicing until midnight, and his sleep time is divided. Normal people can't do that kind of crazy level of cultivation, and he has tried it. After 2 days of persistence, his energy and state have dropped rapidly, and he can't persist for a long time. He remembered Feng Ye once said a word: if you want to be more powerful than others, you have to work harder than others. Every bit of strength is gained by relying on hard practice and accumulation. The only thing that makes him still difficult to calm down is that Feng Ye has reached such a level without knowing it that even Jonin can be killed. He hasn't practiced Chidori yet. It didn't take long for the cells to become active. There should be a slight gap between his current strength and Jonin, suddenly thrown away so far. Kakashi shook his head helplessly. How can this let him catch up? After being confirmed by Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Obito looked a little in a trance. At this time, he was still Genin, and Fenjai had already killed many Jonin. The gap has become so far away that it gives people an unreal feeling. It was obvious that a few months ago, when he was still a school student, how could it suddenly become like this? Cheating. But after all, he was Uchiha Obito. After a moment of trance, he came back to his senses, took a breath, regained a confident look, and clenched his fist. I will surpass that guy. He is a member of the Uchiha clan. As long as Sharingan is turned on, he can instantly increase his strength. Let you be arrogant first. Sooner or later I will catch up and become Hokage. The country of fire. Frontier camp. In the camp at the center of the camp, Orochimaru, Kadaya, and Jonin from the advance force are gathering here. After waiting for a while, a small snake swam out of Orochimaru's cuff. Gudong. The little snake opened his mouth and spit out a scroll. Coming. Orochimaru took the scroll and opened it. Inside it was the instruction from Konoha's Sarutobi Hiruzen. After a brief glance, he read it out. The content is to let Orochimaru send a team to escort the seriously injured and lightly injured ninjas back to the village, while the others stay at the border of Kusuno country to monitor rock shinobi's movements. Finally, it is about the appointment and removal of Feng Ye. Although it is only a special Jonin, it is also one of Jonin. I became a Jonin at the age of 10. This is something Konoha has never seen before, hee. After Orochimaru finished reading, he turned to look at Kaedia next to him. Several Jonin in the camp looked at each other, and there were some ripples in their hearts about Fenjai becoming Jonin at the age of 10, but there was no dissatisfaction or doubt. With Fenjai's strength shown in the previous battle, as well as the merits of Fenjai, and the promotion of special Jonin, the entire advance force will not be questioned or opposed. Feng Ye smiled slightly and said, it's just an extraordinary promotion during the war. Orochimaru retracted his gaze and thought a little bit. Then next is the question of who can escort the wounded. Saihong, your team will be responsible. There are only 4 severely wounded people, and the other lightly wounded people still have normal operational capabilities and combat capabilities still exist, so only a small team is needed to escort them. Good. Abarame Saihong was reticent, and walked out immediately after responding. The other ninjas discussed the subsequent camp layout and whether to enter the country of grass. After cleaning up the country of grass, they also left. Returned to his camp. Feng Ye sat down cross-legged and took out the shinobi White Fang. A crack can be clearly seen on the blade of White Fang, extending from the center to the position of the handle, which is extremely severely damaged for a knife. Holding the ninja sword White Fang, Feng Ye closed his eyes, and an illusory golden clock appeared in the darkness. After some attempts, he stretched out his hand and pressed it against the crack in White Fang. A few seconds passed. No abnormality appeared, and the cracks did not disappear. Sure enough, it still doesn't work. Feng Ye opened his eyes and sighed. After getting the information of Kusanera's sword from Orochimaru, he did not immediately search for Kusanera's sword, but first studied his own ability and tried to repair White Fang by turning back time. Regrettably, no matter how he tried, he still couldn't apply the force of time to objects other than himself, neither the acceleration of time nor the backward flow of time. He had always felt that White Fang was in his hands, much better than in Kakashi's hands. His Heitake swordsmanship was stronger than Kakashi's, and it was in line with his methods, at least not easily damaged. Result: on the contrary, the time of White Fang's damage was advanced. Look for a chance to see if there is a craftsman who can repair it. If it is repaired, let Kakashi use it. The type is no longer suitable for me. Feng Ye pondered for a moment, and put away the shinobi White Fang. It seems that Sand Shinobi Village has attacked from all sides. It's hard to say on Rock Shinobi Village. If there is no follow-up action, he can go and grab the Kusanera sword first. For him today, whether he has a suitable weapon or not has an absolute impact on his strength, because Chidori's trick can be performed without relying on weapons. The melee attack will not weaken too much, it is only long range. The means will weaken a lot. Because the Heitake sword technique is a means to make the power more concentrated, it can swing a long-range slash, and its lethality is higher than that of the Chao Peacock that hits a flame bomb with a fist. Under normal circumstances, my chakra volume is already at the level of an elite Jonin, but this amount is still far from practicing Sage Mode and Fairy skill. Fang Ye thought about the follow-up path of practice. Under normal circumstances, his 13-year-old body has the largest amount of chakra at the level of Jonin, but due to the existence of the secret technique of cell activation, his amount of chakra has to rise by a level. This level of chakra seems to have surpassed 90% of the ninjas in the Hokage world, but in fact it can't even release a single shot of the spiral shuriken. The spiral shuriken is not necessary for me to practice, but it is a bit troublesome to strengthen the Chidori to Reikari for this chakra amount. Chidori's grade is a grade. As the direction of Chidori's evolution, Reikari is an S-level lightning-style ninjutsu, which has higher requirements for chakra and higher precision. Reikari's power is undoubtedly beyond Chidori. For Kaedai, evolving Chidori into Reikari is also one of his training directions, but it is still difficult to break through. It would be nice if the chakra volume can be one more level. Fang Ye murmured in her heart. If his chakra can reach a higher level, he will reach the level of cage level. Not only can he practice Reikari, but he can also begin to practice immortality, and his strength will usher in a leap that is no less than the opening of the 8 inner gates. Unfortunately, this step is not so easy to improve. Looking at the entire shinobi world, there are only a handful of people who can raise chakra to cage level. There are only a few in each village. I need to practice step by step. It is estimated that my body must be over 16 years old to have a cage level chakra. If I want to go faster, I have to use some other means to become Jinchuriki, or to absorb the energy of Lulin's dragon veins. The tail beast Jinchuriki is not suitable for the time being. With his physique, 9 tails chakra can't carry it for the time being. It can carry up to a quarter of it. As for 1 tail to 8 tails, it's okay to carry it, but the spirit will always be affected. It is necessary to establish a friendly relationship with the tail beast. The beast carries out socialist ideological education. This project cannot be completed in a short while, it is too much trouble. It is better to train chakra to cage level normally. Lulin's dragon veins are not suitable either. Although there is the ability to reverse time, even if the body cannot bear the energy, it can recover indefinitely, but that energy density is too large and can reverse time and space, in case it is sent to him thousands of years ago or thousands of years later, in case it should come back. If you don't go, it will be a little painful. As for the others, things like Orochimaru's Curse Seal and Star Ninja's Star are messy things that can enhance chakra, which is really insignificant. It's better to spend that energy on your own practice at 4 times the speed. It seems that the next door of 8 inner gates is the most appropriate, in the eyes of Feng Ye. With his current level of strength, if he cultivates the 8 inner gates to the 5th gate, he should be able to have the strength of the peak of cage level. Cultivating to the 6th gate, time accelerates and rises to a level, and you can surpass cage level. Feng Ye had read some novels before, and divided cage level into 2 levels, super cage level and 6 paths. This division seemed to him basically no problem. The strength of Pen's 6 paths is obviously superior to cage level in destructive power and other aspects. Whether it is Tsuchikage Oniki or 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, the existence of these cage level peaks meets Pen's 6 paths, basically, they are sure to lose. Not to mention Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama. 5 photos together is not enough for one-handed shooting. This kind of strength is obviously not what cage level can define. This is strength above cage level. There is no problem in defining it as super cage level. Judging from the current increase in his strength by 8 inner gates, when he reaches the 6th gate, with the acceleration of time and the reverse of time, he should be able to crush cage level. Certainly. There is also a difference in super shadow level. Uchiha Madara of Eternal Mangekyo Sharingan, who drives the strongest 9 tails among the tail beasts, is still not the opponent of Senju Hashirama, so it's hard to say the level of strength above the 6th gate. Fenjai has a rough judgment and simply relies on the 6th gate of the 8 inner gates in time acceleration. It should not be able to win Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, plus Sage Mode or Fairy. The body is good. Go up. It is difficult to say what strength it is to drive to the 7th gate, and he may not be able to drive to the 7th gate. After all, the cultivation of 8 inner gates also requires talent and physique. Not everyone can get to the 8th gate, otherwise all other ninjutsu physiques would be meaningless. Actually, it's almost enough to drive to the 6th gate. Fang Ye sighed lightly. For a traverser, as long as he can have super shadow level strength before the beginning of Naruto's plot, it means that the game is over. The plan to destroy Uchiha Madara is just a breeze. There is no need to worry about the bug ninjutsu of impure world reincarnation. Just collect the tail beasts and Rinnegan by yourself and become 10 tails Jinchuriki. Think about it this way. Still, 8 inner gates is the most important. The next 5th gate is another trial. Fang Ye suddenly started helplessly. In fact, he was already a little irritated by practicing the 8 inner gates to the 4th gate. After all, although time acceleration can speed up the speed of practice, for him, the time experienced is real. Really. Moreover, his talent in 8 inner gates is not high. It took Xiaoli less than a year to drive the 8 inner gates to the 5th gate, and the actual time it took him to train to the 4th gate is estimated to be 1 year. Half a year, it will take another year to open the fifth gate. This is why he wants to find a breakthrough in chakra. After all, become a fairy body, and then become 9 tails Jinchuriki, and open a tail beast chakra mode. In the case of double stacking, it is stronger than 8 inner gates to 6th and 7th gate. It was decided that Feng Ye, who was the master of the 8 inner gates 5th gate for the time being, changed his mind to the power of the illusion clock. He closed his eyes, and the illusion clock appeared in front of him again. Can see. The position of the unreal clock scale 3 is now shrouded in a thick gray fog. I don't know what the third time ability is, Feng Ye murmured in her heart. Time acceleration and time reversal have brought him extremely powerful power. If he can unlock another time system ability, he may not need to rely on too much ninja ability, and he will be able to surpass the entire ninja world. Rock Shinobi Village. Suchikage Building. Third Suchikage Onoji was standing in front of the desk, staring at the ninja in front of him with a very gloomy face, and said solemnly, "Failed? Such a plan would fail? You told me that it failed because of a young kid." Soil, mastered Suchikage. The rock shinobi, who was kneeling in front of Onoki on one knee, had cold sweat on his forehead, and said helplessly, "Neither the red soil adults nor the frozen soil adults thought of it, and we really did not expect that there would be such a ninja in Konoha. Heterogeneous existence." A trace of anger flashed deep in Onoki's eyes. For this arrangement, he spent a lot of thoughts. He planned to catch Konoha by surprise at the beginning of the war in order to gain a certain advantage, but now he was beaten up by Konoha and suddenly fell into a passive state. Situation. But at this time, it didn't make sense to blame the advanced troops. Both the red soil and the frozen soil had died on the battlefield, and almost everyone else was wounded. "Do you have any information about that young ninja?" "Have." The ninja on one knee took a breath and gave some information to Onoki. After listening to the other party's statement, a strange color flashed in Onoki's eyes, and said, "Heitei Kaed, it turned out to be the son of Konoha's White Fang, damn it." During the Second Ninja World War, their rock shinobi suffered a lot from Heitei Sakumo, and even the failure of World War II was decisively related to Heitei Sakumo. He heard the news of Heitei Sakumo's death a few years ago. He was happy for a long time because Konoha lost a powerful ninja. As a result, 3 wars broke out. Konoha's White Fang's teeth were gone, but his son was gone. Popped up. Because of this Heitei Maple Night, the advanced troops suffered heavy losses. "Isn't it possible to live with Heitei in my life?" A ninja sitting on the sofa stood up, and said solemnly, "At Suchikage Onoji, the advance force has suffered serious losses. Onoji, what are you going to do next?" He is Suchikage of Rock Shinobi Village assisting Scorched Earth. He is the ninja of Rock Shinobi Village second only to Onoki. This ambush is a plan made by him and Onoki. Onoki flew up, showing a pensive look in the air. After floating up and down several times, he raised his head again and said in a deep voice, "The advance force has suffered serious losses. If we continue to fight Konoha, the situation will not be good for us, and Cloud Shinobi Village there may be a sneak attack." Scorched Earth frowned and thought, but Sand Shinobi Village has already started a full-scale war with Konoha because of the wind and shadow, and it is still an opportunity to attack Konoha. Not urgent. A gleam of light flashed in Onoki's eyes, and said, "Even if we don't act, Konoha will be on guard for us and won't push all of our troops to the Kingdom of Wind, so whether we act or not, it's actually put pressure on Konoha." Onoki continued, "If Tsunaga Corps can win, then we can attack together. If they fail, then we don't have to fight Konoha against an unfavorable situation." Scorched Earth showed a thoughtful look as he listened to Onoki's words. "It's really good." Now launching a full-line attack on Konoha, Konoha will definitely launch the remaining forces to deal with them, and even if they do not attack, Konoha dare not send this part of the force to the Kingdom of Wind. At present, due to the failure of the advance force, the situation is not optimistic if the war with Konoha is started. After all, it is necessary to consider whether Cloud Shinobi Village will attack behind the scenes, so wait and see is indeed the best choice. By the way, the battle situation of the advanced troops will be suppressed for the time being, and the information about the ninja named Heitei Kadea should not be released to the public. Let Sand Shinobi rest assured to go to war with Konoha. Onoji gave orders. The news of the disastrous defeat of the advanced troops cannot affect the battlefield on Sand Shinobi's side. If Sand Shinobi feels that the situation is not optimistic and suddenly withdraws his troops, Konoha will probably not pursue it, so there is no benefit. The Scorched Earth said solemnly, "But that White Fang's son, who is only 10 years old in the information, has such a strong power, and it may be a big trouble in the future. Rely on the power gained from Forbidden Technique." Dayemu folded his arms on his chest, hovering in the air, and said, "Don't worry too much, Forbidden Technique is not something you can use casually. If you weren't too focused on those forbidden techniques, you wouldn't have become the one you are now." Looks like, listening to the judgment of the many ninjas of the advanced troops, the power Fang Ye used on the battlefield was not the same as that of the White Fang back then. That state is definitely not a normal state. It must have used some forbidden technique. Using forbidden technique will definitely pay a price. The scorched earth relied too much on the forbidden technique in the early years, which caused the vitality to be damaged. Chakra could only barely maintain the current state, and could no longer improve and progress. It is difficult for ninjas who rely too much on forbidden technique to grow to a certain level. There are countless examples of this in the ninja world. Fengya dared to use forbidden technique when he was 10 years old. It seemed amazing, but it was a stupid behavior in Oniki's eyes. Generally, when ninjas can hardly improve their strength, it is most appropriate to contact forbidden technique. Choose. So it seems that the threat is great, but it is mostly superficial. And even if there are no side effects, there must be weaknesses. Once the weaknesses are found, they can be cracked. Forbidden technique, which has neither weakness nor side effects, absolutely does not exist. Scorched Earth shook his head and said, "That said, but it is always a trouble, and the weakness of forbidden technique is not so easy to find." Oniki floated with his hand and said, "If we don't act, Konoha may send him to the Battle of the Wind Kingdom, and let Sand Shinobi find his weakness for us. Maybe it can be solved." Well, the Scorched Earth touched his chin and said, "I just don't know if the situation will develop like this." Konoha Frontline Camp. In the Central Camp. Nearly half a month had passed since the previous battle, and there was no movement or major movement from Rock Shinobi Village. It seems that Rock Shinobi will not act in a short time. Orochimaru listened to the information provided by Konoha Village and the recent in-depth exploration of the country of grass and the team, he said. The third Tsuchikage should be waiting to see the result of our decisive battle with Tsunagakure. Then decide how to act. Fengya looked at the map and slowly said, "If Rock Shinobi Village and Cloud Shinobi Village form an alliance and jointly attack us, Yunin Village will probably tear up the previous agreement, and the situation will be dangerous." "Yes." Orochimaru nodded and said tauntingly, "But unfortunately, the old fox Tsuchikage would not do this. He would only try his best to preserve his strength, and he did not dare to launch a full-scale attack so easily, even if he could. If you form an alliance with Cloud Shinobi, you cannot trust Cloud Shinobi. Because the major villages cannot trust each other, and it is impossible to form a coalition easily, we Konoha can occupy the largest resources." Hearing Orochimaru's supplement, Kaedia nodded slightly. This is indeed the case. Konoha's current strength is certainly strong, but if the 4 ninja villages really join forces to attack, even if he exists as a variable, it will be difficult to deal with. But the 4 ninja villages cannot trust each other at all, so no matter how they beseech Konoha, they will leave a part of their forces to guard against each other, and in this way Konoha can withstand the attack. This is also a normal development. Going forward, Konoha will be the root cause of victory in the 3 wars. Since Rock Shinobi Village hasn't moved for a short time, I want to leave the camp and get the Kusuna sword. Even if Rock Shinobi is moving, it should be too late to return. Fenjai looked at Orochimaru. Rock Shinobi Village did not move. Now is the best time to get the Kusanagi sword. Otherwise, in this chaotic war period, it is impossible to determine whether the Kusanagi sword will be taken away by other forces. Go ahead. At your level, Fenjai, I don't think I need to remind you to be more careful, hahaha. Orochimaru gave a trademark smile. The news of Kusanagi sword was given to Kaedia, and now is indeed a suitable time to take it. After all, Rock Shinobi Village should not move in a short time, and the place where Kusanagi sword is located is not far from the country of grass. Far. The most important thing is that he estimated that within a few days, Sarutobi Hiruzen should send Fenjai to the battlefield in the Kingdom of Wind. Because Rock Shinobi hasn't moved for a long time, with him and Might wearing this side, it is enough to deal with most of the unexpected situations that may occur, and there is no need to let Fenjai stay here. It is the most suitable choice for Kaedai to go to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind to deal with Sand Shinobi. Sarutobi Hiruzen will most likely make such a deployment. Fang Yan nodded and disappeared silently. The information provided by Orochimaru about the Kusanagi sword is at the junction of the country of Kuseda and the country of Rain. There is a group of forces there. Some of the ninjas are similar to the perspective before joining Akatsuki. They are composed of rebellious and independent ninjas, disguised as become an ordinary small village and live on various dark missions in the underground world. This force is relatively hidden, it is located on the border, and it is not huge, so it has never attracted the attention of Rain Shinobi Village and Grass Shinobi Village. Orochimaru was also in the process of collecting information about the Kusanagi sword. He accidentally learned that the leader of this faction had a Kusanagi sword, so he especially recorded it. A few days later, Fengya arrived at that village. The village looked a little deserted, there were basically no pedestrians on the street, and every household could not get out of the door. It looked like an ordinary village shivering in the war. At this time, Fengya wore a raincoat and a hat, walked in from outside the village, and soon noticed that someone was staring at him in secret. And the person staring at him gave him the feeling that it didn't look like an ordinary person. Sure enough, there is a problem. Fengya narrowed his eyes slightly, and walked quietly to the only open shop in the village. It was a tea house, and the tea house looked a little deserted. The owner of the tea house was a little surprised when the guests came, but after seeing Fenjai put out a lot of money, he quickly served tea and snacks. Secretly, several pairs of eyes stared at Feng Ya and walked into the tea house. After one of them looked cloudy and sunny, he quickly disappeared in the rain, came to a hut on the north side of the village, jumped directly onto the second floor, and turned in through the window. The leader, a ninja, is coming. Ninja? A person with a scar on his face sitting in the room opened his eyes and said in a deep voice, "What kind of ninja? I am young, I should be only 12 or 13 years old, without a forehead protector. It may be a ninja from Rain Shinobi Village, or it may come from other villages. It doesn't look like a betrayal." Scar Ninja narrowed his eyes and said, "There is only one person?" A ninja who was only a teenager suddenly appeared in the village without wearing a forehead protector, which is undoubtedly something to be wary of. The subordinate nodded, a flash of cold light appeared in his eyes, and said, "Yes, I'm not sure if he has spotted us. The leader, do you want to get rid of him in advance?" "Do not." The Scar Ninja shook his head and said in a deep voice, "Go and inform everyone, get out of here." The subordinate was taken aback. It's just a young ninja who doesn't know the origins, and he's not sure if the other party is directed at them, or if they even find that they don't even know, they have to evacuate all of them. Is the boss a little too cautious? Scar Ninja stood up, his eyes flickered and said, "Go." He wasn't sure whether the young ninja passed by or came at them, but now it is a time of war, and you must be careful. It is most appropriate to leave the village for half a month and come back. As a deserter in World War II in Rock Shinobi Village, he has been able to live until now and formed a small force, relying on absolute caution and caution. Any battle with a ninja should be avoided as much as possible, especially the unknown ninja. Otherwise, once a trace is left behind and traced by the shinobi village behind the other party, it will be a huge trouble, let alone the 5 great shinobi villages. Even the small shinobi villages such as Rain Shinobi Village and Grass Shinobi Village will not provoke them. Rise. Yes. After being astonished, the ninja responded and left quickly. Scar Ninja took out the package from the cabinet, put the stacks of banknotes hidden in the cabinet in the package, and put a long wooden box in the package. After a while, nearly a dozen ninjas wearing hats and gathered in the small courtyard, all wearing raincoats. "Boss, just a kid, are you too careful?" "Yeah, that kid might not be here for us, maybe just passing by, just ignore it." Many ninjas frowned and raised objections. Just because a young ninja who didn't know the origin and purpose had to leave the village with all his staff, I always felt a little too cautious, and it's not safe to leave the village because it's a wartime. Once it hits a large-scale ninja army, it would be extremely dangerous. If you want to stay, you can stay. Scar Ninja walked out with a baggage on his back. He didn't care about everyone's opinions, but indifferently opened his mouth and said, "If you want to follow me, follow me." After leaving this sentence, Scar Ninja left the courtyard and walked outside the village. The ninjas in the courtyard looked at each other. After a few hesitated, they quickly followed. The remaining 3 or 4 ninjas looked uncertain. The boss is too cautious. It's just a kid, if you're worried about being exposed, just kill him. Yes, during this kind of war, even if it is in the ninja village, you will not care about the death of a ninja. It is impossible to deliberately pursue a ninja aggressively. After a few people looked at each other, they reached a consensus. Quietly kill that kid. There may be unexpected gains. After a while, by a river on the east side of the village, Scar Ninja left the village with 7 men and came here all the way, was about to cross the river, but stopped abruptly. On the other side of the river, I don't know when a figure appeared. He looked like a teenager at most, without a hat, and his silver-white hair was wet by the patter of rain. It is Fenjai. Feng Ya looked a little strange. He stood on the other side of the river, staring at the Scar Ninja named the leader, and said, "It's not without reason to be able to live in such a dangerous world to this day." This guy actually ran away decisively after hearing the news that he had entered the village. If it weren't for this stuff's subordinates, they would have chosen to sneak attack him in the tea house. After being killed a few times by him, they left to torture for a while. If they hurriedly pursued, they would really have to be quietly escaped by this stuff. The key is, if this guy knows him, it's fine, but this guy doesn't know who he is, he doesn't know that he is Kanaha's ninja, and he doesn't know his record in the grassland battlefield. He just judges that he is a ninja. I slipped straight away. I, Uchiha Madara, would like to call you the best. Do you have a Kuzenara sword in your hand? Feng Ya asked straightforwardly. The ninjas on the other side of the river looked at Feng Ya coldly. After hearing Feng Ya's words, someone couldn't help but said, "You seem to be too arrogant, kid." However, just as his voice fell, he saw Scar Ninja suddenly drew a wooden box from his bag and threw it directly at Maple Ya. When the wooden box flew in the air, it exploded directly, revealing a grass Naruto with a scabbard. The sword fell directly in front of Feng Ya. In this scene, not only the ninjas were a little startled, but Fenjai was also startled for a while. "Give you." After the Scar Ninja spoke in a low voice, he immediately fled to the distance. There was silence. The scene suddenly became awkward. The ninja who stayed in place looked at this scene in amazement, and didn't react for a while. The little devil in front of him came at the Kuzenara's sword, their boss threw it directly to each other, and then just ran away? What is that, kid? Is it so scary? Tisk, it's interesting. Fenjai caught the Kuzenara's sword, and after a second, he couldn't help but squeaked, showing a slight chuckle. It was the first time he saw such a ninja. Originally, they were all ready to kill and grab the sword, but the other party was so persuaded that they gave him the Kuzenara's sword directly without actually doing it. This was not the same as the plot he wanted. After being stunned, some of Scar Ninja's men stared at the Kuzenara's sword in Feng Ye's hand, and gradually reacted, revealing a greedy look. Kusanagi sword. The artifact Kusanagi sword. If you can get it, as long as you sell it, you will be able to spend the second half of your life rich and fulfilling, and you don't need to pick up those underground world quests to earn any bounty. The Kuzenara's sword had been in the hands of the boss before, and he didn't dare to think about the strength of the Scar Ninja, but now, their boss threw the Kuzenara's sword to an imp. The kid in front of him is probably a ninja from the Great Ninja Village, and even their boss doesn't want to provoke them. The 5 Great Ninja Villages are indeed daunting, but seeking wealth and insurance. If you kill this kid here, take the Kuzenara's sword and sell it in the underground world, and then hide in the world of common people, Darren Village may not be able to track them down. Someone took a deep breath, the light in his eyes was uncertain, and finally a decision was made. The karma in his hand moved slowly, and the chakra in his body also began to flow. However, before the ninja had thrown out the Kyowu in the hands of the ninja, the figure of Feng Ye standing on the other side of the river suddenly disappeared. Laugh. Quietly. Feng Ye's figure crossed the bank of the river and appeared behind him. The Kuzenara's sword in his hand had been pulled out of the scabbard at some point and penetrated the chest of that ninja. Your boss is very smart, you are not that smart anymore. Feng Ye shook his head and drew out the Kuzenara's sword. The blood on the blade was dripping, without leaving any trace of bloodline on the blade. It seems that it is indeed a real Kuzenara's sword, and in terms of appearance, it should be the one Orikimura used for Suzuki in the original plot, almost exactly the same. Cough. The ninja whose chest was penetrated by the Kaed Yoryuaki sword still had a trace of astonishment on his face. He reached out his hand in disbelief and touched his chest. He saw the palm soaked in blood, his eyes showed fear and amazement, but the strength quickly disappeared, and his body fell toward the ground. The other ninjas were also shocked when they saw this scene, and their gazes at Feng Ye showed incredible expressions. Hey, just kidding, is this guy Jonin? That kind of speed is completely incomparable to Chakra, even their boss. This kind of strength is not what Shinin Genin can do. There is no doubt that it is at the level of Jonin, and it may be Jonin of the 5 Great Ninja Village. After making this judgment, the greed in their hearts was like being poured with cold water, and they fleeing away without hesitation under the fear. Jonin from the 5 Great Ninja Village. This is definitely not the level they can handle. But at this time, it was too late to escape. Feng Ye didn't intend to let go of the ninja who showed murderous intent to him. With Dam Naginata in his hand, his figure shuttled past the crowd for an instant. Laugh. I can see a trace of afterimage passing by everyone. Fear and horror solidified on everyone's faces, and then they fell to the ground one by one. The blood quickly dyed the wet ground red with the rain and flowed into the small river next to it. A bunch of idiots. The Scar Ninja who had fled to a far place, Yu Guang noticed what had happened here, and couldn't help cursing inwardly. See, he knew it would be like this. Such a weird person could catch up from the village, and the attitude he used straightforwardly showed that the purpose was the Kuzenara's sword in his hand, either with a large number of ninjas ambushing beside him, or his own strength was extremely terrifying. Although he was also very distressed by the divine artifact Kusuna's sword that he had finally obtained, he threw it out without hesitation, because life was obviously more important than any divine artifact. Whoosh! Whoosh! After seeing Fenjai killing his subordinates in seconds, Scar Ninja aroused chakra in his body, increased his speed a bit, and ran away quickly. At this time, Feng Ye on the river bank was holding the damn Naruto sword, looking far away, tilting his head slightly, wondering whether to catch up and kill the ninja who was too cautious. If he let go of the opponent, it is possible to leak the news that the Kuzenara's sword fell in his hand, but with his current strength, he is not afraid of anyone who dares to covet it with a Kuzenara's sword, and it will still be used in future battles, or Akimaru's hand. The Kuzenara's sword has never been hidden on the battlefield. However, just as Feng Ye was thinking about it, his eyes suddenly froze. Because the Scar Ninja who had fled to a far place suddenly solidified and stopped in front of an extremely open forest. Immediately afterwards, Fenjai saw the Scar Ninja turn around and tried to flee in another direction. It seemed that he saw something terrifying in the forest, but then there was a mess of things flying out of the forest, with hot flames. There are also water guns that are like sharp blades. The intensive attack fell, and the Scar Ninja tried his best to avoid it, fleeing to one side, but was still hit by a bunch of ninjutsu in the end. That is. Feng Ye narrowed his eyes. It seemed that this overly cautious ninja had bad luck, first hit him, and then hit a situation that shouldn't be hit. The next moment, I saw a large number of people appearing in the forest, running out of the forest, and at a glance, it is estimated that there are nearly 100 people, and it is a ninja troop. Although they are far apart, they can still tell that the other party's clothes are not Konoha's ninjas, nor the ninjas of Rock Shinobi Village and Rain Shinobi Village, but from Sand Shinobi Village. How could Sand Shinobi's troops appear here? Looking at the many Tsunaga Corps ninjas running out of the forest, Feng Ye's thoughts flashed quickly. This is the northeastern border of the Kingdom of Rain. It is far from the Kingdom of Wind. On the contrary, it is a little closer to the Kingdom of Earth. A Sand Shinobi troop appeared here, mostly in a big circle. Nearly 100 people. Sand Shinobi ninja, he is not afraid, but there is no reason to fight against the opponent. It is enough to find the opponent's existence and convey to Konoha. However, before Kaed retreated, a large number of ninjas in Sand Shinobi rushed toward him. Within the range of perception, there is a ninja at 3 o'clock. Among the running Sand Shinobi troops, a sentient ninja spoke loudly. The leader of Sand Shinobi Village Elite Jonin Yekara said solemnly, "Understand, Team 6 and Team 7, you go around from both sides, don't let him run away." "Yes," a ninja responded in the crowd. Immediately, several ninjas separated to the sides and outflanked in the direction of Feng Ye. Ya Kang stared at Feng Ye indifferently. She didn't know which village Feng Ye was a ninja, but now that they found their existence, it was impossible for him to escape. Their purpose this time is to bypass the flanks and carry out a surprise attack on Konoha camp, killing Konoha's logistics, medical units, and the wounded and sick. This is the plan of the Elder Ebizo, and for this they will spend nearly 10 days going deep into the country of Rain and bypassing the most remote route. Once this raid is successful, Konoha will be caught off guard, and may even determine the outcome of this war. Therefore, there is absolutely no possibility of any leakage of information. Whoosh! Whoosh! A large number of Sand Shinobi ninjas quickly outflanked Kaedia's direction. Feng Ye put away the Kuzenara sword, retreated far away, and swept towards Sand Shinobi, who was chasing behind him, with the corner of his eye. He vaguely understood something. This troop appeared here, mostly performing missions such as raiding the Konoha camp, so after killing the Scar ninja, he still pursued him as a passerby. Seeing Fenjai retreating, Sand Shinobi's side did not intend to let it go, and continued to chase after a few miles. "If I keep chasing, I'll be rude." Kaed used her afterlight to flick towards Sand Shinobi who was chasing behind her. The Sand Shinobi troop with 100 men is not enough to let him open the 8 inner gates to escape. Although a ninja army of hundreds of people may threaten him, if the opponent is chasing after him, the ninjas of different strengths and speeds are out of touch, the formation is completely disorganized, and the effective encirclement cannot be formed, then there will be no number for him. Significance. As long as you don't fall into a situation of being surrounded, let alone hundreds of ninjas, even thousands of ninjas will not threaten him. The speed of the ninja is very fast, especially in the case of elites. In a moment, Sand Shinobi had chased Fenjai for several miles. Except for the leader Ye Kang and some other Jonin, who were a little closer, the other large ninjas had been left behind. Not an ordinary ninja. Ye Kang frowned. This speed is not what an ordinary ninja can have. It is not clear which village the opponent is from. I am afraid it should be a Jonin. When an unknown Jonin notices his whereabouts, the situation is a bit troublesome. Even if the opponent is Jonin from Rain Shinobi Village, it is still possible to pass on information to Konoha, destroying their plan to detour and raid Konoha camp. The rear troops stop and rest. Yuji, Mu Na, you guys keep chasing after me. After Ye Kang's eyes flickered for a while, he gave an order in a deep voice. Feng Ye is a Jonin, it seems a bit too stupid to continue to let the big troops follow. People discover that, or Feng Ye rushes into a certain village, the possibility of intelligence leakage will greatly increase. So the best coping strategy is to chase after her with a few Jonin in the team, which can greatly reduce the possibility of exposure. Yes. A ninja responded and immediately passed the order back, and the ninja behind also stopped. Ye Kang, Yuji, and others continued to chase Feng Ye. Whoosh! Whoosh! As the pursuit continued, the distance between Ye Kang and others and Fenjai gradually narrowed, until they were close to a certain distance. A cold light flashed in the eyes of the next Jonin. Enough distance. Earth style. Earth swelling technique. With a low drink, he quickly formed seals with his hands and pressed it to the ground. Earth-style ninjutsu reduces its power in the rainy country with a humid climate, but some special ninjutsu is an exception, such as earth flow rivers, earth movement techniques, etc., but will increase its power and range. With the release of this earth-style ninjutsu, the entire front of the ground suddenly surged, like a carpet, which suddenly made it difficult for Feng Ye to stand on the ground. Her figure was stopped, and the speed of her advancement was drastically reduced. Die. Advertisement. The other Sand Shinobi next to him didn't hesitate, holding a dagger and rushed directly, and the dagger suddenly slashed towards Maple Knight from behind. Laugh. Feng Ye, who was restricted by the surging ground, seemed to be unable to avoid this cut in a hasty. After a difficult dodge in mid-air, he was still slashed from the left shoulder to the right abdomen with a sword, and the whole person was split into two. Half. Feng Ye, which had been split in half, did not show any bloodline, but made a chuckle, which turned into white smoke and dissipated. Clone technique. On your right. A reminder from his companion came from behind. Holding a dagger, Sand Shinobi swung the dagger without hesitation and slashed to the right. The dagger in his hand collided with the Kusanara sword in Kaed's hand, which appeared on the right. Kang! The sound of Jintia Jiaoming sounded, and Feng Ye's figure fell to the rear. I'm used to using the short sword, but I'm not used to it when I switch to the Kusanagi sword. This Kusanagi sword doesn't seem to be able to stretch or shorten. After Feng Ye glanced at the Kusanagi sword in his hand, he made a seal with one hand in his left hand, and the neighing sound of Chidori appeared, and the light of thunder and lightning intertwined on the sword's edge. Whoosh! 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 Almost at the same time, the three figures rushed towards Feng Ye, flanking from three directions, without using ninjutsu. Obviously, to avoid accidental injuries, they planned to use the advantage of a large number of people to directly solve Feng Ye with physical skills. The eyes of the three of them were gleaming with cold light. Seeing the three-direction pincers, it is difficult to avoid, and it must be torn apart anyway. There seemed to be a golden clock flashing in the depths of Feng Ye's eyes, and the whole person showed a strange speed suddenly, and the sword's edge swayed, and then shuttled out of the three people's pincers. Immediately afterwards, the silver light surging, accompanied by the twinkling of thunder arcs, a strong and violent chakra wave surged from Feng Ye's body, causing Ye Kang and others' faces to change drastically. This chakra, who are you? Ye Kang stared at Feng Ye, with a vigilant expression in his eyes. Such chakra fluctuations are not just as simple as Jonin, and even stronger than her. In the ninja world, she is definitely not an unknown person, but she does not know Feng Ye, and Feng Ye's appearance is too young. Kanaha, Jonin. Feng Ye replied casually, accompanied by an unintelligible voice. His figure turned into a silver light, disappeared in an instant, and flashed towards one of Jonin who had attacked him before. That Jonin's face changed drastically, and his hairs all over his body suddenly rose. He didn't expect that Fen Jai, who was slower than them before, could show such a terrifying speed. That's too late. At this speed and distance, the body replacement technique, body flicker technique, was too late to use. He could only inject chakra into the nothingness, slashing towards the flashing silver light. As Jonin of Tsunaigakur, his movements under the rush are still extremely fast. But, under the gaze of the quadruple speed Maple Knight, all this is extremely slow, like slow motion, and you can clearly see the trajectory of Sand Shinobi Jonin's Kunao wave. The ability of time acceleration is not just the acceleration of the body, but everything within the body is in a state of acceleration, whether it is consciousness or sight. The quadruple speed of time acceleration means that from the perspective of Fenjai, the entire world, this is equivalent to a fourfold slowdown. What is this concept? Even between Jonin and Shinin, it is difficult to have a fourfold gap. Why in front of Feng Ye, any Jonin who dared to fight melee can hardly support a round, only relying on body replacement technique and body flicker technique. Is it possible to reluctantly avoid it? Because in the state of accelerating time, the two of them being in a different time flow is equivalent to being in two completely different worlds. Laugh. A silver light flashed by. The expression of that Jonin stiffened on his face, and there was still a trace of amazement and disbelief in his eyes, and he did not expect such a situation to happen. He is Jonin from Sand Shinobi Village, and he can't resist even a single move at the opponent's speed. Yuki! Several nearby Sand Shinobi screamed. In their sight, they saw Feng Ye transforming into silver light flashing past, and Yuji's body froze in place, and then the whole person split to the sides, blood splattered. Damn it! This guy, deliberately. Looking at this scene, Ye Kang's pupils shrank and his face changed. With such a speed, the opponent can't be caught up by them. There is only one reason for them to catch up, and that is that the opponent is caught up deliberately. Scorched style. Oversteamed. Without any hesitation, she decisively released her signature ninjutsu, Scorched style blood succession boundary, born from the combination of the dual attributes of wind and fire, chakra, to form nature transformation. Kaed, bathed in silver light, saw this scene and tilted his head slightly, and said, why is it a bit familiar? It turns out that it is a famous ninja, Sand Shinobi Village Scorched style Nakara. Yekara of Scorched style. The sound at quadruple speed was like playing at double speed, which was extremely difficult to hear, but Ye Kang still barely heard her name as the last word. Ye Kang said coldly, it seems to know my name, Kanaha's ninja. She hadn't heard what Kaed said before, nor did she wear Kanaha's ninja forward protector, but at this time it is not difficult to tell Kado is Kanaha's ninja. Except for Kanaha's ninja, there is no reason for ninjas in other villages to not choose to leave quickly after encountering them, but to deliberately lure and fight with them. 5 crimson fireballs emerged. The fireballs radiated light. They were not pure flames, but spheres formed by the combination of wind and fire, containing extremely terrifying heat. These fireballs did not launch, but revolved around Ye Kang's body, protecting her left and right sides and back. Interesting. Feng Ye squinted his eyes slightly, but did not fight Ye Kang. Instead, his figure shook and rushed towards the other Jonin again. The face of that Jonin changed drastically, and he used the body flicker technique to avoid Feng Ye's attack without hesitation, but after Feng Ye forced out his body flicker technique with one move, he attacked another person next to him. Damn it! Seeing this scene, Ye Kang couldn't help gritting her teeth. Seeing that her companion was in crisis, she immediately went to support her companion, but her speed couldn't catch up with Feng Ye at all. Scorch style is very powerful, and because of this, it is difficult for her to use it in this situation, because Feng Ye's speed is too fast, and it is easier to accidentally injure her companions by using Scorch style. In a brief confrontation, laugh. A silver light flashed, and the Kusanagi sword in Feng Jai's hand, accompanied by lightning, penetrated a Jonin's heart, causing him to vomit a mouthful of blood. Ye Kang led a total of 6 people to pursue Feng Jai. Except for herself, the other 5 were Jonin from Tsunagakur, but 2 of them were killed in a short time since the fight. Yeah, Yayu clan? Seeing this scene, the remaining 3 Jonin shuddered. Someone looked at Feng Ye in horror and couldn't help but tremble. Bathed in silver light, using lightning-style ninjutsu, these signs are exactly the same as the Yayu clan of Cloud Shinobi Village, but the image of the boy in front of him is not similar to the sons of Third Raikage and Third Raikage in the intelligence place. No, he is Konoha's ninja. Use enchantment. Ye Kang shouted at several subordinates. To deal with this speed-type ninja, only enchantment can be used to limit it. The remaining 3 Jonin are all ninjas who have experienced many battles. Without Ye Kang's reminder, they had already reached an opinion with each other while they were horrified by Feng Jai's speed, and they had signed their hands one after another. In an instant, a yellow light curtain took the position of the 3 people as a triangle, suddenly opened and combined, forming a pyramid-like enchantment. The wet soil was enveloped by the withered yellow light curtain and dried up, and a large amount of sand surged, spiraling up along the yellow light curtain, covering the surface, making it difficult to see the outside scene inside. Enchantment. Feng Ye pulled out the Kusanagi sword and looked at the withered yellow enchantment that enveloped him and Ye Kang. His figure flickered and flashed to the nearest corner. The Kusanagi sword in his hand was wrapped in thunder light and cut out. The sword blade slashed on the surface of the barrier, lightning and fire suddenly appeared, but it seemed to have fallen in a quagmire, causing the barrier to be distorted and deformed, but it was not able to break through. Is it a normal maintenance enchantment? It's a bit like the 4 purple flame array. Seeing this scene, Feng Ye murmured in his heart. The enchantment released by the 3 Jonin has a smaller range than the 4 purple flame formations, but it also seems to be tougher. His single attack cannot destroy the enchantment. The advantages and disadvantages of this kind of enchantment are obvious. The advantage is that it takes shape instantly and has a large range. Even a fast ninja can hardly leave the envelope before it takes shape. The disadvantages are more obvious. The inside cannot attack the outside, and the outside cannot attack the inside, and it takes 3 Jonin to maintain this enchantment. It doesn't make sense to trap 1 or 2 enemies, and as long as you keep attacking from the inside, it will quickly exceed the tolerance limit and collapse. Such enchantments are generally not used to trap the enemy, but to block the enemy's actions, so that the enemy cannot escape, and create a battlefield more suitable for oneself. Ye Kang knew this too well, so she did not choose to go back to find support, but walked towards the edge of the barrier. The 3 sand shinobi knowingly opened a hole on the edge and let her walk into the barrier. Ye Kang put a fireball in front and burst out fiery flames, blasted in from the opening, making sure that Feng Ye could not take the opportunity to come out, and then he stepped into the enchantment. Laugh. The 3 Jonin immediately sealed the opening. This way your speed has no effect. Ye Kang looked at Feng Ye coldly, holding a fireball in the palm of his right hand, and said, "You killed our 2 Jonin by accident. Next, in this enchantment, taste my scorch style." As the voice fell, Ye Kang suddenly waved his hand. Whoosh! The blazing fireball suddenly flew towards Feng Ye, bursting out a palpitating white light. Feng Ye's figure disappeared in the same place, and the silver light flashed, and it already appeared on Ye Kang's right side, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand was wrapped in thunderlight and fell. Ye Kang pointed a little, and the fireball on her right suddenly expanded and enveloped Feng Ye. Feng Ye avoided the swelling fireball, the silver light flashed again and appeared on Ye Kang's right side again, and the Kusanagi sword in his hand fell again. Ye Kang did not hurriedly manipulated the fireball on the left to expand again, exploding towards Feng Ye. Crackling, lightning and fire are intertwined. The terrifying heat at close range, although not directly touched, still made Feng Ye's clothes ignite, and he could feel the burning sensation covering his face. In this enchantment, your actions will be restricted, and with your strength, you can't beat my scorch style. That's it, Konoha's ninja. After Ye Kang cracked Feng Ye's 2 attacks in succession, fireballs once again appeared around her body, like tiny suns, with palpitating power, forcing them towards Feng Ye. Seeing this scene, the 3 Jonin who maintained the enchantment all breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Master Ye Kang is here. If there is no Ye Kang here, even if they can use the barrier to temporarily trap Feng Ye, they won't be trapped for long, and sooner or later they will collapse, when no one can limit Feng Ye's speed. I didn't expect Konoha to have a ninja with such terrible speed. If it weren't for Cloud Shinobi for no reason to fight us, I would have suspected that this guy is a member of the Cloud Shinobi village Yaki clan. Even now I still suspect, but it doesn't matter, whether it is Cloud Shinobi or Konoha's ninja, it will be a corpse soon. Trapped in this kind of enchantment, facing Yakang's scorch style, even Master 4th Kaze Cage, I am afraid it will be difficult to deal with, let alone other people. A melee ninja who was restrained himself, his speed was restricted and it was difficult to play. No doubt he will die. Scorch style is indeed a somewhat tricky ability. Feng Ye looked at Yakang from a distance. Remember that Yakura is known as the hero of Tsunagakur. His status in Tsunagakur is equivalent to Konoha's White Fang. The ending is similar to that of White Fang. Because the achievements are too dazzling, it threatens Feng Yingluosh's status. The Tsunagakur executives conspired to death. To be a hero, it is estimated that the successful execution of this attack has caused Konoha to suffer serious losses. As a result, I met him now. Yakang's strength is undoubtedly cage level, but from the perspective of chakra fluctuations, Yakang in this period should only be able to reach the cage level, not the level of White Fang. This was Fenjai's first encounter with a cage level ninja. I thought that Sand Shinobi, who was seduced, could be solved easily, but I didn't expect that there would be a more troublesome character, but it was just troublesome in Fenjai's eyes. Because Scorch style is not valid for him who has time to turn back. Let's use you to adapt to the change from short sword to Tachi. After Feng Ye murmured in his heart, he grasped the hilt of Kuzenara's sword in his right hand. Laugh! The blade was wrapped in thunder light and rubbed against the air to create flames, splitting a lunar arc-shaped slash. The two-pointed flames of the lunar arc were intertwined, as if connected together, forming a round moon. Yakang was slightly surprised by Feng Ye's long-range attack, but he didn't panic. After a soft snort, with a wave of his right hand, the white ball of light entwined with flames greeted the full moon. Boom! The full moon collided with the white ball of light and exploded. A deep pit with a diameter of several meters was exploded on the ground in an instant, and the spreading aftermath swept across the barrier, causing the wet soil on the ground to roll over. Don't you dare to fight me close. Yakang's expression remained unchanged, and he said indifferently, but remote attack is also my strength. As the voice fell, she waved her bare hand forward, and a white ball of light next to her flew directly in the direction of Feng Ye, and then with a wave of her right hand, another white ball of light flew out. Feng Ye looked at the white ball of light flying over, holding the Kuzenara's sword with a forehand and a backhand. 2 rounds of full moon entwined with flames flew out and collided with it in midair. Boom! Boom! 2 more violent explosions. Feng Ye didn't even look at the explosion in the air. The aftermath of the swing made him close his eyes, but the Kuzenara's sword in his hand did not stop at all, and continued to slash at Yakang. Laugh! 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 Continuous flashes burst out, like silver-white Guyu jade, rotating toward the earth, splitting the air, and attacking the Yakang directly in front. Seeing this scene, Yakang's expression suddenly changed. That kind of attack can be released continuously. Unreasonable. She can see that Feng Ye's attack should be the use of chakra, who has the thunder attribute, and slashed at a super high speed to slap a long-range blow, but this approach should be much higher than hers in terms of chakra consumption. Scorch style is right after the limit. Scorch style. It's steaming and bursting. Although it is not clear where Feng Ye's confidence could compete with her, Yakang still snorted and pushed forward with both hands. White fireballs continuously burst out of her palms, hitting Feng Ye's direction, continuing with that. The Yao flashes collided together. Boom! 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 The violent explosion exploded continuously. Although every explosion exploded almost in the middle of the barrier, the aftermath of the turbulence still impacted the entire barrier. The entire barrier was a little turbulent. The expressions of the 3 jonin who maintained the barrier changed and they tried their best to maintain the barrier. Stabilize. Several people looked at the scene in the enchantment, and their expressions were a little shocked. They knew Yakang's strength and Yakang's methods, but that young ninja was able to fight Yakang's scorch style at a long distance. This strength is stronger than they had previously expected. If they were not encountered here, but on the battlefield, it would be an extremely difficult existence to deal with. This kind of guy must never stay. Master Yakang, please. Several people looked inside the barrier and couldn't help taking a deep breath. Feng Ye's revealed strength is a bit terrifying. If it is outside the barrier, the situation will be extremely dangerous, but within the barrier, with the scorch-style blood succession limit, Yakang has an absolute advantage. Boom! 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 Continuous explosions continue to excite. In the narrow barrier, the aftermath is constantly superimposed. The scene inside was already in chaos. No one could see the scene clearly, and could only hear the explosion coming from there, and the earth had vaguely continuous turbulence. As the battle continued, Yakang, who was originally calm in his heart, could no longer remain calm at this time. This guy. She was a little unbelievable, because the chakra in her body was worn out by more than half, and Feng Ye could still continue to attack continuously, without the slightest sign of decline, even more violent than at the beginning. Is the opponent's chakra unlimited? No, can't continue like this. Ye Kang gritted her teeth slightly. It was not that she was worried that she would not be able to fight each other with exhaustion, but such continuous explosions. Relying on Scorch style to resist the aftermath that continues to explode. Now it has become a bit difficult to resist the aftermath, and if this continues, the aftermath alone can impact the collapse of the enchantment. Fight! A trace of determination flashed in Ye Kang's eyes. At this time, she has realized the terrible ninja like Feng Ye. Once Feng Ye escapes, she can cause unimaginable damage on the battlefield, and because the speed is extremely fast, it is difficult to limit, so she must kill Feng here. Night. Scorch style, it's steaming and killing. She took a deep breath, and chakra inside her body suddenly surged, and the two balls of light that she placed on the left and right sides to prevent the sudden invading of Feng Ye's chaos were also mobilized. A large number of light spheres hovered, gathered in her palm, and turned into a huge light sphere wrapped in crimson flames, and then suddenly pushed forward. Boom! There was an earth-shattering explosion. The withered yellow enchantment covered with a layer of dust and sand could no longer bear it, and was completely shattered under the explosion. The three jonin who maintained the enchantment flew out together, chakra in the body was disordered, received a violent impact, and blood spurted from their mouths. Master Ye Kang! Whoosh! Whoosh! The three of them didn't care about their injuries, and immediately stood up after landing and rushed in the direction of Ye Kang. After Ye Kang released the final blow, he could not withstand the impact of the aftermath. He flew backwards and his clothes were shattered by the impact, but there was no spring light, and his body was scorched and burnt. Traces of burn. Cough. With the support of a jonin, Ye Kang reluctantly stood up, smiled bitterly, and said, I didn't expect it to be so difficult to deal with, and the next raid may also be affected. With an exhausting blow, superimposing the impact of the previous aftermath, Feng Ye probably couldn't even find the body, but she herself was seriously injured by the bombing. I don't know if she can heal such a serious injury before launching a surprise attack. That ninja is mostly Konoha's secret weapon. Just like our surprise attack, being able to kill that guy is enough to influence the frontline war. Jonin beside him comforted. Being able to force Master Ye Kang to such an extent, the strength of that ninja is indeed terrifying. Seeing that Ye Kang is not in danger, another jonin walked in the direction where the barrier was broken, intending to see if there were any broken bodies or forward protector left by Fenjai. Dust filled. Some can't see clearly. But what is certain is that even Ye Kang who suffered the aftermath was seriously injured, not to mention that Feng Ye, who was exposed to the frontal explosion attack, must have died. There shouldn't be any debris left. San Shinobi's Jonin Una stepped into the dust, his eyes swept across a mess, was blown out of the battle center of the pit, and walked toward the center of the pit. Ninjas usually carry their village's forward protector and nameplate with them, so that even if they die on the battlefield and their body is completely destroyed, they can use the nameplate and the ninja number on the nameplate to determine who the deceased is. Both of these things are metal products and are generally not easily destroyed. If you can find the forward protector, you can determine the origin of this powerful young ninja. If you can find the nameplate, you can completely determine the identity of the opponent. Sure enough, Konoha's ninja. Muna quickly noticed some fragments at the bottom of the pit, walked over, and found a piece of ninja forward protector with the Konoha village logo engraved on it. However, forward protector alone can only determine the origin of Feng Ye, and still cannot determine the identity of Feng Ye, so I continued to look around, trying to find the nameplate that Feng Ye might carry on his body. But, almost at the next moment, his body froze in place. A blade suddenly appeared, piercing his chest from his back, and blood spurted from his chest in an instant, staining the scorched ground. Munao's pupils shrank violently, revealing a hint of disbelief. He moved his head with difficulty, barely seeing the figure behind him. It was Feng Ye. How come? He made a difficult noise. At this moment, Feng Ye's clothes were torn apart, but the body exposed under the damaged clothes was white, without any trace of burns or blows. Unscathed. Having endured such an explosion in the enchantment, he was unscathed. Clothes are a problem. Feng Ye didn't answer his question, pulled out the Kuzenara sword, glanced at the broken clothes on his body, and shook his head. This is probably the difference between him and the ninja of Impure World Reincarnation. In the case of injury, his clothes and external objects cannot be recovered, while the ninja of Impure World Reincarnation can recover. Whoosh! Feng Ye's figure flickered and jumped to the pit. The two jonin who were helping Ye Kang have already noticed the changes here, and their faces changed drastically at this time. When they saw Fenjai appearing, both of them showed a hint of horror. But horror doesn't make any sense. Silver light flashed. The two people who were injured and chakra disordered had no time to react, and their bodies were slashed by the blade of the Kusanagi sword, and they fell into the rain with the spray of blood. You! How can it be? Ye Kang's pupils contracted violently, and she looked at Feng Ye in disbelief. She tried to mobilize chakra in her body, but she was seriously injured but could not stimulate chakra at all. Looking at Feng Ye's delicate and white body without any scars under the broken clothes, she was filled with disbelief. She herself knows the power of scorch style best. In that kind of enchantment, with her full blow and aftermath, even the fourth Kaze cage who is good at defense may not be able to resist it, but Feng Jai is here. There wasn't even a trace of scars. How did he do it? Feng Ye walked to Yakang who was half kneeling on the ground, the silver light on his body dissipated, and he didn't care that his body was seen by the other party. The Kuzenara's sword in his hand was sent forward, piercing Yakang's chest. Cough. Yakang didn't have any strength to struggle, a mouthful of blood spurted out. She looked up at Feng Ye's face with difficulty. She wanted to know how Feng Ye did it. But unfortunately, the consciousness has gradually become blurred, and it is no longer possible to know. As her eyes were completely darkened, she slowly closed her eyes, shook her body, and fell backward. Pity. Seeing Yakang's corpse fell to the ground, Feng Ye shook his head. Although he is an enemy, in that situation, he has the determination and will to kill him even if he is seriously injured. He is indeed an excellent ninja. If he doesn't have time to turn back, he is likely to be recruited. Certainly. Without the ability to turn back time, he would not choose to fight against Yakang and others alone, but Yakang's excellence is undeniable. Speaking of it, looking at Yakang who had lost the ability to resist before, some nasty thoughts flashed in his mind. It seems that his body has developed to the age when he starts to have S**x, human. Laugh. Advertisement. After chuckling, Feng Ye swung the Kuzenara's sword in Feng Ye's hand again, and made another knife to confirm his death. He will not be affected by these distracting thoughts that originate from the body, because he has not yet reached the level of being able to indulge himself wantonly. When he is above the entire ninja world, he has endless time to squander. When he is bored, he may use the revolving heaven technique to resurrect Yakang and talk more about life. Speaking of, the three world wars is indeed an era of turmoil, with geniuses coming forth in large numbers. Hakura of Sand Shinobi Village, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Shisui of Konoha, Cloud Shinobi Village's 4th generation Thunder and Killer B combination, the best of the 7 generations of Nintu swords in Kairin Village, and the future 5th Mizukage Terumi, too many to describe one by one. Now that he is on the battlefield of the 3 world wars, he will inevitably encounter and confront these people. Except for Namikaze Minato's Flying Thunder God and Ghoul Ceiling, which is more troublesome, the abilities of other people are not threatening to me. Well, Reikage is hard to say, I still have to improve some strengths, after murmured in his heart. Feng Jai leaned down, fumbled for Yakang's body, and found a small metal nameplate with Yakang's ninja number in Sand Shinobi Village inscribed on it. He also has this kind of metal nameplate, which is usually used by the village to identify the ninja after his death. If unfortunately it falls into the hands of the enemy ninja, it will become a trophy to prove the record. Usually you don't use this stuff, it's only used during the war. Because the war is too chaotic, it is easy for the bombed bones to disappear and it is impossible to confirm the specific identity of the deceased. Whoosh! Feng Ye put away the identification plates of the other Jonin, then looked towards the direction Yakang and others were chasing, and narrowed his eyes slightly. Yakura and these Jonin should be the leader of that team. Sand Shinobi Village is not as strong as a ninja troop of 100 people, and can send 2 cage-level ninjas to lead the team. The rest are shrimp soldiers and crabs who are not threatening him at all. That being the case, it is better to solve them all at once. He used Yakang and others' cloth to patch up his clothes. After looking at Yakang's corpse for a while, he finally did not choose to take it away. He only took some blood and then destroyed the corpse. Bring the body back, the ninja of the intelligence department may be able to get more information, but it doesn't make much sense to him. It is better to follow his principles and respect the opponents he recognizes. Because what he cared about in this war was not Konoha's victory, nor any merit or status, but the growth of his own strength. In this world, strength is fundamental. The country of rain. Below a huge rock, a large number of sand shinobi are gathering here. Why hasn't Master Yakang come back? Chunin looked towards Yakang and others in the direction where they were chasing Feng Jai. Someone frowned next to him and said, "It's just chasing a single ninja. If you catch up, you should have ended the battle and returned. If you can't catch up, you shouldn't waste time chasing after it. The time has not come back. Could it be in an ambush? Possible." One Jonin who remained in the team spoke in a deep voice. He stared in the direction of Yakang and the others, and said that young ninja may have a problem. Maybe it is a bait, but with the strength of Yakang-sama and Yuna, they should be able to come back even if they are in an ambush. One person will inform us of the situation. Another Jonin next to him frowned. It should be impossible for Konoha to detect our actions this time. How could a ninja decoy appear in such a position so coincidentally? It's hard to tell. The first Jonin said in a deep voice, "In short, we can only wait for the situation now, and wait a quarter of an hour. If there is still no information, we will look for them." The many Jonin shinins in the back nodded slowly, their expressions a little stern. This raid is very important. It may be related to the outcome of this war. now encountering an unexpected situation, was discovered by an unknown ninja. Kang and others went to chase but did not come for a long time. Anyway, it is not good news. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time passed quietly. The rain is constantly dripping, flowing down the rocky cliffs. Whether it is Sand Shinobi who gathers under the rock to avoid the rain, or Sand Shinobi who is standing above the rock and observing the surroundings, it is all quiet and waiting in silence. Sudden, the ninja standing on the top of the rock looked in one direction, his eyes flashed, and after a closer look, he jumped down and said, "The ninja was found in the direction of 7 o'clock, it's Yuki Jonin." Hearing his voice, the depressed atmosphere swept away, all Sand Shinobi looked over, and someone ran out immediately, looking in the direction of 7 o'clock. The one leading Jonin looked at Yuki who was rushing to this side, with a vague premonition in his heart. If Kang and others solve the ninja, they should come back together. But now only Yuji is alone. Is it true that the previous inference is true, that ninja is really a bait, luring Master Kang and them into an ambush, and now they are coming back to find support? The other Sand Shinobi also thought of this, and all of them showed a nervous look on their faces for a while. This is an extremely serious situation. Countless lights gathered on the rushing Yuji body. 1,000 meters, 900 meters, 800 meters. The distance that Yuji rushed is getting closer and closer. In Sand Shinobi's camp, there was a perceptual ninja staring at Yuji, and suddenly he was taken aback, as if he had noticed something. When Yuji's distance was within 500 meters, his face suddenly changed, and he shouted, "Beware, that guy is not Yuki Jonin." The voice echoed in an instant, making all Sand Shinobi's expressions change. It is also at this time. The Jonin Yuji who rushed towards this side suddenly changed into a young ninja with torn clothes and silver hair in the white smoke. Immediately afterwards, I saw that the young ninja's speed suddenly accelerated, and it increased by almost 3 or 4 times in an instant, and he rushed towards the side. So fast. Careful. The 8th, 9th, and 10th teams, prepare for ninjutsu. Seeing this scene, one of the Jonin and Sand Shinobi immediately shouted out and commanded. A dozen ninjas behind immediately stepped forward, their hands quickly forming seals. And just when they got the seal, the chakra in Feng Ye's body surged, and instantly broke through the 3rd gate's gate, bathed in silver light, and then broke through the 4th gate's wound gate, silk thunder arcs intertwined between the silver hair. Whoosh! The speed surged several times in an instant. Under the somewhat horrifying gaze of many Sand Shinobi, only a silver light group could be seen, like lightning across the battlefield, spanning the last 1 or 200 meters. Wind style. Wind blade technique. More than a dozen Sand Shinobi shouted out loud almost at the same time. The wind blade technique released by more than a dozen people was intertwined in an instant, forming a huge range of wind blade net, sweeping towards Feng Ye. Jonin, who was in charge of the command, looked at this scene with a very gloomy expression. The ninja in front of him is not very worried. After all, they have hundreds of elites here. No matter how fast they are, it is impossible to break through the blockade of their joint large-scale wind-style ninjutsu. The real problem is, the current situation is probably extremely bad. An enemy sneak attacked them disguised as Yuji, but Kang and others who had been chasing before were missing. There was no trace. I am afraid they were in a very bad situation. The thoughts in his heart flashed by, and his command did not stop. As the 3 teams jointly released wind style to stop Feng Ye from the front, he continued to speak. The 4th team, the 5th team, the right wing blockade, the 6th team, the 7th team left wing blockade, strangling him. Sand Shinobi Village, who is good at wind style ninjutsu, is not afraid of speed ninjas at all. Wind Cray. The cutting force of the wind can tear through the defenses of the thunder, and the range of the wind-style ninjutsu can also block the position of the speed ninja, surrounding it in the center, forming a strangulation situation. Feng Ye looked at the net-like wind blades coming straight ahead and the same type of wind blades from the left and right sides, but his expression was unusually calm. Wind-style ninjutsu does restrain the general speed ninja, but the focus is on the word general. For the 3rd Reikage with pervert defensive power, or the infinite self-healing, wind-style does not have much restraint. At this time, if you look down from above, you can see a silver light rushing towards the Sand Shinobi team, which has already begun to disperse, with nearly 100 people. On the front of the silver ray is an interwoven net of wind blades, and on both sides there are Sand Shinobi quickly forming seals, preparing to release the same ninjutsu to block the silver ray in the net. Thinking that speed can be used to act recklessly in front of a Sand Shinobi. It is too confident. Your speed is your weakness. A cold light flashed in Jonin's eyes in Sand Shinobi. Fast speed means that it will be difficult to change direction. Judging by Feng Ye's speed, if he could immediately turn 180 degrees, he would be able to break away from the intertwined range of the wind blade's web, but that would be extremely difficult to achieve. If you just barely turn a corner and draw a 90-degree arc, you will just hit the wind blade net released by the flanks, which means that you can't escape anyway. Some people are still alive, but he is dead. The rest of Sand Shinobi looked at the changing situation on the field in a short time, and they all made such a judgment, and they had already begun to think about the situation of the unknown Yekra in their hearts. But Almost at this moment, an unexpected scene appeared. Seeing Feng Ye bathed in silver light, facing the Windblade's web that struck from the front, he didn't make any changes in direction, but rushed straight up. What? This scene made all Sand Shinobi stunned. Then I saw that Fenjai, bathed in silver light, rushed past the Windblade's net in an instant, and the whole person seemed to be cut into net-like pieces at once, and a large amount of blood gushed out and stayed in the air. A trail of blood followed. Stunned. This is suicide. Even the commander Jonin was a little unexpected. Could it be that at that speed, even a slight change of direction can't be done? As expected, too fast is not a good thing, but a weakness. Thoughts flashed in his mind. But almost the next moment his thoughts flashed, an abnormality suddenly occurred. Seeing that because of the speed being too fast, a human-shaped blood trail left in the air, which was wrapped in the wind blade, suddenly all flew in the direction of the silver ray. Not a drop of blood fell to the ground. All the blood flowing out by the cutting of the wind blade flew back to the inside of the silver light, and the silver light did not stay at all, tracing a perfect trajectory, and swept to the nearest crowd. Like a touch of silver lightning. Laugh! 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 In an instant, a dozen Sand Shinobi stiffened in place, and then their bodies split and exploded, turning into countless blood-spilling impossible. That is how the matter. Sand Shinobi nearby was almost in horror, and there was no time to react in a hurry. Someone held Kunao and tried to resist Fenjai, but he couldn't even see the track. Jonin, who was in charge of the command, also changed his face drastically, revealing a look of horror. This scene was completely unexpected to him, and he could recover from being cut into such a way by the wind blade. The opponent is not too fast to change direction. Quick! 4th squad, 5th squad. Blocking his route, the second team supports. With his face changed drastically, he shouted loudly and kept commanding. At the same time, he also drew out a large sword, looking at the silver light that shuttled through the battlefield, trying to support. Under his command, some terrified Sand Shinobi reluctantly organized, once again released a wide range of wind-style ninjutsu, blocking the route of Kaedia. But Feng Ye still did not dodge. Once again, he rushed out facing the wind blade, ignoring all the damage, and the Kuzenara's sword in his hand entangled the thunder arc across the void, turning more than a dozen Sand Shinobi into corpses. Don't mess. Enchantment! Enchantment! Seeing Sand Shinobi's team plunged into chaos, the commanding Jonin had an ugly face and kept shouting. Immediately Sand Shinobi tried to use the barrier to block Kaedia's actions. However, Feng Ye, who had been in the enchantment before, had been prepared for it, and directly bypassed the scope of the enchantment. Although the enchantment had no effect on him, it would only trap him for a while, but now he wants what he wants. It's killing, and I don't want to be trapped. Whoosh! Whoosh! The barrier blockade failed again, and there were more than a dozen ninjas who died under the sword of Maple Yakuza Naginata. This time Sand Shinobi was completely confused. Countless Sand Shinobi showed horror and fear. They are all elites of Sand Shinobi village. They are not afraid of fighting. They dare to rush to kill even if they face several times the enemy, but facing Fenjai, such an enemy who can't even see and don't know how to die. Fear spread. In addition to Spike. Starting from Feng Ye rushing into the crowd, and now that more than half of the ninjas have died, all the Chunin elites can only support it for only half a round under Feng Ye's hands. All the silver light flashed by, and the person was torn and cut, and there was no resistance at all, and such a battle was completely impossible to fight. Damn! Can't restrain him. Watching this scene, Jonin couldn't help gritting his teeth. His eyes looked at Feng Ye with anger and panic. He knew that this action had completely failed. Continuing to fight will only increase losses. Withdraw. This retreat order is extremely difficult for him, because this is the key task that the village has placed high hopes on and wants to determine the victory or defeat in a battle. It was also because of the difficulty under this order, and Fenjai's killing speed was too fast. Within a few seconds, nearly 10 ninjas died. Finally started to escape. Feng Ye looked at the many Sand Shinobi who had received the order to retreat and narrowed his eyes. Because of the problem of breaking through the Windblade's net frontally, he now has no clothes on his body, and all his clothes are broken. Although there is silver light in his speed, no one can see his state clearly, but he still don't want to let anyone go. The previous killings weren't really a big deal. The next step was to test him. Once Sand Shinobi flees in all directions, even at his speed, it will be difficult to destroy them all. But because of the ninja's thinking inertia, Sand Shinobi, who had fallen into chaos, did not choose the best retreat plan as soon as he came up, but still formed a tendency for large troops to withdraw in one direction. This scene is what Feng Ye wants to see most. He did not hesitate to continue rushing into the crowd. The sword rose and the sword fell, and in the process of nearly 10 seconds of rushing, more than a dozen Sand Shinobi died under his Kuzenara sword. Evacuate separately. Don't withdraw in one direction. Sand Shinobi reacted completely at this time and rushed away in all directions. But by this time, Sand Shinobi had killed more than 80 people, and there were only less than 20 people left. The The sharp drop in the number has greatly reduced the difficulty of Feng Ji's pursuit. Laugh. Laugh. Bathed in silver light, Feng Ye maintained the state of the fourth gate at 4 times the speed. Neither Chinin nor Jonin could support a round under his hands. After beheading more than a dozen ninjas in a circle, the remaining 4 or 5 Sand Shinobi have escaped hundreds of meters away, but this distance is still unable to get rid of the Maple Knight, because the terrain is too open. Except for the rock where Sand Shinobi was sheltered from the rain at the beginning, there are almost no other complicated topography nearby, which is a completely open area. If it is a dense forest environment, facing Feng Ji who is not good at perception, as long as he escapes hundreds of meters, he will have a chance to get rid of Feng Ji's pursuit, but not in the open terrain. At least he had to escape thousands of meters away before he had the opportunity to use some basic concealed ninjutsu, so that Feng Ye's vision could no longer be locked, and he could escape in other directions. Whoosh! Whoosh! The silver light shuttled under the rain curtain. The number of Sand Shinobi continues to decline sharply. 5 people. 4 people. 3 people, finally. About 2 kilometers away from the initial battle position, Feng Ji caught up with the last Sand Shinobi, and the Kuzenara sword in his hand pierced his chest mercilessly. You, evil spirit. The Sand Shinobi looked at the Maple Knight in front of him, with fear in his eyes, and after spitting out a word in a trembling voice, his consciousness gradually began to dissipate. Feng Ye pulled out the Kuzenara sword, watched his body fall in the rain, and shook his head. Goblin, do not. I'm just a human being trying to live to the finale. After saying this, Feng Ye turned his head and glanced at the battlefield behind him. Even at a distance of 1,000 meters, he could barely see that the land had been stained red with blood. The corpses were everywhere. Blood flows into a river. It's like a forest hell. The country of wind. Frontline battlefield. Since Sand Shinobi village chose to attack in an all-round way, almost all the ninjas in the entire village were on the frontline battlefield, and there were only a few ninjas and descendants left behind in the village behind. There is a reason to dare to do this. On the one hand, the Land of Wind is located in a desert environment and resources are scarce. Ninjas who do not adapt to the terrain of the Land of Wind will be greatly affected in the territory of the Land of Wind. On the other hand, from the geographical point of view, the only thing that can sneak attack on the hinterland of the Country of Wind is the Country of Soil Rock Shinobi Village. However, once Rock Shinobi Village spends a lot of force trying to sneak into their hinterland, Cloud Shinobi Village is eyeing Rock Shinobi Village, will not let go of the opportunity. All aspects of their advantages allow them to conduct a full-scale offensive. Inside the camp. In the most central camp. Master Feng Ying, this is today's battle damage statistics. 21 people were killed in the battle, 43 people were seriously injured, and 109 people were slightly injured. A jonin from Sunagakure took a collated message and handed it to 4th Kaze Kage Luosha. Luosha took a look and placed it on the table, and said in a deep voice, "You don't need to change the combat plan. I will continue to act according to the original plan tomorrow." Yes. The jonin responded and left the camp. In the camp, there is not only 4th Kaze Kage Luosha, but also the General Staff Ebizo, as well as the Elder Cho and several top-level members of Sand Shinobi Village. In fact, before the attack on Yukang's side, it is most appropriate to keep the soldiers still to reduce battle damage, but doing so may cause Konoha's suspicion. Ebizo looked at a map on the table and spoke slowly. Luosha nodded and said, yes, so in order to avoid Konoha's vigilance, even if some casualties are allowed, he must maintain frontal battlefield operations. When Yukara's actions are successful in one fell swoop, he will be able to completely reverse the battlefield immediately. Situation. Cho glanced at Luosha with a deep gaze, and said, I hope it will go smoothly. Luosha noticed the strangeness in Cho's eyes, but didn't make any response. Instead, she said to Cho, it's not early, Cho elders go back to rest first, and you'd better lead the team for another round of attacks tomorrow. Cho didn't say much, and walked out of the camp. Luosha looked at Kande's back, a faint light flashed in her eyes. Among all the shadows of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world, Luosha's strength is considered the weakest among them. If 3rd Kaze Kage does not have an accident in his prime, it is difficult for him to take over as 4th Kaze Kage. But when he took over in a hurry, both his direct subordinates and the control of the village were far weaker than 3rd Kaze Kage, but he secured the position of 4th Kaze Kage. All it depends on is the means. Launching an all-out war against Konoha and setting off the 3rd Ninja War is one of his methods. The so-called revenge for 3rd Kaze Kage and let Konoha give an explanation is simply nonsense. Even plundering Konoha's resources is only a secondary purpose. His main purpose is to rely on the war to stabilize Feng Ying's position. Using this war to weaken his hostile family and other high levels, and train his own elite subordinates, this is what he is really doing, so he doesn't care about the so-called casualties, even the casualties of this war. I don't care much about the outcome. Feng Ye's evaluation of 4th Kaze Kage Luosha is that a character like Danzo is even worse than Danzo in the overall situation. After all, Danzo has the goal of unifying the ninja world. What did Rasha do? The brainless launch of an all-out war against Konoha will consume a lot of the combat power of his own village, so as to enhance his power and status and stabilize Feng Ying's position. Later, because Ye Kang had achieved a dazzling record in the war, he became a hero and threatened his position, so he immediately joined forces with Kirigakure to calculate and killed Ye Kang. Then he kicked Cho and Ebizo, who were highly respected and able to compete with him in terms of status, from the decision-making level, and let them both retire. After that, he was killed by Orochimaru during the Chunin exam. It can be said that throughout history, this Feng Ying has never done anything that is truly beneficial to Sand Shinobi Village. Everything he did was to stabilize his power and status. In a sense, Luo She's methods are indeed powerful. From the hastily taking over Feng Ying, to covering the sky with one hand, it is the same in Sand Shinobi Village, but this method of playing power is very despised by Fenjai. The reason is simple. Sit down and watch the sky. This world is not a world of power, but a world where power is supreme. In front of existences such as Uchiha Madara and Senju Hashirama, it is ridiculous to play with the so-called power. Cho and Ebizo actually knew Luasha's purpose, but they couldn't stop it, because Luasha occupied the general trend and used the arrogance. The disappearance of Third Kaze Cage was used as a reason for launching a war against Konoha. They couldn't refute it. There is a deep hatred between Sand Shinobi Village and Konoha, and it has been supported by the whole village. Elder Ebizo, go and rest, too. Luosha turned to look at Ebizo, who was sitting there and observing the map. Ebizo stretched out his hand and fumbled twice on the map, raised his head, a trace of sadness appeared on his face, and said, "I'm afraid I can't sleep. I don't know why, I have an unknown premonition. Bad feeling." Luosha was surprised and shook her head. "It's because the elders are too tired. You should go to rest earlier. You still need the elders to direct the layout of the subsequent battlefield." "Probably." Ebizo sighed, stood up, ready to leave. But at this moment, a figure rushed into the camp and knelt down on one knee towards Luosha, with a somewhat anxious report. Master Feng Ying, we have lost contact with the surprise troops." The atmosphere of ease in the court suddenly changed. Ebizo gave a thump in his heart, and looked at Luosha at each other. Luosha's complexion also changed slightly. Although the surprise attack troops were not his direct subordinates, he didn't care very much about anything, but it was impossible for him to hear this kind of news suddenly and not respond. "When did you lose contact?" "This afternoon." The contact ninja reported urgently. According to the original plan, the surprise attack troops should contact us at noon, but there was no news. In the afternoon, the contact troops took the initiative to send a message to try to contact, but there was no response in the evening. The news from Summoningman is, the contact ninja over there is dead. Ebizo's face became difficult to look. The unknown premonition came true. The position of the contact ninja in the surprise force is very important. It is protected in the center of the team. The death of the contact ninja means that there is a big problem with the surprise force. Luosha's face was also a little gloomy, but most of it was in disguise. The surprise plan was Ebizo's decision. When something went wrong, Ebizo had to carry more than half of the pot, and his status would be greatly weakened, which was a good thing for him. "Master Feng Ying, Master Elder, what should I do next?" Contact the ninja to ask Luosha and Ebizo anxiously. Ebizo took a breath and said in a deep voice, "Don't be messy, the surprise team has Ye Kang, and even if they encounter something, they can still deal with it. Their current situation should be scattered and disconnected. Send out scout troops and go there. Check the situation and contact them. Just do it." Luosha also nodded, and said in a deep voice. The contact ninja responded and quickly left the camp to convey the order. The frontline camp in the country of Konoha. After annihilating Sand Shinobi's assault troops, Feng Ye didn't plan to do any more exploration in the Rain Country. Although Nagato's Rinnegan was also something he cared about, it was not something he could pay attention to now. After all, Uchiha Madara is still alive and is still monitoring the ninja world, and Nagato is also under surveillance. It is not a good thing to get in touch with the secrets behind the scenes of this world early. It's Fenjai, it seems to be a success. Orochimaru was studying something in the camp, and seeing Feng Ye walk in, his eyes noticed the Kuzeina sword that Feng Ye hung around his waist, and he smiled. Feng Ye nodded and said, "Teacher, your information is completely accurate." Orochimaru stared at the Kusanagi sword at Fenjai's waist for a few seconds, and said, "Can you show me the Kusanagi sword?" Fenjai drew the Kuzenara sword and handed it to Orochimaru. Orochimaru took the Kuzenara sword and observed it with interest for a moment, then injected another wisp of chakra and tried to swing it twice, and said, "No problem, it is indeed the Tenbu Ryu sword." Feng Ye asked thoughtfully, "How many Kuzeina swords are there?" Kusanagi sword is not the name of a certain sword, but a collective name for many swords. He had heard the name Tianbu Ryujian, and he remembered it as the one in Suzuki's hand. The appearance was the same. Orochimaru's words also confirmed his previous guess. Orochimaru handed the Tianbu Ryujian to Fenjai, and said with a chuckle, "According to legend, there are 11 Kuzeina swords in total, but 8 of them are missing, so only 3 are left. However, this rumor cannot be confirmed as true and false. Only 3 can be confirmed now. They are Tienkong Yunjian, Tianbu Liujian, and Shikun Sword. Feng Ye was not very surprised by Orochimaru's answer, because these were all information he knew. The only surprise was that the only ones that were sure to exist were actually the 3 that appeared in the original work, and nothing else. Orochimaru continued with a smile and said, "The Sky Cloud Sword is with me. You have also seen it. It has the power to transform and stretch freely, and it can be manipulated freely according to the master's mind. This one of you is a Tenbyu sword, which is extremely tough and sharp, and is extremely suitable for carrying the flow of chakra, and can basically adapt to all ninjutsu. The last one is a Ten-Fist sword, also known as a sacred sword. According to records, it is a sword with sealing ability, which can seal everything in the stab." This information Fenjai is clear. His fingers swept lightly on the blade. Among the 3 Kusuna swords, the sealing technique of the Ten-Fist sword poses a certain threat to him. The Sky Kong Yun sword is a bit fancy, but the most suitable for him is the skycloth flowing sword in his hand. From the time he fought with Yukang, he felt that the carrying capacity of this Tianbu Liujian for lightning-style chakra was even higher than that of Shinobi White Fang. The so-called bearing capacity is the degree of loss. Injecting an ordinary kunao into a chakra with thunder attributes, due to the poor texture of kunao, this part of the thunder attribute chakra can only exert less than 20 to 30% of the power at most. In the case of Ninja Blade White Fang, chakra injected with thunder attributes can almost exert 70% to 80% of its power. Such chakra utilization efficiency is close to directly releasing ninjutsu. Tianbu Liujian is stronger. Almost more than 90% can be achieved, and the loss is minimal. This is also one of the reasons why Fenjai was still able to use the bright flash trick even after he had obtained this sword. Swordsmanship has been affected, but chakra's efficiency has improved, and the overall impact on his strength has hardly changed. I see. Although the Maple Knight Orochimaru said was already known, he still responded with a dazed expression. Orochimaru's mouth raised a slight arc, and said that Kuzenara sword is also suitable for your method, but you may have to make some improvements to the Heitake swordsmanship. Feng Ye nodded and said, "Yes, it is indeed a bit unsuitable to change from short sword to long sword, but they are all the same type of weapons, and it won't be difficult to make some changes. From short sword to long sword, only the length has changed, not the weird weapons such as sleeve spikes and hammers. Therefore, to change Heitake swordsmanship to Heitake swordsmanship, there is no need to completely abandon all previous experience, just some details of improvement. Men are better at manipulating changes in length. I believe that with Fenjai, your talent will soon be able to improve." Orochimaru chuckled and said, "Isn't there anything else in the country of rain?" I just asked casually. Because of the speed at which Feng Ye came back, the journey should be very smooth, without any accidents. However, after asking this question, he saw Feng Ye showing a thoughtful look, as if he was organizing words, saying, "This." After a while, Orochimaru looked at the pile of metal nameplates on the table with a look of stunned expression. After Fenjai threw the metal nameplates on the table, she pointed at Orochimaru and said, "That's the general situation." There was silence in the camp. The 2 Konoha jonin standing next to each other were in a daze at this moment. At a glance, these metal nameplates are at least nearly 100 in number. If they were not forged, that means Fenjai killed nearly 100 Sand Shinobi alone. Even if it is all genin, this number is a bit scary. If the situation is the same as you judged, your merits this time will be even greater than that of the previous battle. After a few seconds, Orochimaru spoke faintly. Alone, he killed a surprise attack unit in Sand Shinobi village that tried to bypass the rain country and attack the rear of the Konoha frontline camp. With this battle alone, he can already be regarded as a hero. Feng Ye didn't show any look of pride, and said, "It's just a coincidence." For him, all the achievements made on this battlefield are nothing. Only the improvement of strength is the most critical and important. By the way, there is this. Having said that, Kaedia threw another scroll to Orochimaru and said, "I collected a little blood sample of that scorch-style ninja. Teacher, you should want it." Normally, Orochimaru's interest in the blood legacy boundary samples will naturally be high, but since knowing Feng Ye's abilities, his desire for research on other blood legacy boundaries has decreased a lot. But he has a collection addiction. The blood sample of scorch-style blood succession boundary ninja happened to be one of the samples he lacked. It's a beautiful job. I'll tell the situation to the village. Orochimaru took the scroll with a smile and said, "By the way, the 3rd generation gave you instructions a day ago. You are dispatched to the frontline camp in the Kingdom of Wind. You can set off now." Feng Ye shrugged helplessly and said, "I'm going to run around again before I can catch my breath." He was not surprised by this order. Unless Namikaze Minato bursts out suddenly, sweeps Sand Shinobi village and defeats Sand Shinobi village, if the situation is a little stalemate, he will probably be dispatched. In fact, he wanted to leave the battlefield temporarily and find a place to practice quietly for a while, but doing so during the war was tantamount to defecting, and he still didn't want to leave Konoha. On the one hand, it is because of Kakashi, Yurihon, and others. On the other hand, Ninja is now more threatening to him, except for the half-dead Uchiha Madara, only Namikaze Minato on Konoha's side is left. The Ghoul Seal with Flying Thunder God is a very annoying ability. And staying in Konoha, he also has some of his plans. You killed one of Sand Shinobi's surprise troops, take a rest, and wait for new instructions from the village. It's nothing. Orochimaru put away the scroll and smiled. Fang Ye exhaled and said, then I will go to rest first. He didn't sleep at ease all the way, and he was a little bit tired, and he needed to go back to get some sleep. The information about Maple Ye's complete destruction of an elite Sand Shinobi troop of nearly 100 people in the Land of Rain, after being passed back to Konoha, shocked Konoha's high-level leaders. This also includes Danzo and Sarutobi Hiruzen. The source of the shock in the two of them was not simply that Fenjai destroyed a 100-man troop, but that the Sand Shinobi troop quietly went around to the rear of the Rain Country. If Fengya didn't meet him, and suddenly attacked the camp in the rear, it would have an extremely bad effect, and it would greatly affect the situation of this war. It seemed that only 100 troops had been wiped out, but the actual impact is likely to influence the outcome of this war. In the conference room on the highest floor of the Hokage building, Danzo said solemnly at Sarutobi Hiruzen, this is not just a question of talent, Sarutobi, that kid, possessed by a demon, 10 years old, not yet 11 years old. He showed extraordinary strength in the battlefield of Grassland. It can be said to be an outstanding ninja with amazing talent and rare encounter in decades, but this time is different. Not to mention such a coincidence encounter with the elite troops from Sand Shinobi village trying their best to lurch over. It's a fantasy to destroy 100 troops alone, and even Sarutobi Hiruzen may not be able to do it. Demon. There was a dignified look in Sarutobi Hiruzen's eyes. The so-called monster is just a reference. He understands what Danzo means, that is, Feng Ye, the child is abnormal, and something unexpected may have happened to him. Since this kind of change can determine the outcome of a war, it is also likely to cause them Konoha to suffer great losses, and it can be said to be very dangerous. He is White Fang's child, so he shouldn't be. Udaten Kohara sat next to him, his squinted eyes opened a little, and he spoke slowly. Mito Kato Homura also said solemnly, a sturdy ninja like White Fang. Danzo, you defined his child as a threat. Is the conclusion a bit too early? Do not. Danzo shook his head, his eyes suppressed and said, I don't define him as a threat, but something happened to him. A ninja who is less than 11 years old cannot achieve this level, no matter what. What the accident is, it is worthy of vigilance. Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent with solemn eyes. There are too many monster-like powers in the ninja world. For example, the tail beast is one of them. The 9 tails possessed by Konoha are a huge deterrent, but once they lose control, they will have an extremely bad impact on the village. There is no shortage of monsters in this world that are as threatening as the tail beast. Sarutobi Hiruzen is not very worried about Maple Ye himself. His judgment of Maple Ye is that although he has an adult mind at a young age, he does not have any hatred in his heart and will not pose any threat to Konoha. But if Maple Ye, it's different if there is a monster in the body. What are you going to do? Sarutobi Hiruzen was silent for a few seconds before speaking slowly to Danzo. Danzo squinted his eyes and said, I suggest to control him to ensure that there is no threat. If there is really some kind of monster in the body, it should be restricted with the sealing technique as soon as possible. Do you control it as soon as possible? Sarutobi Hiruzen was lost in thought. If there is a possibility of threatening Konoha, it is indeed necessary to control it as soon as possible, but he does not want to give Danzo to do this, because it will become Danzo's power. At this moment, he thought of a strange point again, because Orochimaru, who supposedly should make such a judgment the most, did not mention these abnormalities in the report. Kadeya is Orochimaru's disciple. Do you think Orochimaru is unaware of this? Sarutobi Hiruzen asked suddenly. Danzo squinted his eyes and said, maybe he already knows, but he's just doing something secretly, and doesn't intend to report to you. Hearing that Danzo even Orochimaru also began to suspect, Sarutobi Hiruzen snorted and said, some things you did secretly have never been truthfully reported to me. He made a decision. Continue to communicate with Orochimaru and learn more about Maple Ye from Orochimaru. Don't make decisions about Maple Ye rashly. He still trusts Orochimaru as a disciple. What's more, everything Feng Ye has done so far is due to his contributions on the battlefield. Just relying on some suspicious points that cannot be confirmed, he chooses to control Feng Ye, which is bound to cause some turbulence. In times of war, turbulence must be avoided. Danzo heard the decision made by Sarutobi Hiruzen and slowly said, it seems that you still trust your disciple, so I have nothing to suggest. While talking, he got up and left. The figure gradually disappeared into the darkness. In about 3 days, Sarutobi Hiruzen communicated with Orochimaru many times, and finally got a bit of shocking information from Orochimaru, that is, Kaedia has awakened a certain blood limit, a blood succession boundary that can increase speed. Relying on this blood succession boundary, Feng Ye can have extremely powerful strength, so that it can show shocking performance on the battlefield. The previous suspicions have all subsided. As one of the figures standing at the top of the ninja, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows very well what speed means to a ninja. A certain blood limit that can increase speed can indeed have a great impact on a ninja. It is also possible, because the ability to increase speed can make people see tactics invalid, and can advance and retreat freely under difficult-to-limit circumstances. It is no wonder that Fenjai has achieved even he can't do it. Is that the power you left to your children, White Fang? Holding the latest information scroll from Orochimaru, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked out the window and couldn't help but mutter. The will of the deceased before death can indeed have an impact after death, leaving certain abilities to protect the child, such as the sand that can automatically protect the body without deliberate manipulation. Many such things have actually happened and have been recorded. Certainly. Maybe it is purely that Fenjai's spirit and body have undergone some kind of upgrade, and the blood succession boundary was born, but in either case, it is a good thing, because Fenjai is Konoha's ninja. Having such a strong combat power can have a great impact on a war. Notify Orochimaru, maintain the previous instructions, and dispatch Fenjai to the frontline camp in the Kingdom of Wind. Sarutobi Hiruzen quickly made a decision, still maintaining the previous decision, sending Maple Knight to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, but the purpose of the last time was to support, this time the purpose was to kill. Taking advantage of the destruction of Sand Shinobi Village's surprise attack troops and being hit, Maple was dispatched to launch a big battle to hit Sand Shinobi Village's power and completely defeat Sand Shinobi. After a while, inside the frontline camp of the grassland, Orochimaru received the instruction from Sarutobi Hiruzen, smiled at Kaedia next to him, and said, "It seems that Mr. Sarutobi has already believed it." Fengye spread out his hands and said, "If you have such strength when you were less than 11, you will indeed be suspected of the source of the strength. I would also like to thank teacher Orochimaru for helping to explain and cover up." In the information Orochimaru provided to Sarutobi Hiruzen, it was a certain blood limit to increase the speed, and it did not indicate the power of time. Fengye actually didn't care about exposing the ability to accelerate time. All he needed to hide was the backward flow of time, because relying on this ability, he could deal with almost all emergencies. Orochimaru's deliberate cover-up is his own subjective behavior. Kaedia roughly guessed why Orochimaru would hide for him. Maybe Orochimaru doesn't mind being calm with Sarutobi Hiruzen, but Orochimaru definitely doesn't want his ability to be known by Danzo. Because Orochimaru and Danzo have always cooperated secretly, it is estimated that Orochimaru is very clear about what Danzo will do if he knows his abilities, so he is on guard. Moha, if you have not studied the body to a certain extent, it is also very difficult to directly associate with the manipulation of time from your performance. It is said that the blood limit of speed can be used to cover up. In fact, your ability is exposed. When it comes out, the enemy can't find a way to restrain it. It's just that some people know that unnecessary trouble may arise. Orochimaru chuckled. Having been in contact with Fengye for such a long time, he knew that Fengye's thinking was far from a teenager under the age of 11, but a cautious, mature and rational ninja, so he also pointed out some subtle things. Not worried that Fengye would not understand. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Kaedia couldn't help sighing in her heart. If Orochimaru is just protecting his disciple and has no idea about his blood inheritance limit, then it would be really touching. These few words can no longer be obvious. In fact, there is no difference between time acceleration and the blood limit of increasing speed. They are nothing more than changes in speed. That is to say, if the enemy has a way to deal with speed ninjas, it can also deal with Maple Knight, so whether to expose this, the capacity impact is not large. The key lies in the unnecessary trouble caused by exposing this ability. This unnecessary trouble obviously refers to Danzo. Master Danzo has always been interested in me. Fengye chuckled lightly and said clearly, when I showed some talent, Master Danzo tried to let me join the roots. With his current strength and status, there is no need to cover up too much in front of Orochimaru, because he has enough ability to reach the highest power level in the village, not to mention Orochimaru is now in the same camp with him. Orochimaru said with a hee-hee, and said, Danzo has always been interested in young talented ninjas in the village, but what he values most is his interests, and he doesn't care about any rules. If you show your talents early, maybe one of you and Kakashi will be succeeded by him. I think so too. Fengye shrugged, and said, he is still making my mind most of the time, but he shouldn't act rashly during the war. Orochimaru smiled faintly, and said, don't be too concerned, Mr. Sarutobi will not let him act at will, especially for your current actions. But the current system of the village is a bit rotten, and some reforms are needed if you can become 4th Hokage. With this incident, Orochimaru also knew that Kaedia, a disciple, was completely on the same line as him, at least until Konoha's power was reshuffled, so he didn't mind talking about what he did to the village. Opinion question. I will support you, teacher. Fengye nodded gently. Namikaze Minato has nothing to do with him. In the future, the two will grab the position of 4th Hokage, and he will definitely stand on Orochimaru's side. No matter how you look at it, Orochimaru is capable of serving as 4th Hokage. During this period, even in the future Chunin exam period, Orochimaru still has feelings for Konoha, otherwise he would not look at the wood when he attacked Sarutobi Hiruzen. The corners of the eyes are moist. The ninja who wanted to capture Konoha for human testing was also after Sarutobi Hiruzen chose Namikaze Minato as the fourth Hokage. He was completely disappointed with Konoha, and Namikaze Minato's methods are too soft. In the original book, Namikaze Minato will become fourth Hokage. In fact, it has nothing to do with the record, because Orochimaru's achievements from World War II to World War III are not much worse than Namikaze Minato. In terms of experience and qualifications, it is also much higher than Namikaze Minato. The reason why Namikaze Minato can become fourth Hokage is actually very simple. Compared with Orochimaru, Namikaze Minato is easier to control and does not threaten the status of the Konoha elders. Replaced by Orochimaru as fourth Hokage, Orochimaru will not honestly surrender so much power to Danzo, Yudin Koharu and Mitokato Homura, and will definitely clean up one by one. Because of this, Konoha's senior management will collectively support Namikaze Minato. After all, Konoha's system is already in a rotten state, and this can be clearly seen from the later handling of Uchiha genocide and other incidents. Fenjai didn't want to leave Konoha very much, because Konoha had many people he knew well, and since he didn't want to leave, his presence would definitely threaten Konoha's high-level status. He would either be excluded or become Hokage. Yeah, performed a cleanup. Becoming Orochimaru's disciple was an accident. Fenjai's original plan was to become Hokage by herself, and after clearing Konoha, he would take Hokage's position to Kakashi and retire early. I don't know what it will be like if Orochimaru becomes fourth Hokage. Feng Ye murmured in his heart and couldn't help but smile. It is estimated that on the one hand, it is necessary to deal with the corrupt elders of Yudin and Koharu, on the other hand, it has to deal with Konoha's extremely busy government affairs, and finally it has to coordinate the relations between the major families. After this big thing is done, Orochimaru may not have time to study the ninjutsu of impure world reincarnation and living corpse reincarnation, and will work directly in the position of fourth Hokage until retirement. Ha ha ha, with your support, I will be more confident. The corners of Orochimaru's mouth raised slightly. He knows very well how difficult it will be for him to become Hokage. Konoha's senior management is expected to collectively oppose it. The only advantage is that Jiraiya and Tsunade are not interested in the position of Hokage, but now Jiraiya's disciple Namikaze Minato is regarded as the heir. Nourish. Without sufficient power and strength, if he wants to succeed fourth Hokage, he can only rely on the opinions of Sarutobi Hiruzen alone, and Sarutobi Hiruzen must fully support him before he can hope to be in the position, even if he maintains a neutral attitude. With Fenjai's support now, it is equivalent to having a powerful boost. There is really some hope. After all, Fenjai now has a certain right to speak in position in Konoha no matter in terms of strength or merit. After leaving Orochimaru, Fenjai left the camp alone and went to the frontline battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. However, this time he did not rush to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind at full speed. With 4 times the speed on the road, he can save a few days of practice. During the 3 days he stayed in the camp, he has been practicing. The purpose of his practice is to adapt to the transition from short sword to long sword, to adapt to the characteristics of Tien Bulyujian, and to change Heitake swordsmanship to his own Heitake swordsmanship. The difference between short sword and Tachi, after all, is only the difference in size, not a change in the shape of the weapon, and the key point of the difference in size is the point of force. Short sword and Dachi have different power points. It is very awkward to swing the sword with the short sword in the hand, and the slash is not strong enough, so certain adjustments are required. Somewhere in the woods. It seems that there is not a big difference, but in fact there is still a big difference, but making improvements is not as difficult as imagined. Fenjai held the Kuzenara sword and was swinging the sword in the simplest way. During the 3 days of training in the camp, he completed about 80% of the improvement of Heitake's sword technique. The more difficult the improvement became, the more difficult it became. After leaving the camp, it took him 2 days to improve to about 90%. The rest is actually a matter of pure proficiency. It is necessary to use the most basic sword swing to be more suitable for the chopping of the sword, and to push the proficiency to the top bit by bit. This kind of mechanized exercise is the easiest for Feng Ye. Because there is time to accelerate, in the state of quadruple speed, he can practice at a speed 4 times faster than a normal person. 2 days is equivalent to 8 days of practice for an average person. I once practiced Heitake sword art. From 0 basics to a level of proficiency, I used about 1,000,000 swings for almost a month. At that time, he was only able to speed up by 1.5 times, and both his physical stamina and chakra were very weak, only Genin's level, but now he is completely different. Thousands of swings. Practicing practice at the quadruple speed may be completed in less than a week. Moreover, this number is only a rough number. Fenjai only calculated roughly based on the average number of swings per minute, so it shouldn't take that long, and he had already practiced part of it when he was in the camp. 3,281, 3,282. 7,776, 7,777, 20,000. Hey, how many are there? Forget it. Feng Jai quickly gave up counting. He only knows that his constant contact between the woods is the most basic slash. After 3 full days, he ate 2 deer and 3 sheep, and finally reached the point that he was able to swing his sword without any jerky feeling anymore, equivalent to the slashing effect of hay take. Laugh. In the state of quadruple speed, Feng Ye suddenly waved towards the distance. A white glow flashed across the blade, and the trees more than a dozen meters away snorted. They were cut off from the center and spread to the 7 or 8 trees behind them, falling down with a clatter. The power is at least 20% higher than when using White Fang. If this power encounters Ye Kang before, there should be a chance to smash her Scorch-style defense head-on. There is no need for a war of attrition, and no need to rely on time going back. Fang Ye sighed softly. Looking at the results of his practice, he showed a trace of satisfaction. The 5th gate of the 8 inner gates cannot be opened in a short time. It is also a happy thing to improve his strength in other areas. After all, it is his attacking power that is improved. For him who is fast enough in terms of speed and has time to go back, without considering the issue of defense and evasion rate, attack power is the most important attribute. It's time to go. Feng Ye put away the grass Naruto sword and looked in the direction of the Kingdom of Wind. His body quickly turned into an afterimage, passing through the forest, and rushing towards the front camp of the Kingdom of Wind. The country of fire. Somewhere in the jungle, 2 groups of ninjas met here and got into battle. One of them was Konoha's ninja and the other was Sand Shinobi Village's ninja. Yuri's red complexion was somewhat depressed. I just came to explore this area, and I didn't expect to encounter Sand Shinobi who was lurking here. There was no danger here, but he was entangled by a jonin of the enemy. On the other side are genin from 3 classes he brought, including Yurihong, and a special jonin who followed him to explore, facing another jonin from Sand Shinobi Village. Although it is 4-1, Konoha's special jonin is a scout-type ninja, and he doesn't have too strong fighting power in frontal combat. And Yurihong and others are still genin, barely close to Chunin's level, so they join forces. It is still in a disadvantage and can only barely support it. Some trouble. Yuri Zhenhong frowned. Now he has 2 choices. One is to continue fighting. If he solves the opposite jonin first, he can immediately support Yurihong's side, but it is difficult to ensure that he will win first, or that Yurihong's side can't hold it first. Another option is to use a range of illusions to temporarily contain the 2 Sunagakure jonin, allowing Yurihong and others to retreat safely. Let's retreat. Yuri Zhenhong finally made a judgment. On the one hand, Shirihong is his daughter. The safety of his daughter will affect his performance. It is very dangerous to continue to fight. On the other hand, the mission this time is to detect rather than fight. This kind of battle is still for Shirihong and the others. Too early and too dangerous. Whoosh, whoosh. After Yuri Zhenhong parried an opponent's attack, he jumped and fell in the direction of the formation of Yurihong and others, and said in a deep voice, "Red, Akagi, retreat." Yes, hearing Yuri Zhenhong's words, Yurihong and others immediately began to retreat, while Yuri Zhenhong seals on the spot, using range illusion, to influence the 2 jonin of Sand Shinobi. Even though Yurihong is also an excellent genin at the moment, facing a jonin, even if there is a companion, he feels tremendous pressure. Even the clothes on his right shoulder are torn, and there is a blood stain. If it is not for his companion, he will be rescued in time. It may hurt more deeply. Is he the same jonin as my father? She took a deep breath, her back was soaked with cold sweat, and her spirit was almost in a state of extreme tension when she faced the jonin before. Companion is almost the same as her. The strongest one also has a lot of sweat stains on his forehead, which is obviously also extremely nervous. Inexplicable. Feng Ye was thinking of her in her heart. Although they were all students of the same period, if Feng Ye were here, she wouldn't be as embarrassed as them, right? And almost at the moment when her thoughts fluctuated and she was briefly distracted, an urgent voice came from behind her. It was the red voice of Yuri. Red. The voice awakened her instantly. Shirihong was shocked and felt a coolness coming from the right side. Looking out from the corner of her eye, she saw a figure bullying her next to her without knowing when, and Kyuwoo-jang in her hand stabbed at her fiercely. Impressively one of the 2 Sand Shinobi jonin. Oops. Shirihong only felt cold in her heart. She couldn't escape from this distance. The momentary absence was a fatal mistake. At the moment, the jonin who assaulted her solidified in place abruptly, making her to avoid the kunao that pierced her neck. That is the illusion that Yuri Zhenhong released hastily. But for this illusion, Yuri Zhenhong also paid the price. He had no time to guard against the Sand Shinobi in the back. Although he barely avoided the vital point, his shoulder was still scratched by the sleeve thorn. Hurry up! Yuri Zhenhong endured the pain from her shoulder and gritted her teeth at Yurihong and the others. After getting rid of the crisis of life and death, Shirai-hong had recovered her senses, and instantly understood what had happened, and her face suddenly turned pale. Because of her momentary loss of consciousness, Shirai Zhenhong was injured. Do not this is not exactly the case. The Jonin of Tsunagakure released the rock and soil clone right from the beginning and deceived Yuri Zhenhong, and was not affected by Yuri Zhenhong's range illusion. The body suddenly attacked her, and it happened that she was temporarily absent at that moment. Otherwise, she should have been injured a little bit, barely avoiding the opponent's attack, and now Yuri Zhenhong was injured for her, and the situation suddenly became extremely bad. Similar eyes, are you a father and daughter? Now you don't even want to run away. San Shinobi Jonin, who stabbed Yuri Zhenhong, sneered. If Yuri Zhenhong was not injured, it would be difficult for the two of them to kill each other. Ziriong and others were just a burden, and injury or death would have no effect. But now Yuri Zhenhong is injured, the wound on his right shoulder will definitely affect the speed of Jian, and then there is hope to kill this powerful Konoha Jonin. It doesn't make sense to kill a few genin imps. Killing a Konoha Jonin can make their action meaningful. Even if they didn't bring back any information, it was enough credit. Go! Yuri Zhenhong was holding the wound on her right shoulder, staring at the two San Shinobi with cold eyes, and continued to shout at Yuri Hong and the others. Upon seeing this, Yuri Hong bit her lip. Even though she was extremely worried, she knew that if she continued to stay, it would only drag Yuri Zhenhong, so she immediately continued to flee with her companions. But San Shinobi did not intend to let them go. Although killing Yuri Zhenhong is the goal, these little ghosts are a burden to stay here, and attacking these little ghosts will obviously make Yui Zhenhong show even bigger flaws. Whoosh! One of them, Jonin, rushed to Yuri Hong again. He has already seen that there should be a blood relationship between Ziriong and Zirichhenhong. Even if they are not father and daughter, they should be very close. Attacking Ziriong is the most effective tactic. Ninjas who set foot on the battlefield must be mentally prepared for death at all times. Kid, San Shinobi's Jonin spoke with a vicious voice. He did not let go of the opportunity to use words to create fear. He knew very well that these genins would not have such a strong psychological quality and could easily reveal flaws. Really? In his ferocious voice, Shiri Hong's eyes flickered, and a trace of terror flashed through. At this time, she was only genin who had just reached 10 years old after all. When the nearby companions saw that the situation was not good, they all came to support Yuri Hong immediately, and various Kunao shurikens threw at the San Shinobi Jonin, but the strange thing was that the other party did not avoid it. Puff puff puff. Kunao and shuriken hit, and San Shinobi's Jonin freezes in place, turning into a rock and falling apart. Rock and earth clone. Upon seeing this scene, Yuri Hong's body suddenly stiffened, and she only felt a rush of cold air. She barely turned her head and saw that San Shinobi's Jonin had arrived behind her at some point. The injured Yui Mahong had already seen the situation here, but at this time, because of his injury, he could no longer provide support under the attack of the opposite Jonin. This moment, time seems to be extremely slow. Yuri Hong could see the kunao in the hands of the San Shinobi Jonin stab her vest bit by bit, but she couldn't avoid it. This was a momentary burst of spirit in the face of life and death crisis. Although at this moment, consciousness seemed to become extremely fast, but the body couldn't keep up with the speed of consciousness, and could only watch the kunao approaching. Are you going to die? Such a thought flashed through Shiri Hong's heart. Red, Yuri's red eyes burst into tears. The other people nearby also gritted their teeth and looked at this side, but the next moment their expressions were stunned, showing a trace of amazement. Because a silver light that could not be seen clearly by the naked eye came from a distance in an instant and passed the battlefield, and Shiri Hong's figure also disappeared silently. San Shinobi's Jonin pupils shrank sharply. He turned his head abruptly to look, and saw that a figure bathed in silver light was standing on the treetop not far away, and the disappearing evening red was hugged in front of him. Shiri Hong stayed there in a daze, looking at the figure with short silver hair and fluttering hair close at hand. She could vaguely recognize what seemed to be Fengya, and she couldn't react for a while. Am I dead? Almost. Fengya smiled lightly and said, but I won't let you die. He happened to pass by here and noticed that there was a battle, so he came over and took a look. He didn't expect to encounter the crisis of Yuri Hong. It stands to reason that Shiri Hong should not encounter this kind of death crisis here, because if he were not here, Shiri Hong should become a corpse in the next moment. Due to my existence, has the world line started to change? Fengya murmured in his heart. His figure shook, and he returned to the ground, and put down the still-stricken Yuri Hong, and then turned to look at the two San Shinobi. At the moment when Fengya's gaze was watching, both San Shinobi's hairs smashed and felt a huge crisis, as if they would die here in the next moment. Go. One of them made a decision without hesitation. He almost couldn't see the speed at which Fengya saved Shiri Hong, and the chakra fluctuations were really a bit scary, definitely not a ninja they could handle. Did you go? Fengya whispered, left hand not printing, right hand stretched out, thunder and lightning light intertwined in his hand, bursting out the neigh of thousands of birds, and then the whole person rushed forward. I saw a silver light across the battlefield in an instant. The two Jonin who were swept by the silver light solidified in place one after another, and the left chest and central heart disappeared, as if they had been erased by something. The eyes of the two of them were shocked and unbelievable. They looked in the direction of Fengya with difficulty, trying hard to see the appearance of the figure bathed in silver light, but they quickly plunged into darkness. Consciousness disappeared. Puff, puff, accompanied by the fall of 2 corpses. When Fengya fell not far away, the silver light bathed in her body and the thousand-bird thunder arc wrapped around her right hand gradually dimmed and disappeared, and she turned around. Seeing this scene, whether it was Yurihong or Inyazuka-chi and others, they fell into silence, silent, staring at Fenjai in a daze. What is that? Just when Shirihong and others all fell into sluggishness. Whoosh! A figure flickered in the field. He had short golden hair. As soon as he landed on the ground, he threw out 6 or 7 kunao, and then he noticed the situation here. It seems you are all right. Namikaze Minato breathed a sigh of relief, noticed the 2 corpses on the ground, stood up straight and said, "Is it Tsunagakure's scout ninja? The patrol mission is not only the red team, but his team is also nearby. This kind of similar mission is basically used to train the genin in the team. After all, these genins are not suitable for direct entry into the frontal battlefield. Performing this type of task is the appropriate exercise. Generally, Chunin will lead the team, and Guide Jonin will lead the team to perform this type of task when there is no task. Do not." Seeing the appearance of Namikaze Minato, Uemahong let out a sigh of relief, and said, "It's the 2 jonin from San Shinobi. It should be more than just spying on information." When he said this, he paused, looked at Fenjai who was not far away, and said, "Are you Heidake Fenjai? Thank you for your timely assistance, but why are you here? Master Hokage sent me to the frontline camp here. I happened to be passing by. I noticed the fighting here and I rushed over. The situation just now was really a bit dangerous." Fengya came over, looked at the wound on Shirai Zhenhong's shoulder, and said, "How is your injury?" "Fine." Ui Zhenhong judged that the injury should not be particularly serious, because he did not lose consciousness in his right arm. At this time, Shirihong and others finally reacted and ran over. First, Shirihong ran to the side of Shirai Zhenhong, and looked at Shirai Zhenhong's injuries with concern, and then looked at Fengya after a little peace of mind. But at this time Fenjai was talking to Namikaze Minato. "Is there an order from Master Hokage?" Namikaze Minato held a handful of Flying Thunder God and looked at Fengya calmly. He did not completely relax his vigilance. After all, he did not see Fengya beheading the 2 San Shinobi Jonin, saving the scene where Shirai is red, and facing Fengya. The identity of is not yet fully determined. Fenjai didn't mind anything. She took out a small scroll and threw it to Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato didn't read the content, but made a seal with one hand, and a little light appeared on the scroll. "Feel sorry." At this time, Namikaze Minato relaxed his vigilance and smiled apologetically at Fenjai. Fenjai nodded in understanding, and said, "It's nothing, this is the battlefield. If I change it, I will confirm my identity first, but why are you here alone, Minato Jonin?" Namikaze Minato confirmed Kaed's identity after checking the special scroll and secret code of the contact, but Kaed confirmed Namikaze Minato's identity from the beginning, because of the instant body flicker technique and the instant thrown after landing. 3 or 4 Flying Thunder Gods are all standard methods of Namikaze Minato. Fenjai even noticed that Namikaze Minato's suffering was not limited to those thrown out when he appeared, and there were also Flying Thunder God Kunao on some nearby treetops. I don't know when it fell. No wonder that even the creator of Flying Thunder God, second Hokage Senju Tobirama, thinks that Minato's Flying Thunder God is above him, and he is faster than him. Namikaze Minato said to Kaedia, "No, I'm taking Kakashi and the others around on patrol. Kakashi and the others are slower, so they should be coming soon." "That's it." Fang Yen nodded. At this time, Shirihong finally found a chance to interrupt, but she didn't know what to say for a while, so she looked at Feng Ye with her big eyes. After graduating from Feng Ye, she had less contact with Feng Ye, especially after the war began, each performing their own missions, and some of the impressions were also faded, but this time it was directly imprinted deep in her heart. It was impossible. Faded. In her mind, she played back the scene saved by Feng Ye just now, and the scene of Feng Ye bathing in silver light and killing 2 San Shinobi Jonin in an instant. It's shocking. She lost her mind before, because she thought that if Feng Ye faced this situation, she might not be so embarrassed, but it turned out that Feng Ye appeared in an almost dreamlike way, and killed 2 of each other as if it were 2 ordinary people. Jonin. One of them was the ninja who caused the 4 of them to fight hard. It was really dangerous just now. Feng Ye noticed Shirihong's gaze, and saw her staring at herself without speaking, so she smiled and spoke to her proactively. Although he is not very clear about the previous situation, the appearance of Namikaze Minato made him a little bit stunned. It is estimated that even if he does not appear, Yuhihong only needs to avoid the heart of the heart. Even if the major blood vessels are punctured, Namikaze Minato can instantly drop twice. Jonin. Afterwards, there will also be medical ninjas in the team, and if first aid measures are added, they will not die. Certainly. This is undoubtedly a better result now. After all, Namikaze Minato still has to take a slow shot. Even if Yuri Hong survives, he will be seriously injured and the situation will be very dangerous. Many, thank you very much. Looking at Feng Ye, Shirihong had a lot of words to say for a while, but finally tangled and hesitated, but only said a word of thanks. Yuri Zhenhong glanced at Feng Ye next to her. Looking at his daughter, it is not difficult for him to guess the situation between the two, but there is no objection to it, and he is even slightly shocked by the speed that Feng Ye has shown before. The two Jonin of Sand Shinobi were solved in an instant, which also meant that he could not resist the speed of Feng Ye. Despite his age, Feng Ye was already an extremely terrifying ninja. You're welcome, as long as you are not injured. Looking at Shirihong's appearance, Feng Ye couldn't help but smile. The current Shirihong should be just 10 years old, and there is still a big difference from the mature and sexy look 10 years later. I don't know when he will grow up a little bit. Watching familiar characters grow up little by little is a different kind of fun. Thinking of this, Feng Ye turned his head and looked in one direction. There was movement in the woods in that direction, and then three figures shuttled over from the woods and fell to the ground. Where is the enemy? Uchiha Obito held a handful of kunao and was ready to fight as soon as he landed. Kakashi flipped through Byakugan, and he couldn't hear the battle anymore, and Namikaze Minato came over early, and the battle was obviously over. To his surprise, there were not only Namikaze Minato and some Konoha shinobi who he knew, but also someone he hadn't seen for a long time, his brother Heitei Kadaya. Looking at Feng Ye with a bit of astonishment, he didn't expect to meet here. Fen Jai, why are you here? The speaker was not Kakashi, but Lin Nohara, who was a little surprised. Feng Ye greeted Lin and smiled, just passing by. Whoosh! As the voice fell, Kaedia disappeared silently, and when she reappeared, she was already behind Kakashi, with a hand gently placed on Kakashi's head. Kakashi immediately reacted when Kaed disappeared. He lowered his head subconsciously, then twisted and threw his fist backwards. Snapped. Feng Ye held his fist easily. It seems that you have grown a lot, Kakashi. Kaedia shook Kakashi's fist with a chuckle, and said, I've grown a bit taller. It's only been a few months. Is it the effect of cell activation? Although he only used the quadruple speed and did not open the 8 inner gates, Kakashi could barely react, indicating that Kakashi's current strength has gradually fallen out of Chunin's category. Under normal development, Kakashi became Jonin at the age of 12. But now with the teachings of his brother Fen Jai, he has practiced the cell activation technique and the Chidori obtained from Fen Jai. It can be said that he has almost the strength of Jonin now, but his combat experience and other aspects are still good. Not up to Jonin's standards. Perhaps it is. Kakashi tilted his head, showing a lack of vitality, and said, but the gap with you is getting bigger and bigger. It seems that he avoided Feng Ye's attack, but in fact it was an attack launched by Feng Ye from a distance. He has a reaction distance and time. And the most important thing is Kaed's previous record on the battlefield of Grassland, killing a large number of Jonin. There is a qualitative difference between his current strength and him. You are growing up, and I am also practicing. It is not so easy to be close to me. Kaedia let go of Kakashi's fist and smiled. Not far away. Namikaze Minato looked at Kaed Yoryuaki with a little surprise. Although Fenjai didn't use 8 inner gates at that time, the speed of revealing was indeed a bit surprising. No wonder he was able to achieve such a record on the battlefield of the country of grass. Obito was a little unhappy. Originally, when he came out to perform the task this time, he suddenly encountered an accident. He wanted to show off his skills. As a result, he suddenly ran into Feng Ye, and the audience's attention was on Feng Ye's side. He walked over to the 2 corpses of Sand Shinobi ninjas, and after a little inspection, he was a little surprised. Look at the traces of chakra, this should be Tsunagakure's Jonin. Did you solve them all by Minato in an instant? From detecting the battle here, to Namikaze Minato using the body flicker technique to check, and then they rushed over, there was at most a 10-second interval in the middle. Solving the 2 Jonin in such a short period of time, although as a disciple of Namikaze Minato, he is already familiar with the teacher's strength, he is still a little surprised. Do not. Namikaze Minato shook his head and said, I didn't do it. Having said that, he turned his head and looked at Feng Ye. It should be difficult to solve the 2 Jonin of Sand Shinobi with Uemohong with some genin, and it took a very short time from hearing the movement here until he came, plus Kaed is more than him. Arrived early, it should probably be Feng Ye's handwriting. Can solve the 2 Sand Shinobi Jonin. Kaed's strength is really excellent, and looking at the traces, if it is the battle that ended in an instant, as he guessed, then Kaed's strength will take another step. Certainly. Such strength is not enough to move him, because he can also do it. What really makes his heart fluctuate is that Feng Ye's age is much younger than him, and a ninja at this age has not yet grown to its peak. It was really weird just now. What is Feng Ye's technique? Shirihong looked at Feng Ye, barely calming down, and couldn't help asking. Feng Ye smiled and said, are you talking about that state? It should be considered a secret technique combining lightning style and physical skills. I call it 8-gate lightning style. Having said that, he couldn't help but glanced at Namikaze Minato. 8-gate lightning style was something he thought about temporarily, lest Namikaze Minato would see it in the future and suddenly give him a name like Silver Flash Super Rondo Roaring Style. Obito was a little stiff at this time. Unexpectedly, the two Jonin of Sand Shinobi were killed by Kaedia. Namikaze Minato was a little late, and he obviously wanted to divert everyone's attention. Everyone did not continue to chat too much here. After handling the corpse and cutting the skull and sealing it into the scroll, the group returned to the direction of Konoha camp together. As she walked, Shirihong asked Fenjai, Master Hokage sent you here. In other words, will you perform the task with us next? Uncertain. Fengye shook his head and said, it depends on Master Hokage's orders and Master Jireya's orders, but it should be more likely to act alone. Speaking of this, Fengye glanced at Namikaze Minato's direction, and Namikaze Minato also looked at him again. The two eyes touched in the void, and then they retracted again. Namikaze Minato gave a slight smile. From Konoha's point of view, the battlefield where Maple-Ye is here is a good thing for the entire war situation. After all, Maple-Ye's achievements on the battlefield of the Kingdom of Grass are enough to prove his strength. As for Kaedia as Orochimaru's disciple, when he came to the battlefield here, he felt that he had formed a competitive relationship with him, but he didn't really care. If he is on the battlefield of the Country of Grass, with Flying Thunder God technique, he believes he can do better. And his goal is to become Hokage. Those ninjas who have the qualifications to become Hokage are the targets he needs to compete with, such as Orochimaru, Tsunade, etc., and Kaedia will only be the next generation of competitors, so you don't need to pay special attention. 2 hours later, Fenjai, Namikaze Minato, and others returned to Konoha's frontline camp, and together they went to the largest camp in the center of the camp, reporting to the Commander-in-Chief Jiraiya. I see, I will leave the information to Jonin. After hearing the descriptions of several people, Jiraiya nodded, and took the scroll with Tsunagakure Jonin's head sealed from Ui Mahong's hands. Then he looked at Feng Ye. Kaedia is Orochimaru's disciple and his nephew, but the relationship between him and Orochimaru is both a companion and has been competing with each other. Now Sarutobi Hiruzen has sent Kaed to the battlefield, which makes him a little helpless. Originally Orochimaru and Kaed solved the battle in the Country of Grass, and he solved the battle with Namikaze Minato here, which was just right. But now that Fenja was dispatched to the battlefield here, it gave him a feeling as if he and Namikaze Minato were not good enough and needed Orochimaru to send a disciple to help him. It's always weird, but it is impossible to stop now. Because Feng Ye had already interfered with the battlefield here. Before Feng Ye destroyed a nearly 100-strong elite Sand Shinobi troop that bypassed the Kingdom of Rain, when it reached him, he was shocked in a cold sweat. If the opponent is really allowed to carry out the plan and attack the rear camp in the frontal full-line attack, Konoha's side will be hit hard even if it is not defeated. And what shocked him the most was, Fenjai has solved nearly 100 Sand Shinobi elites alone. The disciple Orochimaru accepted was like a monster. I know all about your situation, Fenjai. Now you are the special Jonin directly under the frontline troops. Go back and rest first. You will be given a task when it is suitable for you to play. Jiraiya spoke to Feng Ye. Although he didn't want to rely on Feng Ye's power too much, he still had the overall view. It was impossible to let Feng Ye's powerful combat power sit idle and deplete Konoha's combat power. So next he will draw up a comprehensive combat plan and launch a decisive battle against Tsunagakure. With the presence of Maple and the other party's sneak attack plan is shattered, the chances of winning will be very great. Good. Feng Ye nodded. It just so happened that he wanted to go to rest. He ran all the way from the camp on the other side of the Country of Grass, and saved Yurihong on the way. Physically, he can recover with time, but mental fatigue is difficult to relieve with time. Need to take a break to adjust the state. Watching Fenjai leave the camp, Jiraiya turned to look at Namikaze Minato, and suddenly shook her head. Don't lose to him in the next battle, Minato. Kaedia is Orochimaru's disciple, and he is younger than Namikaze Minato. If he performs better than Namikaze Minato, then he will be a little bit painful to face Orochimaru afterwards. Jiraiya's idea is rather simple. He doesn't want to be Hokage himself, and he also knows that Orochimaru and Namikaze Minato both want to be Hokage. One is his own disciple and the other is his companion. He doesn't care too much about who becomes Hokage in the end, but whose disciple is better. He still cares about face matters. Namikaze Minato smiled and said, he is an excellent ninja, but he won't surpass me. Maybe in the future, he is still too young. Do not. Jiraiya looked at Namikaze Minato and shook his head and said, Minato, don't think he is too young to despise him. You don't know, just a while ago, he destroyed a Sand Shinobi village by himself and planned to attack us. Elite troops in the rear. This information was received by Jiraiya not long ago. Namikaze Minato didn't know yet. At this time, hearing Jiraiya's words, he couldn't help but show a trace of amazement. Detour through the Country of Rain, planning to attack the elite troops behind? The number of such a force should not be too much and it is easy to expose, but it should not be too small, and if it is too small, it may not be able to break through the defense line behind them. Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and Nohara Lin, who had not left, also looked at Jiraiya in shock. Of course they didn't know this information. The number of that force? Namikaze Minato asked with a dignified look. Jiraiya said with deep eyes, nearly 100 people, at least 10 jonin. How come? Namikaze Minato couldn't keep calm, and there were waves in her heart. Destroying an elite force of nearly 100 people alone, 10 of them were jonin. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he was confident to do it, but he couldn't be sure without actual combat. The key is how did Fenjai do it? If this number of ninjas wants to be wiped out on their own, they must ensure a fundamental rule, which is to invalidate all the opponent's attacks and restrictions. Relying on Flying Thunder God's temporal and spatial ninjutsu, he can do this, but how does Fenjai do it? It seems that Fenjai doesn't look like a type with extremely high defense power. Although the speed is very fast, it is still not enough to make all ninjutsu and restrictions invalid. Does Fenjai also use Flying Thunder God? I don't know how he did it, but the result is real. Jiraiya turned his head and looked in the direction where Kaedia disappeared, and said with deep eyes, I can't even do that kind of thing, so even though this disciple Orochimaru is young, he is an out-and-out monster. Don't treat him as a monster. Treat as a normal ninja. Said these words to remind Namikaze Minato, to let Namikaze Minato not to despise Maple. Yeah, as for not being able to, he really can't do it by himself, but if you summon the two great immortals of Mount Mayaboku and enter Sage mode, it will be different. He can also kill hundreds of elites. But even if he counts this as his own strength, it doesn't make much sense, because he is a character of Orochimaru's generation, and he should have won Kaedia. The key is if Namikaze Minato loses to Kaedia in performance, then he is a little bit painful. I will take it seriously, Mrs. Jiraiya. Namikaze Minato nodded, with a faint light in his calm eyes. He got serious. If he had heard of Feng Ye's record on the battlefield of the grassland before, and he was only concerned about Feng Ye, then when he heard this record, he really became serious, and he also realized that his previous judgments about Feng Ye were mistake. Feng Ye is not an immature ninja who needs to continue to grow up, but an existence who has already caught up behind him at this age. The Kakashi, Uchiha Obito and others next to him were a little silly at this time. Can't speak at all. Jiraiya's words are as if they were in the heavenly book. It is incomprehensible. What happened to Sand Shinobi's elite troops? What single person killed nearly 100 elite, 10 jonin? What are these? Even Kakashi is still some distance away from being promoted to jonin. Obito and Lin are still genin. Even Kakashi, who was closest to Fenjai, was shocked for a while before reluctantly regaining his senses, with a wry smile on his face. Now he is not afraid to face off with jonin. He encountered a jonin before, and he almost killed the opponent, but he was no match for the current Fenjai. Feng Ye is too strong. Lin's eyes were also full of shock, and it took a long time before she couldn't help but mutter, just as if she was in a dream. At the same time, Tsunagakure frontline camp, in the most central camp. After many days of investigation, the scouts sent by Sand Shinobi found the traces of Yukang and others fighting in the Kingdom of Rain, but they could hardly find any effective information through the traces. The only thing that can be determined is that most of Yukang and others have been wiped out, because up to now, not even a single survivor has been encountered. Even if there is still one person alive, they should be contacted now, but unfortunately there is none. The news came back. The entire camp was in depression. How can it be? There was something incredible in Ebizo's eyes. He still knows Yukang's strength very well. Yukang leads an elite force of nearly 100 people. The combat effectiveness is extremely strong. Even if Konoha sends twice the number of ninjas, he may not be able to completely destroy Yukang's troops. To completely wipe out, not let anyone escape, I am afraid that 3 times the number of elite ninjas can do it, but Konoha can't mobilize nearly 300 elite ninjas under their noses without them noticing it. If this were the case, then the war would have been long gone. Cho's expression was a little ugly and said, is it the support force Konoha sent from the village? But we also didn't get any information. Impossible, the ninja troops with more than 300 people can't hide their traces anyway. They arrived in the Rain Country silently, and went straight to Yukang's troops. Ebizo shook his head ugly. Although Tsunagakure had few scouts infiltrating Konoha and it was very difficult to transmit information, it was impossible to mobilize more than 300 ninjas without being aware of it. Even if Konoha's scouts didn't notice and didn't send information back, there were many places along the way with their scouts. Just like on their side, if they send 100 troops, they have to go around the country of Rain and make a big circle, so that they can be sure to make Konoha unaware, let alone 3 times the number of troops. Could Rain Shinobi collaborate with Konoha? 4th Kazekage Luosha spoke in a deep voice. The place where the accident happened was in the Land of Rain. If Rain Shinobi Village and Konoha cooperated, it would indeed be possible to do this. Do not. Ebizo shook his head and said, Rain Shinobi Village does have the power to destroy Yukang's army, but it can only be done with almost all members. It is also impossible to be silent, and Hanzo of the Salamanders be cautious. It is impossible for all the staff to be dispatched easily. If several judgments are rejected, then the possibility is very small. The first is that Konoha did not send out a large number of ninjas, and the second is that something happened in the Land of Rain. Have you been in an ambush? Cho spoke slowly. Only this reason can be established. Yakang and others were in an ambush, they were defeated with a small amount of troops, and the escape route was blocked. Ebizo had already thought of this conclusion, but he didn't want to say it, because being ambushed by the enemy is completely different from being defeated by the enemy with a large number of troops. It is the responsibility of the enemy to ambush and be destroyed by less. The commander of Yakang, Jonin, bears great responsibility, and he is the one who named Yakang to lead this unit. It seems that there is only one possibility, Luosha said in a deep voice, looking at Ebizo with a weird look, and said, "You have lost so many elites, you are responsible for this attack, Elder Ebizo." There was depression in the camp. Many of Tsunagakure's elite Jonin looked gloomy, and just as Luosha had prepared in advance how to shake the pot, deprived of Ebizo's authority, and weaken Cho's power, a Sand Shinobi suddenly entered the camp. Report to Master Fengying, new clues have been found in the country of rain. Luosha frowned. The Sand Shinobi lowered his head and quickly reported, "We found more traces on the battlefield over there, as well as information about Yekura Jonin's course of action, and found." He quickly stated the information he had collected. There are two general information. One is that the location of the accident was not on the route of Yakang and others, but a small bend. There was a small town not far from the bend. They rummaged the town and found this town. There used to be ninjas staying there, and on the day Yakang and others had an accident, a strange ninja once arrived in the town. Another piece of information is based on the scene that has been extremely damaged. Through the remaining clues and deconstructed analysis with secret techniques, it is concluded that almost all the causes of death are related to lightning-style ninjutsu, and some ninjas use summoning beasts. A little bit of information was left before he died. Alone, Kusanagi sword, thunder, speed. Based on these very few information, and the data obtained after the town was completely overthrown, they came to a somewhat unbelievable conclusion. A certain ninja had been to that small town and snatched a Kusanagi sword from a certain ninja hidden in the small town, and then encountered Yakang and others' troops. As for what happened after the encounter, it is difficult to recover. The final result is, the elite troops led by Yakang are all destroyed. This is impossible. For this conclusion, Cho immediately denied it. If Yakang and the others were in an ambush, it would still be understandable that a certain ninja completely wiped out Yakang and the others' troops on their own, which is nothing short of a fantasy. Even if that ninja really possesses terrifying strength, even if Yakang leads an elite force that cannot be taken and defeated, it is impossible that none of them will escape and all will die. This is a combination of all intelligence analysis. Cold sweat dripped from the ninja's forehead. He also knew that this conclusion was a bit too unbelievable, but it did match all the intelligence and clues, and other inferences were difficult to explain, impossible. Luosha also shook her head. Destroying Yakang's troops alone is a fantasy, unless the opponent is Senju Hashirama, the legendary god of ninja who ended the Sengoku era. But that person was already dead. If he was still alive, Konoha would not hide it, and no one in the ninja world would dare to move Konoha, no one would dare to start a war. But the problem is, even if Yakang's troops were completely destroyed because of the ninja alone, that ninja must have played an extremely important role, and it may even be that he defeated Yakang. Yakang's strength in Sand Shinobi Village can still be recognized by many people. He is a powerful ninja with blood inheritance limits, otherwise he will not become the captain of the surprise force. So here comes the question, who is that ninja? Destroyed the entire elite army led by Yakang with one hand, and who was most likely defeated Yakang? Who was the ninja? Was it Konoha's ninja? The only certain information for that ninja now is that he will use lightning-style ninjutsu, hold a Kusanagi sword, and no other information. No matter what, that ninja must have a hostile relationship with us, no matter which village he comes from. Ebizo took a breath and opened his eyes darkly. It is already an extremely bad thing that the surprise attack troops are completely destroyed, and now there is an unknown ninja standing on the opposite side of the enemy, and the situation on the battlefield has become extremely unoptimistic. But now they can't retreat. Once they retreat, Konoha will definitely pursue it. They spent such a large amount of troops to fight Konoha, and it is impossible for them to surrender to Konoha and passively sign an unequal agreement. At the moment of the war, the situation is indeed very bad. Elder Ebizo, you will be held accountable until after the war. What are your plans for battle now? Luosha narrowed her eyes and looked at Ebizo. This incident is a very bad thing for the entire Sand Shinobi village, but for him personally, it is a good thing. It has greatly affected Ebizo's reputation and made him no longer have to worry about Feng Ying's position. Was overhead. The only thing that needs to be vigilant is the unknown ninja who holds the Kusanagi sword. Now all the information about the opponent is unfamiliar. Once he appears on the battlefield, it may be a very troublesome character. Good at lightning style. Could it be a ninja from Cloud Shinobi Village? If Cloud Shinobi Village and Konoha join forces, the situation will be extremely bad, but it doesn't make sense that Cloud Shinobi will bypass the country of soil and cooperate with Konoha to attack their troops in the country of rain. Although I don't know who you are, you did me a great favor. There was a gleam of light in Luo She's eyes. Next, we will fight symbolically, and die some ninjas who oppose his superiority. After that, it will be nothing to surrender to Konoha. As long as he can sit firmly in Fukichi's position, this war is a victory for him. The only thing I want to know is who is the ninja who wiped out Yekang's surprise force. The camp arranged for Fenjai is in the back area of the camp. That boy is Heitei Kadea? Is he already Jonin? A ninja noticed that Feng Ya had been living in a small tent, and he was slightly surprised. This is the frontline battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. There are so many ninjas. It is completely different from the camp set up in the Kingdom of Grass. Even Chinin is not qualified to live in a separate tent. Many people still have an impression of Fenjai, a genius who was well known in Konoha before, but remember that Fenjai seemed to have passed the Chinin exam not long ago. How could he become Jonin so quickly? If he is not Jonin, he would be unqualified. Live in this kind of separate small tent. It shouldn't be possible. The ninja next to him also spoke in surprise, saying, maybe it's a special Jonin. This explanation is barely acceptable. Although Jonin and Special Jonin are both Jonin and enjoy almost the same treatment, they are completely different in comparison. Jonin has no flaws in all aspects, has certain leadership skills, and can lead and direct the existence of a large number of ninjas. In contrast, the Special Jonin are generally held by Chunin with special talents, such as being good at perception, torture, and so on. Feng Ya is a genius, and perhaps possesses unique abilities such as deciphering codes and spying on perception. It is normal for Jonin to be promoted very quickly during the war. Well, the ninja who spoke first also nodded. He is just a Chunin. If Maple Ya is Jonin, it means he is his superior, and he may become the captain of his next action at any time, and he must obey Maple Ya's orders. This kind of thing is of course difficult for him to accept. After all, such a young Captain Jonin can hardly be convinced by anyone, and he will have great doubts about the judgment of the opponent, but especially Jonin's words have nothing to do with him. Even if they fight together, they must belong to different departments, and they will only cooperate with each other and will not interfere. Inside the tent, Feng Ya tidied up briefly and then rested. He woke up until near the evening, rubbed his eyes, and walked out of the tent to fetch water. There are temporarily excavated wells in the camp, which are distributed in several areas. Fenjai has seen the rough map of the layout of the camp, and has roughly judged it, and heads to the nearest well. Feng Ya. Just as Feng Ya was drawing water, a surprised voice came over. Feng Ya is a little familiar with this voice, but she can't remember who it is. When she looked sideways, she was slightly surprised and said, "It's Shizun, why are you here?" Shizun should have followed Tsunade's practice. Now Shizun appears in the camp here. It is estimated that Tsunade is also here, which makes Feng Ya a little surprised. "I came with Tsunade-sama and practiced medicine here." Shizun trot over with a water bottle. Fenjai slapped a bucket of water, filled his canteen, poured Shizun's can, and said, "Master Tsunade is here? Isn't she in?" Although there is no way to fight, but the medical skills of pointing medical ninjas are still barely possible, that is, they can't directly touch the blood, and can only give pointers by listening to the symptoms. When Shizun said this, he paused for a while, and said in surprise, "How do you know about Tsunade-sama?" Although it is not a secret that Tsunade suffered from panasemia, very few people know about it. Only her closest disciple and a handful of elite Jonin know about it. It is said that Fenjai should not know about it. Maple Knight said, "My father once mentioned about Tsunade-sama. Tsunade's panasemia occurred at the end of World War II. White Fang must have known about it. Orochimaru is the same. You can throw the pot to anyone, but White Fang is the most appropriate one." Shizun had heard something about White Fang from Tsunade because of Feng Ya. Hearing Feng Ya's answer, he showed a dazed expression and sighed. Master Tsunade's state is still very worrying. Some severely injured patients cannot be treated with their own hands. Otherwise, Master Tsunade's medical skills can be cured more quickly. Fenjai handed Shizun the full water bottle, thought for a moment, and said, "Where is Lord Tsunade now? I want to visit." Panasemia is a kind of mental illness in plain terms. In his previous life, his main focus was psychological treatment, and he also learned hypnosis therapy and the like. These are essentially psychological guidance, and are completely two concepts with the illusion of this world. He has treated Kakashi once, and it has obvious results. You can also try Tsunade here. Shizun looked at Kaed Yoryuaki in surprise, nodded and said, "Master Tsunade is resting at the camp. I'm helping Master Tsunade fetch water. Just follow me." Wait a minute. Feng Ya took the kettle and disappeared with a swish. After about a few seconds, he returned to Shizun's side. The kettle in his hand had been put back into his camp. After following Shizun through a large camp, he soon came to a larger camp. Shizun walked into the camp holding the kettle and said, "Master Tsunade, water is coming. Let's put it over there." Tsunade spoke tiredly. Because of the panasemia, she has been greatly restricted in terms of treatment. Under normal circumstances, some patients that can be easily cured will consume a lot of her energy. She will come to the battlefield here. On the one hand, Sarutobi Hiruzen has sent people to look for her many times, but he can't refuse it. On the other hand, it is also to teach Shizun's medical skills here. It is very difficult to achieve medical skills without practicing optics. The battlefield is the most suitable place for practicing medical ninja medical skills. You don't need to go to the patient specifically. Every day there is a steady stream of wounded, so Shizun's medical skills are also good. Can grow quickly. By the way, Tsunade-sama, Maple wants to visit you. Maple Knight? That kid? Isn't he on Orochimaru's side? Tsunade tilted her head. She didn't know what Feng Ye was doing to visit her, but she just wanted to meet Feng Ye, a young genius, so she picked up her clothes and put them on, saying, "Come in. I have seen Master Tsunade." Feng Ye walked into the camp, smiled at Tsunade, and said politely, "I met with Master Tsunade once before, but I didn't have time to say hello. I heard that you were here and I came here. Teacher Orochimaru often mentioned your medical skills. Praise it." Tsunade looked up and down Kaed. "Yeah. Well, the attitude is not bad. You don't need to be polite. You are the disciple of that guy Orochimaru and Mr. Sakumo's son. I have some responsibility for Mr. Sakumo's affairs. If I were in the village at the time." Tsunade's tone was apologetic. Heitake Sakumo is a bit older than Sunin, and he became famous before them. Both Orochimaru and her have performed tasks with Heitake Sakumo and received some care. When Heitake Sakumo's incident happened, she was betting on a small town in the country of fire. After learning about it, it was too late to recover. My father's character is too strong. Even if you are in the village, Mr. Tsunade, you may not be able to save much. Feng Ye shook his head and said, "By the way, Mr. Tsunade, I heard that your condition seems a little unwell. Kakashi's condition was also very bad when my father died. I sorted out some pacifiers while calming him." Methods. Tsunade was startled slightly, and then said a little funny, "Do you want to treat me?" If you change to other people, she probably has already rushed people at this moment, because she didn't want to bring up that topic, but Feng Ye is young, and she apologizes to Feng Ye a little bit, and she mentioned White Fang first. Feng Ye nodded and said, "Only when you have experienced the pain, felt the pain, can get rid of it, and can help others to get rid of it, can you know how to relieve the pain." After staring at Feng Ye for a few seconds, Tsunade shook his head, and said, "Those hurts cannot be eliminated. You can only try to relieve them with forgetting. It will not have any effect. The duty of a ninja is to be able to endure things that ordinary people cannot bear. Almost every ninja suffers from pain, either the death of a companion or the death of a loved one. Therefore, there is no ninja to touch this kind of spiritual trauma and healing method. Even she has very little contact. What can Kaed Yoryuaki as a teenager do?" Shizun was also a little surprised. She didn't expect that Fenjai came to see Tsunade in order to cure Tsunade's panasemia, but that was something that Sarutobi Hiruzen, Jiraiya, Orochimaru, and all other medical ninjas could not do. However, she has always wanted to cure Tsunade's panasemia. While studying medicine, she has also been looking for a cure in this area. At this time, she hesitated for a while and couldn't help saying, "Tsunade-sama, may Kaedia really relieve your symptoms?" He got rid of the pain and comforted his brother Kakashi. Do not know why. She has an inexplicable trust in Feng Ye. Shizun. Tsunade gave Shizun a little displeased, but Shizun only shrank a little, then bit her lip and stared at her again, making her finally shook her head helplessly. Tsunade turned back to look at Xiang Fenjai, folded his arms in front of him, and said faintly, "Well, let me see what you do." Feng Ye came to Tsunade and sat down. His expression became serious, and said, offended, "Master Tsunade," and then asked Master Tsunade to treat me as a healer, as a patient, and don't resist treatment. Looking at Fenjai's appearance, Tsunade was a little funny on the contrary, saying, "Good." She really wanted to see what Feng Ye had. After Feng Ye adjusted the state between herself and Tsunade, she began linguistic guidance and suggestion, and carried out psychological guidance and treatment based on the knowledge of the previous master. The treatment effect is surprisingly good. It seems that Tsunade's state itself is a bit tired. After some treatment and comfort, Tsunade fell asleep directly. SHHH. Looking at Tsunade who was sitting there asleep, Kadea made a gesture to Shizun. Shizun nodded knowingly, and walked over cautiously. Together with Kaed Yoryuaki, he lifted Tsunade up, laid Tsunade down gently, and brought a pillow. When supporting Tsunade to lie down, she happened to be able to pass through her loose pajamas, and vaguely saw some scenes that would be covered with holy light. Feng Ye was very calm. Think of it as a reward for hard treatment. He cooperated with Shizun in an unchanging manner, covered Tsunade with a quilt, then greeted Shizun and left quietly. After all, he was a person who had read countless books in his previous life, so he wouldn't make a fuss about a little bit of the situation, but then again, there is no comparison between real people and those things. Speaking of, if he continues to use time acceleration unscrupulously to speed up his growth, he will be able to grow to a body of about 18 years old when he is about 12 or 13 years old, while Yurihong and others will not be more than 12 years old at that time. The troublesome thing. After all, it is no longer the Sengoku era when the average life expectancy is around 30 years old. Even the marriage age of ninjas is mostly delayed beyond 18 years old. According to his observations, the precocious ninja teenagers in the Hokage world are in love between the ages of 9 and 14. They fall in love between the ages of 15 and 18, and they get married and have children between the ages of 18 and 20. Fenjai prefers to go to the countryside and follow the common customs, and follow the normal worldview of that world in whatever world. The focus is on experience, so he stayed at the ninja school until he was 9 years old before graduating. My personality is actually quite bad. Fangya walked to her camp and suddenly chuckled. Probably it was the reason why he was never noticed in his previous life, so he liked the experience of being sought after by girls like Yurihong, Lin, and Shizun in this world. But thinking about it, it doesn't seem to be bad. He just maintained the image of a normal, sunny, and handsome genius ninja. Looking at it from another angle, it should be that the girls like Shirihong are worse, and all of them are greedying his body. Go back to the camp and think about it. Fengye still intends to use time to accelerate her body's growth to the age of about 20 according to the original plan, and reach the peak of her state. Anyway, if you have the ability to go back in time, you don't need to worry about shortening your lifespan, and you can even maintain an age forever. The next day, Tsunade woke up from sleep and stretched out comfortably. It has been a long time since he slept so comfortably. The dream he had last night was not a nightmare. After refocusing his thoughts, Tsunade quickly noticed the abnormality of his state. Recalling what happened yesterday, a flash of surprise flashed in his eyes. That kid's treatment actually works? I was willing to cooperate with Fengye before. On the one hand, I felt Shizun wanted to help her. On the other hand, I wanted to see what Fengye could perform. In the end, she didn't expect Fengye's treatment to actually have some effect. She could clearly feel that when she recalled the traumas, the fluctuation of her mind was not as severe as before. Master Tsunade, are you awake? Shizun, who went out to fetch water, returned to the camp and whispered while looking at Tsunade who was sitting up. Yesterday Fenjai was able to put Tsunade to sleep during the treatment process. She was still very relieved. No matter whether it was effective or not, at least it would not get worse. Tsunade nodded, a thoughtful look flashed in his eyes. Fengye seemed to have some means. As for a little devil who had never been exposed to medical ninjutsu, how could he have such treatments? She could deduce a reasonable explanation. After being severely traumatized, I can get rid of it and comfort my younger brother who is also traumatized. Finally, I have summarized some methods. This is indeed possible, and it should be very rare. At present, this method may only be the only one. Fengye Master. It seems that Shizun, your description of him is not exaggerated. Tsunade said to Shizun as he put on his clothes, that kid does have some talent. There is some talent in the mouth, but in fact, Fengye has been defined as a genius. As a medical master, she knows how difficult this kind of treatment is. Master's method. I am afraid that it will take countless excellent doctors to analyze the psychological level, try from all directions to deliberate and to succeed in order to reluctantly sort out a set of theories and methods. Fenjai may be a coincidence. It happened to be the most correct route. But this kind of coincidence is not something that can happen to everyone. At least Fengye's psychological age is much more mature than the appearance, otherwise it would be impossible to achieve this. Although it is nothing to graduate as Chunin at the age of 9, and it is nothing to be accepted as a disciple by Orochimaru, Fenjai is indeed a genius in the treatment of mental illness. Master Tsunade, you agree with it? Shizun smiled upon hearing Tsunade's words. Tsunade snorted and said, it's too early to agree with me. It's not that simple to make me satisfied. Go tell him and let him come back tonight. Okay, Shizun responded with a smile. Kaed's contact with Tsunade was just an episode in the overall war situation, and only Shizun knew the details. Due to the complete destruction of the previous Sand Shinobi surprise attack troops, the follow-up direction of this war has been doomed, and there is no way to stop it. The war is still developing in the direction of a full-scale outbreak. After Kaedia continued to treat Tsunade for several days, Jiraiya finally put together plans and preparations for a full-scale operation. 3 days later, in the most central command tent of Konoha camp, looking at the sand table map filled with various small flags, Jiraiya patted the edge of the sand table map with one hand, raised his head, and glanced over the many elite jonin in the camp. Then, our full counterattack will officially begin tomorrow. Next is the battle plan. Luyu Jonin, you led the 1st and 2nd combat troops and went around from the hills in the south to attack each other's flanks. Hearing Jiraiya's instructions, Shikaiju and Ueki responded calmly. Then Jiraiya looked at Namikaze Minato on the right-hand side and said, Minato, you lead the 5th and 6th combat troops, go around from the north to meet the opposing right-wing troops. Yes, Namikaze Minato answered calmly. The arrival of the decisive battle is enough to make the heart surging, but as an excellent ninja with absolute confidence in himself, even on the eve of such a decisive battle, he can still remain calm. The third and fourth combat troops, follow me and attack from the front. Jiraiya continued to issue combat orders, saying, the medical unit follows the corps, keeps a certain distance, and is ready to deal with the wounded at any time. Yes, Jonin in charge of the medical unit also responded. After allocating the general personnel, Jiraiya looked at Feng Ye not far away and said, Feng Ye, follow my troops to act together. Learn. Feng Ye nodded calmly. His current identity is the special Jonin directly belonging to Jiraiya, a special existence in the special Jonin, so he was called to participate even in the Jonin meeting in the front camp. Hearing Jiraiya's instructions, many Jonin in the camp couldn't help but look at Kaede Yoryuki's eyes, and many people's eyes flashed with a little strange color. Almost all those present were high-level frontline camps. Either Konoha's elite Jonin, or the high-ranking Jonin who is also the captain of the team, has heard about the achievements of Kaede in the two battles of the country of grass and the country of rain, but they have heard about it. A little skeptical. After all, Kaede is too young. The battle in the country of grass is fortunate to say. With Orochimaru and other powerful existences containing rock shinobi, the battle in the country of rain is a bit weird. Kill nearly 100 sand shinobi elites by one person. The Arabian Nights. Many people suspect that there is a conspiracy hidden in this. Maybe they Konoha dispatched Kaede and Rain Shinobi to conduct a joint operation, but they concealed this part on the bright side, and only conveyed Kaede Yoryuki's personal battle news. Or it is possible that Kaede and Umbu Ninja act together. Umbu Ninja's battles are generally not recorded, but hidden. Orochimaru-sama's disciple. Someone murmured in their hearts while looking at Feng Ye. As those who have touched Konoha's power hierarchy, they all know that Konoha will appear in 4th Hokage soon. It is hard to say who will succeed the 4th generation, but there is no doubt that Orochimaru must be the candidate. 1. If you think about it this way, Maple Ye's success in the country of grass and the country of rain has been reported as shocking. Perhaps it also has some deep meaning. It is Orochimaru's plan to become 4th Hokage. Nara Shikasa also stared at Kaede Yoryuki. The choice of 4th Hokage is not only decided by Sarutobi Hiruzen. The opinions of Konoha's major families and those Jonin and elite Jonin are also very important. No matter how much the support rate is, at least the disapproval rate cannot exceed half, otherwise it's hard to get on top. If Fenjai really has such excellent abilities as stated in the intelligence, it is indeed able to win certain support. Even if it does not reach the level of intelligence, it can be accepted at a certain level of excellence, but if the ability generally speaking, that would be fooling them. The ninjas present are already Konoha's upper class, and some are even family representatives. This kind of fooling is unacceptable. Finally, the 7th unit and the intelligence department are responsible for staying at the camp. After Jiraiya assigned the final combat instructions, the chakra in his body surged. With a hint of aura, he took a step forward and said, this is the general situation. Then tomorrow's war, please everyone. Numerous ninjas in the camp took a breath, and they also understood the importance of this battle. This is the key to determining the victory or defeat. Even if this war will not be completely ended, it will lay the foundation for the future of the war. And just as everyone present was about to respond, a voice suddenly came over. Don't leave me, Jiraiya. This voice made Jiraiya, who showed the aura of Sunin and the commander-in-chief of the front line, paused, and looked at the door of the camp with a little astonishment. At the entrance of the camp is a figure with light blonde hair, a diamond pattern on the eyebrows, and a slight smile on his face. It is the Tsunade who is also Sunin. Tsunade? How could you? Jiraiya looked at Tsunade in a bit of astonishment and said, you are not. Tsunade pointed his thumb up to his cheek, and said in a confident tone that doesn't have much effect anymore. Jiraiya was stunned for a few seconds, and then showed a look of excitement, saying, great, in this case, this war will be won. Tsunade, you also follow the Chinese army? Yes. Tsunade responded loudly. The many ninjas in the field were shocked, and they all showed excitement. With Tsunade, a powerful ninja joining the battlefield, the odds of victory in this battle would be even greater. When everyone was a little excited, only Feng Ye, who was standing not far away, trembled at the corner of his mouth and looked at Tsunade with helpless eyes, and Tsunade happened to be also looking at him, slightly aroused at the corner of his mouth. Raise a trace of arc. No problem, blame. Fenjai couldn't be more clear about Tsunade's current state. Although the state of panasemia has been alleviated, it has been relieved from severe to mild after 3 days of psychological treatment, but there is still an impact. It is impossible to fight normally on the battlefield. The most is to see that the blood is not so scared that the whole body is limp, and can barely use part of the power in chakra, but it is not bad to be able to display the strength of the Jonin level. It seems that there is an extra powerful cage level combat power, but it is actually useless. Okay, everyone can go back and prepare. Following Jireya's opening, many ninjas in the camp left one after another. In the end, only Tsunade and Kaedia, who acted alone, were not responsible for commanding. Jiraiya looked at Tsunade with a smile, leaned over, and said, I said, was it because I was worried that I would go to the battlefield alone, so I finally overcome the phobia? Snapped. Tsunade pressed a blank slap on Jiraiya's face, preventing Jiraiya from approaching. You save it. Tsunade mercilessly pushed Jiraiya away, turned his head to look at Fangya, and said, I am worried about Fangya's safety, and I want to see Fangya's performance with my own eyes. Cough, ah. Jiraiya, who was pushed almost to fly out, barely maintained his figure, fell to the edge of the camp, staring at Tsunade with wide eyes. What the hell is worrying about Fenjai's safety? Kaedia is Orikimura's disciple, how come Tsunade has something to do with Kaedia? Tsunade noticed Jiraiya's gaze, and slapped his hands in response. At the beginning, I was taken care of by the predecessors of Shimao, and I couldn't leave his children alone because of reason. The corners of Jiraiya's mouth twitched. Fangya said helplessly, actually Tsunade-sama doesn't need to worry about my safety, I will be fine. He can understand Tsunade's behavior. After 3 days of treatment, he is not only a healer, but also has a close relationship with Tsunade. Tsunade is still a little concerned about his safety. If he dies on the battlefield, not only will Tsunade's phobia not be treated, but even the results of previous treatments may be lost. Shut up. Tsunade glared at Kaed Yoryuaki angrily, and said, I've heard this kind of words countless times, but most people have had accidents after speaking, and you are even more worrying. Apart from Shizen, no one will report to her about Fangya, and Shizen has been following her for the past year, and his understanding of Fangya basically remained at the same level as a year ago. During her contact with Fangya these days, she confirmed that Fangya's chakra was almost at the level of Jonin. Although the strength of this level corresponds to Fangya's current age, it is already extremely powerful, and indeed bears the name of a genius, but on the battlefield, the name of a genius cannot be used to save his life. Even for the elite Jonin, there are still countless deaths on the battlefield. She could not sit back and watch Fangya die on the battlefield. So while Shizen stayed at the camp, she decided to participate in this war. Hearing Tsunade's words, Fangya wanted to complain that it was someone else and not him. Based on Sand Shinobi's current state, even if he took out one tail shower he couldn't help him, unless something like Uchiha Madara, Sage of Six Paths, etc. suddenly jumped out. But after thinking about it, I still stopped complaining, lest you really get in trouble if you jump out. In the end, Tanshao said helplessly, it's good if you are happy. Jiraiya looked at Fenjai, then at Tsunade, and finally asked with some worry, your situation is really okay? Well, there is basically no problem. Tsunade turned to look at Jiraiya, and said, I won't make a joke about this kind of thing. Jiraiya exhaled and said, that's good. The next day, sunny. A large number of ninjas from Konoha left the camp, almost rushing out, divided into multiple batches, rushing towards the Tsunagakure camp, launching a full-scale attack. Such a big movement is naturally impossible to proceed silently. About 20 miles after Konoha's troops left the camp, Tsunagakure's scouts quickly passed the information back to Tsunagakure's frontline camp, which also caused a shock in the camp. However, Ebizo has long inferred that Konoha will definitely launch a full-scale attack in the last half-month, so Sand Shinobi's response is also very fast. The ninjas in the entire camp were quickly mobilized. Under the leadership of the others, they rushed to the battlefield mightily. This is the third Ninja World War since the start of the war. The most massive battle. Sand Shinobi Village has invested more than 3,000 ninjas, and the team is led by Fukage Luasha himself. Except for the tail beast Jinchuriki, almost all the elite have been used. And Konoha's side is the same, mobilizing more than 2,000 elite ninjas. Although they are not many compared to the total number of ninjas in Tsunagakure, they are almost all elite. Genin is very rare among them. Genins like Uchiha Obito and Yurihong are all staying at the camp and are not participating in the frontal combat. Only Kakashi, who is the Chinin, received the order to follow the team to participate in the battle. The place where the two sides are fighting is in a hilly area, the terrain is relatively flat, and the distance between the highest point and the lowest point is no more than 100 meters. Stand at the highest point. You can see countless ninjas rolling in from two directions. One is wearing Konoha's ninja uniform, mainly green, and the other is wrapped in a white turban covering the wind and sand. At first glance, you can survive in a desert environment. Ninja. Report. The 1st and 2nd units encountered the enemy. Report. The 5th and 6th units encountered the enemy. The troops on the left and right flanks first hit Sand Shinobi and immediately started the battle, while the fighting information on the flanks was quickly transmitted to Jiraiya's side. At this time, Jiraiya was standing at the highest point, and his gaze flicked towards the many Sand Shinobi rushing in the distance, and a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Fangyi Luasha. Elder Cho. The top two Tsunagakure, the most powerful ninjas, are both on the front battlefield. I gave up the flanks. No, the request for the flanks is just to withstand the attack, intending to press the combat power on the front battlefield and break through from the front. Jiraiya immediately understood Tsunagakure's strategy. The opponent made such preparations, and now he can't change his strategy, and he has transferred Namikaze Minato back to the frontal battlefield. The key to victory is that the opponent's flank collapses first, or the Chinese army on their side collapses first. Thinking of this, Jiraiya sneered. If Tsunade was not here, it would be troublesome for him to deal with powerful ninjas such as Kazekage Rasencho, and there is still some suspense about the outcome of the war. But now there is Tsunade here. As one of Sunin, he knows Tsunade's strength. The frontal battlefield is enough to withstand Sand Shinobi's impact. I'll leave it to you on the side of the wing. Let's play to your heart's content, Minato. A gleam of light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, then he took a breath and shouted, the third unit, the fourth unit, fire-style ninjutsu preparations. With a call from Jiraiya, about a dozen Konoha's ninjas rushed to the front of the queue, their hands quickly sealed, and the fire-attributed chakra surged. Fire-style. Dragon Fire Technique. Dragon Fire is a linear flame ninjutsu, but the pieces of Dragon Fire are connected together, and it becomes a large-scale ninjutsu like a sea of flames. Due to the geographical environment of the Country of Wind, there are very few ninjas in Sand Shinobi who are good at water style. At this moment, facing Konoha's fire style, the action of Sand Shinobi at the front suddenly stopped. But the next moment, the ground directly in front suddenly surging. The ground with green grass was all shattered into dust and sand, surging in an instant, turning into a waterfall of sand, rushing up against the sea of fire. Well done. Fourth Kazekage glanced at his wife, Giarenyo, and after a loud shout, he pressed his hands to the ground. The magnet-style ability was activated, and a large amount of metal-doped sand gold appeared, rushing towards Konoha's camp. If he could only play with power, he would not be able to sit in the position of fourth Kazekage. To become Fengying, he also possesses a powerful strength that surpasses countless ninjas. Wow! A large amount of gold dust came surging. Konoha's ninjas continuously released fire style, earth style, and other ninjutsu, but they couldn't stop it. Soon several people were swallowed by gold dust and screamed. It deserves to be the new wind and shadow of Sand Shinobi village. A light flashed in Jiraiya's eyes, and he rushed towards Luasha suddenly. He couldn't let Luasha use this kind of large-scale ninjutsu to wreak havoc, otherwise no one of Konoha's ninjas could stop Luasha's ability. Seeing Jiraiya rushing over, Luasha's eyes flashed with cold light, and he was not afraid, manipulating the dust to turn into countless sharp thorns, staggered across to Jiraiya. This is a decisive battle. There is no tentative attack. The first is the duel between Fengying Luasha and Jiraiya, the leaders of the two forces. At the same time that Jiraiya and Luasha face off, it means that the war has completely entered the fiercest white-hot state. Thousands of ninjas on both sides broke out with a raging aura and chakra, a mighty impact. The whole Chu Yuan turned into a battlefield. On the chaotic battlefield. Boom! Tsunade's face was a little pale, and she slammed a punch, smashing a huge stone that had been bombarded from the front. On the right side, I don't know from which direction, there is Killua with the detonating talisman bound at Tsunade. Kaed Yata stretched out his hand, took Killua in midair, and threw it in the direction of Sand Shinobi. Master Tsunade, how are you? Fangya looked at Tsunade, who was a little pale. As he expected, Tsunade cannot be completely unaffected on this battlefield. I'm okay. Tsunade took a breath. Although his face was a little pale, he did not fall into powerlessness and fear. It was just that Chakra's operation was affected to a certain extent. Fangya glanced at the battlefield. Just as he was about to say something, a figure suddenly rushed towards him, his body twisted in midair, and a large number of arrows shot out, covering both him and Tsunade. Within the attack range. Watch out! Tsunade snorted and slammed a punch hard, hitting the ground, turning up a large rock hit on the ground, covering the top of the two of them, blocking the dense arrows. And at this time, several figures came from all directions, and the chaotic attacks were mostly various types of hidden weapons. Whoosh! Tsunade and Fenjai flashed out from the bottom of the rock and fell to both sides. At this time, the figures who attacked them have been clearly seen, and none of them are real humans, all of them are weird-looking puppets. A full 10 puppets surrounded Fenjai and Tsunade in the center, and not far from these 10 puppets, a figure appeared erratic and looked at Tsunade. That is the elder of Tsunagakur, the existence standing on top of countless Sand Shinobi, the puppet master Cho. Your state seems a little bit wrong, Tsunade. Cho's eyes were flat and indifferent. The two fought against each other during World War II. She used the name of puppet technique to shock the ninja world. At that time, Tsunade was not her opponent in terms of strength alone, but she used medical ninjutsu to crack her various poisons, so that she was in World War II. The damage caused in the process was greatly reduced. At that time, she had always wanted to kill Tsunade, but failed due to Konoha's White Fang's blockade. In that battle, White Fang killed her son and daughter-in-law, and defeated her head-on. This name is shocking ninja world and became the hero of Konoha. It can be said that the two people she hates most are White Fang and Tsunade. After noticing the location of Tsunade, she directly manipulated the puppet to kill. At this time, she was almost at the peak regardless of her state or combat experience. Even though Tsunade had grown tremendously after World War II, she'd still be sure to kill Tsunade. Yes, Tsunade knew that there was a problem with her state, and she didn't expect Cho to come up so quickly, but she didn't show any timidity, just sneered. Cho glanced at Fengya on the other side with the corner of his eye, a flash of cold light flashed in his eyes, and said, "That kid looks like, could it be White Fang's son? Watch out." Tsunade's heart tightened, and he reminded Fengya without hesitation. Almost at the moment when Cho's voice fell, several puppets jointly launched a round of attacks on Fengya. The metallic Sasori's tail and various piercing arrows were smeared with a layer of light, which was obviously quenched, infected with the poison carefully refined by Cho. Facing the sudden explosive attack of multiple puppets, Fengya's eyes were very calm, and his body jumped up like a fallen leaf, shuttled back and forth in the chaotic attack, and finally stepped on one of the puppets, with one body in the air. Flip and fall to a short distance steadily. Somewhat capable. Cho narrowed his eyes. She wants to kill Fengya more than Tsunade, because the hatred between her and White Fang is far deeper than the hatred between her and Tsunade. She can't wait to let White Fang experience the pain of her son's death before dying. It's a pity that White Fang is dead. But even so, killing White Fang's son would also relieve some of the hatred in her heart. Drink! Tsunade let out a violent shout, and the strange power was activated, and the whole person rushed forward, trying to attack Cho. Cho manipulated a puppet, erected a shield, and stood in front of Tsunade. Tsunade's punch hit the shield, and there was a roar, but it was blocked by the bear. Sure enough, there is a problem with your state. Seeing this scene, Cho made a weird smile. Although it is not clear whether Tsunade was injured or what, it is obvious that there is a problem with her state. Even one of her puppets can easily block Tsunade's frontal attack. This is simply the opportunity God has given her to revenge. Brought White Fang's son and the injured Tsunade to her front. Sasori, look at it, I will let them pay you back for the pain you have endured. Cho's eyes flashed with a cold glow, and her expression became a little heart-stirring. She manipulated the puppet to attack two against Fenjai and Tsunade. Tsunade, as a person who has played against Cho, is very clear about Cho's strength. In her current state, at least 4 or 5 more Jonin would be needed to assist her, and she had to reach a perfect cooperation to fight Cho. And the worst thing is that Cho manipulated 2 puppets and dragged her down. The other 8 puppets all rushed towards Fengya, apparently planning to kill Fengya quickly. If 7 or 8 puppets attack her, she can use Baihao technique to resist, but if 2 puppets are used to hold her in a bad state, she can't get rid of her current state at all. This is bad. Tsunade gritted his teeth, clenched his fists and manipulated the chakra, which was a little unstable due to the fear of Emiya, barely using the strange power, intending to repel the 2 puppets. But the 2 puppets controlled by Kande were both auxiliary puppets, with little lethality, but very powerful blocking ability, especially when she was affected by the panasemia, she couldn't get rid of it at all. And the other side. Cho was manipulating 8 puppets, already blocking all the directions of Fengya, trapping Fengya in the most central position. White Fang's son, die. Go and see your father in hell. The killing intent in Cho's eyes surged, and he flung out the chakra line to wrap around Fengya's body, restricting Fengya's movements, and manipulating the 2 closest puppets to swing sharp blades and slash towards Fengya. Looking at this scene, Tsunade's face was a little pale not far away, and he felt that the tragedy that had happened before seemed to happen to her again. But, just the next moment, a silver light suddenly lit up. Like the stars lit up in the dark sky, the light suddenly magnified. The silver light burst out from Fengya's chest, swayed away in an instant, enveloped his body, and violent chakra surged all over his body, almost devastated and rotten, and the chakra thread that Chide wrapped around him was broken. Bathed in silver light, Fengya's indifferent backhand drew out the Kuzenara's sword on his back, flicking it horizontally, moving like running water. The sword's edge was wrapped in the silver light, like a moonlight piercing the void. Kang! A silver moon arc flashed. The 2 puppets that came from the left and right sides, together with the sharp blade in their hands, were all under the sword. They were split into 2 like kukaki, and cut into 2 pieces. Tsunade was startled. Cho was also taken aback. The plain gaze, the silver arc. The scene almost evoked the memories of the 2 of them in an instant. In the memory, almost overlapping images can be found. It was Kaed's father, Heitake Sakumo, who was in World War II. Cut the scene of Cho's puppets in one fell swoop. This moment, in the sight of the 2, the figures of Kaedia and Heitake Sakumo seem to overlap each other. It seems that you have a deep hatred with my father. As Fengya spoke plainly, his left hand made a seal with one hand, and the sound of Chidori's neighing appeared, intertwined with the blade of the Kuzenara sword, and the 4th gate in his body was also rushed away. 8-gate lightning-style 4th gate, hurt the door. Thunder! Cho is a cage-level powerhouse. Cho, who is aging decades later, still has the strength of cage level, and now Cho is at the peak of both chakra and combat experience. Even in cage level, it is a very strong existence. If you want to defeat the opponent, he must go all out. Originally, his plan was to kill Sand Shinobi as much as possible first, but he didn't expect Cho to target him and Tsunade, and there was nothing he could do. The current state of Tsunade is very bad, one person has thousands of generations, and it is not clear whether Tsunade has developed Baihao technique during this period. Even if it has been developed and can be used normally, it cannot withstand the continuous piercing of countless sharp blades, and insert, chakra will run out sooner or later. So, Cho must be solved first. At the moment the fourth gate broke through, Feng Ye's figure flashed past, turning into a silver light, passing between the puppets, and rushing towards Cho suddenly. Tsunade looked at the silver figure in amazement. She could feel the Maple Knight at this moment, the violent chakra surging in her body, not much worse than her, not much worse than Kyande. For a ninja, chakra does not represent absolute strength, but it limits the range of strength. A ninja who cannot reach the level of chakra will never reach her level. Chakra at the moment of Maple Knight, coupled with the speed at which Feng Ye reveals at this moment. Even for a brief moment, Tsunade came to a conclusion with some shock that Maple Ye might not be inferior to her, but a ninja of her level. It was Fenjai more than a year ago that he became Chinin. In Fenjai more than a year later, chakra was no longer under her. Tsunade suddenly found out that she had done a stupid thing, that is, she did not learn more about Feng Ye's recent situation. Based on some scattered information, she directly regarded Feng Ye as a young ninja who had not yet reached the level of Jonin, and made the decision to go to the battlefield to protect Feng Ye. Obviously, there were some problems with the information she knew. Feng Ye didn't need her protection, at least she didn't need to be afraid of blood. Now she can only barely use her ordinary Jonin strength to protect it. So, during this year, what happened? When Tsunade showed shock, Cho's face on the other side also changed. How come? When Kaede Yoryuaki cut off her two puppets with a sword, and burst out of chakra fluctuations beyond ordinary Jonin, her face changed completely. Especially when she recognized that the sword in Feng Ye's hand was the Kusuna sword, there was an infinite wave in her heart, and she thought of Ye Kang's defeat in the Kingdom of Rain. Lightning-style ninjutsu, very fast, captured a Kuzenaru sword. All the intelligence conditions are consistent with the Maple Knight in front of me, which means that the person in front of me is not a kid who can easily kill, but a powerful ninja who defeated Ye Kang. Puppet Art Machine Light Shield Seal. Faced with the Maple Knight, Cho's face changed drastically, chakra burst out from his open palm, which instantly turned into a chakra shield, blocking the front. Kang! Feng Ye's sword slashed on the chakra shield, causing the chakra shield to rippling layer after layer, apparently withstanding a very strong blow. Cho leaped back, and at the same time two puppets flicked towards Feng Jai, one from the left and the other from the right. Laugh! Feng Ye swung the Kuzena sword in his hand, and the two puppets were divided into four. Click! Click! The fragment of the puppet that was divided into four did not fall to the ground, but deformed again in the air, bursting out various organ hands and sharp blades, and pierced towards the Fenjai blockade. Feng Ye's complexion remained unchanged, the Kuzena sword in his hand turned into a silver afterimage, engulfing thunder and fire, and Zero in the air, for puppet fragments were once again chopped into a dozen pieces, turned into countless parts. This guy. Kyande's expression was a bit ugly, as he manipulated the remaining puppets to continue to attack Fenjai, and threw a scroll back, and continued to summon various puppet parts from the scroll. Bathed in silver light, Feng Ye constantly shuttles among the various chaotic blade parts. Wherever he goes, except for Chakra's special defensive puppet technique, everything else, whether it is an attack or a restraint, is in the sharpness of the Kusanagi sword. Can't resist for a second. Today's Fenjai is stronger than the White Fang of the year? In terms of overall strength, White Fang may be stronger, but for puppet masters like thousands of generations, Feng Ye's advantage is even greater. If White Fang's ability counts as 50 points for Cho's restraint, then Fenjai will reach 70 points. Because the speed of the Maple Knight is faster, the Kuzena sword is also sharper than the Shinobi White Fang. Even the tempered steel, under the Kuzena sword that carries the 1,000 birds, will be cut by a sword. Kang! Kang! Feng Ye kept swinging his sword, and the 1,000 generations of puppets kept being destroyed. Both physique and chakra are extremely strong in Cho, combined with her pinnacle of puppetry, any cage level will be a headache, but it happens to be restrained by ninjas like Fenjai and White Fang, because puppets are difficult to resist. Live the slash of Heitake's swordsmanship. It was the same with the White Fang at the beginning. Kyande could only retreat continuously, constantly summoning puppets and manipulating broken puppets to resist White Fang's slash. Now it is repeating the scene of the year. It is still unilateral suppression. It's just that her enemy has changed from White Fang to Fenjai. So fast. Tsunade stood not far away, watching the battle between Feng Ye and Cho, and her heart was turbulent. She knew that even in her heyday, she might not have the upper hand over Cho, but Feng Ye had completely suppressed Cho. Cho couldn't even manipulate the puppet to contain her. He was already doing his best to fight Feng Ye one-on-one, but he still couldn't stop Feng Ye's advance. Such strength can't help but shake her mind, because she knows that Feng Ye is only 11 years old now, and it is undoubtedly an incredible thing to have such strength at this age. It was said that White Fang was reborn on Feng Ye, she even believed it a little. The other ninjas of Konoha are also paying attention to this side, and they are almost all shocked. That guy actually suppressed Cho. Akamika Dingza couldn't help muttering. At this moment, he had no doubts about Feng Jai's amazing record in the country of grass and the country of rain. With such a terrifying strength, it is indeed possible to do that. With his own power, he suppressed Cho, the strongest puppet master in the ninja world. Under the attention of countless ninjas, Cho retreats steadily. Have you suppressed the 1,000 generations? Such chakra and speed are indeed a monster. Even I am afraid it is difficult to deal with. I need to rely on the perception of Sage Mode. In the fierce battle between Jiraiya and Luasha, Yu Guang swept towards the duel between Feng Jai and Cho, and there was a wave of ups and downs in his heart. He didn't know what Feng Ye used to achieve such an outrageous record on the battlefields of the Kingdom of Grass and the Kingdom of Rain. He could only guess out of thin air, and now he knows it. Chakra almost equal to him, much faster than him, and a slash that is comparable to White Fang's Heitake sword technique, which combines destructive power and sharpness. Together, the resulting killing machine is the same as the White Fang back then. White Fang is not as good as 3rd Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen in terms of strength alone, but if they are all placed on the battlefield, the White Fang will cause more damage than Sarutobi Hiruzen. Much bigger. Maple Knight is also this type of ninja. Against the shadows of the 5 ninja villages, such as Feng Ying in front of him, Kuzenara sword is affected by magnet style. If swordsmanship is difficult to play, the outcome is difficult to say, but against the average Chunin Jonin, it almost has the ability to kill in seconds. A face-to-face is death. And for thousands of generations of puppet-manipulating ninjas, they also have great suppressing power, or Feng Jai and White Fang are almost thousands of natural enemies. The reason is simple. Under the control of Cho, each of those puppets can exert their unique abilities, and each one is comparable to a Jonin or even an elite Jonin, and they control 10 at the same time. No matter who faces it, it will have a headache. However, the number of ninjas like Feng Jai and White Fang is meaningless in front of them. Even if 10 Jonin join forces, there is a high probability that they will be destroyed one by one. You are really out of luck, Cho. Jiraiya couldn't help but hey when thinking about this. I met White Fang in World War II, and Feng Ye in World War III. It happened that both father and son were her nemesis. This fortune was even a bit pitiful. Luosha also found that Cho's situation was not good, and the vibration in his heart was stronger than Jiraiya's, because he recognized the Kusanagi sword in Feng Jai's hand. It's him. The key ninja to the destruction of the surprise force actually came from Konoha. No, you can't let Cho fail at this time. Luosha's thoughts flashed, and she couldn't help gritting her teeth slightly. If Cho were defeated so soon, the loss in this decisive battle would be too great, and the situation would be unacceptable no matter how favorable the situation was for him. He shouted at several Jonin nearby, "Go and support Cho Elder." Several Jonin responded immediately and swiftly killed him in the direction of Cho, but Jiraiya watched this scene without panic, and calmly continued to fight Luosha. He didn't care whether he could defeat Luosha, just dragging it was enough. N.S. A ninja like Kaedia, even if Jonin is sent to support it, is meaningless. They will still be defeated by each, at most, it will consume Chakra of Kaed. But there is Tsunade on Feng Jai's side. Chakra wears too much? Non-existent. Even though Tsunade's condition seems to be a bit problematic, there will be no problems with supporting and treating Feng Jai at any time, and delivering some chakra. In other words, San Shinobi is definitely defeated in this war. Whoosh! Whoosh! The 3 Tsunagakur Jonin approached the battlefield where Kaedia was located. Several of them made their own seals, shouted loudly, and released wind-style ninjutsu and earth-style ninjutsu, trying to restrict Kaedia. However, these restrictions have little effect. They were easily dodged by Feng Jai. Some ninjas tried to release illusions, but when they touched the violent chakra on Feng Jai, the connection was immediately disconnected. The chakra flow of the night is guided. The key is, Feng Jai is now rushing to kill Cho head-on, entangled with Cho himself and those puppets, and a wide range of ninjutsu can't be used at all. That would include Cho and all the puppets in the attack range, a small-scale ninjutsu. It would not hit Feng Ye at all. You guys, don't be too far-fetched. And just when several people were trying to interfere with Feng Ye, Tsunade on the other side also recovered. She drove the Baihao technique and killed it directly towards the side. Perhaps the shock caused by Feng Ye has further reduced her phobia symptoms, and the flow of chakra in her body has become more fluid. Combined with Baihao technique, her combat effectiveness has not yet recovered to cage level. It is also the level of the elite Jonin. Boom! Tsunade dropped a fist of strange power, cracking the ground every inch. A San Shinobi Jonin evaded hastily, but was still affected by the force, and his ankle was shaken. He couldn't help but feel a little horrified. The other 2 San Shinobi also looked at Tsunade as if they were facing enemies. They knew the name of Tsunade. It was one of Konoha's Sunin, who was known as the Shock Ninja World in World War II. Boom, boom. With 1 against 3, Tsunade seems to have gradually recovered her strength, and the power of each punch is gradually increasing, as if to suppress all 3 Sand Shinobi Jonin. 3 Jonin were dispatched to support Cho, which was almost at the limit of Sand Shinobi's side. Other Sand Shinobi nearby tried to come and support, but Konoha's other ninjas immediately blocked them. The entire battlefield seems to have become centered on the duel between Kaedia and Cho. Sand Shinobi tried to support, but Konoha kept blocking. Are there only these little tricks? Feng Ye's face was flat, and the Kuzenara's sword in his hand was constantly swinging, smashing the puppets that were constantly blocking the front one by one, and constantly attacking and killing Kande's body. As a cage-level powerhouse, thousands of methods have emerged in endlessly, such as chakra lines, laser shield seals, and 3 treasures. Suction, control him. These tricks are enough to make a cage-level ninja get into trouble, but in front of him it is just a matter of 1 sword. If 1 sword cannot be broken, there are 2 swords. No one can really stop him, only can do it. Delay his footsteps, delay his attack. Don't be happy too early. Boy. Kande looked frosty, constantly manipulating the puppet, and said coldly. Fen Jai at this time is almost the same as the White Fang back then. She was so powerless to face the White Fang back then, but after being defeated by the White Fang, she painstakingly studied the methods to deal with the White Fang, and it took several years for this. When she heard the news of White Fang's death, she thought that she would never use the tactics she had prepared. She didn't expect to meet White Fang's son again, almost the same as White Fang used. Just the next moment. Cho also summoned the last puppet in the scroll. It was an inverted triangle weird puppet, like the core of something. This is for your father, you can taste it for him. A cold light flashed in Cho's eyes, and the chakra in her body was used to the limit in an instant. A large number of chakra lines converged towards the center, giving people a kind of palpitations and oppression. With the triangular puppets as the core, the puppets that were chopped up by Feng Ye, and countless metal fragments, began to sway, as if they were being pulled by some kind of traction, and floated up in the vibration, surrounding Feng Ye in the center. Ninfa, magneto-optical laser ceiling. Interesting. Fenjai held the Kuzenna sword tightly, and the Kuzenna sword in his hand was also trembling violently, causing the lightning-style Chidori surrounding it to begin to violently fluctuate, showing signs of collapse. This is not the force of the chakra line, but the force directly acting on the metal. Almost all metals in the vicinity are pulled and become uncontrollable. This is magnet style. Magnet style is a kind of blood succession limit. Cho is not a blood succession limit ninja, so this is not the magnet style used by Cho itself, but the weird puppet summoned by the last. It seems to be related to third Kaze cage. Kaed Yoryuaki instantly thought of the origin of this strange puppet. Not surprisingly, it was probably a special puppet that Cho was defeated by White Fang and co-refined with third Kaze cage that could play magnet style. Now, although the Kuzenara sword was still held in his hand, it was already swinging like it was in mud, and it became extremely jerky and difficult to swing. And the fragmented parts in all directions, but all metal, all floated, surrounded him with the triangular puppet as the core. Sure enough, no cage level can be underestimated. The opponent kept throwing out the puppets seemingly meaningless, leaving him to pieces. The purpose is to create enough fragments. After that, the magnet-style puppets are used to limit the weapons in his hand, and then the previous fragments are used to create extremes. Large-scale siege. Almost every piece of fragments is coated with highly poisonous, which are sharp blades that can easily kill people, and various weapons made of metal have been greatly affected and are difficult to use. This trick is not very effective against third Hokage, Jiraiya, or Orochimaru and other ninjas who are very good at various types of ninjutsu. It is specifically aimed at ninjas like him and White Fang who rely on swordsmanship and physical skills. Do you think my puppet is just delaying your attack? Little devil, you are still a little too tender. If it were the White Fang, maybe he would have noticed my purpose long ago and would not easily step into the traps and encirclement I created. Middle. Cho's expression became calm, looking at Feng Ye like a dead person. I thought that if I had some means, I would be able to run rampant on this battlefield. That would be a big mistake. It seemed that I had a great strength, but I stepped into the center of the trap she set without noticing it. Obviously being young means being young. Insufficient combat experience. And this is Feng Ye's weakness. Trapped in the center of her magneto-optical laser seal, let alone Kaed Yoryuaki alone, even if White Fang is also there, if the two are together, they will still die. This trick, bad. Not far away, Tsunade, who was beating the 3 Sand Shinobi, noticed the situation here, and immediately judged that Kaedia had fallen into Cho's trap, and his face changed involuntarily. She took a breath, no longer continued to attack the 3, but immediately tried to support her, relying on her Baihao technique to bring Feng Ye out of the trap. However, the 3 Sand Shinobi also knew that the confrontation between Cho and Kaedia had reached the most critical moment. Although they were both injured, they still gritted their teeth and rushed up, dragging Tsunade tightly. The 3 Sand Shinobi almost didn't hesitate to pay the price of death, but also to hold Tsunade, so that Tsunade was dragged back, unable to support Feng Ye's side, and could only watch Feng Ye fall into crisis. All my weapons are highly poisonous. And you can't use weapons, you can only use physical skills. Ninjutsu I don't think you are good at. Even if the Tsunade over there can unlock my poison, she won't have the chance to detoxify you. It's over, kid. Cho didn't rush to launch an attack, but while opening his mouth, he continued to manipulate the fragments, making the fragments form a more complete enclosure, like a huge sphere, without exposing Feng Ye to any gaps where he could travel through the past to escape. Feng Ye didn't try to pass through the gap, but looked up at the strange triangular puppet that had flown above his head, and then stopped maintaining the Chidori, allowing the Chidori to collapse, and let go of his hand. Whoosh! The Kuzenaru sword flew out and inserted into the triangular puppet. After taking a look, Feng Ye retracted his gaze, and first quit the violent state of 8 inner gates, separated his left and right hands, made the same seals, and looked at Cho again, saying, I see. It seems that you did spend a lot of effort to deal with my father. Feng Ye deliberately slowed down a little bit of speaking speed, but there was no sluggishness in the movements of his hands, and the seal was completed in an instant. Chidori's neighing sounded again, and thunder arcs intertwined with both his left and right hands. This is a two-handed Chidori, and his chakra has been able to easily use this trick. It seems that you still want to make senseless resistance. Cho looked at Feng Ye indifferently, and did not show any fluctuations in her expression because of Feng Ye's voice. She snorted, her hands suddenly closed, and a large number of chakra threads suddenly closed. Countless metal fragments were all pulled, centered on Fenjai, flying from all directions, like a violent storm, tearing Fenjai to pieces. But almost at the moment of Kande's action, the silver light on Feng Ye's body flickered again, and the third gate and fourth gate of the 8 inner gates broke through one after another. He didn't have any hesitation. The palm of the thunder and lightning was wrapped around like a shadow. Strike out in the void. Laugh. 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 In the 8-gate lightning style, quadruple speed, two-handed Chidori state, Feng Ye used his hand as a knife, and the speed was so fast that it was like an afterimage, which directly caused flames in the void. This is towards the peacock, but not towards the peacock, because the flames that Feng Ye's hand knife splits are not in the shape of a fist, but a burning arc Kayashinu. This is the first time Feng Ye has used it. The palms of the thunderlight entwined with thousands of birds, and the burning arc swayed in the void, like a phoenix shaking feathers, leaving behind a phoenix feather wrapped in flames in the void. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion continued to explode. The slender feathers of scarlet red were born from the void drawn by Fenjai's palm, flying in all directions, forming a bombardment like a storm. From a distance, you can see countless red and slender feathers, like the wings of a phoenix, forming a hemisphere, enclosing the maple knight in the center, and every piece of metal falling down is blown out by those red feathers. Ninjutsu? No. This is physique. Looking at this scene, Cho's face changed drastically. She is pretty sure that Maple Ye is a ninja of body art, and that lightning style is also a technique for enhancing physical art. They are all for strengthening melee combat. Even if Maple Ye has some long-range attack ninjutsu, it will definitely not be a grandmaster. It is impossible to stop her attack. Weapons cannot be used, ninjutsu cannot resist, and she can only rely on melee combat to deal with the poisonous metal fragments in the sky. This is undoubtedly a mortal situation, but she did not expect that with physical skills, Fenjai could also release long-range attack. From her vision, it was natural to see at a glance that those flames were not made by chakra, but by relying on powerful physical skills, the flames formed by the violent friction between the palm of the hand and the air. This was completely beyond her expectation. With a ranged long-range attack released by physical skills, the little devil is still mastering this method. Damn it! Cho couldn't help gritting her teeth for a while, and she pulled her hands quickly, pushing her chakra line to the limit, manipulating the metal fragments in the sky, and attacking Fenjai frantically. This kind of physique must consume much energy and chakra, it is impossible to maintain it for long, and she prepares a lot of metal fragments for this. As long as Feng Ye is not allowed to rush out of it, dragging Feng Ye will inevitably exhaust her physical strength. Block it. The advantage is still on her side. Boom, boom, boom. The sound of the explosion continued to spread. Before the battle between Feng Ye and Cho, the movement was not very big. The Kuzena's sword in Feng Ye's hand was displayed with the Heitake swordsmanship he honed. The puppets that met Cho were basically cut off in one fell swoop, nothing too big. Sound. However, Kayashinyu's skill and the Thousand Generations secret skills confronted each other like countless cannons firing continuously. The roaring sound shook the entire battlefield and attracted the attention of countless ninjas. Kanaha's ninja was shocked by Kaed's strength, but at the same time, his expression was a little nervous, because compared to Kaed, Cho is a famous ninja after all. It stands at the apex of countless ninjas in Sand Shinobi Village, and is known as the most ninja in the world. Strong puppet master. Looking at the current situation, the outcome is still difficult to predict. Compared to Kanaha's ninja, Sand Shinobi's ninja is even more nervous. Except for some high-level leaders, I don't even know the information about the destruction of the surprise attack. I don't know much about Kaedia. I thought that the target of the Cho's showdown would be Tsunade, one of Konoha-sunin, but I didn't expect it to be a very young ninja. Whoosh! Whoosh! More Sand Shinobi tried to support it. More Konoha Shinobi players tried their best to stop. For a while, the center of the confrontation between Fengjai and Cho, the momentum even surpassed Jiraiya and Fengying Luasha in the confrontation not far away. Even Luasha and Jiraiya were also paying attention to the situation here, because they could see that the outcome may be announced soon. Was it Maple Ye, who inherited the talent and will of Konoha's White Fang, who defeated Cho again in this third Ninja World War, or did Cho rely on far more combat experience than Maple Ye to defeat Maple Ye? Akamika Dingza is looking here. Jiraiya is looking here. Tsunade is looking here. Countless eyes were focused on the center that kept roaring. Finally, the metal fragments all over the sky gradually shattered into countless residues, becoming more and more rare, and the firelight surrounded by countless fragments in the center did not have any tendency to stop weakening. Under the gaze of countless people, the Maple Knight, bathed in silver light, waved his hands with 1,000 birds, drew a line of hot flame feathers around him, and rushed to the sky. The master's hand wrapped around the thunder arc turned into a fist, faced the triangular puppet suspended in the air and threw a punch. The nearby puppet fragments had been almost wiped out by Feng Ye, and Qiande could no longer stop Feng Ye from crushing her puppet core, and could only watch Feng Ye's fist go up. Boom! Thunderlight and flame exploded. Accompanied by a earth-shattering explosion, the triangular puppet made of unknown material was blown to pieces by Feng Ye's punch. Wow! Along with the fragmentation of the triangular puppet, the metal fragments suspended in the air were all stagnated and solidified, and then they lost their strength and scattered towards the earth. Feng Ye, bathed in silver light, smashed the triangular puppet, then fell to the ground again, holding the Kuzenara sword that had been ejected due to the explosion. Even with the aftermath of such an explosion, Kuzenara sword did not show any signs of damage. Obviously, its toughness was far beyond what Ninja White Fang could match. Crackling! Feng Ye held the hilt of the Kuzenara sword again, and the lightning arc wrapped around his palm spread to the hilt in an instant, and then he shook his left hand to make the lightning arc disappear in his left hand. Cho watched this scene without any hesitation, and tapped the ground lightly under his feet, and the body flicker technique was used, and he backed back quickly. Retreat! At the moment when the final secret technique was broken, she knew she had to retire. She is a ninja who has experienced countless winds and waves, and will not lose faith in a moment because of failure, so after confirming that she can no longer win, she decisively chooses to retreat. Want to escape? Feng Ye looked in the direction of Cho, his voice still staying in place. His whole person had turned into a silver flash, chasing him towards Cho. Nearby Sand Shinobi tried to stop it, but neither ninjutsu nor physique could keep up with Kaed's speed. Kaed ignored the other Sand Shinobi, only Cho was in his eyes. Laugh! In an instant, the silver light caught up with the 1,000 generations. The Kuzenara sword pierced through Qiande's chest for an instant, but there was no blood spurting out, but the whole body turned into sand and fell apart, obviously a clone. After Kaed Yoryuki's sword stabbed the clone, he held the hilt of the Kuzenara sword without thinking, and slashed the sword towards the ground directly below, and at the same time the whole person jumped. Wow! Spikes shimmering with metallic luster penetrated directly under Fengjai. The clone that Cho released was not to cover the body's retreat, but as a decoy. Her body was hidden directly below. This is the cage-level powerhouse who has experienced countless life and death trials and stood at the top of countless ninjas. Even though most of the methods have been lost, they are still at the most sinister moment, accompanied by incomparable murderous intent. If Feng Ye's reaction slowed down a little bit, he would be penetrated by Cho's puppet arm, but Feng Ye reacted. In other words, in a state of quadruple speed, he has 4 times more time to think than others. He anticipated that Cho would set up the most sinister ambush, and when he noticed that the piercing was a clone, he almost concluded, if you stay in place, you will definitely endure the attack. Jumping into the air behind you is not only to dodge attacks from the ground, but also to dodge attacks that may come from other directions, and the sword that is slashed is to perceive an abnormality in the ground, at a faster speed the response. Boom! The arc light like the sun fell on the earth. Cho's puppet arm was destroyed in an instant, and the whole person was also blown out from the ground, spouting a mouthful of blood, and flew out toward one side. Quietly, Feng Ye's figure turned into a silver light, and he caught up with Cho in mid-air, holding the Kuzenara sword in both hands from top to bottom. A sword pierced Cho's body, and pressed down, falling from the air with a thud. Hit the ground. The ground was smashed into a hollow hole, and the Kuzenara sword sank into Cho's vest until the handle, like a nail, nailed it to the broken ground. Feng Ye stood up slowly. At the moment when the enemy thought that he had won, he set up a seemingly simple but extremely effective attack. It seemed that until the last moment, I was still rushing to my weakness of being too young and lacking combat experience. I wanted to take advantage of this to reverse. In the situation, you can make countless ninjas fear for no reason. Having said that, he paused for a while, watching Cho being nailed to the ground, with only the last bit of life left, and slowly said, "Unfortunately, your thoughts were captured by me." Blood spread from the ground. Did it fail? In the end, the revenge was not completed. You won, White Fang. After being nailed to the ground, Cho's eyes gradually dimmed, and his gaze reluctantly moved in the direction of Fang Ya, and then gradually lost his look. Elder Cho of Sand Shinobi Village died in battle. Cho, who was lost to White Fang in the Second Ninja World War, survived by chance, but ultimately failed to escape his fate. And Fang Ya, who killed 1,000 generations in the melee, has completely become famous in the ninja world after this battle. The atmosphere of the battlefield was frozen. Many Konoha ninjas in the vicinity gradually slowed down until they stopped, and Sand Shinobi on the opposite side was the same, all looking in the direction where Kaede was. Cho used a clone to try to reverse the situation when Kaede was at his weakest vigilance. He killed Kaede in one fell swoop, which caused countless Konoha shinobi to frighten him, but Kaede avoided the deadly attack and took a backhand sword. Completely defeated Cho. Later, it was the scene where Cho was caught up and flew out in an instant, shot Cho down from the air, and nailed him to the ground with a Kuzenaru sword. Even if they weren't perceptual ninjas, Konoha and rock shinobi, who were relatively close, could perceive that Cho's chakra became weak and eventually disappeared completely. That's not a clone. That is the ontology. The complete disappearance of chakra means death. Someone swallowed, made a very small voice, and said that 1,000 generations are dead. This sound seemed to ignite the fuse of a cannonball, and the solidified battlefield finally exploded completely. All kinds of emotions such as shock, horror, and excitement were intertwined in the faces of many Konoha shinobi and Sand shinobi in an instant. Superior died. The sentient ninja took a breath and confirmed this fact. For Konoha's ninja, Cho is a fearsome existence, not only her terrifying poison, the puppetry that stands at the top of the puppet master, but also her achievements in World War II. Even if he lost to White Fang, he eventually retreated and survived. This is an extremely powerful ninja, a well-known existence in the ninja world, and it is fundamentally different from a ninja who has not yet been known in the ninja world like Ye Kang. Now, such a ninja who can be called the pillar of Sand Shinobi Village died in battle. It can be said that from this moment, Konoha has already established the victory of this war. Even if Kaede does nothing next, Sand Shinobi has also been defeated. Although Kaede is unbelievably young, and Kaede only serves as a special jonin now, but killing the Elder Cho of Sand Shinobi Village on the battlefield is enough to be regarded as Konoha's hero. Do it! The war is not over yet. I don't know who screamed, and the short-lived battlefield broke out again. Compared with the momentum of the Konoha shinobi who brazenly charged, the Sand Shinobi are in a state of perplexity. They don't know whether the war will continue after Cho's death. Once this kind of hesitation appears, it means that the balance of the positive situation has been broken, and the battle line has begun to be postponed in the direction of Sand Shinobi. It can be seen that the defeat is only a matter of time. Especially, some nearby Sand Shinobi looked at Fang Ya. Those eyes were almost full of fear, even if through the silver light, Fang Ya could be seen at most in his teenage years, but after killing Cho's powerful strength, Fang Ya has become the battlefield. One of the scariest Konoha shinobi. Waste. Fang Ying Luasha's eyes were cold. After being defeated by White Fang and killed by White Fang's son, there is nothing more humiliating than this, but it also means that this war is almost over. All the responsibilities for the defeat can be shed on the dead Cho, Yekara, and Ebizo, and the voices against him in the village were swept away. Withdraw. The goal has been achieved. Luosha did not intend to continue the meaningless battle, and decisively issued the order to retreat, and the nearby Sand Shinobi finally began to rout. Jiraiya didn't intend to let Luosha go, but after chasing for a while, Luosha used magnet style to manipulate the gold sand, and the whole person escaped directly into the ground, and disappeared in an instant. There was a sensory ninja staring at Luosha nearby, giving Jiraiya the direction to chase him continuously, but he himself couldn't keep up with Luosha's speed, and was finally thrown away by Luosha. Fang Ya didn't fully relax either. He maintained the status of 8 inner gates, symbolically solved some nearby Sand Shinobi, and killed about dozens of ninjas, most of which were jonin. Compared with the shock of beheading Cho, these seem less noticeable, and Tsunade quickly rushed over to join Fenjai. Noting Tsunade rushing over, Fang Ya thought for a while, and stopped using time to maintain the state, and closed the 8 inner gates. Cough. Fang Ya, who closed the 8 inner gates, staggered. As this time, instead of going backwards to the state before opening the 8 inner gates, but closing the 8 gate normally, the side effects were immediately manifested, and a mouthful of blood was coughed out. Maple Knight. Tsunade immediately supported Fang Ya, chakra injected into Fang Ya's body, and after checking Fang Ya's condition, he immediately showed a serious look. She glanced at the already defeated Sand Shinobi, stopped chasing, picked up Maple Yahan, and quickly retreated to the back of the battlefield, using medical ninjutsu while retreating. Is it a side effect of your surgery? How could it be so bad? Tsunade looked at Feng Ye with a pale face, her brows were tightly closed and she opened her mouth. She had guessed that Feng Ye's burst of power would not come without a cost. Now it seems that the cost is greater than she expected, and there is almost a piece of her body inside. Messy. Feng Ye coughed and didn't struggle. He let Tsunade treat him, and said with a faint smile, in order to get strong power, you need to pay a price. This is the forbidden technique, shouldn't Master Tsunade understand it well? Cough. Ahem. If you change to a normal ninja, you probably can't maintain your composure at this time, but Fenjai is very calm, because even if Tsunade can't cure him, he can use time to recover instantly. Being so hugged by Tsunade makes him feel that it seems good to experience the wounded occasionally, but the price of your technique is too great. Tsunade has roughly judged Feng Ye's injury, and she solemnly said, this kind of injury, even I can only be cured with a 70 to 80% certainty. The injury of the fourth gate of the 8 inner gates is at most muscle rupture, but the 8-gate lightning style developed by Feng Ye is the lightning style chakra that runs wild in the body. The side effects are not only the muscles, but also the serious meridian damage. There are some forbidden techniques that are at the cost of death, but it is worthy of Master Tsunade. Even if it is my injury, I can heal it with a 70 to 80% certainty. Cough, 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 your medical skills are indeed in the ninja world. The medical master. Feng Ye smiled disapprovingly, and a ray of blood flowed from the corner of her mouth, as if it was not herself who was injured. You shut up now. Tsunade glared at Kaed Yoryuaki, retreated to a safe position on the battlefield, and shouted at the medical unit that had already caught up. Stretcher. The 2 medical ninjas immediately rushed over with a stretcher, put Maple Ye on the stretcher, and evacuated to the back of the battlefield, while Tsunade followed closely with one hand on Maple Ye's chest, continuing to release the light green. The fluorescent chakra maintains medical ninjutsu. Tsunade wanted to reprimand Feng Ye for using the forbidden technique with such a big side effect, but then I thought that if Feng Ye did not use this forbidden technique, it would be difficult for him to win Cho. Maybe she and Feng Ye, who were in a bad state, could not deal with Cho when she joined forces with Feng Ye. This made her unable to reprimand. He could only take a deep breath, keeping all his attention on the treatment of Feng Ye. Concentrate, concentrate, concentrate. Tsunade kept meditating in her heart. She knew that to treat Feng Ye's injury, the chakra in her body should not be unstable at all, which means she must not be affected by panasemia. Originally, her phobia was almost healed. At this time, under this gritted teeth, the strong will finally broke through the following shackles, and the chakra in the body was no longer stagnant. Her phobia was completely cured. Although there was no obvious change on the surface, Feng Ye still noticed this, and a smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Sand Shinobi's defeat on the main battlefield also meant the complete failure of this decisive battle. The 2 flanking battlefields, after learning that the main battlefield had been defeated, and 4th Kazekage Rasha gave the order to retreat, they immediately disintegrated and fled. The right-wing battlefield in the south is slightly better, and the casualties are not particularly serious, but the left-wing battlefield in the north has more casualties than the main battlefield in the center. The reason is also very simple. Namikaze Minato is here. On that day, Sand Shinobi once again experienced the horror of Flying Thunder God technique. Under Namikaze Minato's solo show, more than 20 jonin and nearly 100 shinin died in the hands of Namikaze Minato. The last time Sand Shinobi experienced Flying Thunder God was when second Hokage Senju Tobirama was still alive, and Namikaze Minato, who talked about Flying Thunder God alone, was more adaptable and proficient in space transfer than Senju Tobirama. Kakashi was holding a dagger and panting violently. There was blood dripping from the dagger, and a lot of blood was splashed on his mask and left cheek. The chakra in his body was exhausted, and his physical strength was also huge. Whoosh! Namikaze Minato's figure fell to Kakashi's right side. Instead of looking at Kakashi, he ordered the Konoha shinobi who was pursuing Sand Shinobi's unit. It's almost done, don't continue chasing. Not only Kakashi, but his chakra is almost exhausted. Konoha's ninjas are also exhausted, and if they continue to pursue them, it is equivalent to exchanging casualties for casualties, and it doesn't make much sense. Namikaze Minato, as the commander-in-chief of this side, was not very prestigious, but his performance in this campaign increased his prestige to an unprecedented level. After an order was given, Konoha's ninjas soon stopped pursuing. Close the team. Has it ended? Kakashi gasped again, calmed his breathing, and looked at Namikaze Minato. Namikaze Minato then looked at Kakashi, took a breath, nodded and said, it's over, it seems that the main battlefield is defeated, they have no reason to continue to stop us. Having said that, a gleam of light flashed in Namikaze Minato's eyes. He thought it would be the flanking battlefield that would affect the main battlefield, but he did not expect that Sand Shinobi had a problem on the main battlefield first. You must know that he did not encounter the powerful ninja in Sand Shinobi on the battlefield here. In other words, Sand Shinobi should have placed their powerful ninja on the main battlefield in the center, or on the right wing in the south. Now it seems that the main battlefield has been defeated so quickly, the opponent should have concentrated on attacking the right wing. As a result, the central battlefield was defeated. This can be understood. After all, there are Jiraiya and Tsunade on the central battlefield, as well as special ninjas like Kaede. It is normal for Sand Shinobi to be unable to resist it, but I don't know what Kaede's record is. Namikaze Minato commanded Konoha's ninja to clean the battlefield, and at the same time asked the liaison team to communicate with the main battlefield, and quickly learn the specifics of the main battlefield. Report to the captain. In the main battlefield, the number of casualties on our side was about 70 people. Sand Shinobi killed more than 300 people. Among them, Sand Shinobi's elder Cho died in battle, and Kaze Kage Luasha led the rest to flee. Listening to the report of the contact ninja, Namikaze Minato looked slightly surprised and said, "Did Cho die?" The elder Cho of Sand Shinobi Village, a powerful ninja in the ninja world, is known as the strongest puppet master, standing at the apex of the puppet master. He became famous before Jiraiya or Akimaru and other Sunin, but he did not expect to die on the frontal battlefield. Yes, the ninja of the liaison class said Cho was defeated in the duel with Maple Yajonin, and was beheaded by Maple Yajonin. Maple Yajonin used the forbidden technique and is now being sent to the rear for treatment. Hearing this information, Namikaze Minato was slightly lost. He thought that Cho's death was the handwriting of Jiraiya or Tsunade, or died in the siege, but he did not expect to be defeated by Kaede. This made him smile wryly. If only talking about the number of kills, in this kind of battlefield, almost no one of Master Flying Thunder God technique can compete with him, but Fenjai defeated a famous ninja, that would be different. Even if he played well on the battlefield here, killing hundreds of ninjas, he still has to be covered by the light of Maple Knight, because Cho is a powerful ninja in the famous ninja world, and her death itself is a thing that will spread quickly. Things all over the world of ninja. Cho, Kakashi was also slightly lost. The fight between White Fang and Cho was a matter of World War II. He didn't know much about it, but Cho was still impressed because the opponent was Sand Shinobi's top ninja, and he also had the name of the strongest puppet master. A ninja who needs to be wary of being recorded. Unexpectedly, such a famous ninja would die in Fang Ye's hands. It seems that his elder brother has completely grown into a ninja who can stand alone. Kakashi never felt that Fang Ye could not reach such a height, but he did not expect Fang Ye to walk so fast. He was still 2 months away from the age of 11. But Kakashi was not immersed in the shock. He quickly recovered, his eyes changed slightly to look at the contact ninja, and said, "My brother used the forbidden technique and was sent for treatment? That is to say, the situation is very serious." The contact ninja showed a trace of respect and said, "Listening to the news over there, it is very serious. Tsunade-sama is already treating Fenjai Jonin personally, and escorting Fenjai Jonin back to the camp all the way. Forbidden technique will inevitably pay a price." Feng Ye used the forbidden technique, and at any price, he forcefully killed the ninjas of Sand Shinobi Village Elder Cho. Such ninjas are worthy of respect regardless of their age. Whoosh! Hearing the report of contacting the ninja, Kakashi's expression changed slightly. He looked up in the direction of the camp, and suddenly jumped and returned to the direction of the camp. Namikaze Minato flickered and caught up with Kakashi, saying, "I will send you back." He can understand Kakashi's concerns. After all, Kaede is Kakashi's elder brother. Kakashi stopped and said to Namikaze Minato, "Thank you, Mr. Minato." Namikaze Minato nodded calmly, perceiving the coordinates of his stay in the camp, put a hand on Kakashi's shoulder, activated Flying Thunder God, and sent Kakashi back to the camp. Konoha Camp. Shizune is waiting for the wounded to be returned with some medical ninjas who stayed at the camp. After seeing Tsunade returning to the camp with 2 medical nurses carrying a stretcher, Shizune immediately greeted him. The ninja staying at the camp stepped forward to confirm his identity. Tsunade directly revealed his chakra. The strong chakra fluctuations instantly changed the complexions of several ninjas. "Get out of the way!" Tsunade yelled. The ninja who stayed behind immediately gave way. Such a huge and genuine chakra can only belong to Tsunade, and its appearance will be fake, but chakra cannot be faked. While getting out of the way, a hint of curiosity surged in the hearts of several people. I didn't expect Tsunade to personally escort the wounded back to the camp. Who is the man lying on the stretcher? Master Tsunade, huh? Shizune greeted him, first looked at Tsunade, and then clearly saw the figure lying on the stretcher. His face suddenly paled, and said, "This is." Tsunade ignored Shizune and took 2 doctors straight to her camp. After she got to the camp and put Feng Ye down, she looked at Shizune and said, "He used the forbidden technique and suffered serious side effects. Shizune, get out of the way and watch." Shizune's face was a little pale, and it was the first time he saw Tsunade so serious. In the past, even the seriously injured people sent to the camp did not show Tsunade such a look. Actually, it's not that Feng Ye's injuries are more serious than all the seriously injured, but those who are seriously injured. Tsunade is only going to see patients as a doctor. Feng Ye is not just a simple patient, but also Heitake Shimao who has taken care of her. The son, who is also the healer who treats her phobia, fought Cho on the battlefield alone, because she was unable to exert all her strength. In Tsunade's view, this is her responsibility. Cough, cough, cough. Don't say anything like I'm going to die anytime, you scared Shizun. Feng Ye coughed twice and smiled, as if the person who was badly injured was not himself. He looked at Shizun and said, "Don't worry, there is no life-threatening, but meridian injuries are more troublesome, but Master Tsunade is sure enough. It can be cured." Seeing that Fenjai could still speak with a smile, Shizun's nervousness immediately eased a lot. "You shut up." Tsunade gave Kaed Yoryu a key angrily. What kind of nerves of this kid? It sounds like a small wound. If her medical skills are even worse and replaced by her 10 years ago, she is really not sure to treat the wound like this. Tsunade flicked her finger and cut Feng Ye's shirt open, with a serious look in her eyes. Chakra, like a silk thread, swam around her fingertips a few times. After confirming that she was in good condition, she lowered her hands, pressed on Feng Ye's chest and started the treatment. In order to avoid interrupting Tsunade, who was serious, Kadea stopped talking to Shizun, closed his eyes and let Tsunade operate. Off the camp. Not all the ninjas who stayed at the camp knew Fenjai, but there were also ninjas who specialized in memorizing information and identified the ninja lying on the stretcher, and the news spread quickly within the camp. There were a small number of Jonin, Chunin, torture and intelligence ninjas who stayed at the camp, and all of them were young genin who were not more than 15 years old. Feng Ye was seriously injured. After learning the news, Yuri Hong was shocked, and had no time to take care of the boiling hot water, and went straight to Tsunade's camp. When he arrived outside the camp, he was blocked by Shizun who was guarding the camp. "Master Tsunade is undergoing treatment, please don't go in." "Mr. Tsunade is inside?" Yuri Hong stopped and said nervously, "How did Fenjai get injured? Is it serious? If Tsunade-sama treats him personally, shouldn't it be okay?" A series of questions were asked. Before Shizun could answer, Lin hurriedly walked out of the camp. She was a member of the medical squad. She took some necessary supplies from the medical squad and sent it in. Seeing Lin walk out, Yuri Hong had no time to think about other things at this time, and directly showed her a questioning look. Lin shook her head. "She just went in and gave me medical supplies." Tsunade was treating Feng Ye. She didn't dare to interrupt, and knew that she couldn't, so she didn't know the specific situation. "How is Fenjai? Are you okay?" Just then, someone ran over again, Uchiha Obito, who was also staying behind. After learning that Feng Ye was seriously injured, his first reaction was astonishment. He didn't expect that such a strong Feng Ye would be defeated and seriously injured. The second reaction was complicated. He used Feng Ye as his target and opponent. If Feng Ye had any accident, it would not be something to be happy about for him. "Don't worry too much." Shizun saw that more and more people gathered, and said Maple's situation is not life-threatening, and Master Tsunade is treating him personally, so there will be no other problems. Hearing Shizun's explanation, Yuri Hong, Lin and others breathed a sigh of relief, and their nervous and pale faces gradually improved. Obito also sighed. He didn't want to just lose an opponent like this, but Feng Ye, who had been arrogant for so long, finally couldn't get arrogant this time. It seemed that he had encountered an extremely troublesome opponent on the battlefield of the decisive battle. "Yoshi, then the enemy who defeated Feng Ye, let me defeat him." Obito clenched his fist and placed it in front of him, showing an uplifted and confident look. And at this time, Kakashi's voice came from behind him, saying, "This time you finally have a little bit of self-knowledge about your own strength. I didn't say that I will leave it to you to defeat it now. As soon as I came back, I heard Obito's big talk. Even though I was worried about Fenjai's situation in my heart, I still couldn't help but glance at Obito and replied, 'Kakashi? Why are you back?' Obito looked sideways at Kakashi who came by, and asked slightly in surprise, 'Is it over?' Kakashi walked closer, looked inside the camp, and nodded. 'It's over, San Shinobi has been defeated, we have won, and everyone else should be back soon. How is my brother's situation now?' Despite the worry in his heart, Kakashi remained calm and did not go inside, but asked Shizun, who was standing outside the camp and blocking everyone. Shizun met Kakashi and reiterated Kaed's situation. So, Kakashi listened to Shizun's statement and suddenly relaxed, glanced at Uchiha Obito next to him, and said, 'By the way, you just said that you plan to defeat Kaedia's enemy in the future. You can't do this, Obito.' Obito was about to leave. Hearing Kakashi's words, he immediately said unconvinced, 'Hey, don't underestimate me, Kakashi. When I turn on Sharingan, you will know how awesome it is.' Kakashi folded his arms on his chest and said, 'I don't know if your Sharingan is useful, but you can't defeat that enemy because she is already dead.' 'Hey.' Obito froze for a moment. Kakashi glanced at Obito and said, 'Don't you think that Kaedia was defeated and left the battlefield severely injured? He is not a loser, but a winner. He won the opponent and killed him on the battlefield. That person. Actually, I think that even if that person is not killed by Kaedia, Obito, you probably won't be able to beat that person, because that person is Joe.' Kakashi looked at Obito faintly, and spared no effort to hit Obito psychologically. And the information revealed by this understatement, in the ears of Obito, Yurihong and others, exploded like thunder, making the nearby ninjas including Shizen stare. Kakashi, do you mean Cho? Is that Cho? Shirihong asked in disbelief. Kakashi looked calm, nodded affirmatively at her, and said, that's the 1,000 generations, the elder of Tsunagakure, the strongest puppet master in the ninja world. Kakashi glanced over a piece of silence, Obito and others fell into the silence, and finally fell to the camp not far away, saying, if it weren't for such a ninja, I'm afraid it would be impossible for Feng Ye to be forced to use the forbidden technique. Side effects. It was quiet. No one speaks. Even Shizen didn't know that Feng Ye was seriously injured because he used the forbidden technique to kill Tsunagakure's elder Cho. On this battlefield, the name of Cho is known to Konoha's ninjas. Everyone knows that it is the backbone of Sand Shinobi Village, a powerful ninja comparable to Kazekage. And such a ninja was defeated and killed by Feng Ye. The impact of this news far surpassed the previous news of killing dozens of ninjas, leaving Shirihong and others almost at a loss. Feng Jai killed Cho. Shizen was in a daze for a while. Feng Ye is a student with them, and Cho is a powerful ninja famous in the ninja world. No matter how you listen to this kind of thing, there is a very remote and unreal feeling, and it is hard to believe that it is a real thing. Maple Knight, has it reached this level? In the camp, Tsunade continued to treat Maple Ye. The treatment of meridian injuries is completely different from the treatment of fractures, muscle breaks and other injuries. It is like an operation. It requires the use of ultimate chakra manipulation methods to condense into a hair-like needle at an extremely fine level. Go for a little cure. The most subtle manipulation of chakra in this world is undoubtedly the number of puppet masters and medical ninjas. One manipulating the chakra line requires dexterity to the ultimate means, and the other is in a small area, and chakra must be trained to be extremely detailed. Operation. The treatment lasted from noon until evening. Finally, Tsunade let out a breath and slowly raised his palm. All the meridian injuries in Feng Ye's body have been healed, including the muscle rupture injuries. She has also been treated, and then it only takes a period of recuperation to fully recover. After completing the treatment completely, she reacted somewhat surprised. She didn't seem to have any fear of blood anymore. During the treatment of Feng Ye, all her attention was focused on the treatment of meridians, not affected by any panasemia. Otherwise, the process may not be so smooth if it is affected a little. You kid! Tsunade looked at lying there, closed his eyes, breathing evenly and normally. Feng Ye, who had already fallen asleep, laughed and shook his head, and said, my symptoms have really been cured by you. Looking at Feng Ye who was lying there sleeping, she lost consciousness for a while, thinking of her brother Noeki, who had been killed in World War II. It took a while before she came back to her senses. She gently closed Feng Ye's clothes and took them away. A blanket was covered. Shizen. Tsunade stood up and called out of the camp. Shizen, who had been guarding outside the camp, immediately walked in, looked at Tsunade a little nervously, and said, Tsunade-sama, I am here. Kaed, how is he? It's okay. Tsunade shook his head slightly tired, and said, go and get me some food and water. Shizen was completely relieved when she heard that Fenjai was okay. She immediately nodded to Tsunade and said, yes, it's all ready for you. Off the camp. Uchiha Obito went back early, Kakashi went to eat too, Yurihong and Lin are still there. After learning from Shizen that Fenjai was fine, both of them finally breathed a sigh of relief, and their nervousness was relieved. Shizen brought the food and fresh water that had been prepared a long time ago, and walked into the tent. At the same time, he said to Shirihong and Lin, Fenjai seems to be asleep. Don't disturb him today. You should go back first. Have a rest. Both Yurihong and Lin wanted to go in and take a look at Fenjai, but after hearing Shizen's words, they could only look at each other, and then left each other after stopping for a while. After receiving the news that Feng Ye was safe, he could rest assured. In the hazy, Feng Ye opened his eyes in confusion and saw an illusory clock appearing in front of him. This is. The golden illusory clock didn't stand still, but suddenly made a chuckle, and the hands turned abruptly in the opposite direction, which made him discover that his body quickly changed from a teenager to a child and then to a baby. Then the pointer stopped again, spinning rapidly in a clockwise direction, and his body grew rapidly, from a baby to a teenager, from a teenager to a youth, and finally aged in middle age. Click! The pointer suddenly clicked again, everything came to a halt, and the whole world seemed to fall into a static state, except for his consciousness, nothing else moved. Then the illusory clock shook again, making his vision suddenly become weird, and he saw countless of his own shadows overlapping each other. The shadows lined up from the front of the eyes to the horizon. The closest one was almost exactly the same as him. As the distance gets farther, these shadows get smaller and smaller, and the farthest one is almost like a baby. Click! The unreal clock changed again, and the strange perspective disappeared. He saw that the hands on the clock turned into a normal clockwise rotation, but when it turned to the middle position, it disappeared suddenly, skipping a tick. The whole world also seemed to sway with it, as if it had been erased for a while. Then the whole world became blurred. In the end, everything fell into darkness. Kaed Yoryuaki opened his eyes little by little, and his consciousness gradually became clear, and he realized that there was no change in himself. Is that a dream just now? He glanced around and noticed that this should not be the camp where he lived, and then he saw Tsunade lying fast asleep about half a meter to his left. There seemed to be someone farther away. Without looking, I guessed it was Shizun. This should be Tsunade's camp. It doesn't seem to send me back to my camp. Feng Ye tried to sit up, but after moving a little, she felt that her muscles were still aching, and the corners of her mouth grinned slightly. He glanced over the edge of the camp, and could vaguely see through the cracks, and see a little bit of starlight in the night sky. It seemed to be midnight. It seemed that he should have fallen asleep during the treatment, and he slept right into the middle of the night. Anyway, the dream that I just had. Vaguely recalling several scenes in the dream, Feng Ye could vaguely judge that there were several manifestations of abilities such as time acceleration, time backwards, time stillness, and so on. As for the others, they are a bit vague, and they are not very intuitive. It is impossible to infer what it is based on a few pictures, and only a few vague guesses can be made. Time clone? Time jumps? Time to delete? With those pictures appearing in his dreams, Feng Ye couldn't judge whether it was his own crazy dream, or it was really related to the illusory clock and was affected by it. But Feng Ye instinctively felt that most of the abilities that appeared in that dream belonged to the 12 scales of the unreal clock, but it was not clear which scale corresponded to. It would be great if the time was still unlocked. Feng Ye thought about it. In the Hokage world, the ability of time to stand still is almost incomprehensible. Once the master has this ability, even if it is against its Satsuki Kagaya, it can become a storyline. Time is still smashing down, even if there is a gap between cage level and 6 paths level, you can still dig out Rinnegan first, and then absorb the power of the tail beast and chakra bit by bit. All the power of the 6 paths level was sucked up and captured. Thinking of this, Feng Ye closed his eyes. An illusory clock appeared in front of his eyes. He glanced at the position of scale 3 and saw that although the fog on scale 3 had faded a bit, there was still a long way to go before the distance disappeared completely. According to this progress, it is estimated that it will still take 2 or 3 years to unlock. After checking his other abilities, Feng Ye shook his head in his heart and stopped thinking meaninglessly. Coming into this world and getting the unreal clock, although there are still many doubts about its capabilities, Fenjai can roughly infer something. The first is, its ability is gradually unlocked over time. The time required for this unlocking process is fixed and hardly affected. Feng Ye has a bolder idea about this, that is, the current illusory clock may not have complete power, but as long as time is flowing, it can continuously draw power from time to recover and gradually become more complete. Every other year or so, the interval of time acceleration will expand a bit, which also confirms this. Also, its time energy seems infinite, but in fact it is not infinite, but has an upper limit, and this upper limit is constantly increasing. This was discovered by Feng Ye during his experiment. He once pulled out one of his own hairs and used the time flow back on this hair, and it did not flow back a few seconds or 10 seconds, but flowed back more than 10 years in an instant. The hair disappeared in an instant, and at the same time, the entire illusory clock suddenly became dimmed from golden to pale silver, and only a little gold remained at the bottom. Fenjai judged that gold represents time energy. The reason why his time acceleration and time reversal can be used almost infinitely all the time is that the rate of consumption is far lower than the rate of its recovery. But if you go back for more than a few years in an instant, the time and energy consumed will suddenly reach an extremely huge level. According to Fenjai's judgment, the total amount of time energy currently stored in the unreal clock is about 15 years back in time. If you make the time back more than 15 years at a time, all the energy will be used up instantly. Feng Ye didn't know what would happen after the energy was exhausted, because he hadn't tried it, and didn't plan to try it. After all, it didn't take him more than 15 years to go backwards. As for where the time energy comes from, Feng Ye is still unclear for the time being. He only knew that attempt, after wasting about 4/5 of the time and energy, waited for nearly 10 days before the unreal clock was fully restored to its full golden state. This process is not disturbed by any outside behavior. Fenjai tried to kill other ninjas, tried to do some other things, but it did not affect the recovery of time energy. It would not make it recover faster, nor would it make it recover more slowly. Either the time held by everyone is too insignificant, or the time represented by the illusory clock corresponds to the space of the world, and has no connection with individual life. Its level is far there, above. Feng Ye could not confirm the specific situation, but he guessed it should be the latter. There is no such thing as how much time each person has. Time is a scale to measure changes in the world. It should correspond to the entire world. This speculation is not without reason, because Fenjai also did a second experiment, which was to use time backflow on 1 hair and 10 hairs respectively, and the time and energy consumed were the same. That is to say, the consumption of the ability of time reversal has nothing to do with the object it acts on. Whether it is a hair or the whole person, the time and energy consumed are the same, and the consumption of time energy is only related to the length of the time of the reversal. Also, Feng Ya also discovered a little bit. That is the upper limit of the time energy stored by the unreal clock, which is not constant, but is slowly increasing over time. Other aspects are temporarily unknown, but so far, unreal clock is constantly evolving or recovering over time, and it will become stronger and stronger over time. All the direction of change is in his favor. As for whether there will be a downside, Feng Ya is not clear. At least it hasn't been found so far. If there is really a downside, maybe it is just because it is powerful. It will make people lose themselves gradually, and gradually lose human emotions over time. Feng Ya murmured in his heart. He feels instinctively, this may be the truth. If he attains eternity and stands at the top of the shinobi world for hundreds of years and thousands of years, the human emotions may gradually disappear, but those who are still too far away from him now, at least don't need to think about it for now. Those are things that he needs to consider only after he has truly reached the top of the ninja world and has truly obtained eternity. Now he has only reached cage level. For the super cage level existence, such as Rinnegan's Nagato, maybe a universal pull sucked it in, and then a human soul stripped, and he died suddenly on the spot. The current strength is far from enough, at most it can only deal with most of the cage levels in the ninja world. Some special cage levels can also be quite troublesome to deal with, such as Grandmaster Flying Thunder God and Namikaze Minato, Speed and Defense of the Seal. Third Reikage is extremely pervert and so on. And just when Feng Ya was thinking, suddenly there was a rustling movement on the side of the bed. When I looked sideways, I saw Shizen lying on the innermost side. I don't know when he sat up. It seemed that he had just woke up, rubbing his still sleepy eyes. What? After waking up a bit, Shizen looked in the direction of Tsunade and Kaed. Although it was a bit dark, as a ninja, Shizen could still see that Kaed was awake. Shizen glanced at Tsunade, who was still sleeping, got up cautiously, walked to the right side of Feng Ya, and whispered, "Feng Ya, are you awake? How do you feel?" Feng Ya sighed and said, "The meridians are okay, the muscles are still a bit painful, and it's not easy to sit up. It seems that it will take some time to rest before you can move normally." "Aha." Shizen nodded gently, and said, "Medical ninjutsu can only treat wounds and will not promote the rapid growth of cells. Although broken muscles can be cured to bridge together, it will take some time for the broken part in the middle to fully recover. By the way, you should be thirsty, I will pour you water." Having said that, she paused for a while, stood up and walked to the table, looking at Feng Ya with some admiring eyes. "Speaking of Feng Ya, you are so powerful on the battlefield during the day, even the 1,000 generations were defeated by you. It seems that in a few days your name should spread all over the world of ninja." Feng Ya tilted her head and smiled softly. "Maybe. Last night, I heard many of them call you Silver Flash. I think this title sounds very good." Back to Feng Ya's bedside with the water glass, Shizen carefully lifted Feng Ya up. Feng Ya didn't force it. After drinking 2 sips of water by Shizen, she smiled and said, "I just did what I was supposed to do. Do you think the title of Silver Flash is good? It fits your image very well." Shizen helped Feng Jai to lie down again, showing a hint of smile, put the water glass next to him, and then suddenly thought of something. His cheeks became slightly red all of a sudden. He hesitated and said, "That, you need, that, convenience?" Kaed Yoryuaki was startled, and then said helplessly, "It seems, not very convenient." Shizen, "No, it's okay. You are a patient. Special treatment in special times." Feng Ya also understands this truth. Only, Shizen doesn't seem to be completely shy, as if he still has some inexplicable expectations. "Why do you think you are more anxious than me?" Seeing Shizen's appearance, Feng Yexinchinen couldn't help but vomit. This time it seemed that Shizen had finally caught a legitimate and difficult to refute reason for starting. Shizen blushed slightly, and there seemed to be a hint of expectation in the depths of his eyes, and said, "Don't be embarrassed, it's nothing, I am a doctor now." While talking, she tried to help. However, at this moment, Tsunade's voice suddenly came from the side. She seemed to be woken up. She yawned and said, "Shizen, what are you doing?" Feng Ya is awake. I planned to help Feng Jai with medical care, but Tsunade was awakened." The atmosphere suddenly became weird, and Shizen felt a little at a loss for a while. That. Tsunade saw Shizen hesitating, and couldn't help but wondered, "What are you doing?" Seeing that Shizen was in a somewhat bewildered situation, Feng Ya couldn't help but smile, and said, "Master Tsunade's medical skills are indeed #1 in the ninja world, and the meridian injuries have been completely healed." Tsunade glanced at Kaed Yoryuaki's eyes and said, "Don't be mean, your kid is indeed a little capable, and he can fall asleep during the treatment." Feng Ya chuckled and said, "Because Mr. Tsunade is here, it's so reassuring." This sentence is true. Despite the injuries on his body, with Tsunade, he was at ease, even more at ease than when he was at home before. This relief made him fall asleep quickly and relaxed. As for the pain during the treatment process, it is nothing to him now. After all, the use of 8-gate lightning style is accompanied by pain, and the body is cut into countless pieces by wind style. This kind of pain is not comparable to these. The ninja who practices 8 inner gates has a strong endurance to pain, because he is born out of pain, not to mention that he has the ability to rewind time and can withstand pain repeatedly. Pain in pain, just get used to it. Fang Ye's words also made Tsunade's heart very soothing. She shook her eyebrows, reached out her hand, put a wisp of chakra on Fang Ye's chest, and felt Fang Ye's recovery. Well, it seems that in just 2 or 3 days, you will be able to move normally, you will be able to fully recover in about a week, and you can exercise and fight. Tsunade made a judgment on Feng Jai's recovery. After making a judgment, Tsunade yawned again and said, I'm going to continue to sleep, Shizun. If you are not sleepy, take care of Feng Jai. He can't move normally yet. Okay, Master Tsunade. Shizun breathed a sigh of relief and nodded at Tsunade. Seeing Tsunade lying down again and turning to the other side to sleep on his side, Shizun looked at Feng Ye. After staring at Feng Ye for a few seconds, he looked away a little and said, I'm going to get things, I'll be back soon, you can bear with me again. The corner of Feng Ye's mouth trembled. Then he sighed. It's always psychologically weird to let him use time back on his bladder. As for using time back on the whole body, there will be some problems with the injuries on his body. It is inevitable that he will be found abnormal. After thinking about it, forget it. There is no other way to be taken advantage of. It is better than letting Tsunade do the operation, otherwise you won't be able to look up in front of Tsunade in the future. After a while, the problem is solved. Shizun's cheeks were slightly red, and he exhaled, and returned to his bed contentedly and went back to sleep. The next day, inside the central camp of the Konoha frontline camp, Jiraiya sat in the camp very early. After the decisive battle was determined, the busiest time was the most busy time. Whether it was the follow-up command and order, strategy, or the cleaning and cleaning of the battlefield, the calculation and distribution of battle achievements, etc., he needs to be responsible. Master Jiraiya, the situation of yesterday's battle has been counted. Just as Jiraiya was drawing up the follow-up strategy and action plan, Yamanaka Heiichi, who was in charge of intelligence, walked in, sent a report to him, and handed over a list. Jiraiya sighed, his gaze shifted from the map to Yamanaka Ueki's body. He stood up, took the list from Ueki's hand, and looked at it from the top. The first is Konoha's casualties. The total number of people killed in the battle was 214. The specific list of deaths was recorded on a separate sheet of paper. After a cursory glance, Jiraiya said in a deep voice, report the list of deaths to the village as soon as possible. Yamanaka Hai nodded a little. Jiraiya continued to look down, followed by injuries. Konoha had a total of 68 serious injuries and 371 minor injuries. The actual number of injuries was more, but some minor wounds were not counted. Inside, this is the battlefield of the decisive battle, the battlefield of large-scale wars. Even if Konoha wins and wins a complete victory, the number of casualties is still very high, close to 1/10. Jiraiya's face was heavy, and she continued to look down. The following is the statistics about Sand Shinobi. There are no casualties here, only statistics of deaths and prisoners. In this battle, a total of 681 Sand Shinobi were killed and 14 were captured. Altogether, there are close to 700 people. As for the list of merits at the bottom, at the top are the names of 2 people who are already very familiar to Konoha's ninja. Heitake Maple Knight, Namikaze Minato. First, Namikaze Minato killed a total of 112 people in Sand Shinobi, 21 of whom were Jonin. This number is undoubtedly shocking. Nearly half of the casualties in the entire flanking battlefield were killed by Namikaze Minato alone. After that was Heitake Kaed, who killed 61 Sand Shinobi people in total, 11 of whom were Jonin. In addition, they defeated and killed the Elder Cho of Sand Shinobi village. The number alone is not as good as Namikaze Minato, but the feat of killing Cho is even more dazzling and shocking, because Cho is a powerful ninja in the world of shocks and is known as the person who stands at the top of the puppet master. It can be said, both Fenjai and Namikaze Minato's records have far surpassed the others, and the light of the two is almost equal, covering the brilliance of everyone else. After taking a breath, Jiraiya put down the list in his hand, and slowly said, about the achievements of Heitake Kadaya and Namikaze Minato, please report them to the village. Yes. Yamanaka Hai responded and left the camp. After half a day, Konoha received a detailed report from the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. This kind of battle situation could not be concealed, and it was quickly made public and announced in Konoha village, which also caused a strong shock in Konoha. Countless ninjas were in an uproar. Namikaze Minato's record is certainly shocking, but after all, he is already Konoha's Jonin and a disciple of Jiraiya. He has a certain reputation in the village and is still within the scope of acceptance. But under another name, the record marked is a little unbelievable. Heitake Maple Knight. On the battlefield of the country of grass, kill 33 rock shinobi. Kill 101 sand shinobi in the land of rain. Kill 61 sand shinobi on the frontier battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind. Also, Confrontation San Shinobi Village Elder Cho, defeat him, and beheaded on the battlefield. The scarlet labels, like ripples stained with blood, swayed in the hearts of countless Konoha shinobi and civilians, making the whole Konoha boil. Compared to the previous tentative attack by Konoha and rock shinobi at the border of the country of grass, the events of the battlefield of the country of wind cannot be concealed. Because this battle is so huge, it is 2 of the 5 great ninja villages in the ninja world, and the entire ninja world is paying attention to this battle for the all-out war. The specific number of casualties is not clear to other villages. The only thing that is clear is that San Shinobi Village was defeated, and it was still a miserable defeat. In the decisive battle on the front battlefield, it was lost to Konoha, and to Konoha who only launched a small part of his troops. Also, the intelligence of Kyande's death in battle quickly spread throughout the ninja world, and what was passed along with this information was the name of the ninja who killed Cho. This was a very strange name to the ninja world, but many people with the last name were familiar with it. Hey Take. This surname instantly reminds people of Konoha's White Fang, who was famous in the ninja world, and it is not difficult to infer that Fang Ye is a member of the Heitake family and has a certain connection with White Fang. And what quickly made the big ninja villages feel incredible is that Fang Ye's age at this time is only 10 years old, and all the information. 10 years old. Killed Cho. This kind of near-fantastic news, whether it is from the Ren village or Xiao Ren village, almost immediately doubted its authenticity, and constantly sent scouts to investigate further. And when it was completely determined that the news was true, the entire ninja world fell into a brief silence. There is another name that promotes ninja with the same name as Kaed Yoryuaki, and that is Namikaze Minato, who also has a dazzling record in this battle. Countless ninjas began to call the latter Konoha's Golden Glitter and the former as Konoha's Silver Glitter. So far, the name of Fang Ye resounds through the world of shinobi. Iweigakur. Suchikage Onoji is sitting in the office, looking at the information passed by the intelligence department about the decisive battle between San Shinobi Village and Konoha Village. He frowned and said, San Shinobi didn't solve that kid, but this is not the key. The key is that Cho will lose to that kid. It's careless, Yingfu's Scorched Earth said solemnly. Onoji shook his head, his eyes bright and dying, and said, No, Cho and I have fought against each other before. She is not the kind of ninja who can carelessly because of the opponent's situation. Scorched Earth groaned, whether it was because of carelessness or because of the chaos of the battlefield. Since that kid killed Cho, he must be vigilant, and that Namikaze Minato, depending on the situation, is also an extremely tricky ninja. Onoki nodded and said in a deep voice, Yes, publish the information of the 2 people, so that all the ninjas in the village will record the appearance of the 2. It is very necessary to remember the powerful ninjas in the enemy village. The general Jonin does not need to remember, but the elite Jonin and those families with various forbidden techniques need to remember and be vigilant. Konoha's strength is too strong, Scorched Earth said anxiously. They only sent out a small amount of troops to defeat San Shinobi Village, and Danzo, 3rd Hokage, and Orikimura were not there on the battlefield. If we attacked the land, we would definitely not be able to resist it. Live. Suchikage Onoki nodded and said, Yes, Konoha's current strength is indeed a bit scary, but it is not only us who feel threatened, but other villages are the same. Speaking of this, a gleam of light flashed in Onoki's eyes, and he said in a deep tone, You said to talk to Cloud Shinobi Village at this time. Will the brat 3rd Raikage accept it? Should be. Scorched Earth spoke in a deep voice. No matter how reckless 3rd Raikage is, it is impossible to lose sight of the situation in Shinobi. Originally Konoha Sunin's threat was already great. Now there are 2 new generations of ninjas, Heitake Kaed and Namikaze Minato. In addition, the country of fire is rich in resources, and Konoha's bottom and backbone are also extremely strong and threatening. The degree has risen to the apex. The current ninja realm, if not united, would be smashed by Konoha one by one, until the entire ninja realm was trampled under its feet. Yes, Onoki sneered. Before this war, he had already inferred several situations. The current situation is one of the situations he has inferred. The only exception is that Konoha's threat is more than he expected. Powerful. Not only Fen Jai, the son of White Fang, killed Cho and became famous in the first battle, Namikaze Minato also achieved a shocking record, revealing a strong threat. After showing such a terrifying power, I am afraid Iweigakur will feel threatened even if it is Kirigakur across the sea. Maybe it will not be long before Kirigakur's contact will come. It seems that next, it will be 3-1. Onoki's eyes were deep, as if he had seen the picture of the future ahead of time. In the previous situation, it was difficult for the 4 ninja villages to besiege Konoha, and it didn't make any sense, because after combining them, the apparent strength surpassed Konoha too much. But now it's different. Konoha's threat is too great now. Even if the 2 big Shinobu villages join together, they may not be able to win. In addition, San Shinobi Village has been hit hard and is in a situation where it can only defend itself. Then the union of the 3 Shinobi villages can be established, because even if they are united, no one will consider the issue of treachery and conspiracy. It would be too stupid to do so. It is tantamount to giving Ninja World to Konoha. Therefore, Onoji is also very sure that no village will be allied with Konoha. The next Konoha will only be a village that is wary of and isolated by the entire ninja world, and the subsequent wars will revolve around Konoha. As expected by Oniki, the invitation to the meeting initiated to Cloud Shinobi Village was not rejected. Cloud Shinobi Village quickly accepted the request for the meeting. The two parties sent ninjas to contact for many times to exchange information and information. At about the same time, the messenger from Bunin Village also quietly arrived at Cloud Shinobi Village and Rock Shinobi Village, and passed the invitation and information of the meeting to the two major shinobi villages. Everything is going on in secret. The Third Ninja World War, with Sand Shinobi's defeat, seemed to be gradually coming to an end, but in fact, on the back of the entire ninja world, the undercurrent that was about to sweep the ninja world has become more and more turbulent. If there is no Maple Knight, the threat posed by Konoha will not reach this level, Sand Shinobi will not be severely defeated, and the situation in the ninja world will develop into a more complicated situation. His existence made Ninja World move in a simple direction instead. At this time, Feng Ye, who had rewritten the entire Third Ninja World War, was staying in Konoha's camp, experiencing the life of the wounded leisurely. Fenjai, I prepared breakfast for you. Well, shall I feed you? Thanks for your hard work. Hey, it's just a little bit of trivial things. You are Konoha's hero now. You have to take care of your injuries. Fenjai, I brought you breakfast. Huh, why are you here, Hong? After a while, Feng Ye, who was sitting there, looked at the spoon handed over on the left and the spoon handed over on the right, revealing a helpless look. This enviable picture seems to be very happy, but is it really happy as a party? The answer is yes. As long as you can deal with it calmly, that is a very happy thing. Had breakfast. Shirihong stayed beside Feng Ye's bed and told about what happened during this period. Shaizun and Lin next to her also joined in, chatting and laughing. The reason for making the scene so harmonious is very simple. Now he is a wounded and sick person who needs to recuperate. You only need to make the girls aware of this, and Yurihong and others are very clever and consciously not to make anything for him. Things that cause trouble or affect mood. It's noon. Tsunade, who went to the medical area to treat other severely wounded people in the war, returned to the camp and saw the many young girls surrounding Feng Ye's bed. His eyebrows trembled, and he said, I said your kid is a bit too popular. When Yurihong and Shaizun saw Tsunade coming in, they all stood up and saluted Tsunade, Master Tsunade. Feng Ye smiled and looked at Tsunade who walked in, and said, after all, you are injured now. There is no way to move normally. I can only listen to them tell me something that happened. If you are injured, I will do too. Accompanying to take care of. Tsunade snorted and said, well, let's get through. Shaizun, go and pour me a glass of water. Yes, Master Tsunade. Shaizun immediately stood up and obediently poured water on Tsunade. Tsunade walked to the place where Shaizun had stayed before and sat down, while Yurihong and Lin carefully looked at each other, and they both retracted to the other side together. In front of Tsunade, one of the legendary Sunnins, they are still very restrained, even if their father is Jonin's Yurihong. She knows Tsunade's reputation better. Recovered quickly. Tsunade stretched out her finger and placed it on Feng Ye's wrist. A strand of light green chakra shook. After investigating Feng Ye's situation, she tilted her head and said, this recovery speed is not normal. You practicing Orochimaru's ninjutsu? Feng Ye nodded and admitted, after practicing the cell activation, the recovery speed will be faster. Otherwise, I would not dare to use the forbidden technique with such big side effects casually. You should have noticed it yesterday, Lord Tsunade? During the treatment yesterday, Tsunade had certainly noticed Feng Ye's physical condition. It was precisely because of Feng Ye's special physical condition that he cultivated cell activation, so the entire treatment process went smoothly, and the treatment was completed without any surprises. What else have you learned? Orochimaru taught you the forbidden technique? Tsunade retracted his hand and looked at Feng Ye and continued to ask. Feng Ye thoughtfully said, the nature transformation of the Thunder Attribute Chakra was learned from teacher Orochimaru. The forbidden technique was created by me. The rest is temporarily gone, only the Heitake knife technique learned from my father, improved into swordsmanship. Tsunade glanced at Kaed Yoryuaki and said, I thought it was the forbidden technique taught to you by Orochimaru. I didn't expect it to be created by you. No wonder you dare to use it unscrupulously. It seems that you don't know the danger of forbidden technique. She was a little dissatisfied at first, because Orochimaru taught such a dangerous forbidden technique to Feng Ye, who was still very young. She didn't expect Feng Ye to create her own, which surprised her. Feng Ye smiled and said, in fact, it is not completely self-created, it is just a combination of a physical skill learned from others with chakras flowing ninjutsu. That's not easy to do. Tsunade spoke plainly. For a ninja of her level, she knew that the combination of ninjutsu and physical skills was not a simple matter. Almost all ninjas who could create their own forbidden technique were talented. Tsunade took the water glass that Shizen handed over, and after drinking half a glass of water, he said, in short, don't use this technique casually. Don't use it if you don't have to. Even if you have Orochimaru's technique, your injury can be healed. It will also affect the lifespan. This sentence made Fang Ye want to complain. In terms of affecting lifespan, is there anything more influential than Baihao technique? Accelerating cell division is the real reduction in lifespan. Okay, and he has the ability to reverse time to use it unscrupulously. Tsunade is true. It's the exchange of life yardsticks for combat effectiveness. I see. When the vomiting words reached the mouth, they still turned into a response. Then Kaed looked at Tsunade and said, by the way, I want to learn some medical ninjutsu. I don't know if Tsunade-sama can teach me. Although I'm not sure whether the current Tsunade has developed the Baihao technique, this technique is based on medical ninjutsu, and it's okay to learn a little medical ninjutsu first. Now his control of chakra has reached a bottleneck, and it is extremely difficult to go further. Medical ninjutsu and puppetry are the most sophisticated control methods of chakra. No effect, medical ninjutsu is just right. Do you want to learn medical ninjutsu? Tsunade looked at Kaed Yoryuaki strangely. She was a little surprised by Feng Ye's request, but after a little thought, she agreed, and was willing to teach as long as she wanted to learn from her. Thank you, Mr. Tsunade. Feng Ye smiled, changed her name, and made a helpless gesture, indicating that she could not salute Tsunade now. Tsunade stood up and said, okay, just lie down. I'm going to continue to treat the wounded. After Tsunade left the camp, Shirihong and Lin breathed a sigh of relief. Lin looked at the direction where Tsunade's back disappeared, and said with some lingering fear, Tsunade-sama's aura is so terrible. Feng Ye looked at the appearance of Shirihong and Lin and couldn't help but smile. Different people see Tsunade differently. As a person familiar with Tsunade's character, and the relationship with Tsunade is close enough, he will naturally not feel pressure in front of Tsunade. But it's different if you switch to Yurihong and Linear. The status of the two is hugely different from that of Tsunade, and they don't even have the qualifications to speak in front of Tsunade. No wonder the two shuddered and shivered aside. I was a little out of breath just now. Shirihong also glanced at Lin with palpitations, and the two found a common language on this point. Shizun is the only one who has not been affected. She has followed Tsunade for a long time. She is familiar with Tsunade's character and is Tsunade's disciple. At this time, she held up another cup of water and handed it to Feng Ye, saying, I didn't expect you, Feng Ye. I will want to learn medical ninjutsu. It seems that we will practice together in the next period of time. Shirihong and Lin looked at Shizun silently. Both of them were a little afraid of Tsunade, but they were not afraid of Shizun. Shizun was also a little hairy by the two people's eyes, but he still straightened his chest. Just when the situation was a little uncomfortable, footsteps suddenly came from outside the camp. It sounded a lot, and Shirihong and others turned their heads and looked over. Upon seeing the result, several people immediately stood up and saluted respectfully. Master Jiraiya. Jiraiya walked into the camp and glanced at Shirihong, Lin, and others. Then he looked at Feng Ye angrily. When he was young, he had never been so popular, and there were no girls around him, and at the time, almost all girls were crowded by Orochimaru. How the current scene resembles Orochimaru back then, especially Kaedia is Orochimaru's disciple, which makes him glance at Kaed Yoryuaki. But it's okay. His disciple Namikaze Minato is equally good, no worse than Fenjai. How is your injury? Jiraiya didn't take care of the Shirihong and the others, but expressed condolences to Feng Ye. Although Feng Ye was far behind him in terms of status, Feng Ye was the hero who killed 1,000 generations in this war. After finishing the battle situation, Feng Ye was the first wounded he wanted to condolences. Thank you Jiraiya-sama for your concern. Mrs. Tsunade said that there is nothing wrong with it. Well, that's good. Jiraiya nodded, and then suddenly realized something was wrong, looked at Maple Ye and a little surprised, and said, what did you call Tsunade just now? Feng Ye smiled and said, I just asked Mrs. Tsunade to teach me medical ninjutsu, and Mrs. Tsunade has already agreed. Jiraiya. His face trembled unnaturally, and his expression was a bit stiff. Two of Sunan accepted Feng Ye as his disciples. This is fine. Although he didn't want to suppress Feng Ye, he couldn't implement it even if he had an idea now. He is not afraid of Orochimaru, but Tsunade is very dangerous. It is much shorter than Orochimaru. If Tsunade knows about it, even half of the town will be hunted down. Son of White Fang, Orochimaru and Tsunade's disciples, slay the heroes of thousands of generations. With so many halos, Feng Ye is certainly less than 11 years old now, but his status is far from that of an ordinary jonin. If you go up a bit, you can almost talk to him on an equal footing. So, Jiraiya pondered for a moment, and then changed the subject. By the way, the village has officially promoted you to Jonin, and you are directly under Jonin, directly under the third generation. When these words were said, Lin and Shizun didn't have much reaction. In their opinion, Fenjai became a Jonin as a matter of course, but Shirihong felt a lot of waves in her heart. Directly under Jonin. This status is different from ordinary Jonin. Her father was Konoha's jonin, so she knew something about Konoha's upper class. She knew that jonin and jonin were also different. Some jonin belonged to Umbu, the torture department, the police force, etc., the jurisdiction of the captain of each department. In contrast, jonin directly under the jurisdiction of the captain of any department is directly under the jurisdiction of Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen, a ninja that only Hokage Sarutobi Hiruzen can mobilize. In other words, without Sarutobi Hiruzen's order, even if Orochimaru, Jiraiya or even Hokage assisted Danzo, they are not qualified to directly issue an order to Kaedia. It is an honor for me to get the attention of Master Hokage. Feng Ye responded with a smile. This appointment is not surprising to him. The strength he has shown now is something that neither Sarutobi Hiruzen nor Danzo can underestimate. In addition, he is a disciple of Orochimaru, so it is not appropriate to place him in any department. Directly under Jonin is the most suitable position for him at the moment, and belongs to a vacant position, above the general Jonin, but has no real power. While being unable to be transferred by people outside of Hokage, it also means that it is also impossible to order and transfer other ninjas without Hokage's approval. Then I'll go first, and you can rest well. Jiraiya nodded and left the camp. The other ninjas who followed also left with Jiraiya. There was no disobedience or jealousy in their gazes looking at Kaedia. With Feng Ye's strength and performance on the battlefield, although Feng Ye has actually performed very few tasks, she is also qualified to serve as a position directly under Jonin. Such status. Deserved. After Jiraiya left, Yurihong and others were relieved. They can feel a lot of pressure in front of Tsunade, and the same in front of Jiraiya. These two are Konoha's highest-ranking ninjas besides Hokage and the elders. Jiraiya is also the commander-in-chief of the frontline battlefield. There is a huge gap in status. I didn't expect Fenjai that you would have become Jonin so soon. It feels really incredible. Shirihong turned to look at Feng Ye and couldn't help muttering. She had never doubted that Feng Ye could become Jonin, even when she was in school, but she did not expect Feng Ye would become Jonin so soon, only less than 2 years after graduation. This is nothing. Feng Ye smiled and said, "You will also be Jonin." Shirihong took a breath and nodded earnestly. She also has the belief in becoming Jonin. After all, her father is Jonin, so she can't lose his face. And Feng Ye is already Jonin now. If she doesn't become Jonin in the future, the status gap between her and Feng Ye will be a bit too big. In that case, it may be difficult to get in touch again. Like Yurihong, Lin also has the belief to be Jonin. The only person who has no senses is Shizun. She is Tsunade's disciple and left the village with Tsunade. There is no difference in the status of Genin or Jonin. Correct. At this moment, Shizun suddenly remembered something. After putting the water glass aside, he cautiously approached Feng Ye's ear and asked in a low voice. Feng Ye tilted her head and glanced at her, then looked at Shirihong and Lin, suddenly a little frightened, and said, "You can help me, I should be able to move a little bit." Well, Shizun glanced at Yurihong and Lin, and tried to help Fenjai up. With Shizun's support, Feng Ye got up from the bed. Although the muscles of her whole body were still aching, she could barely move around with her support. However, Yurihong and Lin stopped doing it when they watched this scene. After a short stunned situation, they asked, "Shizun, what did you just say? What are you going to do with Fenjai?" "You don't need to know." Shizun responded blankly, helping Feng Ye to walk outside. Shirihong and Lin glanced at each other. This kind of reason could not be accepted, and they immediately followed. Lin walked directly to the other side of Feng Ye and followed to help Feng Ye. It was also at this time that she suddenly realized what Shizun and Feng Ye were going to do, and her body suddenly stiffened unnaturally. She glanced at Shizun and found that Shizun's expression was also very unnatural. Lin reacted quickly, and immediately said to the Red, who still didn't understand, "Red, Shizun and I will take Fenjai to there, and we will be back soon. Fenjai should be hungry, go and help look at the camp over there. Are you ready for lunch?" Shirihong paused for a while, and looked at Lin and Shizun a little strangely. She instinctively felt that the two seemed to have reached an unspeakable agreement, but when I thought about it carefully, Lin was right. Even she was a little hungry. It was indeed time to help Feng Ye prepare lunch, and in this case, things like that in the morning won't happen. "Well, I'm going to prepare an afternoon meal. You two should be careful. It will take 2 days before Feng Ye's injury can be restored to normal activities. Don't worry, we are all medical ninjas, and nursing is very good at it." Nohara Lin smiled sweetly. Shirihong stopped and watched Lin and Shizun help Feng Ye walk out for a while before turning and leaving to prepare lunch. Here Lin's expression was a bit unbearable. She lowered her head and dared not look at Feng Ye, and silently thought in her heart that she was a medical ninja, and it was her duty to help patients who were unable to move convenience. "Lin, you should go back first, I'll do it alone." Shizun uttered a voice, trying to speak to Lin as naturally as possible. Lin retorted a little stiffly, "No, look at what Feng Ye looks like now, you will be very reluctant to hold it by yourself." Feng Ye looked at the two of them and couldn't help but complain, "Actually, you can call a boy to help." No need, we are all medical ninjas, it doesn't matter. Lin stumbling in response. Does your appearance seem okay? Feng Ye murmured in her heart. Under Shizun and Lin's insistence, the two of them finally helped Fen Jai to the corner of no one, and then stiffly closed their eyes and turned their heads. Feng Ye sighed. The identity of the medical ninja is really too reasonable to refute or reject. After solving the problem with the assistance of the two, Feng Ye returned to the camp with the support of the two, but the expressions of the two obviously became abnormal. Sometimes they looked at each other and their eyes became stiff. It wasn't until Shi Rihong came over with lunch that the stiff atmosphere eased a lot. After lunch, I entered the time to chat and talk. One morning plus one afternoon, Fen Jai roughly knew that after Yurihong, Lin and Shizun graduated from school, they have done something so far. What task, what happened? On Yurihong's side, he didn't pay much attention, but Lin's side was more concerned. The plots of Kakashi and Obito were still developing in the normal direction. I don't know if Obito has been targeted by Uchiha Madara. If so, then you are already in danger now. Feng Ye looked at Lin from the corner of her light and murmured in her heart. Lin is in great trouble. It can be said that even for him now, it is difficult to solve, because what he has to face is the extremely troublesome existence of Uchiha Madara and Black Zetsu White Zetsu. Even if Uchiha Madara is half dead right now, this guy can't even control impure world reincarnation. Once confronted with the opponent, he might take out some forbidden technique and dance on the spot. At least, he needs to have super cage level strength to have the confidence to interfere in this plot. Now, he has not reached the peak of cage level in terms of strength alone. It will be difficult to win against the existence of third Raikage or 8 Tails Jinchuriki Killer Bee, and there is still a long way to go beyond cage level. If Uchiha Madara's actions will not advance, which means that he still has about 2 years to grow, it is not hopeless to reach a super cage level. If it can't be achieved in the end, it can only be done without confronting Uchiha Madara, trying to find a way to keep Lin alive. Although there are many ways to resurrect the dead in this world, death once will not be a good experience. If he can stop it, he will definitely try his best to stop it. You have to continue to practice. Feng Ye smiled helplessly in her heart. I thought that after reaching cage level, he would be able to relax. This time I will experience the identity of the wounded. It is also that he wants to relax after the exhausting practice, and battle, but it seems that he can only relax. It's been so few days. If he only cares about himself now, he can indeed slow down the progress of his practice and treat his future life with a relaxed attitude, but unfortunately he finds that he can't ignore the plot that he knows will happen. If you want to interfere in the plot, if you want to save others, you need stronger strength than self-preservation. This is always the case in any world. What's the matter, Feng Ye? It looks like you have something to worry about. Lin noticed Feng Ye's a little abnormality and asked with her head tilted towards Feng Ye. Feng Ye returned to his senses, looked at her and smiled, and said, "No, I'm just thinking about how to make this world peaceful and there will be no more wars." This sentence caused Lin and Shi Rihong to be in a daze. I never thought about this kind of problem. If you switch to an ordinary ninja, you would undoubtedly try to get in touch with things that are out of reach. However, the angle that Fen Jai is standing now is indeed qualified to consider such a problem. It can't help but make all three of them feel a little bit admire. Seeing the three of them, Feng Ye burst into laughter. There is no peace. The nuclear level is about the same. In a sense, Nagato's logic is right. To really create a weapon similar to a nuclear bomb, it is really possible to create a peaceful world. As for what Naruto is looking for, people can understand each other, but it's just nonsense. If Konoha had 2 bug-level combat powers, Naruto and Sasuke, and could beat the entire ninja world by himself, he would be able to make peace. Damn it. If Naruto and Sasuke die, and all the power of 6 paths and super cage level disappears in the ninja world, then war will undoubtedly brew and break out again. Peace is to use strength to lay the foundation. This is the case throughout the history of the ninja world. First Hokage can calm the troubled times by relying on the strength that surpasses the entire ninja world, rather than any ideas. Thought of this. Feng Ye put his hands down, supported the ground, and stood up little by little. When Shizun and Shi Rihong saw this, they quickly wanted to come and help, but Feng Ye shook his head, stood up, and walked forward 2 steps. Fen Jai, how are you? Shi Rihong showed a hint of surprise. Feng Ye looked at her and smiled, and said, "It's not completely healed yet, but it's almost able to move around. It is estimated that it will be completely normal tomorrow." After 1 morning and 1 afternoon, he has recovered from the activation of cells. Although it is not bad to continue to lie down, the experience of being taken care of is almost complete. Feng Ye walked out of the camp and looked at the sky in the distance. Only half of the afterglow can be seen at the sunset, which is still at the end of the line of sight. Some nearby ninjas who noticed that Feng Ye came out of the camp, cast their respectful gazes, which were no longer the same as when he first came here. Feeling the respectful gazes around, Feng Ye showed a slight smile, and continued to look at the last sunset in the sky until it completely fell from the top of the mountain. Living in the Tsunade camp did not last long. After only staying for 2 nights, on the 3rd day, Feng Ye was driven back to his own camp by Tsunade. Although he had not recovered to the point where he could carry out normal fighting and exercise, he was already much stronger than ordinary people. There is no problem with normal activities. Feng Ye was a little bit regretful about this. On the 5th day, his body completely recovered. Konoha's camp began to be demolished from the outside a little bit, and the ninjas began to return to Konoha in batches. After the defeat of Sand Shinobi Village, the Kingdom of Wind surrendered to the Kingdom of Fire, paid a large amount of war reparations, and signed some treaties. The daimyo of the Kingdom of Fire also conveyed to Sarutobi Hiruzen the opinion of stopping the war, and Sarutobi Hiruzen also immediately accepted and evacuated the frontline troops in batches. In the camp, Tsunade looked at Feng Jai and said, "Are you going back to Konoha?" Feng Ye Yangwang smiled and said, "Don't you want to learn medical ninjutsu from Tsunade, teacher?" "Of course you are, with you, teacher. Going back to Konoha during this period, there may be some trouble. In terms of the strength he has shown now, Sarutobi Hiruzen's attitude towards him has mostly changed from protection to neutrality. If Danzo comes to attack him suddenly, it may be possible to overturn the car. After all, Danzo Master's forbidden technique is too much. NS. So staying outside and not going back to the village is the most prudent approach now. And learning medical ninjutsu with Tsunade is a good reason. Neither Danzo nor Sarutobi Hiruzen can find a suitable reason for him to go back. Now that he has enough status, coupled with the existence of Tsunade and Orochimaru who is in the same camp as him, it can be said that he is now an existence that Sarutobi Hiruzen cannot arbitrarily manipulate. If you want to deal with him, you can only use the method of dealing with White Fang. Very good. Tsunade smiled slightly. She didn't want to hear anything. Feng Jai wanted to return to Konoha, and then asked her to return to Konoha. She didn't want to return to Konoha at all. "Then you will stay with me in the camp first, and wait until all the wounded in the camp are sent away, and then leave with me." Tsunade drank his mouth and said to Feng Jai, "Yes, Mrs. Tsunade." Feng Ye responded with a smile. Tsunade's mood is obviously better these days than before. On the one hand, the panasemia was cured, and on the other hand, it was also the reason why the war finally ended. Now she hates war. If she didn't feel that she was responsible, she would not agree to Sarutobi Hiruzen and Jireya's repeated invitations to come to this battlefield. Tsunade stopped paying attention to Maple Ye and started to think. The money I owed recently is a bit too much. The temperate country is a bit unsafe. Well, do you want to try your luck in the rain country? But it will be very troublesome if you encounter that Hanzo. Feng Ye. Shizun. Hearing Tsunade's broken thoughts, the two looked at each other and saw helplessness in each other's eyes. Unless it is a casino, I am afraid that no amount of money can withstand Tsunade's gambling skills. Will the legendary name of the fat sheep become famous in the country of rain next? Feng Ye murmured in his heart. The situation of Kaedia's apprenticeship with Tsunade made Konoha's senior executives also a little stunned. Danzo frowned at this. Sarutobi Hiruzen also gave a wry smile. I don't know how Kaedia got together with Tsunade. Compared to Orochimaru, Tsunade is actually more at ease because Tsunade has no ambitions. But the problem now is that Tsunade must know that Kaedia is Orochimaru's disciple, and in this case, he is willing to accept Kaedia as a disciple, which means he doesn't mind this, and may even stand on Orochimaru's side at a critical moment. The candidate for 4th Hokage should be finalized as soon as possible. Namikaze Minato's record this time has already had enough qualifications to succeed 4th Hokage. Behind it is the support of Jiraiya and Konoha's civilian class, and the major families are not opposed to it. For Orochimaru, the qualifications were long enough, and the civilian class did not oppose it, but some of the major families opposed it. Udaten Koharu and Mito Kato Homura also opposed it. It is indeed a headache. And now, the situation in the ninja world seems to have calmed down, and the war has ended, but as Hokage, he can vaguely see the dark tide surging inside from the surface calm. There may be even greater changes in the ninja world. Perhaps 4th Hokage's candidates can be delayed for a while, and then the ninja world will calm down before making any plans. 2 days later, Lin bid farewell to Kaedia and returned to Konoha under the leadership of Namikaze Minato. Kakashi and Uchiha Obito also left with them. 2 more days passed. Yurihong also bid farewell to Feng Jai, as the 4th batch of ninjas escorted some wounded back to Konoha. With the people familiar with it almost left, Tsunade finally made a decision and returned to the Land of Fire with Kaed in Shizun. While teaching Kaed in Shizun medical ninjutsu, Tsunade began to continue her gambling career. Feng Ye was also fortunate to have seen Tsunade's 6 paths gambling luck with his own eyes. Whenever he gets a big card, his opponent's card must be bigger. Whenever he gets a small card, his opponent's card is almost very small, so he won't increase it at all. Note: somewhere in the casino, Tsunade kept sweating on her forehead. She stood there with her hands propped on the table, looking at her 4 kings and the opponent's straight flush, her fingers trembling constantly. "Sir, you seem to have run out of chips." The middle-aged man sitting across from Tsunade looked at Tsunade and smiled. At the same time, in a corner outside the casino, Feng Ye and Shizun were squatting in the corner. Kaed Yoryuaki opened his hand upwards, and the light green light in the palm of his palm was constantly flickering. "It's been a week since I followed Tsunade to learn medical ninjutsu, and Feng Ye also learned from Tsunade that she had developed the Baihao technique and also learned more about Baihao technique. E.g. Baihao technique is a medical ninjutsu that runs on its own, which is equivalent to setting a program for chakra. To do this, you must have extremely fine control over chakra. Feng Ye's current control is far from the standard, so he exercises the most basic medical ninjutsu step by step to hone his chakra control." Certainly. In the process of practicing medical ninjutsu, Feng Ye did not completely leave the 8 inner gates practice. He put on the highest level of weight, and the weight of the whole body reached a level of horror. If you don't use chakra to attach to the solace of your feet and disperse the pressure of the weight on the ground, if he stands on a slightly softer ground, the whole person will directly sink. With such a high level of weight, even normal walking is equivalent to spiritual practice. This kind of thing can't be hidden from Tsunade, and Tsunade didn't stop it. His evaluation is too fanatical about cultivation, and don't know how to find fun. Can it last for more than a minute? Shizun squatted aside, watching Feng Ye's exercise, and murmured in shock. Feng Ye cultivates healing jutsu. This is a very high-level ability in medical ninjutsu. Few medical ninjas can master it, and ordinary ninjas will not learn directly from this step because it is too difficult. Even if she had studied medical ninjutsu with Tsunade for a year, she finally started the training of healing jutsu not long ago, and she hadn't been able to get started after practicing for nearly a month. Feng Ye has surpassed her 2 or 3 months of hard work from contacting healing jutsu to the present in just over a week, which also gave her a deeper understanding of what a genius is. The so-called genius. It means that you can easily surpass what you have spent a long time to learn in a very short time, making you messy in the wind and feel suspicious of the existence of life. She has never questioned Feng Ye's talent. It's just that she herself thinks that her medical ninjutsu is very talented, and she has learned it very quickly, and she has gained some recognition from Tsunade, but she did not expect that she was also recognized by Tsunade in medical ninjutsu. Feng Ye surpassed it in a very short time. "You said about how long it will take Mr. Tsunade to escape." Kaed Yoryuaki, while maintaining healing jutsu's training, glanced at the casino not far away, then smiled at Shizun. Shizun recovered from the lack of consciousness. After a while, he said, "It depends on the amount of usury borrowed by Tsunade-sama, but it should be almost the same if you count by time." Boom. Almost as soon as Shizun's voice fell, I heard a bang in the casino. Then I saw Tsunade's figure rushing out like flying, and greeted them in the direction of the two, saying, "Shizun, Maple Knight." I went away. "Your judgment is accurate." Fenjai stopped healing jutsu's practice. He and Shizun looked at each other, and both saw the helplessness in each other's eyes. At the same time, they smiled helplessly, and then left the place together, quickly caught up with Tsunade, and fled to the distance. After a while, Tsunade and Feng Ye reappeared on the street. However, Fenjai and Shizun have both changed their clothes and their hairstyles have also changed a little. Tsunade has simply turned into a 16 or 17-year-old girl with a pale golden single ponytail. Snapped. Tsunade put an expressionless hand on Maple's shoulder. "What are you looking at?" The seemingly slender and delicate palm touched gently, but it almost made Feng Ye unable to hang it, and the ground under his feet made a creaking sound, cracking into some cracks. Fenjai retracted his gaze at Tsunade's chest, and said innocently, "Anyone who sees such a big change will always go and see it unconsciously, and I am wearing a full load." Tsunade teacher, can you just lighten up? Puff. Shizun couldn't help but smile as she watched from the sidelines. When she saw Tsunade's changes for the first time, her reaction was similar to that of Kaedia. She asked Tsunade how she grew from a flat chest to this level, and she was also taught by Tsunade. Several people walked down the street for a while and had a meal in a restaurant. When paying the money, Tsunade discovered an embarrassing problem, that is, she accidentally lost the money for the accommodation. Master Tsunade. Shizun couldn't help his eyes widening, and said, that is, are we going to sleep on the street tonight? Tsunade coughed dryly, and his eyes moved to Feng Ye. Feng Ye said helplessly, "I have money for accommodation for a few days, but how come Mr. Tsunade you lost both the accommodation and meals? Isn't that part left alone?" Tsunade grabbed his hair and said, "At that time, he got a good hand, and his opponent kept raising, and he didn't hold back for a while. Okay, let alone this, next time I will double back." Feng Ye turned Byakugan. Double to win back. It's almost the same if you double the input. And after thinking about it, it is estimated that the group of people have identified Tsunade's status as a fat sheep, so they made various unscrupulous raises, and they did not hesitate to drain all of Tsunade's money. Feng Ye sighed, stood up and said, "Forget it, I'll help the teacher get the money back." Shizun was taken aback for a moment, and said, "Maple, Fenjai, do you want to? Noting the expressions of Shizun and Tsunade, Feng Ye couldn't help but smile, and said, you think I'm going to use violence to grab it? Don't worry, I'm just going to win it back. Ugh, Shizun was a little surprised. Tsunade was also surprised, and looked at Feng Ye strangely, and said, aren't you completely ignorant of gambling, and, you only have a few thousand yuan at most. Feng Ye smiled and said, it's not that I don't understand, it's that I don't like to play these things, but if I really play, I am very strong. A few thousand yuan is enough. Tsunade-sama and Loan Shark seem to have lost. It's close to 5 million, right? Almost. Tsunade drank a cup of tea and looked up and down at Yoryuki's eyes. It's not very clear what this disciple is going to do. Within the scope of her understanding, using a few thousand yuan to win several million is basically a completely non-existent concept. I am afraid it is difficult to borrow much. Well, you may not know what it means to win 5 million with a few $1,000s. We generally only use 2 words to describe this kind of person, a gambler. It just so happens that I'm such a person, don't worry. Feng Ye smiled and counted the money on her body and walked towards the casino. Although he doesn't like gambling, he has an in-depth study of psychology, and he has an advantage in this respect. If he opens a time double speed, no trace of the opponent's expression details can escape his eyes, as long as his hand is not bad. At the level of Tsunade, he doesn't need to use inferior cheating methods such as card swaps. What he is dignified is the top gambler. Maple, Feng Ye. Shizun hesitated for a while, then took a cautious look at Tsunade, then stood up and quickly caught up with Maple Ye. Tsunade tilted her head and continued to sit there drinking tea. She didn't want to go back to the casino at this moment. Although she became the way she was when she was young, it would be too ostentatious to go to the casino so swagger, in case the casino sees through. With this transformation technique, she lacked another means of avoiding debt collection. Moreover, Fenjai and Shizun are both ninjas, so there is no need to worry about safety. Even if he owes a bunch of loan sharks and ran back, at best, he ran to another town overnight. Anyway, the situation would not be so bad. The casino side. The arrival of Feng Ye and Shizun also attracted some attention. After all, they were both very young. Feng Ye looked like a 14-5-year-old at most. Many people looked at it with unkind intentions, but there was no one refusing to send money to the door. Even if children like Fenjai don't have much money, the meat of mosquito legs is meat after all. Then, about an hour later, in a lobby on the second floor of the casino, Feng Ye sat at one of the gaming tables, glanced at the approximately 5 million bet on the table, and gently opened the poker in front of him. Sorry, 3 preserved eggs, boom. A middle-aged gambler sitting opposite Feng Ye suddenly stood up, pressed his hands on the table, banged, and stared at the card in front of Feng Ye. I'm almost done, you guys go ahead. Feng Ye stood up, stretched his body, and said, Shizun, collect the money. Almost all the gamblers at the table stared at Fenjai and Shizun with red eyes. If they were replaced by ordinary people, the invisible aura would cause tremendous pressure. However, although Shizun was young, he was a real ninja. There is no way to affect her. Quickly packed the money, and after putting it in the cash box, Shizun carried the box and followed Feng Ye to the outside, staring at Feng Ye with gleams of light. Although she doesn't like gambling either. But Feng Ye was so handsome when he gambled just now. Especially the last calm hand, the scene where Tsunade had lost all 5 million won back, even more so that her heartbeat was violently accelerating. The trembling of the little hand when receiving money was not because there was too much money, nor was it because of being stared at by the scarlet eyes of those gamblers, but purely because the heart couldn't calm down. But, damn it, what's the origin of that kid? What's his background? Among the gamblers staring at the back of Fenjai and Shizun who left, some gritted their teeth and followed, and then other people nearby followed. Fenjai and Shizun reached the door of the casino all the way, and both noticed a lot of unkind eyes behind them. This finally brought Shizun back to his senses, who was still immersed in the scenes just now. Feng Ye turned his head and glanced at the back. Smiled gently. Boom! He walked forward half a step, and when his footsteps fell, Chakra no longer maintained his weight, and stepped on the ground with one foot. For an instant, it was like an earthquake, and the entire casino was blasted. The ground beneath my feet is cracking like a spider web. Patter! The smoke from someone's mouth fell to the ground, and all those who followed almost stopped, their bodies stiff, and they didn't dare to move. The whole audience was silent. The 2 guards guarding the door, with cold sweat on their foreheads, swallowed with a grumble, just watched Fenjai and Shizun walk out, and did not dare to step forward to stop them. A few days later, the portrait of Feng Ye quickly spread in various casinos. Marked as the ninja of unknown identity, it is suspected of using some kind of cheating to win 5 million taels in 1 hour. Casinos generally have 2 lists, one is the most popular fat sheep list, and the other is the least welcome gambling gambler list, and the code name of Maple Knight skyrocketed to unpopular within a very short period of time. Among the top ones on the list, it is worth mentioning that the number 1 on the list of the most popular fat sheep is Tsunade. But these have nothing to do with Feng Ye, because he never went to the casino again. Tsunade has been drinking tea not far from the casino. It wasn't until she heard a bang from the casino side that she stood up all of a sudden, looked over, and let out a sigh of relief. It's finally over. Feng Ye only took a few thousand yuan, and after betting for so long, there was no movement, and she didn't know what the hell was going on. She didn't want to sit here anymore. Seeing Fengjai and Shizun coming out of the casino and quickly coming over here, Tsunade yawned, greeted him, and said, "Let's go. It should be too late to go to the next town. I'm over there. If you have an acquaintance, you should be able to borrow a little more money for accommodation." No. Feng Ye chuckled lightly and said, "Let's stay here today. Let's live in the best hot spring hotel in town." Tsunade froze for a moment. Before she could speak, Shizun couldn't help but exclaimed, "Master Tsunade. Fengjai won all the money back." "What?" Tsunade suddenly raised a few decibels and the sound echoed. Hot spring hotel. In the hot spring pool, Feng Ye leaned on the side and lay down comfortably, raising his hands on the water, and the light green light was constantly shining in his palm. Even when he was in the hot springs, he did not relax his healing jutsu practice. After this period of practice, he has clearly felt that his control over chakra has been further improved, and the increase in chakra's control has also loosened the bottleneck in his Heitake sword technique. Heitake swordsmanship, or the improved Heitake swordsmanship, he has been stuck for a long time since the second stage, the chakra blade of the second stage, he has not been able to condense. The first stage of Heitake sword art is the flow of master chakra, and the second stage is to highly condense the chakra flowing in chaos to form a chakra blade. This is actually similar to chakra scalpel in medical ninjutsu. Both require a strong control to do it. If Heitake sword technique can be promoted to the second stage, then there is hope to improve the Chidori technique, turning Chidori from a scattered lightning style chakra into a more cohesive thunderblade. Even in the state of 8-gate lightning style, chakra's chaos and rage cannot be maintained, but it can still increase the power of slashing. For him, it is a real strength improvement. For him now, speed and chakra are indispensable, and he also has the ability to approximate the body of impure world reincarnation. The only thing that limits his strength is the power of attack. As long as the power of the attack can be increased to a certain level, and can break the pervert defense of third rakeage, then he can reach a level of near invincibility in the cage level. Depending on the situation, it shouldn't take long before you can master chakra scalpel. After that, you can easily practice the second stage of Heitake sword art. Feng Ye looked at the light green fluorescence in his palm, showing a slight smile. After the green fluorescence finally dissipated, he stretched his body and glanced at the wall on the side of the hot spring. Well, Tsunade and Shizun should be there. Tsunade should be in the hot spring normally, Shizun's words. "Well, shouldn't you be trying to peek here?" Feng Ye touched his chin, and kept his eyes on the wooden fence. At this moment, Shizun and Tsunade were indeed on the opposite side of the wall, and she did perceive the Maple Knight on the other side, and she was a little shy and curious and itchy. Regrettably, Tsunade was beside her, she didn't dare to do anything. 5 days later. Maple Knight is the master of healing jutsu. 5 more days passed. Maple Knight mastered chakra scalpel. 2 more days passed after that. In a clearing somewhere, Kaedia held damn Naruto sword, and chakra in his body was flowing and poured onto the blade. Chakra suddenly condensed, forming a layer of white light, like a bright white blade. From the blade of Kuzenara's sword the front stretches out. Feng Ye held the hilt of the sword and swung it lightly in the air, and he could see a white arc tracing an artistic arc in the air accompanied by the swing of the sword. This is the second stage of Heitake sword art. Feng Ye let out a sigh of relief and swung his sword forward to cut it down, and a white arc of light fell down, cutting the ground into a gully spreading several meters. This is a slash that he slashed when he didn't use time to speed up or use 8 inner gates. It is true that as long as the master has achieved the second stage of Heitake, he can have the strength comparable to that of ordinary Jonin. If it is further improved, he can also reach cage level with this move. Feng Ye murmured. He suddenly felt that if Kakashi didn't transplant Sharingan and concentrated on practicing Heitake, it might not be worse than transplanting Sharingan, maybe it would be even stronger. During this period of time in the practice of healing jutsu, he also kept asking Tsunade about Baihao technique. After seeing the speed of Fengjai's practice, Tsunade no longer blocked anything, and explained some details of Baihao technique to Feng Ye, including 100 healings mark technique. This technique is the prerequisite for the use of Baihao technique, because Baihao technique consumes chakra extremely, and the ninja chakra under normal conditions alone cannot support the several operations of Baihao technique. Feng Ye also listened to them, but he did not go to practice, because the chakra accumulated by the 100 healings mark technique did not increase his chakra limit, but just placed an extra blue bottle outside of the body. You can supplement chakra. This has little effect on him who has the ability to reverse time. Even Baihao technique itself has no effect. The main purpose of obtaining the practice method of this technique is to obtain the control method, or setting method, of the program that allows chakra to operate naturally in the body. Feng Ye is convinced that this is one of the keys to cultivating the immortal body. Only by using the activated cell body, and then using the operation method of Baihao technique to combine natural energy with its own cells, can the body be transformed into the immortal body. The direction of change. And just when Feng Ye continued to practice, a voice came over. Maple Night. It was Shizun's voice, with a hint of urgency and tension in it, which had never appeared in the past half a month. Feng Ye put down the Kusanara sword and looked in Shizun's direction, and saw that her expression was full of tension, and she ran over quickly. Fen Jai, something happened. Having said that, she paused and took a deep breath. The village sent a ninja to come to you and Master Tsunade. It is said that Mist Shinobi, Rock Shinobi and Cloud Shinobi have all started to act, and the target is our country of fire. Hearing Shizun's hasty narrative, Feng Ye sighed and said, "Is the three ninja villages united? It seems that the situation is not optimistic. Let's go in memory." In a normal scenario, after Konoha defeated San Shinobi, Ninja was stable for a while, then Iwagakure attacked Konoha, Cloud Shinobi village sneaked into Iwagakure, Kirigakure attacked Konoha again, and Cloud Shinobi village turned to attack Konoha. In the end, although the three ninja villages jointly attacked Konoha, they did not join forces as soon as they came up, but only after they had consumed a large amount of troops before choosing to focus on Konoha. Feng Ye is not surprised if this happens. Namikaze Minato's performance in the decisive battle was already dazzling enough, and he even beheaded Tsunagakure's elder Cho, which would definitely interfere with the ninja situation. The next step should be the most critical turning point of the three wars. Feng Ye murmured in his heart. Soon, Feng Ye and Shizun returned to their residence. A ninja wearing a mask is standing in front of Tsunade. Seeing Feng Ye coming in, he looked at Feng Ye and said solemnly at Feng Ye, "Maple Ye Jonin, Master Hokage has given an order to let you and Master Tsunade go to the front line of the Thunder Country." Fenjai turned to look at Tsunade and said, "What do you think of Tsunade, teacher?" Tsunade took a sip of tea, then poured another cup, and then took another sip. There was silence in the room. Neither Shizun nor the Umbu ninja spoke, until Tsunade drank 2 cups of tea. She stood up and took a deep breath. The union of the three ninja villages did not expect such an unprecedented bad situation to occur. She is not interested in war, but this does not mean that she can sit back and watch the three ninja villages invade the country of fire. In that case, her life will be destroyed, and there will be no way to find a place to gamble. Only in peacetime can you be an easy medical sacred hand, treat some intractable diseases to obtain high consultation fees, and then go to the casino to splurge. Then, leave it to me at Cloud Shinobi Village. Tsunade looked at Kaed and Shizun, and said, "Kaed, Shizun, pack things up and set off now, then I won't bother." Umbu ninja bowed his head at Tsunade, and then used a body flicker technique, which turned into smoke and disappeared. Tsunade looked at the direction in which the Umbu ninja disappeared and began to ponder. Is the teacher worried about the situation of this war? Feng Ye walked over and looked at Tsunade. Tsunade looked sideways at Kaedia, nodding solemnly in his eyes, and said, "Kirigakure's sneak attack was expected, but I didn't expect Iwagakure and Cloud Shinobi Village to unite. This time, the situation may be very bad. Really, the last time I went to the battlefield of the Kingdom of Wind, I said it was the last time. The situation is too bad." It was so bad that she was deeply worried before she reached the front line. Orochimaru should deal with Rock Shinobi in the country of grass, but Orochimaru alone will not be able to withstand Rock Shinobi's attack. At least let Jiraiya or Danzo pass. If Danzo passes, then Jiraiya will definitely deal with Mizuna, but it is impossible for Jiraiya to deal with Mizuna's attack alone. Namikaze Minato must go to support. In the end, Cloud Shinobi is left. Although her combat effectiveness has been restored, and Fenjai's strength is also extremely strong, it is difficult to say whether she can withstand Cloud Shinobi's attack, and other battlefields are also in great danger. If the three ninja villages were completely released, and even the tail beast and Jinchuriki were also used, the situation Konoha would face would be even worse. But there is no point in worrying about these. Now we must rush to the battlefield over there as soon as possible. Don't worry too much. Feng Ye thoughtfully said, although the three ninja villages have joined forces, can they really work together to attack? It's impossible, even if they restrain each other's idea of sneak attack. Do the most conservative battle and expect other villages to consume our combat power first. Hearing what Kaed said, Tsunade looked at Kaed Yoryuaki in surprise. He didn't expect Kaed to be not only powerful, but also able to judge the situation of the war. It hit the point almost instantly. Tsunade couldn't help sighing suddenly in his heart. It would be fine if Feng Ye was her younger brother. The age difference is not big, but the talent and strength, as well as this kind of judgment of the situation, far exceed many adult ninjas, and the talents revealed are almost no matter what. There is no defect, even if he is still young. The shadow of Hokage can already be vaguely seen. However, she was equally happy to accept such a disciple. Although Kaedia was also Orochimaru's disciple, she had already caught up with her in her heart. Tsunade threw the distracting thoughts behind his head, nodded and said, "You are right. Even if they send a large army to suppress the environment, they will not easily launch a full-scale attack, but will wait for other villages to attack first. This is also Kanaha's need to grasp the essential. Fengya nodded and said, I think the tactics adopted by Hokage-sama should be delay tactics, and grasped the point that the 3 ninja villages will not easily attack in an all-round way, and take advantage of the rich resources of the country of fire to delay the war. In 2 years, the major ninja villages will inevitably become more and more difficult. Tsunade looked at Fengya strangely. Fengjai was a little uncomfortable with Tsunade's gaze, and she couldn't help but said helplessly, What are you looking at me doing? Is there any problem with my judgment? Do not. Tsunade shook his head and said, It's not a problem at all, it's just. She stared at Fengya for a moment, and said, You shouldn't pretend to be Orochimaru's soul in your body now, right? The first judgment is negligible. In the latter case, Fengya has already made an inference before she even anticipated it in advance, and in her opinion, this inference is also inseparable, or if she serves as Hokage, there is a high probability. This decision will be made after a long time of consideration. Several question marks popped out of Fengjai's head, and said helplessly, I'm not a clone of teacher Orochimaru, and a normal person with such a judgment can quickly think of it. Tsunade looked at Fengya weirdly. She didn't look at Fengya's expression. She wanted to say, Do you have any misunderstandings about normal people? In fact, Fengya did have some misunderstandings about normal people. Because from his point of view, it is equivalent to being a master of the history of the entire Hokage world, and he is very familiar with the major ninja villages during the 3 world wars, including the behavior styles of each village, so he will naturally look at the overall perspective when he comes up. Determine the problem. However, in fact, it is very difficult for ordinary ninjas to do this. Only those extremely good ninjas, such as Namikaze Minato, or Sarutobi Hiruzen Danzo, who stand at the apex of a ninja village, will have this perspective. In Fengjai's view, it is easy to infer the situation, even for a ninja like Tsunade. It is not possible to make a judgment all at once, and it needs to be considered seriously. Master Tsunade, everything is packed. At this moment, Shizun's voice came. She has packed up everything that should be packed and placed it on the floor in the center of the room. Let's go. Tsunade reached out and patted Maple Ye's shoulder lightly, and walked to the door. Fengya, who has refreshed her cognition many times in a row, has updated her cognition again this time. That is, Fengya also has a strong overall view and judgment ability, and perhaps even better than her in these aspects. Not on. Fengya looked at Tsunade's back, showing a thoughtful look, and he gradually realized that there is a big difference in the normal perspective between himself and the ninja in this world. But nothing more. With his current strength, he is not afraid to show extraordinary talents in these areas, let alone in front of Tsunade.